I really didn't expect this. I actually can't use ninjutsu. Damn it, why didn't they copy the ninjutsu data for me earlier? I know Kido, but without ninjutsu, how can I face anyone? Ling Feng muttered angrily. And that Nine Tails guy, sleeping all day, why didn't he leave me more ninjutsu? He began complaining about the Nine Tails. Nine Tails, with tears streaming down its face, I knew you'd come. Unlimited chakra, a strong body, mastery of genjutsu, decent speed and strength, but no ninjutsu. How am I supposed to survive? Ling Feng roared internally. Let me see, I currently only have the 6 paths abilities of the Rinnegan, the Nine Tails Tailed Beast Bomb, the Zanpakuto which I haven't drawn yet, and Kido. Just these 4. I haven't even used the Zanpakuto, and the Tailed Beast Bomb can't be used recklessly. That leaves only the 6 paths and Kido. Without ninjutsu, should I save my chakra just for Kido? Ling Feng smiled bitterly. The Tailed Beast Bomb can't be used carelessly. If I get targeted, it's over. I can only rely on the 6 paths and Kido. Damn it! He shouted damn it 3 times and punched a tree, breaking it. Luckily, I still have weapons. As he spoke, a long trident appeared in his hand. Right, let me try using the Tailed Beast Chakra to make a Rasengan. For now, I can still safely use the Nine Tails Chakra. Things are calm before the plot begins, and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is still in Konoha, so no worries. Ling Feng muttered to himself. He gathered chakra, and a red spinning sphere appeared in his palm. After all, the essentials of the Rasengan were in the Nine Tails memory, making it easy to create. This is the Tailed Beast version of the Rasengan. Pretty impressive. I wonder how powerful it is. He stared at the sphere and hurled it at a large tree ahead. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed, leaving a massive crater. Ling Feng was stunned. This move is too powerful. If it hits, even a Kage-level ninja would be seriously injured if not killed. Better leave quickly. With such a loud noise, it'd be strange if no one came. With that, he vanished in a flash. After a while, 2 figures appeared. A white-haired man wearing a Konoha forehead protector, with his left cheek wrapped in cloth, looked at the scene and asked, "What caused this?" Another man in green clothing replied seriously, "Someone must have been testing ninjutsu here. Kakashi, hurry back to Konoha and report this to the Hokage." "Got it, guy," Kakashi agreed. Just as he was about to leave, laughter rang out. "So, Konoha ninjas, huh? How interesting." Ling Feng emerged from the forest. Damn it! Meeting Kakashi and Guy for the first time, what luck. Perfect chance to test my Rinnegan, Ling Feng thought. "Who are you?" Kakashi stared warily at the man in front of him, while Guy also watched Ling Feng tensely. Ling Feng hesitated. Should he call himself Ling Feng or Mukuro of the 6 paths? He definitely couldn't use the name Nine Tails. "You don't need to know." Ling Feng simply refused to answer and instantly charged at Kakashi. Don't ask me if the Nine Tails couldn't even learn the body flicker technique, then it might as well not have lived for so many years. He swung his trident at Kakashi. He slashed instead of stabbing, not wanting to injure Kakashi too severely, since he'd still need to blend into Konoha later. So fast. Kakashi quickly blocked the trident with a kunai but was gradually overpowered. Kakashi cursed internally, "This guy's strength is insane." Leaf Hurricane. Just as Ling Feng and Kakashi were locked in a stalemate, Guy suddenly swept in with a kick from behind. Ling Feng flipped upside down to dodge the attack, his trident spinning rapidly. Kakashi was about to launch a sneak attack but found his path blocked by the spinning trident. Both sides took a step back. Kakashi whispered to Guy, "This guy is strong, and it seems like he's not even using his full strength." Kakashi removed his mask, revealing the Sharingan. "You're using the Sharingan? Then I won't hold back either." 8 gates, Gate of Pain, open. Guy's aura surged dramatically. "Well, Sharingan and 8 gates, you're really in a hurry," Ling Feng sneered. "Then I'll use the 6 paths and see how it goes." Ling Feng's right eye flashed, the 6 paths pattern appearing and changing to 1. Kakashi unleashed Chidori and charged at Ling Feng alongside Guy. Guy teleported behind Ling Feng and delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi leapt into the air, shouting, "Chidori!" The blade aimed straight for Ling Feng's heart. Not bad. Just as Kakashi and Guy thought they had secured victory, Ling Feng's voice echoed. Kakashi was shocked to see that the Ling Feng he had pierced was nothing more than a tree branch. Guy also realized that what he had kicked away was just a branch. The two stood back to back, filled with doubt and unease. Impossible, an illusion that even deceived the Sharingan? Kakashi thought, realizing he had underestimated his opponent and failed to see through the illusion. Well then, it's time to end this. A red Rasengan appeared in Ling Feng's hand, exploding instantly between the two. Boom! Ling Feng looked on with satisfaction at the impact. Don't worry, Kakashi and Guy are fine. Ling Feng controlled the power carefully. A small crater appeared suddenly, and both Kakashi and Guy were unconscious. Next, let's try to extract some ninjutsu from them. I thought they were insignificant, but it turns out they're two key figures, Ling Feng said, the number in his eye changing from 1 to 2. First, let's head to the Land of Water. The Six Paths Phantom thought of Haku and decided to take a look. The name was decided by a vote among readers, with the majority opinion adopted. But before that, I'll leave a clone inside Naruto to make explanations easier. Using the shadow clone jutsu he had learned from Kakashi's memories, the Six Paths Phantom sent a clone back to Konoha to hide inside Naruto. Shadow clone, the bug in Naruto, I've learned it now. If I can't beat Madara in the future, I'll rely on it for a group fight. But Madara's spacetime ninjutsu is quite tricky. Rokuto Mukuro thought about Madara's intangibility technique. Forget it, let's go find Haku first. Hopefully, Zabuza hasn't taken him away yet. Thinking about Haku's situation, he quickened his pace towards the Land of Water. As for Haku's age and timeline, let's not nitpick the details. When Rokuto Mukuro arrived in the Land of Water, he suddenly remembered, Haku should be on a bridge, but there are so many bridges. What a hassle. Using the shadow clone technique to sense, he created over 10 clones and sent them to guard hidden spots on various bridges, searching for Haku's whereabouts. 4 days passed. Damn it, could it be that Zabuza really took him away? Rokuto Mukuro was troubled. I'll wait 3 more days. If he doesn't show up, I'll have to give up, he muttered to himself. Another 3 days passed. Looks like it's hopeless. Time to leave. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a girl walking to the bridge. Someone's here. Let's go ask. Rokuto Mukuro saw the girl sitting by the bridge and walked over. Little girl, what's your name? Rokuto Mukuro asked with a smile. Haku, Haku of the Yuki clan, the little girl replied, trembling slightly as she looked at him. Oh, Haku of the Yuki clan? Haku, I need you. Are you willing to come with me? Rokuto Mukuro said with a calm smile, but inside, he was overjoyed. Finding her on the last day, what a stroke of luck, and on his own turf. He extended his hand. Yes. Haku looked at his hand and reached out as well. Rokuto Mukuro pulled her up and draped his coat over her shoulders. Since the death of her parents, Haku had never felt such warmth and care. She made a silent vow in her heart to protect Rokuto Mukuro at all costs. Her gaze was fixed firmly on him. Rokuto Mukuro, however, sneered inwardly. As expected, Haku was so easy to control. Just as he was dispelling the shadow clones in various locations, a voice suddenly came from behind. Kid, you took my prey and still want to leave? A man wrapped in bandages and holding a large sword approached. Zabuza? Rokuto Mukuro recognized him and thought, this guy really is a short-lived ghost. In the original story, Haku was with him. Hand over the girl behind you. Don't make me use force, Zabuza said coldly. Haku moved closer to Rokuto Mukuro, her eyes full of worry. She was afraid of being handed over. Don't worry, Haku. I will never hand you over to anyone, Rokuto Mukuro reassured her. Zabuza sneered, do you even know who she is? A possessor of a Kekkei Genkai. And you still want to take her away? I trembled slightly upon hearing this, but looked even more resolutely at Rokuto Mukuro. I said, bye, I won't hand you over. You can leave on your own, I don't want to fight right now, Rokuto Mukuro said firmly. Bai made up her mind to stay with Rokuto Mukuro for the rest of her life. Zabuza's face darkened. If you don't hand her over, you'll regret it. Hidden mist technique. He swung his blade and charged forward. The mist spread, and Zabuza asked coldly, where do you want me to cut? Zabuza, if you don't leave, don't expect to walk away alive. Rokuto Mukuro patted Bai's head, signaling her to stay calm. Heido number 4, Byakurai. With a flick of his finger, a red beam shot out swiftly. Ah! Zabuza hadn't even reacted before his chest was pierced, and he fell to the ground, motionless. I told you, if you don't leave, you'll end up lying here. Rokuto Mukuro approached him. Why don't you kill me? Zabuza asked in confusion. There's no need. You still have value in staying alive, Rokuto Mukuro said, then took Bai's hand and left. Zabuza reflected, what kind of jutsu was that? No hand signs, incredibly fast, and highly destructive. Truly terrifying. Bai, remember, in this world, if you want to survive and protect the people important to you, you must become stronger. Do you understand? Rokuto Mukuro said earnestly. Yes, I will try my best. Bai clenched her fists tightly, silently vowing to become stronger and protect him for a lifetime. Let's go. Time to pick up another companion. Rokudo Mokuro took Bai's hand and headed toward Kirigakure. 4. Kimimaro. Brother Lingfeng, where are we going now? Bai asked curiously. To find another companion, Bai, Lingfeng replied with a smile. Another companion? Bai repeated in confusion. That's right, a companion who is lost, Lingfeng explained. Oh. Bai nodded, said no more, and continued forward with Lingfeng. This time, their destination was the hidden mist village. Lingfeng wanted to find Kimimaro. Kimimaro was a character he liked, but he had passed away at a young age due to a hereditary illness. This made Lingfeng feel regretful, so he wanted to change this fate. Along the way, Lingfeng and Bai walked while enjoying the scenery. Lingfeng knew that his carefree days wouldn't last long. In the future, he would have to face Brother Madara and the Akatsuki organization in battle. So, while his strength was not yet sufficient, he wanted to relax as much as possible. He wasn't worried about Kimimaro being taken by Orochimaru, as the Kagaya clan had not yet rebelled. Along the way, he could also help by training ninjutsu, which put Lingfeng in a good mood. Bai, listen, there isn't a ninja in this world who hasn't killed someone. I know you're kind-hearted, so I won't force you to kill enemies. Lingfeng watched as Bai used ninjutsu to fend off a group of bandits but refrained from delivering a killing blow. Okay, Bai responded softly. But at the very least, you need to make sure the opponent is completely unable to fight back. Confirm that they can't retaliate before you relax. Lingfeng's tone was serious. He didn't want Bai to shed blood, but he also needed her to ensure her safety. I understand, Brother Lingfeng. Bai nodded earnestly. Let's go. It's about time. Lingfeng took Bai's hand and headed toward the Hidden Mist Village. The Hidden Mist Village still seems to be under Brother Madara's control, which makes me a bit nervous. I don't have the confidence to defeat Brother Madara, and there's also that voyeur Zetsu. I need to be cautious. In the original story, only Kimimaro escaped when the Kagaya clan rebelled, but I still don't know where he went. Lingfeng crouched on a tree, observing the Hidden Mist Village, while Bai rested at an inn. Forget it. Wherever there's fighting or fire, I'll go check it out. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Lingfeng loved using the Shadow Clone Jutsu as soon as he learned it. After all, I have unlimited 9 tails chakra. No matter how much chakra I use, it's fine, and this technique is convenient. Lingfeng chuckled to himself. It's about time. I need to stay alert. That pervert Orochimaru will probably show up too. When the time comes, I'll have some fun with him. Thinking of Orochimaru, Lingfeng couldn't help but laugh. In his previous life, Lingfeng had a good impression of Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru reincarnate into a female body made him find it amusing, even though Orochimaru hadn't truly reincarnated yet. There's shouting and fighting over there. So, it's here. Lingfeng received information from his shadow clone and immediately got up to head toward the location where the clone had dispersed. So these are members of the Kagaya clan. He looked at the fierce battle below and then locked his gaze on a boy not far away. The boy had 2 dots on his forehead, grayish-white hair, and occasionally pulled out bones to absorb life force. That's Kimimaro. Lingfeng recognized the boy's techniques and appearance. Next, I'll just watch. I'll step in at the critical moment. Although I might encounter Orochimaru, I have a trump card in confidence. Lingfeng felt reassured. Unlimited chakra makes things much more convenient for me. He spoke while keeping his eyes fixed on Kimimaro. Why do I feel like someone is watching me? Kimimaro absorbed another life, suddenly feeling uneasy. As time passed, the Kagaya clan was left with only Kimimaro alive. He arrived at the place from the original story, staring at a flower in front of him, lost in thought. At this moment, Lingfeng stepped out. Are you searching for the meaning of life? Lingfeng asked. Who are you? Kimimaro asked warily. You don't need to know who I am. If you want to find the meaning of life, follow me. Lingfeng turned and walked away. Kimimaro thought for a moment and then followed. As expected, he followed. Although I'm different from Orochimaru in the original story, the result is the same, ha. Lingfeng chuckled to himself. If you want to seek answers, follow me to the pinnacle of the world, Lingfeng said. Alright, I'm willing to follow you, Kimimaro agreed. Looks like I do have some talent for being a prophet, Lingfeng thought confidently. Suddenly, a sinister voice echoed, You think you can just take my prey and leave? Damn, why is it always this line? Lingfeng thought helplessly. Orochimaru, it's you, isn't it? Lingfeng stared at the slowly approaching Orochimaru. Oh, you actually recognize me. Orochimaru seemed a bit surprised. Kid, you seem promising. Come with me, and I'll give you power, Orochimaru tempted, planning to recruit Lingfeng for his experiments. Save it, Orochimaru. Your tricks won't work on me. Kimimaro, stand back, Lingfeng responded coldly, preparing to fight. Looks like I'll have to make you taste pain, Orochimaru said, sticking out his tongue and licking it. Let me see how strong the legendary Sannin Orochimaru really is, Lingfeng said. Lingfeng stood still, unmoving. Orochimaru sneered coldly, Kid, you're truly puzzling. Do you really think you can defeat me? He immediately performed a jutsu, secret technique, hidden shadow snake hands, attacking Lingfeng. Lingfeng deftly dodged. Orochimaru licked his lips, his gaze becoming fervent, not bad. Lingfeng ignored his gaze, raised his trident, and thrust it forward. Orochimaru twisted his body nimbly to evade. Suddenly, he entangled Lingfeng, stretched his head behind him, and sneered, Is that all? You can't hurt me. He then bit toward Lingfeng's neck. At that moment, Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply, sensing something strange, an illusion. Lingfeng suddenly appeared behind him, spreading his right hand, destructive art number 31, red flame cannon. A red beam struck Orochimaru. A cloud of smoke spread. Kimimaro, watching from the side, had a glint in his eyes. As the smoke cleared, Orochimaru's entire body was sticky, as if he had shed a layer of skin. Lingfeng sneered, shedding your skin? Orochimaru exclaimed in surprise, You actually know this move. This is my first time using it. He pulled the Kusanagi sword from his mouth and charged at Lingfeng, slashing fiercely. Lingfeng blocked it with his trident. Lingfeng waved his left hand, destructive art number 33, blue fire crash. A red beam surged forward, striking Orochimaru's abdomen with intense pain, sending him flying. The corner of Lingfeng's mouth curled into a faint smile. Kimimaro looked at Lingfeng with admiration. There were very few who could send one of the Sannin flying. Orochimaru stood up, his gaze burning, Your jutsu is truly fascinating. I've never heard of it before. After speaking, he licked his lips again. Lingfeng knew Orochimaru was interested in his destructive arts but would never reveal his trump card. Continue, Lingfeng said with a smile. With Kimimaro watching, it was the perfect opportunity to show off and earn his admiration. Orochimaru's neck extended again and lunged forward. Lingfeng flicked his fingertips, Hado number 4, Byakurai. A red beam struck toward Orochimaru. This time, Orochimaru dared not underestimate this jutsu. Twisting his neck, his body tilted to the right. Byakurai hit his left shoulder, piercing straight through, leaving a hole. He looked at the scene before him, flames igniting in his eyes. He was determined to claim this guy's body. Heh, Orochimaru, keep going. Lingfeng mocked, even beckoning with his finger. This kid doesn't need hand seals for his jutsu, and it's powerful. I have no choice but to use summoning jutsu, Orochimaru said helplessly. Hey, Orochimaru, why did you summon me? Manda appeared. Orochimaru began to bleed profusely. This kid's jutsu is strange. I can't handle him. Help me beat him half to death, and I'll give you 500 sacrifices. Manda's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Just for one kid, 500 sacrifices? He immediately charged at Lingfeng. Ha! Manda, you're useless against me. Lingfeng sneered, preparing to strike. Hado number 81, Danku, he said, and Manda crashed into an invisible spatial wall, bouncing back. What is this? Manda was stunned. Orochimaru grew even more agitated. I don't believe I can't hit this kid. Manda continued to ram into the barrier. It's time to end this. I'm getting a bit bored. Lingfeng glanced at the time, wanting to finish quickly to avoid unnecessary worry. That is? Orochimaru stared at Lingfeng. At this moment, Lingfeng was wearing the demon fox attire, which he could use even in human form. The opponent merely assumed he was a Jinchuriki, so he wasn't worried about being exposed. In his hand, he gathered a big ball Rasengan, wanting to test the jutsu Naruto had created. In an instant, he appeared in front of Manda and slammed it down fiercely. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. Lingfeng pulled Kimimaro far away, then instantly returned to the original spot. Looking at the scene before him, he marveled at his luck. This was his first time using this move, and he hadn't expected it to succeed. He knew that Orochimaru and Manda wouldn't die. He hadn't used his full strength, at most leaving them severely injured. As the smoke cleared, Manda's body was mangled, and Orochimaru lay unconscious on the ground. Orochimaru, you can't blame me this time. Ling Feng's right eye transformed as he prepared to erase Orochimaru's memory of his tailed beast transformation to avoid disrupting his plans. After finishing, he instantly disappeared and went to find Kimimaro. At this point, Kimimaro had already developed blind devotion to Ling Feng, treating him as a godlike figure. "Let's go, Kimimaro. I'll take you to meet another companion. My name is Ling Feng." After saying this, he turned and walked away. "Yes, Lord Ling Feng." Kimimaro followed closely behind, asking for flowers, favorites, and recommendations. 6. A chance encounter with Mei Terumi. "Haku, it's time for us to leave." Ling Feng saw Haku standing at the inn's entrance and knew she had been waiting. "Okay, brother Ling Feng." Seeing Ling Feng approach, Haku ran over and hugged him. At 15, Ling Feng was quite tall, and Haku could only wrap her arms around his waist. "Have you been waiting for a long time?" Ling Feng asked, noticing Haku's tired expression. "No." Haku quickly denied it, as Ling Feng had once said he wouldn't keep her if she disobeyed. Haku was afraid of being abandoned. "Really?" Ling Feng smiled, seeing her flustered reaction. "Brother Ling Feng, I'll definitely be obedient from now on. Please don't leave me." Haku's eyes brimmed with tears, terrified of being abandoned. "Silly girl, I was just joking. When you grow up, you'll definitely be a beauty. How could I bear to leave you? Just take good care of yourself and stop worrying about me." "I'll take care of myself." Ling Feng gently pinched Haku's nose. "Okay." Haku wiped away her tears. "Alright, this is the new companion I found, Kimimaro. You two should get to know each other." Ling Feng suddenly remembered that Kimimaro was still by his side. "Hello, my name is Haku of the Yuki clan. Just call me Haku," she introduced politely. "Kagaya Kimimaro. Just call me Kimimaro." Kimimaro looked at Haku. Though he tried to appear indifferent, he couldn't help but show a hint of gentleness. "I'm heading back to the land of fire now. You two should come with me." Ling Feng turned and walked away, speaking coolly. "Alright, Lord Lingfeng, brother," the two said in unison. The three of them walked while training, occasionally eliminating rogue ninjas and bandits. Lingfeng only intervened to save them when they were in danger because he had a plan. Instead of clinging to the gradually decaying Konoha, he would rather establish his own ninja village, defeat the 5 great ninja villages and the Akatsuki, and create an ideal world. Lingfeng once pondered whether to follow the original storyline or forge a new path. He chose the latter. The reason was simple: a man should accomplish great and remarkable deeds. He believed he would succeed. By leveraging the advantages of the original storyline, he could grasp information about hidden enemies and thoroughly study the Rinnegan and the Zanpakuto, even though the Zanpakuto had not yet been retrieved. Moreover, the 4th Hokage's Reaper Death Seal had already lost its effect on him, and even if Naruto died, he would not. He could still move freely in the ninja world, but he would eventually have to face the Akatsuki, Madara, and the 5 great ninja villages. Lingfeng decided to take advantage of the current peace to grow stronger. The clone inside Naruto was still intact and could be dispelled at a critical moment, allowing the storyline to align with the original. Bang! Bang! Sizzle! Lingfeng and Kimimaro were walking through the forest when they suddenly heard the sounds of a fight. Lingfeng said, "Kimimaro, Haku, you two wait here. I'll go check it out." The two nodded. Lingfeng quickly rushed toward the source of the sound and hid in the bushes, where he saw over a dozen mist ninjas attacking a woman. Lingfeng focused on the woman, who was slim, tall, and alluring. He thought to himself, could it be Mei Terumi? This is the land of water, under Brother Madara's control, where those with Kekkei Genkai are hunted. To encounter her here, what luck! He knew Mei Terumi possessed the Kekkei Genkai of lava release and boil release, though she had not yet mastered them. Although she's not as strong as she was during the 5 Kage alliance, she's truly captivating, Lingfeng muttered to himself as he stared at Mei Terumi's figure. I should help her. It would be even better if I could recruit her. Lingfeng decided to take action. Suddenly, a mist ninja pulled out a kunai and hurled it at Mei Terumi's head from behind. Seeing that she couldn't dodge in time, Mei Terumi closed her eyes, bracing herself for the attack. However, after a long moment without feeling any pain, she opened her eyes to find a handsome boy with spiky blue hair catching the kunai. You're being too careless, aren't you? Lingfeng said with a smile to Mei Terumi. Who are you? Why are you helping me? Mei Terumi asked. Because you're beautiful. Is that reason enough? Lingfeng teased. You? Mei Terumi was stunned and hadn't yet responded when Lingfeng added, let's deal with these guys first, then we can talk. With that, he pulled out a trident and charged at the mist ninjas. Mei Terumi also began to fight back. Before long, the Mist Ninjas were defeated by the combined efforts of Lingfeng and Mei Terumi. Lingfeng had only used White Lightning once, relying mostly on his trident for close combat, occasionally stepping in to block attacks for Mei Terumi. I don't understand why you saved me, but thank you, Mei Terumi said. I already told you, it's because you're beautiful. Didn't you hear me? Lingfeng replied with a smile. Someone as strong as you, doing it for such a reason. Mei Terumi trailed off before fainting. Lingfeng quickly caught her and said, You've overused your chakra and stamina, and you're also injured. You need treatment, or it will affect your strength in the future. Mei Terumi opened her eyes, looked around the room, and asked, Where is this? Lingfeng, along with Haku and Kimimaro, appeared in front of her and said, You're finally awake. Mei Terumi, recalling being ambushed, asked, How long was I unconscious? Only 3 days, Lingfeng said, sitting down and crossing his legs. Mei Terumi noticed her wounds had been bandaged and asked, How are my injuries all healed? Brother Lingfeng treated you, and I wrapped the bandages, Haku replied. You treated me? Mei Terumi looked at Lingfeng nervously. It's fine. It was just chakra and stamina exhaustion. I used the Nine Tails chakra to speed up your recovery, Lingfeng said. Mei Terumi blushed. Being treated by a man and having her wounds seen made her feel shy. Lingfeng asked, What's your name? Mei Terumi, she answered bashfully. Mei Terumi, a beautiful name. I'm Lingfeng, he said. In her heart, Mei Terumi thought Lingfeng was truly handsome and powerful, a perfect man. Hearing the sound of flowing water, she asked, Where are we now? In the forest, Lingfeng replied. How is there a house in the forest? She looked at him suspiciously. I can summon it any time, Lingfeng said with a smile. Mei Terumi was surprised. You can summon it any time? Just lie down. You're still not fully recovered. It'll take at least 1 or 2 months to heal, Lingfeng advised. Are you leaving? Mei Terumi suddenly felt reluctant to let him go, her voice softening. After saying this, she immediately wondered if she was being a bit too demanding. After all, he had saved her and treated her injuries, which was already very kind of him. There was no reason to expect him to stay with her for a month or 2. No, I'll stay until you're fully healed. In the meantime, I can also guide Haku and Kimimaro a bit, Lingfeng, seeing through Mei Terumi's thoughts, said calmly. Really? Mei Terumi had thought he would ignore her, but to her surprise, he planned to stay. A wave of joy surged in her heart as she stared at Lingfeng, wondering why she felt this way. Lingfeng thought to himself, leave? What a joke. Having a beauty around isn't bad, and it's just a month or 2. Besides, he could take the opportunity to train Haku and help treat Kimimaro's Kekii Genkai disease. He didn't have anything else to do anyway. Rest well, and call us if you need anything, Lingfeng said before walking out. After Lingfeng left, Mei Terumi curiously asked Kimimaro and Haku, Why are you following Lingfeng? After all, these 2 kids didn't seem like family. Kimimaro suddenly said seriously, Lord Lingfeng is the reason I live. After saying this, he turned and left. Haku looked at Kimimaro, then smiled at Mei Terumi and said, He is always like that, don't mind him. Mei Terumi didn't take it to heart and turned to ask Haku, What about you? Why are you following Lingfeng? Haku replied earnestly, I want to follow brother Lingfeng for the rest of my life and protect him. Even though he is strong, I still want to protect him, even if it costs my life. Because only brother Lingfeng ever cared for and looked after me when I was abandoned. As she said this, a happy smile appeared on Haku's face. Mei Terumi looked at the little girl in front of her, speechless for a long time. But in her heart, she began to wonder if she should follow him too. After all, she couldn't stay in the Mist Village anymore. She just didn't know if he would agree. She didn't notice the blush that had crept onto her face. Seeing this, Haku smiled and said, Sister Mei Terumi, do you also want to go with brother Lingfeng? Ah. How did you know? Mei Terumi, caught off guard, blushed deeply. I know what you're thinking. Brother Lingfeng is not only handsome, but he also cares for his companions and is incredibly strong. If you didn't feel something for him, I wouldn't believe it, Haku said sincerely, recalling the moment she first met Lingfeng. Mei Terumi stared at Haku, her heart suddenly stirred. So, she had fallen for Lingfeng. She remained silent for a long time, saying nothing. Haku didn't disturb her and quietly walked away. Despite her young age, she understood the importance of giving Mei Terumi time to think and decide. If Lingfeng knew what Haku was doing for him, he would definitely hug her and kiss her a couple of times. At this moment, Lingfeng felt a sudden flutter in his heart. It seems the Zanpakuto is about to manifest. I wonder what type it will be. It'd be great if it's something versatile, Ling Feng thought, feeling the tremor of the Zanpakuto within him, and began to imagine. Ling Feng admitted, "You're getting more and more skilled with boil release and lava release now, Mei Terumi." Mei Terumi replied with a smile, "Thanks to you, Ling Feng. If it weren't for you training with me often and giving me advice, I wouldn't be this good." "Alright, today's training is over. I'm hungry, let's get something to eat," Ling Feng said, rubbing his stomach. "I should have it ready by now, and it's about time." Mei Terumi glanced at the sky. "Let's go, I'm starving, and we've been here long enough," Ling Feng said as he headed toward the house. Hearing this, Mei Terumi silently followed him. Ling Feng, Bai, Kimimaro, and Mei Terumi had been staying in this forest for 2 months. Mei Terumi's wounds had mostly healed in about a month and a half. Ling Feng had been helping Bai train his Kekkei Genkai and spent most of his time treating Kimimaro's Kekkei Genkai disease. Ling Feng was well aware of Kimimaro's Kekkei Genkai disease. If it were as severe as in the original story, there would be nothing he could do. But now, since Kimimaro was still young and the condition was mild, Ling Feng only needed to use chakra to infiltrate his bones and slowly heal and repair them. Ling Feng didn't want to lose such a loyal companion to illness. Bai had already mastered his Kekkei Genkai, but his chakra reserves were low, and the duration was short, which was a regret for Bai. Whenever Mei Terumi had free time, she would come to Ling Feng to spar with their Kekkei Genkai. The reason was always the same, but Ling Feng knew she was actually using this opportunity to make a choice. Mei Terumi's decision was something Ling Feng couldn't interfere with. After all, she had her own aspirations. Over the past 2 months, their relationship had progressed, but as for the outcome, life and death were uncertain, and Ling Feng could only leave it to fate. "Bai, today's food is as delicious as ever." While eating the meal Bai had prepared, Ling Feng said, "For the past 2 months, almost all our meals have been made by Bai, and Kimimaro has become the errand boy." Kimimaro didn't want to go grocery shopping at first, but in the end, he was persuaded by Bai and reluctantly went. "Brother Ling Feng, if you like it, I can cook for you for a lifetime," Bai said, blushing as he looked at Ling Feng. "Of course, Bai, even if you don't want to, you have to. I want you to cook for me for a lifetime," Ling Feng replied with a smile. Hearing this, Bai felt a sweet warmth in his heart. The first time Ling Feng ate Bai's cooking, he found it especially delicious and asked Bai when he had learned to cook. Bai said his mother had taught him before she passed away. Ling Feng was surprised but understood after thinking about Bai's life. Kimimaro remained indifferent, but his speed at grabbing food was faster than Ling Feng's, leaving Ling Feng both amused and exasperated. Mei Terumi, while eating, observed Ling Feng's expression and felt a bit envious of Bai. Mei Terumi had originally planned to observe for a few more days before making a decision, but now she still couldn't let go of the dream in her heart and remained hesitant. "Alright, clean up after eating. We'll set off tomorrow," Ling Feng suddenly said. "Brother Ling Feng, you're leaving tomorrow?" Bai asked, a bit puzzled. Kimimaro remained silent, while Mei Terumi trembled slightly before regaining her composure. "Yeah, it's been a while, time to set off." Ling Feng patted Haku's head and said with a smile. Just as they were about to leave, Mei Terumi called out, "Ling Feng, can I go with you?" This time, she chose love. Ling Feng was stunned. He had thought Mei Terumi would leave on her own, but her desire to go with him surprised him. Based on his understanding of Mei Terumi, she should have been aiming to become the Mizukage. Haku and Kimimaro silently watched the scene unfold. In truth, Ling Feng had no idea what Mei Terumi was thinking. She had decided to give up her rare dream of becoming Mizukage and chose the happiness in front of her. After all, over the past 2 months, she had completely fallen for Ling Feng. "Mei Terumi, are you sure you want to come along?" Ling Feng asked, skeptical. "Yes, I've fallen in love with you, so I want to go with you," Mei Terumi said firmly, her face flushed. "I understand, but I don't want to deceive you. I'll show you my true form. If you still want to come after seeing it, I have no objections. If not, that's fine too." "The same goes for Haku and Kimimaro," Ling Feng said, intending to test Mei Terumi. "True form?" Haku and Mei Terumi both asked in confusion. "No matter what Lord Ling Feng is, I, Kimimaro, will follow him," Kimimaro declared, the kind of person who would charge ahead no matter the cost. Ling Feng led the three to a spacious cave entrance, one he had prepared in advance, large enough to hold hundreds of people. Then, 9 red tails emerged from his back, chakra erupted, and in an instant, he transformed into his true form. "Is this the 9 tails?" Mei Terumi stared in astonishment at the creature before her. "Ling Feng nii, your true form is so cool." Haku's eyes sparkled. "Lord Ling Feng is truly extraordinary," Kimimaro said, his eyes filled with admiration. But soon, Ling Feng reverted to his human form. After all, Madara was still in the land of water, and he didn't want to be detected. Mei Terumi, it's your decision, come with me or pursue your own dreams. With that, Ling Feng went inside to rest. Mei Terumi was conflicted. She understood the significance of the nine tails, while Haku and Kimimaro were still too young to grasp its deeper meaning. She silently returned to her room without saying a word. Haku noticed her unease and decided to talk to her later that night. Late at night. What should I do? He's actually the nine tails. Mei Terumi's mind was in turmoil. The person she loved turned out to be the nine tails, and she fully understood the implications of that identity. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Sister Mei Terumi, it's me. A tender voice came from outside. Bai, is that you? Come in, the door's not locked. Mei Terumi responded while seated. I pushed the door open and entered, followed by Kimimaro. Kimimaro had intended to focus on his training for Lord Lingfeng, but Bai had dragged him along. Though displeased, he had no choice. Sister Mei Terumi, why do you look so troubled? Bai and Kimimaro found seats and sat down, with Bai asking first. Bai, don't you know what Lingfeng's true form is? Mei Terumi looked at Bai, feeling a slight sense of comfort. She picked up a cup of water and took a sip. I think Brother Lingfeng's true form is pretty cool. Bai answered nonchalantly. Kimimaro kept his eyes closed and said nothing, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, clearly lost in thoughts about Lingfeng's story. Ahem, you two really don't get it. Let me explain it to you. Mei Terumi almost choked on Bai's words. She began explaining the tailed beasts to Bai and Kimimaro, concluding with, the nine tails represents natural disasters, a collection of hatred and resentment. Do you understand? Mei Terumi wanted to see their reactions. But she was disappointed. And then? Bai asked with a smile. Kimimaro, on the other hand, became even more resolute, believing that natural disasters were divine punishment. This was his perspective. And then? Mei Terumi was left speechless by Bai's response. Don't you understand? The nine tails is a tailed beast, not a human. Mei Terumi said anxiously. So what? Brother Lingfeng is Brother Lingfeng, whether he's the nine tails or a tailed beast. He's still the most important brother in my heart. Bai continued to smile. Mei Terumi felt a pang in her heart. She glanced at Kimimaro and saw that he was smiling even more brightly, realizing that they both regarded Lingfeng as the most important person. Sister Mei Terumi, why do you care so much that Brother Lingfeng is a tailed beast? I've heard those rumors too, but if what you said were true, Brother Lingfeng wouldn't have stayed here so long or helped heal your injuries. Bai said. That's right, why care that he's a tailed beast? Was it because of the rumors in the ninja world? Mei Terumi thought to herself. But don't you know how cunning the nine-tailed fox is? What if everything about him is just an illusion? Mei Terumi added. Even if Brother Lingfeng is pretending, Kimimaro and I don't care. If it weren't for him, we would have died long ago. And after spending so much time with him, I know his character, cold to enemies, caring to comrades. Sister Mei Terumi, you should understand that this isn't an act. Why deceive yourself? Bai's words left Mei Terumi speechless. Deceive myself? Perhaps, as Bai said, I was just blinded by the rumors about the nine tails, afraid of being deceived by Lingfeng. Mei Terumi thought to herself. Kimimaro, let's go back to our room and pack. We're leaving tomorrow. Sister Mei Terumi, good night. Bai pulled Kimimaro along, bid farewell to Mei Terumi, and then closed the door. The room was left with only the silent Mei Terumi. What a hassle, Lingfeng said softly, sitting cross-legged in the room. The nine tails chakra is red and different in nature from ordinary chakra. If that's the case, using chakra will make it easy to expose myself. I can't rely solely on ghost path chakra, as it will affect my plans. Although I can temporarily hide it from them, it will eventually be discovered. What should I do? Lingfeng frowned as he looked at the red chakra surging out. I've decided. If I go, I'll only use ghost path chakra, but the offensive nature of ghost path chakra will also reveal itself. What a hassle. Oh, right, in Naruto, Kinkaku and Ginkaku gain nine tails chakra after eating its flesh. I'll go with that. If anyone asks, I'll just say I ate nine tails meat, haha. Lingfeng suddenly thought of this and laughed. Bang, bang. A knock on the door interrupted him. Lingfeng opened the door to find Mei Terumi standing there. It seemed she had made her choice. Lingfeng felt a bit conflicted, as he was the nine tails and had caused her a lot of harm. Despite the nine tails' strength, it was still a tailed beast, which made dating inconvenient. Lingfeng had once complained about why the nine tails couldn't be like humans. Mei Terumi, why are you here so late? Lingfeng asked casually. Lingfeng, I've made my decision, Mei Terumi said, blushing, as if she had something to say. Ling Feng looked at her, unsure of what was on her mind. As soon as she finished speaking, Mei Terumi began to remove her clothes. Ling Feng was a bit surprised. He had thought she came to say goodbye, but her actions left him stunned. After undressing completely, Mei Terumi embraced Ling Feng, her face flushed. I want to stay with you, but I hope you won't abandon me, okay? She said with a voice full of anticipation. How could I? As long as you don't regret it, Ling Feng replied after a brief pause. He felt Mei Terumi's maturity and allure, his heart racing. But he knew that conquering a woman required not just physical connection but also emotional resonance for true fulfillment. I won't regret it, Mei Terumi said softly, leaning her head against Ling Feng's chest. Ling Feng then carried her to the bed, removing his own clothes, his hands gently caressing her flawless body. If I don't update soon, I might get urged to write. Yesterday, a classmate jokingly said they'd deal with me if I didn't write certain scenes. Even though it was a joke, I still need to deliver, or it'll be hard to explain. Please forgive me if it's not well written. I humbly ask for your support, recommendations, and flowers. 10. Farewell. Suddenly decided to write another chapter. Out of nowhere, I felt motivated. Actually, it was due to collective pressure. No choice but to satisfy everyone. Novel sight, novel sight, novel sight. Ling Feng gently kissed Mei Terumi's lips. Although it was his first time, he moved skillfully, relying on scenes he had seen before. One of his hands slowly moved up to her soft chest, feeling her perfect body. The memories and resentment of the 9 tails suddenly surged in his mind. The emotions he had been suppressing erupted under the influence of lust. Ling Feng kneaded her chest more firmly, his fingers teasing the sensitive spot, and finally, he gently took it into his mouth. Mei Terumi let out a soft moan, feeling the stimulation. Ling Feng's left hand caressed her back, slowly exploring deeper, while his right hand slid down the front, tracing along her black hair. Mei Terumi watched his movements, her cheeks turning red. Ling Feng stopped sucking on her lips, his fingers parting her tightly closed legs. He wrapped his arms around her waist and said, I'm going in now. Hearing this, Mei Terumi held her breath nervously. It was her first time as well. She softly responded and closed her eyes. Ling Feng gently entered her body, leaving a trace of blood on the sheets. Mei Terumi felt a sharp pain and let out a muffled groan. Ling Feng knew she needed time to adjust, so he slowed his movements, gently entering and withdrawing, eliciting her soft cries. After a while, he restrained his strength, not wanting to hurt her too much. Although he was eager, he knew he had to control himself. After it was over, Mei Terumi lay in Ling Feng's arms, drawing circles on his chest with her left hand, and softly said, Now my body and soul belong to you. Even if there are others in the future, you can't abandon me. She looked at him tenderly. Ling Feng smiled and pinched her nose, saying, Don't worry, even if there are others, I won't abandon you, silly. Get some sleep first. I have something to tell you tomorrow, Ling Feng suddenly said. Mei Terumi nodded and quickly fell asleep leaning against him. Ling Feng, on the other hand, was contemplating the location for the base. It would be more convenient to operate in the village hidden in the mist. Mei Terumi would eventually become the Mizukage, which was definitely an advantage for him. After deciding to let her compete for the position of Mizukage, he too fell into a deep sleep. What he didn't know was that Kimimaro and Haku in the next room were affected by the sounds coming from his room. Kimimaro was irritated and unable to focus on his training, while Haku gave up practicing, hiding under the covers and paying attention to the changes in his own body. Both were restless and agitated. The next day arrived. Haku prepared breakfast as usual, but his eyes had dark circles, clearly showing he hadn't slept well the previous night. Kimimaro, as always, sat expressionless in a chair. Ling Feng entered the living room holding Mei Terumi, found a spot to sit down, and Mei Terumi sat beside him. The 4 of them began eating breakfast. Haku, did you not rest well last night? Ling Feng asked with concern. A little. I trained too long yesterday, Haku said while eating. That's not good. Training should be done in moderation. Don't push yourself too hard, or it might leave hidden dangers, Ling Feng reminded sternly, unaware that he was the one who had affected Haku's rest. Mei Terumi blushed and sat silently. I'll be careful, brother Ling Feng, Haku replied. By the way, Ling Feng, didn't you say you had something to tell us? Mei Terumi suddenly asked. Yes, I might as well tell you now, Ling Feng recalled what he had said to Mei Terumi the previous day. Mei, I hope you can become the Mizukage of the village hidden in the mist, Ling Feng said. Why? Mei Terumi asked, puzzled. Because it would be beneficial for me. You also want to be Mizukage, and now there's a chance. Haku and Kimimaro, you two will stay by her side, training while helping her, Ling Feng explained. Why, brother Ling Feng? Haku looked at Ling Feng with teary eyes. Kimimaro also looked confused, while Mei Terumi seemed to understand a bit. I'm not abandoning you. I just think it's more suitable for you to stay with Mei. Besides, I have things to take care of, and your strength won't be of much help. Leaving you with Mei makes it more convenient for me to act, Ling Feng said, looking at Haku. Understood, brother Ling Feng. I will do my best, Haku said, wiping away his tears with determination. Shameful, this time I will also work hard and strive to assist Lord Lingfeng as soon as possible, Kimimaro said firmly. I will work hard too, Lingfeng. I will definitely become the Mizukage, Mei Terumi said with a smile. Don't worry, I will visit you regularly. Don't slack off, Lingfeng said, drawing out his tone. We won't, brother Lingfeng, Haku replied. Mei, I'll leave these two to you. It might be tough, but I'm counting on you, Lingfeng said to Mei Terumi. Don't worry, as long as you come back soon, I will definitely become the Mizukage, Mei Terumi said. Mei, don't rush. Take your time, haste makes waste. I don't want you to take risks. Don't do anything too dangerous, Lingfeng advised. Alright, we will, Mei Terumi felt a wave of sweetness and said softly. Alright, I'm leaving now. You must be careful, especially with the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, Lingfeng thought of that bastard Madara and warned with a heavier tone. Got it. Go handle your business quickly, we can't wait too long, Mei Terumi waved in response. I'm counting on you, Mei, Lingfeng said, and with a flash, he disappeared. Next time, I must resist. Those bastards actually said I forgot my friends. Unforgivable. Please send flowers, favorites, and recommendations. 11. Zanpakuto Divine Fox. Next, I'll go kill some bandits or rogue ninjas to practice combat experience. I'm still not strong enough, I need to improve quickly, Lingfeng thought as he sat under a tree. It had been a month since Lingfeng left Mei Terumi and the others. During this time, he continuously killed bandits and rogue ninjas, earning money while training. However, he was also worried about Mei Terumi and the others, so he used shadow clones to follow them secretly and provide support when needed. Killing these isn't enough. I need to fight strong opponents. Which of the 5 Kage should I choose? Lingfeng thought of the 5 Kage. Forget the Mizukage brother Madara is too troublesome. The Tsuchikage is too old, I don't dare provoke the Hokage, the Kazekage is too weak, but the Raikage is strong. It's really hard to choose, Lingfeng said, writing down the names of the 5 Kage on the ground, feeling troubled. Tsuchikage, Kazekage, or Raikage, one of these 3, he said, looking around. Leave it to fate, Lingfeng decided, using his stick to make the choice. Bang! The sound of the stick hitting the ground echoed. No, it's the Raikage. This guy is strong. I have decent strength but lack experience, and my ninjutsu doesn't have any big moves. Lingfeng sighed as he looked at the stick leaning toward the Raikage. Suddenly, his heartbeat accelerated. Looks like I can summon my Zanpakuto now. How lucky. Lingfeng smiled. Come forth, divine fox, he shouted. A slender, silver-white blade appeared, with a long, wide white fox fur trailing from the hilt. This is my Zanpakuto? Lingfeng gripped the hilt and examined it closely. Suddenly, the Zanpakuto trembled and flew into the air. Lingfeng was startled as the blade transformed into a woman delicate and beautiful, dressed in a white kimono with a white bow at her waist and white sandals on her feet. The woman's long hair was as white as snow, with 2 white fox ears atop her head. What shocked Lingfeng the most was the 9 white fox tails behind her. Damn it, a fox spirit. Lingfeng cursed inwardly, almost forgetting that he himself was also a fox. Nice to meet you, master, the woman said. You're my Zanpakuto? Lingfeng asked, puzzled. I am Divine Fox, she replied. Really? A Zanpakuto can transform into a physical entity? Lingfeng frowned, recalling that only Muramasa in Bleach could materialize. That is my ability, Divine Fox said with a smile. What is your ability? Lingfeng asked curiously. Transformation, Divine Fox answered. Transformation? Lingfeng stared at her, waiting for an explanation. I can transform into anyone from your memory, including other Zanpakuto. I can even take the form of that masked man in your mind and possess their abilities, Divine Fox said confidently. Wow! That's incredible! Lingfeng was thrilled, thinking that even the first Hokage could be summoned to help him fight in the future. How awesome! Don't get too excited. The prerequisite is that you must have detailed information about that person's abilities. Otherwise, the transformed version will only be weaker than you, Divine Fox reminded him. Oh, so there's this limitation. Otherwise, summoning the Sage of 6 Paths directly would have won the battle, right? Lingfeng nodded. By the way, is this your true form? Ling Feng asked. Yes, master, the divine fox replied. Ling Feng thought to himself, my Zanpakuto is actually a stunning beauty, what a perfect match. Don't call me master, just call me Ling Feng. It sounds awkward, Ling Feng said with a smile. Alright, Ling Feng, the divine fox said, somewhat unaccustomed. By the way, Ling Feng, haven't you noticed there's a surprise hidden in your mind? The divine fox asked. What surprise? Ling Feng asked, puzzled. Take a closer look at the information in your mind. I guarantee you'll be surprised, the divine fox said with a smile. Ling Feng searched for a while and suddenly exclaimed, Nanny! Ha ha ha, it's actually this. Buy one, get one free. The god of transmigration is too awesome. I'll definitely prepare a gift for you in the future, ha ha. Ling Feng saw the newly emerged information and couldn't stop laughing. Divine fox, let's go and mess with the rakeage. I'm full of confidence now, ha ha. He originally planned to confront the Kazekage first, but with the Zanpakuto and that newly discovered thing, he wasn't worried about losing to the rakeage at all. Dear readers, take a guess at what it is. Here's a hint, it's something from Bleach, and it should be easy to guess. Please send flowers, recommendations, and favorites. I spent an entire day coming up with this Zanpakuto, it was quite the effort. 12. Battle with the rakeage. Divine Fox, can't you retract those tails of yours? Ling Feng asked, looking at the divine fox's 9 tails. Of course, do you want me to retract them? The divine fox asked in return. Yes, retract them. It'll save us from unnecessary trouble, Ling Feng thought for a moment and said. All right. The divine fox immediately retracted its tails. The two headed towards the direction of the Cloud Ninja village. On the way, Ling Feng asked the divine fox to practice its skills by dealing with some bandits to familiarize itself with its abilities. After all, they were about to confront the rakeage, and they couldn't afford to be careless. After quite some time, Ling Feng, ahead is the Cloud Ninja village where the rakeage resides, said Shinhu, sensing a large village. Finally here. Just in time to test my strength. Hopefully, I won't need to use that thing this time, Ling Feng said, looking ahead with excitement in his heart. But let's rest for today, Shinhu. Traveling is exhausting. Tomorrow, I'll openly challenge the rakeage to a fight and destroy his village in the process. I disliked the rakeage the most in my previous life, and this is the perfect opportunity. Ling Feng looked at the village, found a hidden spot, pressed his hands together, and with a bang, a small wooden house appeared amidst a puff of smoke. You need to be careful. The rakeage is very strong, Shinhu reverted to its blade form and reminded him. I know, I can't underestimate him. He's a Kage-level powerhouse. I wonder if Killer Bee has already become a Jinchuriki. Ling Feng thought of Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki who coexisted harmoniously with his tailed beast. I need to thoroughly study the fourth rakeage's ultimate moves to avoid being caught off guard. Ling Feng decided to be cautious, holding Shinhu as he entered the house to rest. Can't find the right timing, how awkward. The next day. Alright, Shinhu, let's go. Time to show the rakeage what we're made of, Ling Feng said as he woke up, speaking to Shinhu, who had transformed back into human form, and stepped outside. Got it. Shinhu responded and followed. Haha, rakeage, I've got a big gift for you, Ling Feng said, looking at the Cloud Ninja village. 9 tails appeared behind him, red chakra emanating as the 9 tails pointed to his chest, slowly forming a spherical shape. Not good, that's the 9 tails chakra. Gyuki sensed it from a distance and exclaimed in shock. Gyuki, you're not mistaken, it really is the 9 tails. Matatabi said in surprise. Gyuki, you idiot, what's wrong? Killer Bee sensed Gyuki's unease and teased. Matatabi, what's wrong with you too? Yujito asked. At this moment, Killer Bee and Yujito were training. Bee, the cat, and I both felt it. The 9 tails has come to the Cloud Ninja village, and it seems like it's about to make a move, Gyuki said nervously. What did you say? Where is it? Killer Bee asked urgently. Yujito also heard the news and waited for Gyuki's answer. Not far outside the Cloud Ninja village, Gyuki said, feeling a bit puzzled. The two immediately rushed in Ling Feng's direction. Rakeage, this is my gift for you. Take it. Ling Feng said, looking at the tailed beast ball, and hurled it toward the center of the Cloud Ninja village. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Damn it, who did this? A furious roar echoed. He's here, Rakeage. Divine Fox, get ready. Ling Feng sensed Rakeage's presence, retracted his tails, and formed them into a blade. Kid, was it you? Rakeage glared angrily at Ling Feng. It was just an appetizer to lure you out to play. Ling Feng responded disdainfully. Bastard, go to hell. Reikage was burning with rage that earlier attack had nearly destroyed 2/3 of the Cloud Ninja village. Reikage instantly charged at Lingfeng, throwing a powerful punch. Lingfeng was sent flying, crashing into several trees before coming to a stop. This guy is really fast. I have no choice but to get serious. Lingfeng thought to himself, surprised by Reikage's speed. Kid, go to hell. Lightning style, Righteous Thunder Wrath Axe. Reikage charged again, lightning coiling around his ankles as an axe-shaped lightning strike slashed toward Lingfeng. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed once more. Unlucky brat. Reikage looked at Lingfeng, who was covered in wounds. Is that so? Lingfeng's voice came from behind, and a red Rasengan struck Reikage's abdomen directly. Ah! Reikage cried out in pain as he was sent flying backward. Damn it, brat, Genjutsu? That move should be the fourth Hokage's Rasengan. Reikage realized he had fallen into a Genjutsu and struggled to stand. This guy is really tough. Although my Rasengan hit him, it didn't do much damage. Reikage truly is a formidable opponent, Lingfeng thought to himself, remaining vigilant. In reality, Reikage had already sustained significant injuries at this point, far from the unscathed appearance Lingfeng perceived. Your chakra feels like that of a Jinchuriki. Although I don't know which ninja village you're from, the Cloud Ninja village will never let you go. Reikage roared. If I can destroy the Cloud Ninja village once, I can do it a second time. Lingfeng responded with a cold sneer. Just as the two were about to clash again, two figures suddenly appeared. Kirabi, Yujido, what are you two doing here? Reikage recognized the newcomers and frowned as he asked. Big bro, don't scold us. We're here to see the Nine Tails. Kirabi waved his hand in explanation. Bang! Don't mess with my big brother, he's not to be trifled with. Be careful, I might not even win, warned the Reikage. Don't worry, you idiot, I'll be careful, said Killer Bee cautiously. We'll protect you, Yujidoni said, staring at Lingfeng with a serious expression. 1 against 3, quite interesting, Lingfeng observed calmly. This guy is strange, be careful, the 8 tails communicated internally. The 2 tails also sent a warning to Yujidoni, as they both sensed something unusual. Don't worry, you idiot, we will definitely win. Partners, stage 1, shouted Killer Bee as the tailed beast cloak began to manifest. Yujidoni also activated stage 1. Stage 1? Interesting, that I won't hold back either, Lingfeng said, immediately activating the demon fox cloak, with 3 red tails swaying behind him. This guy is no ordinary opponent, the 8 tails said in confusion. How could the 9 tails grant its power so easily? Lingfeng was clearly being treated as a Jinchuriki. 8 tails, I feel this guy's aura is different, even more in sync with the tailed beast's power than Killer Bee and Yujidoni. Could it be that the 9 tails has already acknowledged him, the 2 tails transmitted? Maybe, though I don't believe the fox would acknowledge anyone, the evidence is right in front of us, the 8 tails responded. Alright, the 3 of us together, the Reikage said to the 2, then charged at Lingfeng. Lightning style, 8-blade flow. Killer Bee swung 8 blades wildly, slashing at Lingfeng. Lingfeng dodged while keeping an eye on his surroundings. As the 8 blades came down, Lingfeng used the Divine Fox to block the strikes, facing off against Killer Bee. Take this. Yujidoni suddenly appeared behind Lingfeng, her cat claws slashing fiercely at his back. You think you can land a hit? Lingfeng sneered, his figure flashing as he dodged the attack, leaving a small crater on the ground. Now, Reikage, strike. The Reikage charged from behind Lingfeng. Seeing this, Killer Bee quickly accelerated to join the attack. Absolute bull. The Reikage raised his arm high, charging at Lingfeng. Lightning plow hot knife. Killer Bee launched a fierce frontal attack. The 2 struck simultaneously, and Lingfeng's head was sent flying. Troublesome guy, we were really lucky otherwise, we couldn't have taken him down, the Reikage sighed. You idiot, our brotherly ultimate move is the strongest. Killer Bee shouted proudly. Let's head back to the village, rebuild the defenses, and make sure the enemy doesn't take advantage of the situation, Yujidoni suggested. The 3 were about to leave when Lingfeng's voice rang out again. I originally wanted to see your ultimate moves, but I didn't expect to dodge so easily. However, the cooperation was good, otherwise, I might have died. Impossible. Reikage exclaimed in shock upon seeing Lingfeng appear. He used a genjutsu. Killer Bee suddenly realized. Lord Killer Bee, how could he cast a genjutsu without us noticing? Yujido was shocked, knowing that deceiving Kage-level experts with genjutsu was extremely difficult. I don't know, but we must be cautious. Reikage said in a deep voice, and the 3 immediately became vigilant. It's time to show my true skills. Ling Feng said calmly, secretly pleased that the genjutsu of the Rinnegan was difficult even for Kage-level experts to detect. He wondered if it could fool Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan. Scatter, Senbun Zakura. Ling Feng raised the divine fox, which transformed into countless cherry blossoms drifting toward the three. Be careful, these cherry blossoms are not ordinary. The Eight Tails warned. Killer Bee observed coldly, while Yujito and Reikage also kept a close eye on the cherry blossoms. A cherry blossom landed on Reikage's face, leaving a bloody scratch. He shouted, "Be careful, these cherry blossoms can cut through skin." Yujito and Killer Bee immediately retreated. "Don't think you can escape so easily." Ling Feng sneered, preparing to counterattack. Bankai, Senbunzakura Kageyoshi. Watching the three retreat, Ling Feng quickly unleashed his Bankai, commanding the cherry blossoms to fly toward them. "Damn it, these cherry blossoms are too fast!" Yujito exclaimed. Let's retreat for now. These cherry blossoms are too difficult to deal with." Reikage shouted, feeling the sharp petals. "Idiot, fool, we're already surrounded." Killer Bee angrily looked around. Reikage frowned, his eyes fixed on the situation ahead. "Looks like we have to use that move." Killer Bee glanced at Reikage and said in a low voice, "Lord Killer Bee, are you going to use that form?" Yujito asked excitedly. "I can't maintain it for long, but it's enough to break through these cherry blossoms," Killer Bee said as a red aura enveloped his body and his tails fully emerged. "Second state? You've mastered it so quickly, impressive," Ling Feng said in surprise as he watched. Killer Bee gathered a tailed beast ball, aiming at Ling Feng. "Targeting me, huh? Well, that's a good strategy," Ling Feng sneered. Bang! A gust of explosive wind swept through. Ling Feng dodged easily but knew this wasn't Killer Bee's main attack. The explosion scattered the cherry blossoms. Killer Bee had returned to his normal state but was panting heavily before collapsing. Clearly, he had expended a lot of energy just now. The Reikage quickly rushed in front of Ling Feng, unleashing a heavy flow burst, striking Ling Feng's chest fiercely. Before Ling Feng could react, he was sent flying. Bang! A small crater formed on the ground. Blood seeped from the corner of Ling Feng's mouth as he marveled at the Reikage's speed. It seemed the earlier move was just a test, now the real battle had begun. "Kid, you've angered me. Now I'll go all out against you." The Reikage, surrounded by lightning, charged at Ling Feng. Ling Feng was prepared. The moment the Reikage disappeared, he swiftly dodged away. "It's useless, kid. Your speed can't match mine." The Reikage's voice came from behind as he slashed horizontally at Ling Feng with lightning destruction. Ling Feng retreated hastily but was still left with a bloody gash. "Ha ha!" Ling Feng panted, cold sweat dripping. He had narrowly escaped death. If not for his quick reaction, the injury would have been far worse than just a gash. Ling Feng clutched his chest, thinking to himself, "Take this. What's your name? Tell me before you die, so I can remember your strength," the Reikage said coldly. "Ling Feng, or you can call me Rokudo Mukuro." Ling Feng boldly replied, feeling that a striking name gave him more confidence. "What an arrogant kid," the Reikage frowned, staring at him. "Looks like I have no choice but to use that move. I thought I wouldn't need it, but it seems I must. Otherwise, I can't beat you," Ling Feng said, staring at the Reikage. Covering his face with his right hand, he suddenly dropped it and shouted, "Holification." A mask appeared on his face, resembling Ichigo's hollow mask but with an X mark on the forehead. A powerful aura of oppression spread instantly. "What?" The Reikage froze, feeling the overwhelming pressure. This kid was hiding his strength all along? Someone like this can't be allowed to remain in another village. "Reikage, didn't you say you're fast? Then let's test it out." Ling Feng's voice was grim as he vanished from Reikage's sight and reappeared behind him, chanting, "Crescent Moon Sky Charge." A massive deep crimson crescent slash flew toward Reikage's back. Too fast. Reikage sensed danger, quickly turned around, and covered his hands with lightning energy to block the Crescent Moon Sky Charge head-on. How foolish. If Crescent Moon Sky Charge were that easy to block, Ichigo would have died long ago. Ling Feng sneered coldly, continuing to apply pressure. The Crescent Moon Sky Charge forced Reikage to retreat repeatedly, creating massive cracks in the ground. Reikage roared in anger but couldn't withstand the overwhelming attack. A mountain appeared behind him, and he thought he could finally block it. Unexpectedly, the mountain was split in half by the crescent slash, and Reikage was still forced back. He dared not let up because behind him was the village, and if he retreated any further, the village would be destroyed. Finally, the Crescent Moon Sky Charge came to a thunderous halt, leaving Reikage's fate uncertain. "Ugh! Still not enough. I can only settle this here." No matter, as long as the goal is achieved. Raikage, whether you live or die, I'd like to see, but I can't stay to find out now. Ling Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, glanced in Raikage's direction, and disappeared in a flash. Yujito rushed toward Raikage with an unconscious killer bee in tow. The people of the Cloud Village arrived upon hearing the commotion, puzzled. What on earth happened? Suddenly being attacked, it's unbearable. At this moment, Ling Feng was severely injured, his breath weak. Ugh! Raikage is truly formidable. I saw people online saying he was the strongest, and I was skeptical. I didn't realize how wrong I was until I experienced it firsthand. Ling Feng spat out blood, touched his wound, and said, Ling Feng, don't move. I'll heal you. The divine fox transformed into Suigetsu, opened its mouth, swallowed Ling Feng, and spat him out moments later. Looks like I need a few days of rest. My strength hasn't fully recovered. The divine fox returned to human form and looked at Ling Feng. This battle with Raikage taught me a lot, but it was exhausting. My experience is still lacking. If I were more skilled, fighting Raikage would have been easier. Divine Fox, I'll sleep for a few days. Keep watch for me and alert me immediately if anything happens, Ling Feng said firmly as he lay down. Don't worry, I'll keep watch, the Divine Fox assured. 4 days later, Ling Feng stretched and yawned, noticing the Divine Fox just returning from outside. Divine Fox, good morning. How many days have I slept? Ling Feng greeted cheerfully, looking refreshed. Good morning, 4 days. You've recovered well. Your wounds are starting to heal, but the severe ones still need time, the Divine Fox replied. Got it. You should rest too. You've worked hard recently, Ling Feng said with concern. I'm going to rest. Be careful, this is still within the Land of Lightning's territory. They might send someone after you, Shinhu reminded, transforming back into the blade to rest. Ling Feng chuckled inwardly, how interesting. I wonder if that old Raikage is dead. Actually, the Raikage wasn't dead. After being discovered by Yujito, he was immediately rushed for treatment, narrowly escaping death. Otherwise, he would have been finished. The ninja world was shocked. The village hidden in the clouds was almost destroyed by Ling Feng. The last third was obliterated by Crescent Moon Sky Slash, the Raikage was severely injured, and the 2 Jinchuriki were lightly wounded. When the news broke, the Kage of the major ninja villages were initially in disbelief, but after confirmation, they were utterly stunned. Ling Feng's name and appearance spread among the Cloud Village ninjas. The Land of Lightning placed a bounty of 3 billion, attracting many evildoers eager to act. Ling Feng became a famous figure in the ninja world. The villages investigated his background but found nothing, concluding that he was a wandering ninja. The secret of his tailed beast transformation remained undiscovered, as no one had witnessed it. The Raikage, Killer Bee, and Yujito were all undergoing treatment, and the information hadn't leaked. The major ninja villages were still unaware of Ling Feng's ability to transform into a tailed beast. Another update. Please send flowers. Please recommend. 15, Samui. Shiro, I told you long ago, Ling Feng didn't take you too because he went to cause trouble for the Raikage, Mei Terumi said with a smile, sitting on the sofa. Big brother Ling Feng is amazing. Shiro will work hard too, striving to help him as soon as possible, Shiro said happily. As expected, Lord Ling Feng is even stronger than I imagined. The Cloud Village is no match for him, Kimimaro said, his eyes full of admiration. That's right. We also need to work hard for the plans ahead, Mei Terumi said with a smile. No one was worried about Ling Feng's injuries because he was the 9 Tails, with incredible recovery abilities, practically unkillable. Shiro, Kimimaro, go train. For now, with Mizukage still in power, you can't reveal yourselves. But I promise, within a few years, I'll definitely kick that bastard off the throne. By then, you can appear openly, Mei Terumi said confidently. Okay. Sister Mei Terumi, Shiro believes in you, Shiro responded with a smile. Thank you, Kimimaro, though not much changed during this time, had softened his tone significantly and even became polite, all thanks to Shiro. Mei Terumi had Shiro teach Kimimaro, and Kimimaro, unable to resist Shiro's expressions, reluctantly accepted. He lamented, if I had known this, I would have followed Lord Ling Feng even without enough strength. Mei Terumi couldn't help but laugh at Kimimaro's demeanor. After he left, she burst into laughter. Shiro looked puzzled. Alright, you two go ahead. I have some preparations to make, Mei Terumi said, her figure flashing and disappearing. Let's go, Kimimaro. We must become stronger to help Big Brother Ling Feng achieve his ideals, Shiro said, pulling Kimimaro toward the training ground. Of course. For Lord Ling Feng's ideals, I, Kimimaro, will give my all, Kimimaro said resolutely. At this moment, Ling Feng was in an inn, drinking and eating meat. Ah, chew! Who's thinking about me? He sneezed and muttered to himself in confusion. It must be that old rakage cursing me. After all, I did that to him. Ling Feng thought about it and found it reasonable. The rakage wasn't dead, and he knew it, so he didn't plan to kill him for now, as it wasn't time for war yet. The rakage is really tough. He survived even after being hit by my crescent moon skyblast. I really don't understand how he managed to stay alive, Ling Feng questioned. Boss, he called out. The boss trembled as he walked over. What do you need, sir? His hands were already shaking. What's wrong with this boss? Do I look that scary? Ling Feng was puzzled and said, bring me some more meat. He didn't know why he particularly liked eating meat, probably a trait of the nine tails. The boss quickly brought out a large pile of meat, handed it to him, and nervously asked, "Yes, sir, may I leave now?" "If you're not leaving, why are you standing here?" Ling Feng was confused. Upon hearing this, the boss immediately ran out, leaving Ling Feng bewildered. What's wrong with this boss? He's just abandoning the shop? That's way too casual. I haven't even paid yet. Ling Feng grew even more puzzled, realizing he was the only one left in the shop. At that moment, a blonde-haired little girl peeked inside. Ling Feng noticed her but didn't care, as she wasn't even a chunin, so he didn't see her as a threat. The little girl peeked a few more times, and Ling Feng became increasingly curious. Was there something on him? Suddenly, the little girl ran in and asked, "Are you Ling Feng?" These people all stutter and speak hesitantly. Ling Feng was surprised to hear his name called out. It seemed the girl didn't know he was wanted yet. That's me. Do you need something? Ling Feng asked curiously. Can you teach me ninjutsu? The girl asked seriously. Why do you want me to teach you? Ling Feng pressed. I want to become stronger so that everyone will acknowledge me, the girl said. And then? Ling Feng thought this was a common reason. The girl stammered and couldn't continue. You're from the Cloud Village, right? Your village has Jonin. Why are you coming to me, the one who destroyed the Cloud Village? Ling Feng asked, puzzled. I don't want to stay there anymore. They don't acknowledge me. So I came to find you to see if you could teach me, the girl said. How do you know my name? Ling Feng asked curiously. The girl pointed to the wanted notice on the counter. Only then did Ling Feng understand. Looking around, he realized that many people had fled earlier, and even the shopkeeper had been scared away. I destroyed the Cloud Ninja village. Don't you hate me? Ling Feng was eager to understand why the girl didn't hate him but instead wanted to learn ninjutsu from him. My parents died when I was 1 year old. I've lived alone ever since. I have no feelings for the Cloud Ninja village, only nostalgia for my parents' old home. When the girl mentioned the Cloud Ninja village, her tone was indifferent, but when she spoke of her parents' home, it carried a sense of longing. What's your name? Ling Feng looked at her, feeling she wasn't lying, and asked. Ling Feng had almost decided to take this little girl with him. After all, she could be considered a combat asset in the future, and she might even grow up to be quite beautiful. Looking at her, Ling Feng thought to himself. Samui. The little girl stated her name. Ling Feng was drinking water at the time, and upon hearing the name, he almost spat it out. He quickly patted his chest and, after a while, asked, Your name is Samui? Yes, Samui answered with some confusion. Ling Feng repeatedly confirmed her features and immediately recognized her as the Samui from the original story. He marveled at his good luck, feeling as if heaven was helping him. However, he remained cautious, fearing she might be a spy sent by the Cloud Ninja. He didn't want an unstable ticking time bomb by his side. While there was no threat now, the future was uncertain. He needed to find an opportunity to test her memory. Samui, it's time to go, or those fools from the Cloud Ninja will catch up soon, Ling Feng said to Samui, who was still training. Okay, Lord Ling Feng. Samui was very obedient, never complaining, almost like a robot, which Ling Feng found a bit odd. The two then set off toward the Land of Fire. They had already stayed in the Land of Lightning for a month. During this time, although ninjas had come to hunt them down, Ling Feng had easily killed them all. Recently, no one had pursued them, and Ling Feng guessed that the Rakage had ordered the pursuit to stop. Indeed, after the Rakage woke up and learned of the situation, he decided that the opponent was too strong and didn't want to send more people to their deaths, so he called off the order. He believed that someone else would eventually deal with Ling Feng. What Ling Feng didn't expect was that the Rakage went to trouble Konoha, claiming that a Jinchuriki had caused chaos in the Cloud Ninja village, leaving Konoha's higher-ups with a headache. The Jinchuriki was clearly under their surveillance, so how could they have gone to another village to cause trouble? Someone even checked Naruto's seal and found it intact, leading to negotiations with the Cloud Ninja. Ling Feng learned all this from a clone inside Naruto and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He guessed that the third Hokage would compensate the Cloud Ninja village, as the old man was accustomed to compromise. Even if it wasn't their fault, he would still offer some compensation. However, Ling Feng didn't care about these matters at all. Now Ling Feng deeply felt that his strength was too weak. If he were to face all the major ninja villages in the future, his current power would be far from enough. At this moment, the Divine Fox gave him some information that inspired him to come up with a shocking plan. The Divine Fox said, "Do you lack power? It doesn't matter if you have little chakra. First, create a clone, then use sealing techniques to seal the clone into those kids and women. That way, their chakra will never run out." Ling Feng thought this was a good idea. Mass-producing Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would be like having several-tailed beasts. After all, Nine-Tails Naruto could fight against Kage-level opponents. With multiple clones, abundant chakra, rapid recovery from injuries, and increased combat power, it would be a significant advantage. However, he wasn't sure if there were any risks, as sealing techniques were hard to come by. Ling Feng asked, "Divine Fox, can you transform into Kushina Uzumaki?" She was skilled in sealing techniques. The Divine Fox agreed. Ling Feng then asked, "After transforming, can you access her memories? That way, I can learn sealing techniques." The Divine Fox replied that it could replicate everything about her but couldn't access her unknown memories. Ling Feng sighed helplessly, "What a hassle. Looks like I need to find an expert to learn sealing techniques." The Divine Fox suddenly suggested, "Use the Dead Demon Consuming Seal." Ling Feng immediately retorted, "That's a life-threatening technique, I wouldn't dare use it." The Divine Fox reminded him, "Didn't the third Hokage use a clone to perform the Dead Demon Consuming Seal? You could try using a clone too." Thinking of the battles of the third and fourth Hokage, Ling Feng found it feasible and decided to test it on someone insignificant first. However, he was worried that randomly grabbing someone too weak wouldn't be effective, so he decided to learn the Dead Demon Consuming Seal properly first. He instructed Samui, "Wait here and don't wander off." Samui nodded and continued her training. Ling Feng said to the Divine Fox, "Transform into the fourth Hokage or Kushina Uzumaki, either works. They're both skilled in the Dead Demon Consuming Seal." The Divine Fox chuckled and said, "You like beauties, so transform into Kushina, right?" This left Ling Feng feeling quite awkward. A red-haired woman, Kushina Uzumaki, appeared and said, "Alright, let me explain the Dead Demon Consuming Seal to you." Ling Feng stared at her and marveled, "It's exactly the same chakra, personality, everything is so lifelike. Is this really necessary?" He turned to the Divine Fox beside him. Don't ask how Ling Feng knew this. Back when he was sealed inside Kushina, he remembered every detail. Even the Nine Tails couldn't forget. The Divine Fox explained, "I can transform into anything. Do you think my abilities are weak? What I create is indistinguishable from the real thing." The Divine Fox added indignantly, "It's a pity the information is limited. Otherwise, I would have transformed into the Sage of Six Paths or the 10 Tails to help you long ago." Ling Feng comforted, "If that were the case, it would actually be less interesting. Isn't it better to coexist peacefully with the ninja villages?" He added, "Legendary figures like the Sage of Six Paths and the 10 Tails should be left to rest in peace." After speaking, he focused on listening to Kushina's explanation of the Dead Demon Consuming Seal and practiced forming the seals. Ling Feng thought to himself, "This Dead Demon Consuming Seal is really troublesome. It'll take time to master. I'll take Samui to the Land of Fire to kill some bandits first. If we encounter rogue ninjas, I can test it out." After deciding, he took Samui and headed toward the Land of Fire. Why the Land of Fire? There are still plenty of people there to abduct. Who exactly? As long as they're not from Konoha. Apart from the 12 Guardian Ninja, most others in Konoha have already been reformed. Samui, there's a bandit stronghold ahead. Go in alone. If you encounter ninjas, capture them, they might be useful, Ling Feng instructed. He was preparing to test the Dead Demon Consuming Seal. This was too important. If successful, his combat power would increase significantly. Samui nodded and charged into the stronghold. Over the past 2 months, her strength had grown significantly, nearly reaching the level of a special Jonin. She was glad she had decided to follow Ling Feng. After a long time, Samui emerged covered in blood, holding 2 captives. Ling Feng recognized them as rogue ninjas from Konoha, both at Chunin level. "Samui, well done. Go wash off the blood. Leave these 2 to me," Ling Feng said as he took the unconscious rogue ninjas, ready to begin his experiment. Ling Feng first created 2 shadow clones. One was tasked with performing the dead demon consuming seal, while the other stood still. Then, his main body picked up one of the rogue ninjas to begin the process. Some might wonder if the main body would be affected. Looking at the third Hokage's sealing of the first and second Hokage, after the shadow clone sealed them and was dispelled, the third Hokage was fine, he just gained some additional memories. One shadow clone reached into the other shadow clone's body and sealed the dead demon consuming seal into one of the Chunin. Perhaps due to Ling Feng's inexperience, the Chunin began screaming in pain. After the sealing was complete, Ling Feng felt it had taken quite a while. He then used the Rinnegan, with the numbers in his eyes changing to 6, to control the Chunin and assess the situation. Ha ha! It worked! With this, even creating more Jinchuriki of the 9 tails won't be a problem. But it can only be given to close allies to avoid leaks, otherwise, it could easily make us a common enemy of all the major ninja villages, Ling Feng said as he looked at the Chunin containing the tailed beast within. Alright, now that it's done, these two are useless. Ling Feng swiftly used the Divine Fox to decapitate the 2 Chunin. However, strength is still the key. Although I can give them unlimited chakra, that red chakra can't be changed. Divine Fox, do you have a solution? Ling Feng was troubled by the red chakra. If it wasn't changed to the normal blue, others would notice something was off. Are you stupid or just pretending to be? Just adjust it yourself, the Divine Fox replied. Ha? That's simple? But I don't know how to adjust it. Ling Feng asked awkwardly. You just need to turn it blue in your consciousness, the Divine Fox answered helplessly. That's it? Ling Feng was speechless. The problem that had been bothering him turned out to be so simple. He tried it, and sure enough, the chakra's color changed to normal blue. So that's how it works. Can others do the same? Ling Feng asked curiously. No one but you can do it. You've been blessed by the god of transmigration, the Divine Fox said. Ah, thanks. The god of transmigration has really treated me well. If I get the chance, I'll definitely visit him, Ling Feng said happily. Save it for after you unify the ninja world, the Divine Fox replied. Then I can do the same for the one in the seal. Let us start by sealing one for Samui, Ling Feng thought aloud. He had already confirmed Samui's loyalty, she was genuinely following him and not a spy. Do you think Samui can handle it? Ling Feng asked. She should be able to. If Haku could barely manage, Samui is much stronger than Haku, the Divine Fox replied. At that moment, Samui walked over. Ling Feng said to her, Samui, do you want a tailed beast? One that can give you chakra but won't control you. Samui was a bit puzzled, but as soon as she heard tailed beast, she immediately understood what Ling Feng meant and quickly replied, if Lord Ling Feng is willing, then I am too. Don't be so formal. If you want it, just say so. This is a big deal, becoming a Jinchuriki. Ling Feng reminded her with a smile. I want it, Samui answered firmly. After all, she already understood the conditions. Ling Feng smiled and said, it might hurt a bit later, so bear with it, because I'm going to seal a tailed beast inside you. Samui nodded and stood ready. Ling Feng followed the steps, answering her questions throughout the process. When the tailed beast was finally sealed, Samui let out a cry of pain and then fainted. 2 days later, Samui woke up. Ling Feng asked with concern, how are you feeling? No abnormalities. There's obviously a lot more chakra in my body. Is this the power of the tailed beast, Lord Ling Feng? Samui looked at the blue chakra surging within her body in surprise. That's right. This is tailed beast chakra. In the future, if you run out of chakra, you can rely on it. Ling Feng said with a smile. Seeing no side effects, he breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of action was unprecedented, and he dared not take it lightly. Alright, Samui, let's go have some fun in the land of rivers, Ling Feng suggested. Wherever Lord Ling Feng goes, I will follow, Samui said with a determined expression. Having a loyal companion was indeed nice, but being too rigid could also be boring, Ling Feng thought to himself. Please send flowers, recommendations, and favorites. 18. Encountering Guren. Lord Ling Feng, why are we going to the land of rivers? Samui asked curiously. Because it's interesting there, Ling Feng answered straightforwardly. The two walked along the roads of the land of rivers. When they passed a small ninja village, they noticed a little girl with grayish-white hair and tattered clothes squatting at the entrance. Ling Feng curiously approached and asked, Little girl, what are you doing here? The little girl trembled slightly, opened her mouth to speak, but her voice was too soft for Ling Feng to hear. Seeing that she was starving and hadn't even had water, he asked Samui to buy some food and drinks. The little girl devoured the food ravenously once she got it. Eat slowly, no one will take it from you, Ling Feng comforted her. Samui, however, was a bit puzzled. She wondered why Ling Feng cared so much about what seemed to be just a 5 or 6-year-old child. The little girl, seeing Ling Feng's gentle expression, slowed down her eating. After finishing, she looked at Ling Feng and asked, "Aren't you afraid of me? Why should I be afraid of you?" Ling Feng was taken aback, but he felt there was something unusual about her. "So, you're a Kekkei Genkai user." Suddenly, Ling Feng felt his left arm freeze. But he quickly broke free. His earlier judgment was correct, this must be the legendary crystal release. In the Naruto world, the only one known to use crystal release was Guren, one of Orochimaru's subordinates. Although he didn't know why she was here, if this really was Guren, Ling Feng wouldn't mind taking her along. He thought to himself, "Orochimaru, I hope you don't mind me stealing one of your subordinates." "I'm sorry," the little girl said, curling up her legs, but her eyes occasionally glanced at Ling Feng. After all, this was the first time she had met someone who wasn't turned into crystal by her ability. "It's all right. Samui, what's your name?" Ling Feng asked Samui to step aside, wanting to confirm if this girl was indeed Guren, Orochimaru's subordinate. "Guren," the girl said softly. Ling Feng smiled and said, "Honglian, good name. Let's go together." "Is that okay?" Honglian asked timidly. Samui, a bit impatient, said, "If Lord Ling Feng says to go together, then we go. Stop hesitating." Ling Feng smiled and said, "Honglian, come on, I'm willing to be your support." Although he didn't understand why Orochimaru hadn't found Honglian, since he hadn't, Ling Feng thought, "Then I'll take her in." "Yes, Lord Ling Feng, Honglian is willing to follow you," Honglian answered firmly. "Then let us go, Honglian, Samui." Ling Feng appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was overjoyed another beauty to accompany him. "Yes, Lord Ling Feng," Samui responded respectfully, and Honglian quickly followed suit. Suddenly, a sinister voice rang out, "Kid, you think you can just leave after taking my prey? Damn it, it's that line again." Ling Feng didn't need to guess to know Orochimaru had arrived. Only he would show up for Honglian. Orochimaru, looking for another beating? Ling Feng looked at Orochimaru, who had switched bodies. "Well, kid." Orochimaru's pupils shrank as he recognized Ling Feng. "You're the one who injured me. So it's you, Ling Feng. You're the one who destroyed the Cloud Ninja village." Orochimaru suddenly recalled the bounty notice and revealed a meaningful smile. He had been shocked when he heard the news, and even more so when he saw the portrait. He hadn't expected to meet him in person now. Could it be fate? Orochimaru wondered. "So it's you. Looks like I'm a step too late again. Forget it, I don't want to be tormented by your strange jutsu." Orochimaru looked at Ling Feng helplessly. He knew he wasn't a match. Even taking hostages might not work, as Ling Feng was too mysterious, and acting rashly was too risky. "Fine, goodbye then. I'd really like to see your jutsu someday." With that, Orochimaru disappeared from sight. "Alright, he has gone." "No need to stay on guard, Samui," Ling Feng said as he watched Orochimaru leave, then turned to the vigilant Samui. He didn't take Orochimaru seriously at all. "Let us go. There's still a way to go before we reach the land of rivers. We'll take our time, and I'll teach you a few techniques along the way," Ling Feng said to the two. "Thank you, Lord Ling Feng." "Thank you, Lord Ling Feng," Samui and Honglian said in unison. "Don't waste time, let us move." Ling Feng glanced at the bushes, smiled, and led the two away. Just as they left, a figure suddenly appeared in the bushes. The upper body was wrapped in flytrap-like leaves, with a face split into one black and one white side. "He seems to have noticed us," White Zetsu said, staring in the direction Ling Feng had left. "Forget it, hurry back and report to the leader, we've found the target," Black Zetsu responded grimly. White Zetsu immediately retreated to report. Black Zetsu watched Ling Feng's departing figure and thought to himself, "What an interesting man. Please send flowers." Recommendations. Favorites. 19. Encountering Conan. Samui, Guren, take a break. "There's a village up ahead, let's go in and grab something to eat," Ling Feng said, looking at the two who were training as they walked. It had been 3 days since Guren joined them, and during these 3 days, Ling Feng no longer felt like he was being watched. "It seems that Zetsu has gone to report to the Akatsuki," Ling Feng said with a smile. Back when he was talking to Guren, he had sensed something spying on him. Ling Feng knew it was Zetsu because the disturbance came from the trees. He recalled that mysterious figure from Naruto, the Akatsuki Zetsu. In his previous life, he thought Zetsu was a complete voyeur, and now that he was being monitored himself, he found it quite exasperating. "Lord Ling Feng, what are you talking about?" Guren asked curiously, hearing Ling Feng muttering to himself. "Idiot, do you think you have the right to meddle in Lord Ling Feng's affairs?" Samui interjected coldly. Lingfeng smiled and gently patted Duran's hair. I'm sorry, Lord Lingfeng. I won't ask again, Duran said nervously. Duran, I find you quite interesting. You're different from Samui. Samui always has a cold expression, while you're lively and cheerful. This combination is quite amusing to me, Lingfeng said, patting Duran's head with a smile. Really? Duran asked happily. Lord Lingfeng, Samui was stunned, unable to finish her sentence. Just stay true to yourselves. I will always be your home, so don't even think about leaving me, Lingfeng said, putting on an air of mysticism. Duran will never leave Lord Lingfeng, Duran said firmly. I won't leave Lord Lingfeng either, Samui said with equal determination. Alright, let's go in and eat. Didn't you say you don't like the wilderness? This time, let's have something fresh, Lingfeng said with a smile, pulling the two into a restaurant. After ordering a few dishes, they sat together and began eating. Lingfeng ate heartily after all. With the money he got from frequently defeating bandits, he never had to worry about meal expenses. Just as Lingfeng was focused on eating, a woman walked in. Everyone turned to look at her, and Lingfeng was puzzled, wondering why she was here. Could she be looking for him? He thought to himself. The woman had short light purple hair, wore the Akatsuki cloak, and had a paper flower on the right side of her head. Lingfeng immediately recognized her as Conan from the Akatsuki organization. This startled him. He hadn't expected to run into Conan while casually grabbing a meal. Honglian and Samui also stared at Conan, but their thoughts differed. Honglian thought she was beautiful, while Samui found nothing special about her. Lingfeng quickly urged the two, stop staring, keep eating, don't let the food get cold. The two responded with an "oh" and continued eating. Lingfeng thought to himself, Conan probably isn't here for me. That guy may have informed the Akatsuki, but he hasn't been monitoring me since. Besides, this is the only restaurant in the village. It might just be a coincidence. Although Lingfeng, Honglian, and Samui stopped looking, others in the restaurant were still staring. Conan also noticed these gazes. She was used to such looks. Today, she was in a good mood after completing her mission successfully and decided to eat at a simple restaurant. What caught her attention the most was a man with blue pineapple-shaped hair, who only glanced at her once and then looked away. Moreover, he was accompanied by two girls under the age of 10. Conan became intrigued by Lingfeng, thinking he was quite handsome. I wonder how strong he is. Conan thought to herself. What left Lingfeng both amused and exasperated was when Conan walked over and gently asked, "May I sit here?" Honglian and Samui said nothing, merely looking at Lingfeng. Lingfeng was at a loss for words. If he hadn't been convinced that White Zetsu was no longer monitoring him, he might have suspected Conan had some business with him. Clearly, there were other empty seats, yet Conan chose to sit here. Her tone was gentle, but a voice in Lingfeng's mind kept warning him, be cautious. Sure, if you don't mind, have a seat, Lingfeng thought, deciding it was better to face the situation head-on rather than avoid it. Conan ordered a plate of fried rice and sat across from Lingfeng, eating while staring at him. Lingfeng didn't mind at all. After all, it was their first meeting, and there was no enmity between them. Conan wouldn't suddenly attack him. Neither of them spoke, and even Honglian remained silent. Samui occasionally glanced at Conan before continuing her meal. Lingfeng, on the other hand, leisurely held his chopsticks in one hand and propped his face with the other, eating at an angle. Conan watched him and couldn't help but want to laugh, but she still thought he looked very handsome. Lingfeng was used to eating this way. Suddenly, Conan smiled and asked, "What's your name?" Lingfeng. "And you?" Lingfeng replied straightforwardly. Just as they were talking, a few ninjas suddenly rushed into the restaurant. Conan found the name somewhat familiar but didn't dwell on it, and no one paid attention to the ninjas. "Conan," she answered with a smile. Suddenly, Honglian said, "Lord Lingfeng, Samui and I are going to train now." With that, she quickly dragged Samui away. Conan didn't mind. "You seem pretty tired," Lingfeng suddenly said. "Tired?" Conan asked, puzzled. "Not really, just feels like you're carrying a lot on your shoulders." "I'm quite curious," Lingfeng said while eating. "Oh." Conan gave him a surprised look and began talking about her past. Before she knew it, she had said a lot, even confessing that she was a rogue ninja. She looked at Lingfeng, wanting to see his reaction. "Why take on this mission alone? Isn't it exhausting?" Lingfeng asked. "Necessary, otherwise he won't make it." Conan thought of Nagato and said with a determined look. "Curious about what illness your friend has that makes you so determined. If you trust me, tell me." Lingfeng spoke, asking for flowers, recommendations, and favorites. For you, digging into Conan's story, the protagonist has to spend some time in Akatsuki. 20. Joining Akatsuki. In fact, Ling Feng had researched the cause of Nagato's illness in his previous life. Severe physical trauma, possibly due to emotional fluctuations, practicing harmful forbidden techniques, leading to physical decline. Also, frequent use of the Rinnegan, though the world's most powerful eye technique, gradually drained his health. But Ling Feng believed the main cause was the ghetto statue. Ling Feng had really liked the character Nagato in his previous life, but unfortunately, he perished early for certain reasons. Later, being reincarnated through Edo Tensei made Ling Feng feel very uncomfortable. After hearing Ling Feng's words, Conan hesitated about whether to tell him Nagato's secret but was worried it might bring danger to Nagato. Do you think I would cause any trouble? Ling Feng looked at Conan, took a sip of water, and seemed mentally prepared. Conan remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. Forget it, if I were you, I wouldn't easily reveal it either, especially since it involves a friend. We'll meet again soon. If you're willing to tell me then, I can try to help, though I can't guarantee success. Ling Feng finished speaking, got up, paid the bill, and left. Conan watched his departing figure, puzzled in her heart. Meet again soon? What does he mean? Then she turned and returned to the base. Ling Feng found Guren and Samui and said, Guren, Samui, my clone will take you to the Mist Village. Things will get very dangerous next, so you can't come with me. After speaking, he created a clone and instructed it to take the two away. Lord Ling Feng, we will definitely become stronger. Guren clenched her fist, and Samui also nodded resolutely before being taken away by the clone. Not long after, a figure appeared. Short orange hair, a Rain Village forehead protector with a slash mark indicating a rogue ninja. His eyes rippled with patterns, and he wore the Akatsuki cloak. Tendo Pain? Ling Feng looked at the newcomer and asked. Yes, you seem to know quite a lot. Pain's killing intent flashed briefly before he restrained it. I'm here to discuss something with you. First, tell me the rules. Anyway, I have nothing to do, might as well find something to do with you guys. Ling Feng locked eyes with Pain, feeling a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Tendo Pain to come personally, he thought it would be Zetsu or Madara. Here is the organization's cloak, the Soraya ring, and the necessary ninjutsu to learn. The rules are simple, you must be punctual during gatherings. Pain tossed over a cloak, a ring, and a ninjutsu scroll. That's simple? I thought it would be more complicated. Ling Feng put on the cloak and the ring. Alright, follow me to the base so they can get to know you. Pain finished speaking and flashed toward the direction of the Rain Village, with Ling Feng following closely behind. Regarding the joining times of Akatsuki members, I only found partial information. The joining times of Kakuzu, Haiden, and Deidara are unclear. To avoid having too few members in Akatsuki, I made Kakuzu and Haiden join earlier. Hope you don't mind. Gather! Pain shouted. 6 figures appeared instantly, all of them being their real bodies. This surprised Ling Feng greatly, as he had expected some kind of illusion technique to be involved, but it turned out they were all real people. Zero, what's the matter? I'm very busy right now, Sasori said coldly. Let me introduce you. This is the newcomer, Pain said, pointing at Ling Feng. Conan and Orochimaru were both stunned. Conan finally understood Ling Feng's earlier words, while Orochimaru was curious about who would willingly seek a beating. Although Orochimaru was interested in Ling Feng, he knew he couldn't defeat him, so he didn't mind watching someone else get beaten. This guy? Hey, Haiden, test his strength. Haiden was the first to jump out and provoke. Let's see what you're capable of, Conan said, watching the scene and finally recalling Ling Feng's name. This guy's asking for it, huh? Try to last a bit longer, Orochimaru laughed as he watched Haiden step forward. Since Haiden was immortal, it would give him more time to observe Ling Feng's techniques. These words left Sasori, Kakuzu, and Conan stunned, while Zetsu seemed to take it as a matter of course. Do you really think that blue-haired kid is worth it? Kakuzu asked. He's the strongest I've ever seen. Even though Haiden is immortal, he'll still suffer, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Conan, Kakuzu, Sasori, and Zetsu all fixed their eyes on Ling Feng. I'm going in. Be careful not to let Lord Jashin gain another sacrifice, Haiden said, swinging his scythe and charging at Ling Feng. Heido number 1, show. Ling Feng raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at Haiden. Bang! Before Haiden could react, he was sent flying and crashed into the wall. Pain's pupils contracted, and everyone stared at Ling Feng in shock. Orochimaru's eyes burned with excitement. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Haiden stood up, feeling the impact, and charged again. Coming again? Heido number 31, Shikao. Ling Feng cast another spell, launching a red energy ball at Haiden. Bang! Everyone was astonished. This kind of seal-less ninjutsu, executed so quickly, was something they had never seen before. Another chapter updated. Please send flowers, recommendations, and favorites. 21. Treating Nagato. Hayden emerged with his face covered in blood. I'm done fighting, Orochimaru. You knew all along, didn't you? That's why you didn't come out. Hayden had also heard Orochimaru's words and no longer wanted to fight. He kept getting repelled before even getting close. Who would want to keep trying? I know who he is. His strength far surpasses ours, Orochimaru said with a smile. Everyone looked at Orochimaru curiously. Pain fell into deep thought, while Lingfeng stood quietly, observing everything. He's the one who's recently shaken the ninja world. He single-handedly severely injured the Raikage, lightly injured two Jinchuriki, and even completely destroyed the Hidden Cloud Village. Lingfeng, Orochimaru said with excitement in his tone. After all, such achievements were enough to make anyone's blood boil. Oh. So he's the brat who destroyed the Hidden Cloud Village, Lingfeng. I didn't expect him to be this strong. But his head is worth 3 billion. Kakuzu stared at Lingfeng, his eyes burning with intensity. If turned into a puppet, he might become the strongest existence, Sasori said, looking at Lingfeng with great anticipation. It seems the intel was correct. His ninjutsu is indeed extraordinary, Zetsu remarked as he observed the scene before him. Ha! So that's how it is. Conan finally understood and began pondering some issues. He is indeed formidable, though his ninjutsu is peculiar, Hayden admitted, realizing he had lost fair and square. Alright, now that everyone knows each other, get back to your tasks, Pain commanded coldly. After hearing this, everyone disappeared one by one, leaving only Pain and Conan. The two spoke in low voices before Pain looked at Lingfeng in silence for a moment and nodded. Conan walked over and said softly, Come, I'll take you to see Nagato. But I hope you won't tell anyone about what happened here, or else. She didn't finish her sentence, but the killing intent was evident. Tell others? What good would that do for either of us? Lingfeng retorted. Conan remained silent. Pain entered the room first, followed closely by Conan, with Lingfeng trailing behind. Along the way, Conan explained Nagato's condition to Lingfeng. Finally, they arrived at a tall tower. Opening the last door, they were greeted by Nagato's emaciated figure. Several metal rods were embedded in his back, his bones clearly visible. His face was pale, his short red hair messy, and he looked like a dying old man. You are the third person to see my true form, Nagato said slowly. One is Conan, and the other is the masked guy, Lingfeng replied without hesitation. How much do you know? Nagato asked in surprise. Aside from him and Conan, almost no one knew the masked man's identity. Conan also looked at Lingfeng in astonishment. Not much. Instead of wasting time talking, let's act. I'll see if I can cure your illness. If I can't, then talking more is pointless, Lingfeng said. I don't have high hopes for you, Nagato said with a bitter smile, his face contorted and hard to read. Remember, if you dare to harm Nagato. Conan warned. I already said, I won't do such a thing. Lingfeng turned back to look at her, then walked up to Nagato, carefully observing and occasionally sensing the condition within his body, searching for the cause of his illness. After a while. It seems your vitality has severely diminished, Lingfeng said with a frown, feeling that Nagato's vitality was far below that of an average person. Vitality? A glimmer of light flashed in Nagato's eyes as he slowly asked. Can it be cured? Conan asked, full of hope. If we're talking about recovery, the first Hokage's wood release is the most effective treatment method, Lingfeng replied. I'm just making this up, don't take it seriously. Nagato does indeed seem like he's lacking vitality. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju? Nagato finally believed Lingfeng. After all, he was well aware of his own condition, and this was the first person in years to propose a treatment plan. Even the masked man had never mentioned one. The first Hokage has already passed away. Is there any other method? Conan frowned and pressed further. I have a way, but there's a condition, Lingfeng said, looking at Nagato. What condition? Let's hear it, Nagato frowned, staring at him. Conan was visibly displeased with Lingfeng's attitude. It's simple. You are not allowed to tell any third party, not even the masked man. If you agree, I'll help treat you, Lingfeng said slowly. That's not a problem. We agree to keep it confidential. Conan immediately agreed upon hearing it was a matter of secrecy. Nagato also gave Lingfeng a surprised look and nodded. Alright, I'll begin the treatment now, but the process will be lengthy. Transform, Divine Fox. Lingfeng took out the Divine Fox. Conan and Nagato watched in astonishment as a man appeared from within the blade. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Impossible. Didn't Hashirama Senju die? Conan asked in shock. Nagato was equally stunned, sensing the powerful would release vitality within Hashirama's body. Though not as strong as his own, it left him deeply shaken. This is merely my Kekei Genkai, a replica of the real Hashirama Senju, the weaker in strength. However, it possesses all the abilities of wood release, so I can have this Hashirama treat you daily. Within 3 years, you will undoubtedly recover, Ling Feng said, closing his right eye. Nagato began to tremble. Finally, he could once again fight with his own body. He had grown accustomed to this place but longed to personally step onto the battlefield. Conan was also overjoyed that Nagato had finally found a way to heal. 6th update. Seeking flowers. Seeking recommendations. Seeking favorites. 22, heading to Konoha. Calculating the time, it's already been 4 years. That matter is about to begin as well, Ling Feng said, lying on the ground and looking at the sky. Over these 4 years, he had been training in the practice field, rarely stepping outside, only making an appearance a year ago when Kisame joined the Akatsuki. Nagato's illness was completely cured a year ago, and after his recovery, he met with the members of Akatsuki, surprising many. Conan was the happiest, as Nagato's complete recovery brought more smiles to her face. Nagato often pulled Ling Feng aside to discuss matters. Although Ling Feng was reluctant, wanting to focus on training and becoming stronger, he was always persuaded by Conan. As a result, their relationship grew closer. Details omitted here. Orochimaru often pestered Ling Feng and the Akatsuki with forbidden techniques, trying to exchange them for ninjutsu. Ling Feng, however, showed little interest in anything except Edo Tensei. Since Edo Tensei was not yet perfected, Ling Feng completely ignored Orochimaru. The masked man also approached Ling Feng, but only spoke of trivial matters. Although things seemed calm on the surface, Ling Feng knew the day of the Uchiha clan's annihilation was near. He decided to visit Konoha. Over the past 4 years, he had been training and had hardly fought, so he wanted to take the opportunity to challenge strong opponents. Visiting Konoha would also allow him to collect Sharingan for research, as he had already thoroughly studied the Rinnegan of the 6 Paths of Pain. Ling Feng approached Nagato, entering the room where he often stayed. Ling Feng, is something the matter? Nagato asked. Nagato, I want to go out for a while, Ling Feng said. Privately, he called him Nagato, but in meetings, he addressed him as Zero. You usually don't leave. Why the sudden desire to go? Nagato asked, puzzled. Staying here all the time is pointless. I need to go out and see the world. The plan has already begun, Ling Feng said, squinting. Alright, since it started, do as you see fit, Nagato nodded. I will. By the way, please let Conan know that she might not see me for a while. I'm sorry. With that, Ling Feng turned and left. You can come out now, Conan. Ling Feng made himself very clear, Nagato called toward the door. Nagato, what exactly are you and Ling Feng planning? Conan asked as she walked in. Nothing, just trivial matters, Nagato said, looking out at the rainy sky. Really? You won't even let me know? Conan said, a bit angry. Ever since Ling Feng helped cure Nagato's illness, the two had been discussing things behind her back, always sending her away. She was extremely curious, but every time she asked, she was brushed off, leaving her quite unhappy. Every time you say it's nothing. Why not just tell me? What exactly is Ling Feng going to do? Conan asked angrily. Conan complained, but seeing Nagato remain unresponsive, she huffed and turned to leave. Nagato watched the direction Conan left in and murmured to himself, we're just preparing a few backup plans. It's better to keep you in the dark. If what Ling Feng says is true, then this plan must be carried out. Let's head to Konoha first. Divine Fox, didn't you say you could transform into anything? Ling Feng asked, looking at the Divine Fox, who had taken human form. Of course I can, the Divine Fox replied proudly. Then can you transform into a Sharingan or a Rinnegan? Ling Feng asked after some thought. Over the past 4 years, he had mastered the Divine Fox's Bankai but hadn't paid much attention to its abilities. Nonsense, of course I can transform. If you want, I can even transform into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or the Rinnegan, no problem, the Divine Fox said discontentedly. Really? That makes things much easier, Ling Feng nodded. By the way, Ling Feng, why do you have to go to Konoha? Is the Sharingan really that important? The Divine Fox asked curiously. Going to Konoha is just on the way. I want to study the Sharingan. There's also someone's eyes that intrigue me. His eyes hold powerful illusions, and I must take a look. Ling Feng thought of a certain Uchiha and said, "Are you planning to snatch those eyes?" the divine fox asked. "Of course I want to snatch them, but not now, I'll wait until he's dead. That illusion is so powerful, even I want it." The effect is still uncertain. Ling Feng thought of the illusions in the manga, feeling excited. "After snatching them, are you really going to start your plan?" the divine fox asked. "Of course, the plan has already begun." "Good luck, Nagato." Ling Feng looked toward the direction of the rain village, suddenly waved his hand, and the Akatsuki cloak fluttered in the wind, with the azure dragon ring disappearing as well. Timing is key. After snatching the eyes, I'll return to the mist village. Mei Terumi succeeded half a year ago, so there's no need to linger. The real storm is yet to come, Ling Feng said to the divine fox while looking at the raindrops. The timeline for Mei Terumi becoming Mizukage couldn't be confirmed, so this was written in advance. Apologies for any inaccuracies. Flowers. Recommendations. Favorites. Only 2 days left to vote. 23 finally arrived at Konoha. Ling Feng, can you tell me what that illusion is called? The divine fox asked as it followed Ling Feng through the forest. Hee, I'll tell you when the time comes, Ling Feng replied with a smile. Such a tease, playing mysterious now, the divine fox remarked, watching him act pretentiously. Sort of. This time going to Konoha, I don't know why, but the Nine Tails resentment has surfaced again. It's been harder to suppress lately. Ling Feng felt the surge of hatred and resentment within him and looked at the divine fox as he spoke. Yeah, the Nine Tails has been sealed in Konoha for decades. How could it not harbor hatred? Even though you've replaced it, the hatred toward Konoha still lingers. The divine fox also sensed the resentment emanating from Ling Feng and spoke. That's right. I do want to destroy Konoha, but not now. By the way, I haven't seen Mei Terumi and Haku for years. I wonder how strong they've become now. It's really something to look forward to, Ling Feng said, thinking about Konoha while reminiscing. Hey, those kids were completely fooled by you. They must have been training like crazy. They're definitely very strong now, the divine fox said with a laugh. Fooled? I was just making the best use of their talents, and I have high hopes for them, Ling Feng immediately retorted. Haha, aren't you just like Orochimaru, luring kids away? Shinhu said in a low voice. Shinhu, what did you just say? Ling Feng squinted at her. Nothing, I was just thinking about something else. Shinhu quickly denied. Let's go, time is tight, we need to pick up the pace. Not sure if we can make it. Ling Feng calculated the time and quickened his steps, with Shinhu following closely behind. The two swiftly moved through the forest. Zero, why did you call everyone together? Kakuzu asked, looking at Pain. There are 2 things to inform everyone about. Nagato said expressionlessly. Since being healed, Nagato mostly appeared in person, with Pain only being used when necessary. Wait, where's Ling Feng? Why isn't he here? Haiden looked around and noticed Ling Feng's absence, asking in confusion. Conan also looked puzzled, feeling that Nagato and Ling Feng must be hiding something significant. About Ling Feng, this is the first matter. He has now left the Akatsuki organization. From now on, anyone who encounters him will treat him as an enemy. Nagato, holding the azure dragon ring, coldly announced. Why did he leave? Conan asked calmly. After spending years together, she knew Ling Feng very well and didn't believe he would leave without reason. Everyone began to discuss. Not sure. Nagato responded coldly. Who would have thought Ling Feng would actually leave the Akatsuki? Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Orochimaru had left the Akatsuki not long after joining. Ling Feng's senpai is truly unpredictable. Kisame said with a smile. Haha, now if I run into Ling Feng, I can fight him without hesitation. Sasori said darkly. And the second matter, Zero? Kakuzu continued to ask. We need to receive a new member. The situation is a bit complicated, so someone needs to be sent to meet them. Nagato said, looking at everyone. Who is it? Acting so high and mighty? Haiden asked discontentedly. Uchiha Itachi. The Uchiha clan? A glint of heat flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he licked his lips. The reception will be handled by you and Kong. Dismissed. Nagato said coldly, and his projection gradually faded, leaving only him and Conan. Xiaonan, what's the situation with Ling Feng? Xiaonan asked incredulously. She knew Nagato must know the truth but just wouldn't say it. Xiaonan, you don't need to know for now. Nagato turned and left before finishing his sentence, but in his heart, he thought, this matter is really hard to believe. Why are you hiding it from me? Xiaonan watched Nagato walk away, feeling stifled. In the past, he told her everything, so why was he silent this time? Forget it, I trust that Ling Fang and you wouldn't do anything harmful to us. Xiaonan regained her usual composure, her face showing a faint blush when mentioning Ling Fang, and then she turned and left as well. This matter is not simple. A figure suddenly emerged from the ground, and the man in black with a mask spoke coldly. Zetsu, what do you think? The masked man stared ahead and asked. Although I don't know Ling Fang and Nagato's plan, over the years, I know for sure that they are plotting something. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu said gloomily. Unfortunately, Ling Fang's sensory abilities are too strong, so I can't get close to eavesdrop. White Zetsu sighed. As long as it doesn't interfere with my plan, it's fine. The masked man waved his hand, and the Zetsus immediately disappeared. Ling Fang, truly intriguing. It's time to see for myself. The masked man stared at a certain place and vanished without a trace. At this moment, Ling Fang and the Divine Fox had already arrived in Konoha and were sitting on a tree. So this is Konoha? It's huge. The Divine Fox marveled. Big indeed, as expected of the leader of the 5 great shinobi villages. Let's go in. Ling Fang said. Please send flowers, recommendations, and favorites. 24, got it. Itachi, do you really have to do this? The man questioned Itachi in front of him. Sure Sui, for the sake of peace, I have no other choice. Now that you know, I'm sorry. Itachi looked at Sure Sui, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, ready for battle. Sai, so it is. Let me see your strength then. Sure Sui also activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, drew a kunai, and charged forward. Seeing this, Itachi prepared himself, holding a kunai to counter. The two clashed kunai, carefully observing each other, locked in a stalemate. Finally, Itachi broke the deadlock first. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Itachi exhaled a large fireball, rushing straight toward Sure Sui. Sure Sui quickly dodged and immediately performed a jutsu in mid-air. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Countless small fireballs flew from his mouth, attacking Itachi. Itachi skillfully evaded, avoiding most of them but still getting hit in a few places. He calmly scanned his injuries and retaliated with the same fire-style jutsu, sending fireballs toward Sure Sui. Sure Sui gathered chakra in one breath, unleashing a massive flame bullet that instantly blocked Itachi's fireballs and surged toward him. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Itachi used the same jutsu, and the flame bullets collided fiercely in mid-air. Boom! The two fiery forces clashed, scattering flames everywhere and canceling each other out. Itachi, your strength is indeed impressive, Sure Sui said, halting his attack with a steady tone. Sure Sui, what exactly are you trying to do? Itachi asked, uneasy and suspicious. He knew Sure Sui was stronger than him, and a sense of vigilance arose in his heart. Nothing, I just needed to be sure. Sure Sui suddenly looked up at the sky. He activated his Sharingan, and his gaze transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi was utterly shocked. From the moment I stepped in here, I never intended to leave alive, Itachi. But now, I can rest assured, Sure Sui murmured. Suddenly, Sure Sui took his own life and collapsed to the ground. Sure Sui! Itachi cried out, rushing over quickly. Itachi, as long as you hold on to the ideal of peace, and my. Sure Sui's words trailed off as he took his last breath. Sure Sui! Itachi roared in anguish, his Sharingan triggered and instantly evolving into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Don't worry, I will ensure Konoha achieves peace, he said firmly, placing Sure Sui's body in the forest, preparing to deal with the immediate situation. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared, approaching Sure Sui's body. Move, one man commanded, as another reached out toward Sure Sui's eyes. Shameless. Even after Danzo's death, you still won't let him rest. A blue-haired man blocked their path just as the 3 were feeling triumphant. The 3 became alert and immediately charged at him. How troublesome. Cleaning up Danzo's mess is such a headache, the blue-haired man, Ling Fang, sneered coldly as he faced the enemies. He drew the Divine Fox blade without hesitation. The restless power within him stirred a destructive urge toward Konoha, and he had no intention of delaying any longer. The 3 had no time to react when a layer of dust suddenly flew in front of them, and then they lost consciousness and died. Ling Feng looked at Sure Sui's body and said, let's finish this quickly. Fortunately, I used Genjutsu to control Sure Sui. Otherwise, if he had finished speaking, it would have been troublesome to seize it. The Divine Fox transformed into human form and said discontentedly, seriously, it's just a few kids who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Was it really necessary to use the Heavenly Path? Ling Feng had just used the Heavenly Path to control Sure Sui, causing him to die instantly, so Sure Sui's final words were left unsaid. The main thing is to prevent anyone from knowing about Sure Sui's Genjutsu. Ling Feng pointed at Shisui's left eye and took it out. The divine fox looked at Ling Feng and teased, "You sure know how to talk. Just now, you were saying Danzo wouldn't even spare the dead, and now you're grave robbing yourself." Ling Feng smiled and said, "It's nothing. Let's go quickly. We've got what we came for, and I reckon someone will be here soon." With that, he and the divine fox swiftly left. The divine fox asked, "You have to tell me, what exactly did this guy hide that made you so interested?" Ling Feng replied calmly, "Koto Amatsukami, you know about it, right?" The divine fox was shocked. Koto Amatsukami? That ultimate genjutsu that can control others unconditionally? Ling Feng nodded. "Yes, I want to study it." As he spoke, he glanced at Shisui's left eye. The divine fox pouted. "No wonder you're so interested. It really is a perverse genjutsu." Ling Feng explained, "I understand Koto Amatsukami's effects, but you can't replicate it. I can only take it to study." The divine fox puffed her cheeks. "Sorry, I can't replicate something that perverse. Guess you'll have to be disappointed." Ling Feng comforted her, "Don't be upset. You've been a great help. I'll still need to rely on you in the future." The divine fox said, "We should leave Konoha quickly. Danzo might have already discovered us." "No, we still need to watch a show," Ling Feng suddenly said. "The Uchiha clan's annihilation," the divine fox asked in shock. "That's right," Ling Feng said with a smile and a nod. The divine fox was puzzled. "Ling Feng, what's so interesting about something as tragic as a clan's annihilation?" Ling Feng said lightly, "This is quite interesting, maybe we'll run into that guy." "That guy? Who?" Shinhu asked in confusion. Ling Feng just smiled without answering. Shinhu angrily knocked on Ling Feng's head, "Are you starting to enjoy being mysterious?" Ling Feng simply blocked with his hand, looking innocently at Shinhu, and said, "I'm used to being mysterious in front of Nagato, I can't change it, blame Nagato." Shinhu, even more annoyed, hit him harder and asked, "Who is it exactly? Just say it, it's not like you'll die, or did you trick someone?" Ling Feng pretended to look hurt and said, "How could I? I'm not like Orochimaru, lying to people." "Shinhu, you don't trust me." Shinhu hit him even harder, saying, "Stop pretending, just tell me who it is." He was very curious about the person Ling Feng mentioned, and seeing Ling Feng's expectant expression, he wanted to know even more. Ling Feng thought for a moment and said, "You'll find out when the time comes. We might even have to fight that guy. I'll be counting on you this time, Shinhu." Shinhu nodded, "All right, I'm waiting. You better not trick me. Judging by your expression, it won't be simple." Shinhu stopped and turned his gaze toward the Uchiha compound, filled with anticipation. "Brother, will you teach me this time?" Sasuke asked Itachi innocently, his eyes full of expectation. Itachi smiled and nodded, "All right, if there's time. Come on, let's go to the training ground." Although his battle with Shisui had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi acted as if nothing had happened, secretly resolving to ensure Sasuke's survival and teach him to become stronger. The two walked toward the main gate, only to find 3 visitors standing there. Itachi crouched down and flicked Sasuke's forehead. "Sorry, Sasuke, not today." "Again, there's always something," Sasuke pouted in dissatisfaction. Itachi smiled and said, "Don't worry, next time for sure." Sasuke nodded, "You promised, don't go back on your word." With that, he ran off, while Itachi went to greet the Uchiha visitors. "Itachi Uchiha, did you see Shisui yesterday?" one of the men asked. Itachi nodded. "Shisui's body was found yesterday, his eyes gouged out," the man said. Itachi remained outwardly calm, but inside he was shocked. How could this be? Who took Shisui's eyes? In truth, Ling Feng had taken the left eye, while the right eye was seized by Danzo's men. Shisui Uchiha's suicide note has been found, but who would have thought he'd leave just a scrap of paper before dying? "You were the last person to see him, you must know something, right?" The man slowed his speech, staring at Itachi. Seeing Itachi's expressionless face, he didn't press further. The 2 men beside him glared angrily at Itachi, but Itachi remained indifferent, letting them stare. Sasuke secretly observed through a crack in the door. No one noticed a cat lying at the entrance, its right eye faintly showing 6 characters, 1 red and 1 blue. Even if anyone saw it, they wouldn't care, as it was just a cat. "Ling Feng, these people are really interesting. They even suspect their own clansmen, though there are reasons for it," Shinhu said, observing the room through the cat's eyes. "That's normal. The Uchiha clan always likes to rank themselves. Those with high status are resented, while those with low status are neglected. Children from ordinary backgrounds are actually happier. Take Itachi Uchiha, for example. His genius status caused him to be alienated by the clan, robbing him of his childhood and happiness. Being born into a prominent family is actually a kind of sorrow. What's even sadder is that the clan was ultimately wiped out by the clan leader's son. How ironic, Ling Feng said, also watching the room, sighing. The one who survived became a tragic figure, a tool of revenge, all because of Itachi's naive ideal of peace. If it weren't for Naruto holding a place in his heart, he probably would have turned cold and ruthless by now, Ling Feng said, looking at Sasuke. By the way, aren't you going to check on that little brat who's invincible with his talk no jutsu? Shenhu suddenly brought up Naruto. Why are you looking at him? There's nothing worth watching. Tonight is the night of the clan's extermination, we can't slack off. I want to see how Itachi can bear to kill his clan members, Ling Feng said irritably. Naruto annoyed him, though much of it was due to the Nine Tails' resentment, it still felt troublesome. Late at night, after school, Sasuke ran alone on the deserted streets, feeling it was too quiet, and immediately headed home. As in the original story, he was subjected to Itachi's Tsukuyomi. What surprised Ling Feng was that the ones who appeared to take him were Sasori and Orochimaru. Orochimaru and Itachi clashed in Genjutsu, with Orochimaru suffering a crushing defeat. The three quickly left. You should come out now, aren't you tired of watching me for so long? Ling Feng jumped down from the tree, speaking without turning his head. Although the divine fox had taken the form of a blade, it was clear who Ling Feng was addressing. As expected, you noticed me, Ling Feng, a voice came from the void. Please send flowers, recommendations, favorites, and clicks. 26. The first battle with the masked man. So, I was discovered after all. A voice came from the void, and a masked man suddenly appeared in front of Ling Feng. Ling Feng stared at him warily. This man claimed to be Uchiha Madara, and Ling Feng was cautious, fearing a sneak attack. I never thought I'd meet you here, Ling Feng, the masked man said coldly, exuding a murderous aura. I don't think it's a coincidence, Madara. You should know why I'm here, Ling Feng said, unfazed by the killing intent. After all, he had killed many people over the years and was well aware of this guy's abilities. When he said Madara, his tone was heavier. Is that so? Although I don't know what you and Nagato have discussed, don't get in my way, or don't blame me for being ruthless, the masked man said, noticing Ling Feng's emphasis on Madara but not dwelling on it. Discuss? Do you really think I would negotiate with Nagato? Or do you think you can easily take me down? Stop beating around the bush, just say what you want, Ling Feng mocked in response. Having strength is good, but arrogance will only get you killed. Ling Feng, stop wasting time. Hand over Uchiha Shirsue's eyes. I know you have them, the masked man threatened coldly. The eyes are indeed in my possession, but why don't you go after Danzo? Why come to me? Do you think I'm easier to deal with? Ling Feng retorted coldly, unwilling to give up Koto Amatsukami, the ultimate genjutsu. Although the masked man only wanted the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was unaware of Koto Amatsukami's power. If he figured it out, Ling Feng would be at a disadvantage. It seems you don't intend to hand them over willingly. In that case, I'll just make you disappear, the masked man said coldly, instantly appearing in front of Ling Feng. His right eye emitted a suction force, attempting to pull Ling Feng in. Ling Feng quickly retreated. Oh? The masked man was surprised. Most people would seize the opportunity to attack, but Ling Feng chose to back away. Heido number 4, Byakurai. Ling Feng pointed a finger, and a bolt of lightning shot straight at the masked man's forehead. Such a troublesome jutsu, Ling Feng feigned surprise. He hadn't expected the attack to harm him, as the masked man's intangibility could only be countered with Bankai. However, he didn't want to use Bankai now, fearing it would alert the third Hokage in Danzo. Now tell me, will you hand it over, or die here? The masked man still enjoyed this kind of expression. After all, his self-invented space-time ninjutsu made him invincible. Watching Ling Feng's feigned surprise, he sneered coldly. I will never give you this eye. Ling Feng sneered disdainfully, then took out the divine fox. The divine fox had been staring at the masked man, and only when he appeared did it realize that the person Ling Feng had mentioned was him. It seems you plan to die here. The masked man spoke in a grim tone, suddenly appearing behind Ling Feng. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, he absorbed Ling Feng into his right eye. Just die slowly in there. Ling Feng, even after my death, I can still obtain Uchiha Shirsue's Sharingan. He said smugly. Is that so? Ling Feng's voice came from behind, startling the masked man. Suddenly, a slash pierced through his body, striking a building. The masked man turned around, only to see Ling Feng smiling at him. I still couldn't manage a successful sneak attack. Ling Feng spread his hands helplessly. Impossible. How could an illusion deceive the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? The masked man roared in anger. He realized he had fallen into an illusion but couldn't understand when it was cast, as even his Sharingan couldn't detect it, leaving him utterly shocked. Let me tell you, the world doesn't only have the Sage of Six Paths Rinnegan. Ling Feng stared at the masked man with a smug expression, beginning to show off. What do you mean? The masked man asked grimly, hearing this information for the first time. Simply put, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Ling Feng continued to mock, even the divine fox couldn't help but laugh. The masked man's face turned ashen, his body trembling, clearly panicked. Curse you, Ling Feng! How dare you look down on me? The masked man refused to believe it, thinking he was merely being toyed with, and charged fiercely at Ling Feng. Ling Feng raised the divine fox and said coldly, Shatter, Kyoka Suigetsu. To avoid damaging his eyes, he directly used Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu, ensuring a lasting effect. The masked man, believing his intangible state made him immune to attacks, paid no mind and continued his charge. Destructive Art 33, Blue Fire, crashed down. Ling Feng struck with his palm, flames rushing toward the masked man. The masked man easily passed through, his eyes widening as he unleashed an illusion to confuse Ling Feng. Seeing Ling Feng's dazed expression, he activated his suction power, preparing to devour him again. Suddenly realizing the masked man doesn't have many moves. But Ling Feng turned into a ball of light and was instantly blasted away. Impossible! Another illusion! The masked man shouted in terror. As the masked man was blasted, his eyes were filled with disbelief, realizing he had been deceived by an illusion. Ling Feng decisively left, knowing the commotion was too great and that Danzo and the third Hokage would surely grow suspicious. Leaving early was the safest choice. Divine Fox, how do you feel? Ling Feng asked in his mind. The Divine Fox replied, Not bad, I've gathered enough data and can now transform into that masked man. Hearing this, Ling Feng was delighted. Having an extra helper naturally made him happy. The only regret was not being able to see the true face under the mask. Without data on that face, even if it transformed and removed the mask, it would still be unclear. That's fine too. Let's head back to Kirigakure. It's been a long time since I've been back and I miss them. Ling Feng said nostalgically. The Divine Fox began to tremble, thinking to itself, You just miss Mei Terumi, don't you? How could that be? Divine Fox, how can you misunderstand me like this? I'm heartbroken. Oh heavens and earth, why does no one believe me? Ling Feng cried out to the moon. The Divine Fox transformed into a human form, and seeing him like this, couldn't help but laugh. Ling Feng was stunned. Not bad, pretending like this can satisfy cravings. Do it more often in the future? Ling Feng looked at the Divine Fox's enchanting smile, secretly thinking but not daring to let it notice. The Divine Fox was unaware of his thoughts. If it knew, the scene would surely become even more amusing. By the way, Divine Fox, was what you said last time true? Ling Feng put away his joking demeanor and asked seriously. The Divine Fox saw his seriousness and nodded earnestly, That's right. Although I don't know how you're so lucky, it's indeed true. Ha, that's because I'm blessed with great fortune. Ling Feng laughed heartily. The Divine Fox muttered, Could it be that you're the long-lost grandson of the god of transmigration? After saying this, it stared at Ling Feng in confusion, trying to find any differences. Ling Feng cursed angrily, How is that possible? I'm so handsome and heroic, how could I be that old geezer's grandson? He imagined the god of transmigration as an old man because most transmigrators in his previous life were old geezers. Achoo! In the palace, a young man sneezed on the throne and muttered to himself, Could it be some girl secretly has a crush on me? Then he put on a profound expression and confidently nodded. You're truly extraordinary. If you master that move, probably no one will be your match. The Divine Fox thought about that ability and looked at Ling Feng, saying, I'll have to wait until I learn it. Let us head back to the Mist Village to prepare. From now on, Brother Madara will likely keep an eye on me, so I need to improve my strength quickly. Since I'm here, the Naruto world will see some changes. Ling Feng glanced at the Divine Fox and flashed toward the direction of the Mist Village. Exactly, your illusion technique just now has already piqued Madara's interest in you. As long as there's news about you, Madara will definitely pay attention. The Divine Fox followed closely and said, Let us hurry back. Over the years, Bai and the others have grown a lot, and my mass production Nine Tails Jinchuriki plan hasn't been fully implemented yet. Ling Feng thought about the plan and sped up toward the Mist Village, with the Divine Fox also accelerating. A day later, the two finally arrived at the Mist Village. Ling Feng closed his eyes and dispelled the shadow clone that had been following Mei Terumi and the others for years. A flood of information surged into his mind, and he immediately knew that Mei Terumi and her group were already gathered at home, having a meal. Perfect timing, count me in. Looks like I came back at just the right moment. Ling Feng, accompanied by the Divine Fox, headed straight for Mei Terumi's house. To celebrate this rare reunion today, cheers! Mei Terumi raised her glass to everyone. The group responded by raising their glasses. Today marked the day Mei Terumi and Ling Tian met. Mei Terumi originally didn't plan to celebrate, but Bai and Guren had insisted on organizing a small banquet. Kimimaro and Samui, though similar in personality, didn't skimp on their meals. Guided by Ling Feng's shadow clone, Mei Terumi had settled the two of them. You're all so heartless, not even waiting for me. A pair of arms hugged Mei Terumi. She wanted to resist but recognized the voice. Everyone froze for a moment, then cheered. Brother Ling Feng. Everyone except Mei Terumi called out. Mei Terumi was overwhelmed with emotion, as it had been years since they last met. You scoundrel, you haven't come back to see us all these years. Were you planning never to return? Mei Terumi turned around and hit him, speaking excitedly. Impossible. With all of you adorable people at home, how could I bear not to come back? And now, here I am, aren't I? Ling Feng comforted her. Only then did Mei Terumi realize her earlier outburst. After all, she was now the Mizukage, and fortunately, no one else had seen it. Ling Feng, who is she? Mei Terumi looked at the Divine Fox and asked. Everyone was curious as well. The stunning and enchanting woman before them made Mei Terumi feel a bit inferior. Let us just say she is my Kekei Genkai. Ling Feng thought for a moment and finally categorized the Divine Fox as part of the Kekei Genkai clan. Hearing this, the Divine Fox's eyes dimmed slightly. A Kekei Genkai that can transform into a human? Mei Terumi looked at the Divine Fox in surprise, and everyone else turned their attention to her as well. After all, they had heard of many powerful Kekei Genkai in the ninja world, but one that could transform into a human was unheard of. Divine Fox, show everyone your true form. As Ling Feng spoke, the Divine Fox instantly transformed into a sword. Everyone was stunned. Ling Feng then began explaining in detail, and only then did everyone understand. With this, I've gained another sister. Bai said with her usual innocent expression. Samui and Kimimaro remained silent, while Guren, like Bai, kept her eyes on the Divine Fox. Mei Terumi's gaze was fixed on the Divine Fox. Her name is Divine Fox? Mei Terumi asked while pondering. Yes, what's the matter? The Divine Fox curiously looked at her, and everyone else also turned their gaze toward her. 9 tails, Divine Fox, doesn't that combine to make the 9-tailed Divine Fox? The legendary 9-tailed demon fox, how could it be a Divine Fox? Mei Terumi stared at the Divine Fox in confusion, then glanced at Ling Feng. Ling Feng and the Divine Fox were momentarily stunned by her words. Thinking about it carefully, the name was indeed quite interesting. The others looked at the Divine Fox with envy, while the latter was completely baffled. Then everyone started chattering all at once, creating a lively atmosphere. Ling Feng began recounting his experiences over the past few years, but when he mentioned the Land of Lightning, everyone became tense. Only 2 updates today. Please send flowers, recommendations, favorites, and clicks. I have another novel to update, so this one will have at most 1 update per day, and 2 updates are already the limit. Time is limited, so I ask for your understanding. Voting ends tomorrow morning. Thank you for your support. 28 Battle Against the Hollow. Part 1. Thank you all for your votes and support. Since you like the protagonist having a second resurrection, I will add it, but it won't appear just yet. Morning came. Ling Feng opened his eyes and looked at Mei Terumi, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, recalling their intense battle throughout the night. It had been a long time since they had been like this, and Mei Terumi's desires were even stronger. Ling Feng did not disappoint her, making her faint and wake up several times until she finally fell into a satisfied slumber. Mei Terumi and Ling Feng were content, but the others were still shaken. Kimimaro learned his lesson and went to sleep alone in the forest at night. Meanwhile, Haku, Samui, and Guren had a hard time, and the Divine Fox had sealed off all external connections. After settling Mei Terumi, Ling Feng went to the hall alone and found a chair to sit on. Haku, Samui, and Guren walked in with dark circles under their eyes. Ling Feng thought for a moment and finally realized that he had disturbed them, smiling helplessly. Haku, Samui, and Guren blushed as they looked at him without saying a word. Haku and Guren began preparing breakfast, while Samui continued her training. Kimimaro suddenly jumped in from outside. Ling Feng looked at him with a hint of surprise. This guy is smart, knowing to sleep outside, Ling Feng thought to himself. When Kimimaro sat down, Haku, Guren, and Samui all showed displeased expressions, especially Haku and Guren, whose gazes were as sharp as knives, as if they wanted to kill him. Samui glanced at Kimimaro, closed her eyes, and made a throat-slitting gesture, making Kimimaro shiver inside. Seeing this scene, Ling Feng couldn't help but laugh. Ha, you brat, offending 3 women at once, let's see how you handle this. I've told you before, it's better to offend a petty man than to offend a woman, he said to Kimimaro with a laugh. Kimimaro nodded helplessly, while Haku, Guren, and Samui glared at Ling Feng before turning their attention back to Kimimaro, shaking their heads. After breakfast, Ling Feng told everyone to train on their own. He then found a secluded spot to focus on practicing his holification. Over the years, the duration of his holification had always been a headache for Ling Feng. During his fight with the Raikage, his holification lasted just over 5 seconds before being broken. Later, he tested it and found that it could only last up to 7 seconds. Ling Feng was so frustrated that he cursed himself, wondering why his holification time was 4 seconds shorter than Ichigo Kurosaki's at the beginning. He couldn't figure it out. When he asked the Divine Fox, it simply said, "Keep working hard and aim to holify for a whole day soon." Ling Feng felt like exploding after hearing that. However, strangely enough, his holification time increased by 1 second after that. He tried several times but found it difficult to extend further. 4 years passed, and he had been practicing holification all along. Now, he could maintain it for up to 20 minutes, but he was still very dissatisfied. "I have to keep practicing, or things will get tough," Ling Feng said, raising his left hand to his face. When he lowered it, a mask appeared, and a sinister killing intent instantly filled the air. The Divine Fox conjured the Raikage, preparing to spar with him, as only real combat could improve his skills. Bankai, Crimson Ice Dragon. Ling Feng gripped the Divine Fox and charged at the Raikage. The Raikage dodged swiftly, but in his holified state, such attacks were nothing. Ling Feng pursued relentlessly, shouting, "Dragon Frost Frame." In an instant, he pierced through the Raikage's body, freezing it into an ice block, which then shattered and dissipated. No, this won't improve the holification duration at all. Is there really no other way? Ling Feng deactivated his holification and asked the Divine Fox. The Divine Fox was silent for a moment, its voice trembling slightly. "There is a way, but I don't know if you dare to try it." "What way? Tell me about it," Ling Feng asked curiously. The Divine Fox was silent for a while before continuing. "It's to eliminate the hollow inside you." Ling Feng was stunned for a moment and asked, "There's still a hollow inside me?" The Divine Fox shouted, "Of course there is. Do you think a holified body wouldn't have a hollow? Damn, doesn't that mean I have a ticking time bomb inside me? I thought I didn't have such a thing. I'm the 9 tails, for crying out loud," Ling Feng complained. The Divine Fox spoke slowly, "Don't worry, you just need to eliminate it. The hollow inside you hasn't developed intelligence yet, so it's easy to kill. Then hurry up and help me get rid of it," Ling Feng shouted. The Divine Fox responded, "You should have said so earlier. The stronger the hollow, the more power you'll gain by killing it." "What the hell? I wouldn't have known if you hadn't told me. Doesn't this mean I've been carrying a hidden danger all along? If it grows stronger, I'll be doomed." Ling Feng was furious, feeling that the Divine Fox had put him in danger by keeping this a secret. "I'm doing this for your own good. I didn't want to scare you," the Divine Fox said, feeling wronged. "I don't know how much power you'll gain by killing it now. If you want to eliminate it, do it quickly so you can have peace of mind. Of course, I can't let this thing stay. I don't want to end up like Ichigo, being controlled. Don't hide things like this from me in the future, or I'll punish you," Ling Feng said, staring playfully at the Divine Fox. The Divine Fox felt a bit uneasy. "Got it, I won't hide anything from you anymore. Alright, I'm going to get rid of it," Ling Feng said as he prepared to enter his inner world, but the Divine Fox stopped him. "Are you stupid? Do you know that when you fight the hollow, your body outside will holify and go berserk? And you're still daring to do this in the Mist Ninja Village? Unless you can instantly kill the hollow inside you, by the time you're done, the Mist Ninja Village will be gone too," the Divine Fox shouted. "Oh, right, I forgot. Luckily, you reminded me. Otherwise, I would have caused a huge mess. Thanks, Divine Fox." Ling Feng slapped his forehead, recalling Ichigo's tragic situation, and immediately sobered up. Where to go? Ling Feng thought. Since destruction was inevitable, he might as well go to the place he most wanted to destroy. Konoha was out of the question, and the Raikage village had already been wrecked once. Going there a second time would be too awkward. Forget it, I'll choose the Tsuchikage village. Hopefully, that old man is still alive when I make my move. asking for flowers, recommendations, favorites, clicks, and feedback. Battle against the Hollow. Part 2. Lingfeng, are you sure you want to go on a rampage in the IWA village? Shinhu looked at the excited Lingfeng and asked. Lingfeng smiled and said, of course, I really dislike the Tsuchikage. Isn't that reason enough? Besides, even if the Tsuchikage and IWA village disappear, it doesn't matter. It won't affect anything. Lingfeng felt inexplicably excited, thinking about the scene before him. Why are you so excited? He asked in confusion. Shinhu explained, the Nine Tails and the Hollow are somewhat alike, they both enjoy destruction. With these two traits combined, it's no wonder you're excited. True, I need to hurry to IWA village and also cleanse the Hollow inside me. I can't let it harm me at a critical moment, Lingfeng said, touching his chest. Shinhu nodded in agreement. After all, having something unstable inside was extremely dangerous. The two headed toward IWA village. The poor Tsuchikage, still acting high and mighty, had no idea his village was heading toward a crisis. Grandpa, what's wrong? Kuratsuchi looked at the once imposing Inoki, who had suddenly turned somber, full of confusion. Inoki gazed at the sky, feeling restless. What's going on? Why do I have a sense of foreboding? The ominous feeling grew stronger, but he tried to stay calm, having weathered many storms. Smiling, he said to Kuratsuchi, it's nothing, just a feeling that the ninja world is about to fall into chaos. Kuratsuchi was puzzled but didn't ask further, quietly stepping back. Inoki sat alone, lost in thought. A few days later. In the forest, a blue-haired boy, Lingfeng, and a white-haired woman, Shinhu, sat on a tree branch, looking at IWA village. Shinhu, get ready. You should return to your blade form. I'm afraid I might lose control of my mind during the rampage. Also, help me keep an eye on the situation outside, Lingfeng said. Alright, but you absolutely can't lose. Otherwise, I won't forgive you, Shinhu pouted adorably. Lingfeng chuckled and nodded in agreement. Shinhu immediately transformed into a blade, and Lingfeng entered his inner world. Suddenly, Inoki stood up from the Tsuchikage seat, startling the nearby Jonin. Kuratsuchi asked, Grandpa, what's wrong? Inoki shouted, Kitsuchi. Kitsuchi hurried forward, and everyone was curious. Quickly take Kuratsuchi and the villagers to a safe place and prepare for defense. Inoki ordered in a deep voice. Everyone was stunned, worried that another enemy was attacking, and immediately took action. Damn it, what on earth is this? Everyone was tense and uneasy. The reason Inoki gave this order was that the ominous feeling in his heart had grown even stronger. To be safe, he decided to strike preemptively. Roar! A furious roar came from not far away. Inoki was startled and instantly teleported toward the sound, followed closely by some elite Jonin. When they arrived, they were shocked to see the creature before them. It was a monster with long blue hair, entirely snow-white, wearing pants on its lower body, a red mark and a small hole on its chest, 9 tails swaying behind it, and a silver-white blade in its right hand. Su suddenly turned his head to glare at Inoki. Inoki's heart tightened, cold sweat dripping down. Run quickly, you can't handle it. Let me give it a try. He instinctively felt that this monster was extremely powerful and needed to be tested first. Everyone froze for a moment after hearing this, then immediately retreated. When Su had looked at them earlier, they already felt it was hard to bear. Let me see what exactly you are. Inoki stared at Su and quickly formed hand seals. Roar! Su roared again and charged forward. Inoki immediately shouted, Earth style wall. A wall of earth rose from the ground. Su swung his blade, slicing the wall in half. Inoki retreated, forming seals while shouting, Earth style, Earth dragon bullet. A dragon made of earth erupted from the ground, flying toward Su. Roar! Su roared angrily, slashing the earth dragon apart and instantly appearing in front of Inoki, swinging his blade down fiercely. Inoki was struck, but his body turned into mud. Seeing this, Su's tail burrowed into the ground, and with a bang, Inoki was sent flying out. Such strong sensory abilities. I have to get serious, or I'm dead. Inoki stared at Su, preparing to form seals, but suddenly felt a wave of heat and sharp pain in front of him. Looking down, he saw a blade piercing through his body. Turning his head, Su was already standing behind him. Impossible, you. Before he could finish, Su struck him, sending him flying into a wall, unconscious. Roar! Su roared again. The elite Jonin, shocked by how quickly that Tsuchikage was defeated, acted swiftly. Some went to rescue that Tsuchikage, while others tried to hold off Su. However, Su easily repelled everyone, with almost no one able to stop him. One of Su's tails pointed toward Iwagakure, and a red sphere began to form in the air. The divine fox saw this and recognized it as Su's Zero, but did not intervene. After all, the destruction of Iwagakure wouldn't be a significant loss. However, Su suddenly stopped, his gaze locking onto a specific direction. The divine fox froze, following Su's line of sight, and discovered a shocking secret. There stood a man wearing a forehead protector with the word oil inscribed on it, his white hair styled like a kabuki actor's, with red markings under his eyes. He wore wooden clogs and carried a large scroll on his back. The divine fox, upon seeing him, suddenly recalled a name. Please send flowers, recommendations, and favorites. 30 Battle against Su Part 2. So this is my inner world? Ling Feng observed his inner world, feeling utterly bored. Damn it, it's all sky below, sky above, sky everywhere. Is my inner world just sky? Not even a single flower or blade of grass? Where's the ground? Ling Feng cursed incessantly. Suddenly, a creature flew toward him. Ling Feng reacted quickly, dodging it. The creature stopped upon seeing this. Ling Feng took a few steps back, staring at the creature in front of him and complaining, "This doesn't look like Su at all. Aside from the mask and the hollow hole, it's basically in its second form. So ugly. Though those 9 tails are pretty cool." Su seemed to understand and suddenly charged at him. Ling Feng drew the divine fox and shouted, "Getsuga Tensho!" A massive red crescent shot toward Su. Su did not dodge, charging straight ahead. Ling Feng was shocked. No way, even if it lacks intelligence, it should have some instincts, right? Or does it have some special ability? In the end, Su was shattered into pieces by the Getsuga Tensho. Ling Feng's eyes widened. Damn, that was too easy. He looked at the scattered remains in the air, shaking his head in disappointment. Just as Ling Feng was about to leave, he suddenly sensed danger behind him and quickly dodged. A red beam of light grazed past him, exploding in the distance with immense power, making Ling Feng's heart race. He looked toward the source of the beam and saw Su regenerating, its right hand still pointing forward. Damn, super speed regeneration and Zero? Ling Feng was speechless. I forgot it had that move. What a pain. Ling Feng held the divine fox, staring at Su. Su also drew the divine fox, and the two faced off for a long time. A gust of wind blew by. Ling Feng thought, "My inner world has wind?" The author replied, "Of course, a cheeky wind." Ling Feng cursed, "Damn you!" The two charged at each other simultaneously, their blades clashing with a crisp sound. The two sides were at a standoff. Ling Feng was about to unleash another crescent moon sky strike when the hollow struck first. A tail pointed at him, followed by a Zero appearing. Ling Feng was shocked and shouted, "Way of Destruction number 81, Splitting Void." He knew he couldn't dodge and could only take it head on. Bang! A red explosion dyed the sky crimson. As the smoke cleared, Ling Feng looked at the hollow in disarray and muttered, "Isn't this thing supposed to be mindless? How is it so experienced in battle?" His upper body was bare, and his lower garments were in tatters. Although he had dodged the attack earlier, he was still affected by the blast. "I need to think of a way, or this will get bad." Ling Feng stared intently at the hollow and spoke in a deep voice. Outside, Jiraiya was being overwhelmed, looking utterly disheveled. "What on earth is this thing?" Jiraiya watched the hollow's relentless attacks, his heart filled with confusion and urgency. He had initially sensed a powerful presence approaching, but he hadn't expected to be targeted and beaten so badly. It had been a long time since he'd been in such a sorry state. The divine fox muttered from the side, "Jiraiya, why don't you just retreat earlier? Why insist on fighting? So foolish." In truth, Jiraiya didn't want to run but had to bring back useful intelligence. Iwa Ninja Village had already been attacked. If the enemy came to Konoha next, the village needed to be prepared in advance to avoid being caught off guard. Rasengan. Jiraiya gathered energy and struck at the hollow's chest. The hollow, however, coldly watched and swung its blade at an angle, leaving a bloody gash across Jiraiya's chest. The hollow was sent flying by the Rasengan, crashing into a building. Jiraiya panted heavily, his expression grave. How is this possible? It's completely unscathed? He quickly formed hand seals, preparing for summoning. "Jiraiya, you've been beaten up this badly? Is this Iwa Ninja Village? Has the war started?" Gamabunta asked with concern. "Not yet, but Gamabunta, be ready. This guy in front of us is extremely strong. I don't know what kind of creature it is, but it can rival a tailed beast." Jiraiya slowly stood up, his expression serious. Gamabunta looked at the hollow in front of him, utterly astonished. It was the first time he'd seen such a creature. "Damn it, what a pain! Kill it, divine spear!" Ling Feng shouted at the charging hollow. The blade instantly extended, piercing through the hollow's neck. He immediately followed up with Way of Destruction number 61, 6-rod light prison. 6 beams of light instantly locked the hollow in place, rendering it immobile. The hollow roared in fury, but Ling Feng was at a loss. Its super speed regeneration is almost on par with Majin Buu. I can't do anything to it. What should I do? Ling Feng racked his brain but couldn't come up with a solution. But I can't just leave it like this. Even though it seems mindless, its combat experience is incredibly rich. Is there no way to make it willingly serve me without causing internal chaos? Ling Feng stared at the struggling hollow, deep in thought. This method is really difficult. Wait. I didn't expect the ultimate move I recently learned to come in handy. It's a pity I haven't fully mastered it, but no matter. If it works on this thing, that would be perfect. Ling Feng looked at the hollow, smiling, but his expression soon turned grim. 31. The end. Gamabunta, are you okay? Jiraiya asked with concern as he looked at Gamabunta, who had been sent flying by the void. Gamabunta shook his head. I'm fine, Jiraiya. But the enemy has already caused chaos in Iwagakure. Why hasn't the Tsuchikage shown up yet? He glanced around and noticed there wasn't a single ninja from Iwagakure in sight, feeling puzzled. Jiraiya shook his head helplessly. When I arrived, the Tsuchikage had already been defeated by this guy. It seems the others are either dead or hiding to preserve their bloodline. He looked at Iwagakure and fell into deep thought. Jiraiya, stop daydreaming. This guy is too strong. You can't handle him alone. His power is almost on par with the Nine Tails. We should retreat now before it's too late, Gamabunta said worriedly, knowing the enemy was far superior. Looks like I have to make a decision, Jiraiya said gravely, debating whether to risk his life to gather useful information or retreat immediately. Just then, a loud noise erupted, Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. A giant stone fist struck the void, sending him flying. Jiraiya turned to see a heavily injured Inoki. I'll stay and observe, Jiraiya said, looking at Inoki and then at the void. Before long, the stone fist shattered, and the void stood up unscathed. Jiraiya was about to strike first but was stopped by Inoki. Kid, help me hold him off for a while. I'm preparing a jutsu. If it works, I'll owe Konoha a big favor, Inoki said, recognizing Jiraiya's summon toad, Gamabunta. Jiraiya nodded. Alright, I'll do my best to hold him off. Gamabunta, distract him. I'm going to use Sage Mode. Without a word, Gamabunta charged at the void. Jiraiya leaped to a hidden spot to prepare. The void faced the giant blade head-on. The immense force of the blade caused Gamabunta to tremble. The void roared in anger and sent Gamabunta flying once again. The void remained motionless, and Inoki, seeing this, quickened his pace in casting his jutsu. Though I hate to do this, for the future, I have no choice but to use it. Ling Feng stared calmly at the Sharingan in his hand, adding several layers of binding spells to firmly restrain the void as he began preparing his technique. The void continued to struggle desperately, but Ling Feng ignored it, firmly believing he could finish before it broke free. Gradually, he closed his eyes. Time passed slowly. Bang Kai. Divine Fox, descend. Ling Feng suddenly opened his eyes, and an overwhelming aura burst forth. The void shuddered and struggled even more violently. Genjutsu. Koto Amatsukami activated. Ling Feng's appearance began to change. His short blue hair grew into long locks, nine tails slowly emerged, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. Resembling Kurama the demon fox from Yu Yu Hakusho. A massive Sharingan appeared behind him. The void stared at the eye, its struggling body gradually stiffening until it finally stopped moving. Ling Feng released the binding spell and said coldly, "Stay in my mind and don't act recklessly. Call me if you need anything. When I need power, you will lend it to me." He wanted to establish a connection with the void before it regained full awareness. Once it gained intelligence, controlling it would become much harder, especially since there was no known way to destroy it. The command Ling Feng gave the void through the genjutsu was simple and clear: acknowledge me as your master, and nothing else matters. The void nodded silently and lay down in mid-air. Ling Feng walked over, patted its head, and then disappeared into his inner world. Who would have thought Inoki was still alive, and Jiraiya too? This is truly unexpected, Ling Feng remarked as he regained control of his body, sensing Jiraiya's Sage Mode and Inoki's faint, exhausted presence. The intense battle earlier had caused buildings to collapse, burying the void. Ling Feng, having reverted to human form, remained unnoticed. Ling Feng, you succeeded so quickly? Congratulations, the Divine Fox said happily, sensing Ling Feng's aura. It's nothing, not really a success. By the way, why isn't Inoki dead yet? It feels like he just pushed himself to the limit, Ling Feng said, puzzled as he examined Inoki's condition. The Divine Fox began recounting what had happened earlier. Inoki, taking advantage of Jiraiya's distraction, used his bloodline limit and dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique to attack the void. Although he managed to sever the void's lower body, it regenerated instantly, shocking them. In the end, the two were overpowered, and Inoki collapsed from exhaustion. Before leaving, give them a big gift, Ling Feng said as he activated holification. This time, after controlling the hollow state, his power surged dramatically. Although it didn't reach the peak of the hollow's power, it was nearly as formidable. A chilling and murderous aura erupted suddenly, intimidating Inoki, Jiraiya, and the two elder toads. Gamma Bunta, severely injured, was carried away on a stretcher. Ling Feng instantly appeared in mid-air, flicked his finger, and unleashed a Siro towards IWA Ninja Village. Jiraiya and Inoki felt a powerful force and looked up in shock, only to see a red beam of light shooting straight down. They hurriedly dodged, but were still affected by the blast. A deafening explosion shook the surroundings, leaving everyone terrified. Ling Feng left immediately, knowing it wasn't the right time to reveal his identity. When the smoke cleared, the IWA ninjas rushed out from their shelters, only to see their village reduced to ruins. Frightened, they fell to their knees. IWA Ninja Village had been leveled, leaving only a massive crater. Ninjas from other villages arrived to investigate and quickly returned to report the situation. Jiraiya and Inoki were soon found, but Jiraiya was gravely injured, barely clinging to life, and was urgently sent back to Konoha for treatment. Although IWA Ninja Village was destroyed, Konoha decided to save him, as he had once helped them. Inoki was also undergoing emergency treatment. Ling Feng, what's wrong? Shinhu transformed into human form and supported the staggering Ling Feng, asking. Nothing, it's just that the Siro earlier went out of control and almost drained all the chakra in my body. Luckily, I released it in time, otherwise, the power would have been even greater. I originally intended to destroy only part of the village, but I ended up leveling the entire IWA Ninja Village. Now I feel extremely exhausted, Ling Feng recalled, shaking his head as he sat under a tree and instructed Shinhu, I need to rest, I feel unbearably sleepy. Maybe it's because you haven't fully embraced the Hollow's power, which caused the loss of control. I'll find a place to settle you, Shinhu said. Thank you. When I wake up, I hope they all become stronger. Ling Feng suddenly thought of Mei Terumi, Haku, Kimimaro, Guren, and Samui, his tone filled with anticipation. Don't worry, I'll inform them about your situation. Just rest easy. Shinhu understood that Ling Feng needed time to assimilate the Hollow's power and had to sleep. The plot begins in 5 or 6 years. If I haven't woken up by the time I'm 60, remember to wake me up. I don't want to miss anything good. I'm really exhausted now, Ling Feng said, his eyes slowly closing as he gave instructions. Got it. Sleep well, don't worry, Shinhu said with a smile. Suddenly, Ling Feng said, actually, I won't sleep. Shinhu widened his eyes in disbelief. Ling Feng chuckled, then fell into a deep sleep. Sigh, having a master like you is such bad luck. Heh, I'll just put you in a coffin. Oh my, you even scared me in the end. Shinhu initially planned to toss Ling Feng directly into a coffin, but Ling Feng suddenly transformed into the Nine Tails true form, scaring Shinhu so much that he covered his forehead and stomped in frustration. However, he acted quickly, knowing he couldn't let anyone discover them. He immediately conjured a cloth to cover Ling Feng. Then, he transformed into Minato Namikaze to confirm the coordinates and prepared to teleport back. Just as Ling Feng was asleep and the Divine Fox was frustrated, the ninja world was already in an uproar. The IWA Ninja Village was completely destroyed, almost everyone was dead, with only a few Jonin who fought against Su surviving, while the rest had taken refuge. The Tsuchikage was on the brink of death, and one of the Sannin, Jiraiya, was seriously injured. The entire ninja world was in chaos. The Land of Fire, Konoha Village. The third Hokage, smoking his pipe, said to the group of Jonin, you all know about that incident, right? Kakashi and Guy, you two explained the situation at the scene. The Jonin nodded in agreement. This matter had become sensational news in the ninja world, especially the massive crater in the IWA Ninja Village, which even shocked the Kage of the other 4 great ninja villages, despite few having seen it with their own eyes. Kakashi stepped forward and slowly described the situation at the scene. After listening, everyone looked grim. Guy, was it really that terrifying? Kurenai asked Guy. Kakashi and Guy were the only ones who had been to the scene. Kurenai, you have no idea how tragic it was. You didn't see Lord Jiraiya's injuries. Just being grazed by the enemy's technique left him in that state. Guy also appeared heavy-hearted. After hearing this, Kurenai looked at the third Hokage with a serious expression. What did the enemy look like? Sarutobi asked. This was the key question. Everyone's eyes focused on Kakashi. Some ninjas saw the enemy from a distance. It said he wore a mask, had long blue hair, wielded a silver-white sword, and the most distinctive feature was... Kakashi hesitated, unsure if he should continue. Sarutobi coughed, signaling him to go on, and everyone waited anxiously. 9 tails, fox tails. Kakashi finally said, leaving everyone in shock. Sarutobi lowered the brim of his hat, his expression unreadable, and softly ordered, send the sealing team to check on Naruto's condition. Someone immediately took the order and left. The land of lightning, Kumogakure. Yeah. That old Suchikage deserved it. You idiot, bastard. Killer Bee, upon hearing the news, happily started singing. The Raikage was similar, but he felt like he was missing something, though he couldn't recall what. Has the enemy's appearance been confirmed in the report? Yujito asked. The Raikage suddenly had a flash of inspiration, slammed the table, stood up, and grabbed the report to read it carefully. A silver-white sword, long blue hair. Could this guy really be that bastard? The Raikage stared at the report, remained silent for a moment, and sighed. Yeah. Who are you talking about? Killer Bee was still singing. Yujito seemed to recall something and explained it to him. What? Yeah. Finally caught that bastard, I'm going to take him down. Killer Bee shouted excitedly after hearing it. Bang! The Raikage slammed the table and said, quiet down. The opponent's strength is beyond what you can handle. For now, we only know which major ninja village he'll target next. Everyone fell into deep thought, but the Raikage had completely guessed wrong. The land of wind, Sunagakure. First, find out his identity. Strengthen the village's defenses. With just one sentence, the Kazekage decisively ended the meeting. The land of water, Kirigakure. Terumi May asked the remaining Bai, Kimimaro, Samui, and Guren, what do you think about this? The 4 spoke in unison. This must have been done by Brother Lingfeng. Terumi May smiled faintly, her gaze looking into the distance, lost in thought. Amage Cure. Haiden mocked Deidara, your art is nothing compared to others, it's child's play. What did you say, you bastard? Deidara was furious. Although he knew the other's power far surpassed his own, he couldn't lose face. Everyone watched as the two faced off. Stop. If you encounter that person, try to recruit them first. Dismissed. Nagato said coldly, his expression indifferent. Everyone found it strange but didn't ask further, dispersing one by one. Conan, it seems you know who it is. Nagato suddenly said. Conan nodded, who else could it be if not that guy? But it's beyond imagination. In her mind, the image of that blue-haired boy appeared. Nagato didn't interrupt, knowing Conan's thoughts. He also understood Lingfeng's power and was equally shocked upon hearing the news. Madara's base. Zetsu, go investigate the information about this matter. Madara ordered after reading the report. Finally something to do. Let's go. White Zetsu said with a laugh. Black Zetsu silently responded and followed him out. Hopefully, it wasn't you, Lingfeng. Madara recalled the report and sighed deeply. Please send flowers. Recommendations. Favorites. Clicks. 33, time flows like water. Where is this? Lingfeng opened his eyes and found himself standing in front of a palace, wondering, could it be that the divine fox threw me here? Lingfeng thought for a moment and suddenly realized that there didn't seem to be such a palace in the Naruto world. He felt the power within him still present, which calmed him slightly. Looking around, he couldn't sense any presence, which puzzled him. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he asked, Divine Fox, what is this place? Why did you put me here? But there was no response. Lingfeng grew even more confused, shook his head, and tried various methods, yet still couldn't feel any connection with the Divine Fox. Damn! Could it be that I've traveled to another world again? A thought popped into Lingfeng's mind, and he couldn't help but shout, oh my god, don't tell me I've really traveled again. I finally managed to establish myself in the Naruto world, waiting for a few Lolas and 2 beauties, and now this? How miserable! Suddenly, a voice rang out. Can you shut up? You haven't traveled, damn it! I was finally peeping at the 7 fairies bathing, and you ruined it, you bastard. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought you here. The voice belonged to a young man. Lingfeng hadn't noticed at first, but when he saw the person, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. The young man was entirely red, chubby like a meat bun, with dark circles around his eyes like a panda. The young man glared at him, and only then did Lingfeng realize this was the other party's territory. He immediately restrained his smile and held back his laughter. Seeing that Ling Feng understood, the young man waved his hand casually, his figure returning to its handsome form. Ling Feng stared in surprise at the young man before him, who looked nothing like the chubby figure from earlier. Damn, you're so ungrateful. I helped you travel to the Naruto world, and you don't even thank me, the young man said in a strange tone. Are you the god of transmigration? Ling Feng asked in astonishment, scrutinizing him and circling around him several times. Who else but me could have helped you transmigrate? The young man roared angrily. Ling Feng found it hard to believe and said, I thought it would be an old man, but it turns out to be a handsome guy. Fate really plays tricks on people. As he finished speaking, his eyes were full of mischief. Kid, I've decided. I was going to give you a gift, but forget it now, the young man said, turning to leave. Ling Feng hurriedly grabbed his hand. I was wrong. I didn't recognize you. Please give me the gift, he pleaded, using every sweet word he could think of. Alright, if you keep talking, you might even bring up the end of the world, the young man said helplessly. Then, with a wave of his hand, a beam of light shot into Ling Feng's mind. Alright, now get lost. What bad luck. My plan of spying for hundreds of years was completely ruined by you, the young man said angrily before disappearing in a flash. Ling Feng felt a bit embarrassed, knowing he had ruined the man's grand plan. Then, a ball of light enveloped him, and he vanished. Time, 59 years later by the way, should we add the words Konoha? 1 more year. After sleeping for so long, he still hasn't woken up. May Terumi gently stroked the nine-tails fur. The divine fox was sitting on the nine-tails head, gazing out of the cave. Haku, Kimimaro, Samui, and Guren had all grown up. Over the years, everyone had been living here. Except for Mei Terumi occasionally returning to the village, the others stayed here, training diligently. At night, they all rested on the nine-tails' belly. Who would have dared to do that before? But now, the nine-tails was Ling Feng in their eyes, and they weren't afraid at all. Don't worry, there is still a year. If he doesn't wake up by then, we'll have to force him away, the divine fox said to Mei Terumi. Mei Terumi had become more mature, her womanly charm captivating many. Kimimaro was stronger than in the original story, with a much healthier complexion. Haku's skin was even fairer, making Mei Terumi a bit envious. Guren and Samui were similar, though Samui's figure was particularly voluptuous, which made Haku especially jealous. Wouldn't that be less than perfect? Mei Terumi said softly, lying on the nine-tails' tail. The divine fox, however, didn't mind. It's fine. Over the years, their relationships had grown closer. While Ling Feng was in a deep sleep, the divine fox had transformed into Minato's appearance and used the flying thunder god technique to bring Ling Feng to this secluded cave. They had also met some people from the Hidden Mist Village, like Chojuro and Ao. Mei Terumi had informed the Hidden Mist Village about the situation, so Haku, Kimimaro, Guren, and Samui didn't arouse any suspicion. However, she didn't reveal anything about Ling Feng, fearing someone might harbor ill intentions. Suddenly, the nine-tails' body moved slightly. Everyone immediately stood in front, their faces full of anticipation. The massive eyes opened, and a powerful aura surged forth, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Oh, it seems you haven't been slacking off these years. To withstand my true form, not bad. Ling Feng's thunderous voice echoed, and everyone cheered, then began excitedly discussing. After a while, Ling Feng asked, how long until 60 years, Divine Fox? The Divine Fox smiled and replied, just 1 year left. You woke up quite early. Seeing Ling Feng awake, the Divine Fox was especially happy. Mei Terumi looked at Ling Feng's expression but didn't say much. Time flies. Close your eyes, open them again, and a few years have passed. So troublesome, Ling Feng said, scratching his head with a giant claw. Everyone gave him disdainful looks. Over the years, they had trained like demons, while Ling Feng had slept soundly. Who wouldn't look down on him? Ling Feng transformed back into his human form, leaving Mei Terumi and the others stunned. He looked even more handsome and exuded a stronger masculine charm than before. Ling Feng suddenly realized that his body had grown larger, and even his clothes had changed. He used water release, looked at his reflection in the water, and exclaimed in surprise, even the hairstyle is prepared so well. It seems that mistake last time wasn't in vain. He now looked exactly like Mukuro Rokudo from 10 years later in Katekyo Hitman Reborn. What surprised him even more was the ring on his hand. He felt that this ring was a spatial ring with an enormous capacity, capable of storing even living things, which instantly excited him. This would make his actions much more convenient. This was the first layer of gifts from the god of transmigration, and Ling Feng was filled with anticipation for the next 2 layers. The god of transmigration's gift had 3 layers. The first layer was already impressive, but the remaining 2 layers couldn't be opened yet as the time wasn't right, leaving Ling Feng somewhat regretful. Fourth update. Please send flowers, recommendations, favorites, and clicks. There might not be an update tonight since my mom often takes the computer to watch TV. This could be the last chapter. 34. Waiting. Water release, Great Waterfall Technique. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Fire release, Dragon Flame Technique. Wind release, Vacuum Bullet. Lightning release, False Darkness. A blue-haired man with a pineapple hairstyle continuously performed ninjutsu in the open field, leaving the surrounding people dumbfounded. A white-haired woman walked over and asked, Ling Feng, when did you learn so many ninjutsu? I remember you only knew Rasengan, the clone technique, the transformation technique, and Chidori before. Shinhu, don't underestimate me. These ninjutsu aren't that difficult. I've basically mastered the 5 elemental ninjutsu. Ling Feng said while stroking Shinhu's long hair. The others gathered around, astonished, even Mei Terumi smiled. I'm curious when you learned them. You haven't explained it clearly yet. Shinhu stared at him with wide eyes, and Ling Feng felt his blood boiling. I'm not a blade enthusiast, he hypnotized himself. But when he saw Shinhu's expression, he immediately said awkwardly, Shinhu, are you doing this on purpose? Who told you to be so lecherous? You still haven't answered my question. Weren't you in a deep sleep, accepting the power of the hollow? How did you master the 5 elemental ninjutsu? Be honest. Shinhu covered her mouth and giggled, her expression almost making Ling Feng shout kawaii. But he held back and transmitted his voice with his eyes closed, saying, it's nothing, just a gift from the god of transmigration. Shinhu understood after hearing this. Ling Feng explained to everyone that he had been hiding his abilities, and they each went back to their training. By the way, Ling Feng, do you want to make an appearance in the Mist Village? Mei Terumi thought for a moment and said, no, I don't plan to show up for now. The time for that event isn't far off. All I need to do now is wait. Ling Feng shook his head, pondered for a moment, and replied. What exactly is it? What will happen that year to make you so happy? Mei Terumi was puzzled. When Shinhu mentioned waking him up in 60 years, she had been curious about what could make Ling Feng so focused. Haku, Kimimaro, Samui, and Guren also turned to look, all wanting to know. It's nothing, just the beginning of something, the beginning of a legend, Ling Feng said softly, gazing at the horizon. Everyone was even more confused after hearing this, except for Shinhu, who understood. Ling Feng continued, that year will be the stage for all of you to shine, Haku, Kimimaro, Samui, Guren. After hearing this, Haku and Guren became excited, while Kimimaro and Samui stood calmly, though a smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Mei Terumi was also intrigued and began to look forward to it. Alright, all of you come here. Stop practicing ninjutsu for now. I just remembered something important. Mei, you come too, Ling Feng suddenly said. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then walked over. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 8 Ling Fengs appeared instantly. The real Ling Feng said to everyone, to make you stronger, I plan to seal a clone inside each of you. This way, you can use chakra infinitely, recover quickly, and won't lose control. It's equivalent to being a perfect Jinchuriki. If you don't want to, that's fine. He spoke slowly, not worried about anyone refusing, as they had been together for a long time and understood each other. Of course, I agree, Samui was the first to respond. She was a pioneer and knew this secret. Over the years, she had used this to crush Haku, Kimimaro, and Guren. The others didn't understand and couldn't get an answer from her. Hearing this, the 4 realized why Samui's chakra never ran out and why she recovered so quickly, so they all agreed immediately. Then, 4 screams echoed. Even Kimimaro and Mei Terumi couldn't help but cry out, though their voices were softer. Haku and Guren had already fainted. Mei Terumi barely managed to stand, while Kimimaro knelt motionless, looking in great pain. Samui, you're already skilled at this. Once they recover, guide them. From now on, this will be a significant strength, Ling Feng said before disappearing in a flash. Samui responded, while the Divine Fox kept staring. After Ling Feng left, the Divine Fox followed him. Ling Feng, I'm really curious. Why does the god of transmigration help you so much? It's practically a free gift, the Divine Fox caught up to Ling Feng and asked in confusion. That, I don't know either. Ling Feng was stunned for a moment, thought about it, and decided to let it go, planning to ask when he had the chance. If you don't want to tell me, fine. The Divine Fox began to pout, and Ling Feng had to comfort her, repeatedly emphasizing that he truly didn't know. At the same time, he secretly enjoyed the beautiful view. After realizing Ling Feng genuinely didn't know the reason, the divine fox stopped asking and transformed into a blade, hanging at his waist. Well, let's just wait for now. In the meantime, why not go out and explore? Hopefully, something interesting will happen. Ling Feng glanced at the sky and then left the spot. Meanwhile, in the land of fire, Konoha village. Jiraiya, it seems you finally recovered, Sarutobi said as he watched Jiraiya enter. Jiraiya responded with a smile, yeah, after being injured by that guy, it took so long to heal that my body almost rusted. Indeed, after being injured by Ling Feng, Jiraiya had been recovering for a long time, struggling even to move a finger, and had only just fully recovered. Meanwhile, the old man Tsuchikage could no longer get out of bed. Is there something you need? Sarutobi asked, smoking his pipe. Jiraiya looked at the bustling Konoha village and said, I want to investigate that guy's identity. I don't want him to harm Konoha. Alright, though we know nothing about him, and there's been no news recently. If you can't find any clues, just return to Konoha. I feel like the ninja world will be very turbulent next year, Sarutobi said seriously as he looked outside. Jiraiya nodded in agreement and then left. Sigh, I hope no more humanoid creatures like the Nine Tails appear, Sarutobi sighed as he watched Jiraiya's back. First update, asking for flowers, recommendations, clicks, and favorites. Going to buy breakfast first. The plot is about to start, so don't worry, readers. 35. The mutation of the Mangekyo Sharingan. To think I found nothing at all. So boring. Let's head back, Ling Feng muttered gloomily after wandering around the land of water without encountering anything interesting. Do you think there are still good kids left for you to abduct? The divine fox transformed into human form and muttered. Ah, divine fox, you don't understand. Waiting is the hardest part. I really wish time would pass faster. Otherwise, I'll die of boredom. I don't even know what to do now, Ling Feng said helplessly, spreading his hands. The divine fox stared into his eyes and asked, Ling Feng, what about Uchiha Shirsue's eyes? Oh? That thing? Ah, I almost forgot. Ling Feng suddenly blurted out, then rummaged for Shirsue's eye and took it out to show Shinhu. This thing, I activated it with Bankai and then I just left it alone. Shinhu looked at Ling Feng's eyes, then stared at the Sharingan, and said in surprise, Ling Feng, haven't you felt anything? Feel? Feel what? What's wrong? Ling Feng asked repeatedly in confusion, Shinhu, what's going on with you? I don't feel anything unusual at all. Shinhu, annoyed, conjured a mirror and threw it at him. Idiot, take a look at yourself. Ling Feng took the mirror, looked at himself in confusion, and was instantly stunned. What the hell is going on? In the mirror, his left eye was constantly shifting through the forms of the Rinnegan, from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, rapidly cycling. Ling Feng was shocked. What surprised him even more was that when the eye stopped at the 6th form, it emitted a beam of light that directly struck Shirsue's Sharingan. The Sharingan instantly disappeared, leaving only an ordinary eyeball in Ling Feng's hand. Both Ling Feng and Shinhu widened their eyes in astonishment. Shinhu, do you know what's happening? Ling Feng looked up and asked, but Shinhu was stunned. Ling Feng, your left eye. Shinhu said excitedly. Ling Feng carefully picked up the mirror and looked again, his eye revealing blue tomo. Not black, but blue. Then a second tomo slowly appeared, followed by a third, a fourth, until the 7th appeared and stopped. A blue 7 tomo Mangekyo Sharingan? Ling Feng was both helpless and amazed. Turning into this for no apparent reason, he couldn't tell if it was good or bad. Shinhu snapped out of it. Ling Feng, try to see if you can use any techniques. Ling Feng nodded, feeling the power of his left eye. Although it wasn't as strong as the Rinnegan in his right eye, it was several times more powerful than an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. Unfortunately, no techniques manifested. How annoying, I thought there'd be some amazing techniques, like Susanoo or Kamui, but there's not a single one. Does this mean it's just for decoration? Ling Feng complained helplessly. Shinhu suddenly said, Ling Feng, try testing its resistance to Genjutsu. Ling Feng looked up and saw Uchiha Itachi standing in front of him. Itachi slowly uttered 2 words, Tsukuyomi. However, the surrounding environment remained unchanged. Strange, Tsukuyomi didn't work? Ling Feng asked in confusion. Suddenly, Itachi's eyes began to bleed, indicating that Tsukuyomi had been activated, but it had no effect on Ling Feng. Ling Feng, it seems that although you didn't gain any techniques, you acquired immunity to Genjutsu. It's an unexpected surprise, Shinhu said, clapping and laughing. Immunity to Genjutsu. Ling Feng was utterly shocked. Even his Rinnegan couldn't completely resist Genjutsu, yet this mutated Sharingan could fully counter it, leaving him astonished. It seems the Rinnegan absorbed and transformed Shirsui's Sharingan, Ling Feng thought to himself, but he said aloud, this is just too overpowered, complete immunity to Genjutsu. Facing someone who specializes in Genjutsu, wouldn't I just breeze through? Seeing Ling Feng's smug expression, Shinhu immediately said, don't get too cocky. While you're immune to Genjutsu, not all abilities are nullified. When dealing with Madara, you won't have to fear Genjutsu, but just be careful of his other moves. Shinhu, let's go. Today was a win, haha. I wonder if that guy will be furious when he finds out the effects of the mutated Sharingan. Totally worth it for snatching this eye back then. Ling Feng laughed heartily, grabbing Shinhu by the waist and heading toward the place where everyone usually stayed. Shinhu didn't resist, simply leaning on Ling Feng's shoulder. Can't you retract it? Shinhu asked, looking at the state of Ling Feng's left eye. Ling Feng tried for a long time and said helplessly, it seems I can't retract it, no chance. It doesn't matter if it can't be taken back, it doesn't affect anything anyway. How lucky. This trip was really worth it, Ling Feng said. Shinhu teased, then you should go out more often. Do you think you'll always be this lucky? Ling Feng shook his head and said, how could I be that lucky? Shinhu, you know the saying, a greedy snake tries to swallow an elephant, right? Don't be too greedy, or you'll get struck by lightning. Shinhu, annoyed, bit Ling Feng, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. You still dare to call me greedy? It's clearly you. Shinhu let go and shouted. Ling Feng comforted her, and the two bantered as they headed back together. Second update, the plot officially begins. 36. Return to Konoha. Regarding the issue of the Yin chakra of the Nine Tails being sealed, it can be compensated with the power of the Hollow. Naruto still retains the power of the Nine Tails clone within him. I admit I was lazy with the sealing details, and I'll add more later. Bye, Kimimaro, Durin, Samui, you all seem to be doing well. Where's Mei Terumi? Ling Feng asked. It had been a year since he obtained the mutated Sharingan. During this time, he had gone into another deep sleep. Upon waking and seeing the four of them, he wanted to catch up on their current situation. Sister Mei is still in the Mizuki's office handling documents, Samui replied respectfully. Kimimaro, Bai, and Gurin continued to stare at Ling Feng, but he could sense that their strength had all reached near Kage level. Ling Feng wasn't surprised by this after all, each of them had a cheat-like ability, capable of easily defeating even the old Kages. It seems you're all doing well. With this level of strength, Mei Terumi shouldn't be far behind. Alright, stay with Mei Terumi for 3 to 4 months for now. I'll assign tasks later. I need to make a trip to Konoha. During this time, you can rest, play, or train as you wish. But soon, there will be activities for you to participate in. After Ling Feng finished speaking, the four of them first looked disappointed, but their eyes soon lit up, and they nodded in agreement. Ling Feng secretly laughed at their reactions, then turned and disappeared in a flash. The four exchanged glances and then headed toward the Mizuki's office in the Mist Village. Ling Feng kept sensing his own strength and felt that the Naruto world was too boring. The reason was simple, in his Bankai and Holification state, no one could rival him. If he mastered the second stage of Resurrection, he could dominate the Naruto world. Even the masked man would have to die. Boring as it was, he still needed to find some fun, especially with the plot and all. Note, Resurrection refers to transforming into the true form of the Nine Tails, which isn't very useful. Should I destroy Konoha after the Chunin exams, or not? Should I destroy it or not? Ling Feng was conflicted. If he destroyed it, the plot would end. If he didn't, it wouldn't be satisfying. Forget it, I'll decide Konoha's fate with a coin toss. He casually decided. Note, he used ninjutsu to create a coin. You're just like a child, using such a childish method. Shinhu suddenly appeared beside him, full of disdain. Shinhu, you don't understand. This method is very accurate. Back when I was filling out my exam. Ling Feng's words were interrupted. If you want to destroy it, just destroy it. Why hesitate? There's plenty of fun to be had. Konoha isn't the only thing that can satisfy you. I really don't understand you, Shinhu said, looking at him with disappointment. Shinhu. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. Shinhu thought he had come to his senses, but his next words left her speechless. I suddenly want to play the role of a villainous boss. He scratched his head and thought some more. Are you an idiot? Shinhu directly retorted. Ling Feng was stunned, feeling that Shinhu didn't understand, and explained, Shinhu, I finally understand the feeling of being a villain. You can do whatever you want without worrying about the plot. Right now, I want to have fun, but I still have to consider the plot. It's too boring. He shook his head and sighed after speaking. I think your IQ dropped after accepting the power of the hollow, Shinu said, exasperated. What the hell do you mean by that? Ling Feng immediately retorted. The divine fox walked up to Ling Feng, grabbed him by the collar, and slapped him hard twice. Then, she gently said, honestly, if you want to disrupt the plot, just disrupt it. It doesn't necessarily have to follow the original story. Creating your own original story is even better. You're really too bound by the rules. Ling Feng rubbed his slapped face and suddenly realized the truth in the divine fox's words. That's right, the plot isn't set in stone, he could take it in any direction he wanted. Feeling relieved, he said, you're right. It doesn't matter much anyway. If it gets disrupted, so be it. Thanks to you, I would have been lost otherwise. He made a sudden decision, from now on, I won't care about the plot anymore. I'll leave the beginning as it is, but after the Chunin exams, I'll follow my own ideas completely. There's still plenty of time, and as for Brother Madara, I'll deal with him at the very end. Got it. As he spoke, Ling Feng's eyes grew resolute, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. Alright, now let's head to Konoha, he thought to himself. I didn't get a good look last time, so this time I must go. Besides, I still have a long life ahead of me. Thinking of the god of transmigration, he came to a conclusion and immediately sped off toward Konoha. The divine fox, seeing him like this, smiled and followed along. A few days later, in front of Konoha's gates. Konoha, I'm back, Ling Feng said as he looked at the gates before him and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he casted genjutsu on the gatekeeper ninja, easily controlling him and walking into the village openly. The divine fox transformed into a blade and hung at his waist. Along the way, A and BU ninjas tried to track and question him, but Ling Feng easily subdued them. He also gathered some information and headed toward Naruto's residence. Ling Feng sensed a faint connection between himself and Naruto and wanted to figure out the reason. This connection was extremely subtle, like the relationship between a human and microorganisms. If not for the divine fox's reminder, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. When he found Naruto's house, Ling Feng sensed that the faint connection still existed. He broke in directly, sat inside, and looked around the messy room. This kid is probably still hanging around that elementary-level ninja academy. The room is a complete mess. Oh well, I'll just wait here. At least it kills some time. Ling Feng sat down with one leg crossed over the other and closed his eyes, entering his inner world. What he cared about most was the state of his inner self. What appeared before him was nothing but a vast, empty sky and land. Ugh, this sky is so dull. Is my inner self really this empty? Just this sky left? The more Ling Feng spoke, the louder his voice became, and by the end, he was practically shouting. Over the years, he had tried to change the appearance of his inner world, but nothing worked, and he eventually gave up. He found it hard to accept that his true self was like this. After a while, a figure suddenly appeared. Ling Feng looked at the figure and said, Demon Fox, come fight me. It's been so boring lately. This was the name he had given to the illusory presence within him. He had originally wanted to give it a more abstract name, but the divine fox had suggested Demon Fox. After some hesitation, Ling Feng agreed mainly because he was swayed by the divine fox's playful persuasion. As for why the divine fox wasn't in his inner world, it was because she was outside keeping an eye on whether Naruto had returned. What puzzled Ling Feng the most was that the demon fox hadn't developed any intelligence over the years and was completely like a mindless being. Ling Feng didn't mind, though. A simple existence was more reassuring, much better than those who schemed behind your back. The demon fox immediately charged at him without hesitation. Ling Feng drew the divine fox and slashed at the demon fox, who simultaneously drew its blade to counter. With a loud clash, the blades collided. Ling Feng, quick on his feet, used a Rasengan to strike the demon fox's stomach. The demon fox was sent flying several meters before stopping, but its wound quickly healed. The demon fox wielded the blade and swung it down, chanting gloomily and slowly, Moon, Feng, Heaven, Piercer. A red crescent shot towards Ling Feng. At the same time, Ling Feng unleashed his own Moon Feng Heaven Piercer. The two forces collided and neutralized each other. The demon fox opened its mouth wide, its tail pointing towards its mouth. Ling Feng immediately realized it was about to unleash a Super Zero and hurriedly shouted, Bankai! Descend! Before he could finish, the divine fox's voice came from outside, Naruto is coming back soon. Ling Feng smiled faintly, it's over, demon fox. Let's continue next time. With that, he turned and left, leaving the demon fox standing alone under the crimson sky. Ling Feng opened his eyes, and a short-haired blonde boy wearing goggles burst in. Ha! Who are you? I get it, you're a thief, aren't you? Here to steal the property of the future Hokage? Don't even think about it. Naruto paused for a moment upon seeing Ling Feng, then quickly formed a hand seal and said, "Sexy jutsu." Ling Feng initially paid no attention, but when he saw the female form Naruto transformed into, he froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ignoring the transformation, he directly knocked Naruto unconscious and then sealed him away. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of water echoed as Ling Feng walked through the passage. Reaching the end, he saw a clone lying in a cage. He immediately undid the seal, looked towards the seal ahead, and asked the Divine Fox, "Divine Fox, are you sure this is the right place?" The Divine Fox responded in his mind, "I can sense the thread of connection within your body. It's definitely this seal." Sigh. It seems things aren't as simple as I thought. If something happens to Naruto, this connection might affect me as well. Luckily, you discovered it, otherwise, I'd be in big trouble. Ling Feng spoke to the Divine Fox, feeling a wave of tension in his heart. The Divine Fox chuckled and said, "The person who studied this seal was quite meticulous. You shrank yourself to escape, but the seal still left a thread of connection. If Naruto dies, even if you don't die, you'll lose all your powers. However, the fourth Hokage didn't anticipate you shrinking, so the cage was enlarged. If it weren't for the carefully set techniques, you'd have been free long ago." Ling Feng broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this and cursed inwardly, "Thank goodness, otherwise, where would I go to cry?" Ling Feng asked again, "If I break this seal here, will the people outside notice?" The Divine Fox thought for a moment and replied, "As long as Naruto isn't examined, they probably won't notice." Ling Feng breathed a sigh of relief, walked to the iron cage, and looked at the seal on it. Just as he was about to tear it off, two figures suddenly rushed over. Hey, if you don't come out, won't you get to see Naruto again?" "Why come out?" Ling Feng said helplessly, sensing two faint presences. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki questioned, "Who are you? What happened to the nine tails?" The two looked at the cage, only to find the nine tails gone, utterly shocked. "The nine tails left long ago. I'm just here to undo the seal," Ling Feng replied. Minato and Kushina were deeply shocked. The seal is still intact. How could the nine tails have left? They were very familiar with the Reaper Death Seal. The seal was clearly still in place, yet the nine tails had vanished. Unbelievable. Ling Feng sneered, "What a hassle. Even though you'll see your son Naruto again in the future, you insist on making me destroy you now." He revealed 9 fox tails and red chakra behind him. The 9 tails. Minato and Kushina were utterly stunned. Kushina said, "Impossible, that's the 9 tails chakra. It's the real 9 tails, not a Jinchuriki." Minato stared wide-eyed. Minato suddenly realized, "I see." He analyzed Ling Feng's appearance, and Kushina also began preparing. Though they couldn't believe it, this was their first time seeing a tailed beast in human form. Ling Feng said coldly, "I would have liked to test you both, but if you were at your peak." He dared not give them a chance, fearing a counterattack with sealing techniques, and attacked directly, firing 2 Zero bullets at them. Although the Zero bullets were not as powerful as a full Zero, they were much faster. Minato and Kushina were hit and dissolved into nothingness. "Alright, it's over." Ling Feng looked at the two figures dissipating and didn't think much of it. Although Kushina looked quite good, she wasn't on his side. Then, he floated to the sealing paper, tore it apart, and felt the connection within him completely severed. He smiled, turned around, and left. 4th update. Please send flowers, recommendations, favorites, and clicks. 38. Naruto's actions. Naruto woke up from his slumber, looked around, and suddenly remembered something. Where's that thief? He recalled the man with the blue pineapple hairstyle breaking into his house and knocking him out with a sexy jutsu. He quickly thought, right, my stuff. After searching the house and finding nothing missing, he felt relieved. After some thought, he decided to shout, "That big brother must be a master. I want him to be my teacher." Yeah, that's a great idea. With that, Naruto rushed out to the street, shouting, drawing the attention of many people. "What's that kid Naruto up to?" Shikamaru asked curiously, watching from upstairs. Shoji, munching on chips, replied, "He's probably looking for food." Shikamaru shook his head, lying on the ground and gazing at the sky. "I really envy the white clouds. What kind of trouble is Naruto causing now?" Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, lowering his hat as he spoke. He had just been caught peeping by the Yambu but managed to avoid being apprehended. The Yambu reported, "Naruto is shouting in the street, 'Big brother, where are you? I want you to be my teacher.' I came to report this to see if it needs investigation." Hiruzen pondered. A young man using the term Big Brother Kakashi was too old, and Guy and Asuma weren't women. Who could it be? He ordered the Ambu to follow Naruto and report back once they found the person. After all, Naruto was being closely monitored due to that humanoid creature resembling the Nine Tails. When Naruto returned home, the Ambu went to report, so they didn't notice Ling Feng. At this moment, Ling Feng was sitting in Ichiraku Ramen, eating noodles, completely unaware of the commotion Naruto was causing in search of him. If he knew, he would probably be so angry he'd pickle Naruto. This ramen is really good, no wonder so many people love it, Ling Feng said as he savored it. The Ichiraku owner smiled and replied, "Of course, sir. It seems like this is your first time in Konoha, you seem unfamiliar." "Yes, I'm here in Konoha for some business and plan to stay for a few months." "Konoha is truly an unforgettable place," Ling Feng said while eating. "Alright. Konoha truly is a great place, it's the most harmonious village." The Ichiraku owner smiled as he spoke. "The most harmonious village?" Ling Feng muttered to himself. After finishing his meal and paying the bill, Ling Feng left. Not long after, Naruto rushed into Ichiraku. "Naruto-kun, here for ramen again?" Came out. Earlier, when she saw Ling Feng, she didn't dare come out because he was so handsome, especially with his one red and one blue eye, which were the most captivating. It wasn't until Ling Feng left that came out. "No, I'm here to ask about someone." "Have you seen this person?" Naruto took out a drawing and asked. Looked at the drawing and couldn't help but laugh. Aside from the hair and hairstyle, everything else was a mess. But she recognized the drawing as the handsome guy from earlier and said, "He just left." She pointed in the direction, and Naruto thanked her before immediately chasing after him. That aura is Naruto's? Ling Feng had planned to wander around more but saw Naruto holding a drawing and asking around. He immediately realized Naruto was looking for him. Ling Feng thought, "Why is he looking for me? I didn't take anything." "Found you." Naruto spotted Ling Feng at the corner and quickly chased after him. Ling Feng stood there waiting and asked, "Kid, why are you looking for me?" Naruto, full of enthusiasm, said, "I finally caught up to you, big brother. You're a master, please take me as your disciple." Ling Feng was stunned for a moment. "How do you know I'm a master?" Naruto crossed his arms and thought for a moment. "Instinct." This surprised Ling Feng but also made him find Naruto quite simple-minded. "So, big brother, how about it? Take me as your disciple," Naruto said with a big grin, looking at him. Ling Feng hesitated. Should he teach him or not? Teaching him would definitely be troublesome, but not teaching him felt boring. In the end, he disappeared in a flash. "He's definitely a master. I must make him my teacher," Naruto shouted, continuing to post drawings everywhere in search of him, even leaving the third Hokage feeling helpless. 2 days had passed, and Naruto had been searching for Ling Feng, but every time he arrived, Ling Feng had already left. Naruto became increasingly determined in his search, leaving everyone puzzled as to why he was so persistent. Sasuke, unable to stand it, even fought Naruto a few times. Naruto lost but still refused to give up. Naruto's perseverance piqued the curiosity of the third Hokage, who had never seen such a motivated Naruto before. Who was the man in the portrait? He seemed unfamiliar, likely just an ordinary villager. Sarutobi looked at the portrait and thought, if he were from another village, the security team would have reported it by now. Since there was no report, it meant he was from Konoha. However, since no ninja recognized him, he could only be considered an ordinary resident. "Guy, I think I have some impression of this hairstyle." After the meeting, Kakashi said to Guy. Naruto's drawing of Ling Feng's pineapple hairstyle was quite accurate. Guy responded passionately, "Kakashi, you're overthinking it. Come on, let's continue our duel. Youth should be passionate." Kakashi ignored him, pondering in his mind where he had seen that hairstyle before. 39. Stealing the Scroll of Seals. "Naruto, stop training. Don't you have your Ninja Academy graduation exam today?" Ling Feng said, watching Naruto still exercising. Naruto was startled. I forgot, I need to hurry." "Thanks, brother Ling Feng." With that, he dashed off. Ling Feng shook his head helplessly. Why the rush? It's not that urgent. Ling Feng had been in Konoha for 2 weeks, and Naruto had never given up searching for him. On the 4th day, seeing Naruto's continued efforts, Ling Feng decided to teach him taijutsu, avoiding ninjutsu and genjutsu, as Naruto couldn't learn them anyway. This kid is still as passionate and simple as in the original story. If Konoha weren't so dark, your ideals might have been realized, but reality is cruel. Ling Feng gazed into the distance. Over the past 10 days, Ling Feng had been training Naruto relentlessly. Apart from 7 hours for eating and sleeping, all the time was spent teaching taijutsu. Naruto complained constantly but gritted his teeth and persevered for the future. Ling Feng made him wear weighted clothes, pants, and wristbands. At first, Naruto couldn't even stand, but after a day, he adapted and began moving slowly. Ling Feng first had him run 30 laps around the training ground, then do push-ups and horse stance exercises. The remaining time was spent teaching combat. Naruto endured the pain and resentment. The results were evident. Ling Feng estimated that among the genin, apart from passionate guys like Rock Lee who could open the 8 gates, no one else could match Naruto. Even Neji would struggle against Naruto once he learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu from the Scroll of Seals, and Naruto might even win. After all, Naruto excelled at catching people off guard. Don't underestimate Naruto. The moment Ling Feng tore open the seal, he noticed that Naruto's chakra had become much easier to control. Although he had lost the infinite chakra of the 9 tails, Naruto's own chakra was still immense, which surprised Ling Feng. He had thought Naruto relied on the 9 tails power, but now it seemed that Naruto's chakra level was already close to that of several Jonin combined. Alright, I should go check things out too. Maybe Naruto will pass with taijutsu. After thinking for a moment, Ling Feng got up and left. Ninja Academy. Hee hee. Naruto clasped his hands behind his head, grinning as he waited for the exam, causing those around him to wonder if he had changed. Naruto, the exam is about to start. Why are you still smiling so happily? Shikamaru asked lazily. Naruto didn't say much, just kept grinning. Everyone was baffled by his strange attitude and gave up trying to figure him out. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, snorted coldly, and turned to look out the window. Ahem. Attention, everyone. The topic for this exam is the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Please prepare yourselves. Irika walked in with the roster and announced. Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression changed instantly. Damn it, I should have learned it from brother Ling Feng. I'm doomed, I can't do it. He was filled with worry. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wait, I can pass with taijutsu. Hee hee, I'll leave them all speechless. However, Ling Feng immediately transmitted a message to him. Naruto, you're not allowed to use taijutsu. Soon, someone named Mizuki will come to you. Do as he says. After hearing this, Naruto was both surprised and relieved, confidently heading to the exam. The result was the same as in the original story. He failed. Mizuki, as expected, came to find him. This guy must be Mizuki, the one brother Ling Feng mentioned, Naruto observed silently. Then, just like in the original story, Naruto stole the Scroll of Seals and started learning the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Watching this scene, Ling Feng thought to himself, should I teach him the Rasengan to mess with people? Forget it, if Sasuke finds out, that revenge-driven guy would be utterly humiliated. Although Ling Feng wanted Naruto to become stronger to make things more fun for himself, he dismissed the idea of teaching Rasengan, considering the protagonist's plot armor. After Naruto mastered the Shadow Clone Jutsu, Irika and Mizuki appeared just like in the original story. To Ling Feng's surprise, Naruto only created 10 shadow clones, far fewer than in the original. Yet, these 10 clones easily beat Mizuki half to death, leaving even Irika astonished, unable to believe how strong Naruto's taijutsu had become. In the end, Irika proudly placed the forehead protector on Naruto's head and left happily. This time was pretty interesting. I suddenly thought of a great idea. Let the plot go wherever it wants, Ling Feng mused after watching, then instantly appeared in Naruto's house, waiting for him to return. Brother Ling Feng, you were right, Mizuki is so dumb. Look, I became a genin. Naruto proudly pointed to the forehead protector on his head. Ling Feng smiled and said, well done. Take a rest for now. Tonight, I'll give you special training. Naruto's face immediately fell upon hearing this. Brother Ling Feng, I just became a genin today. Can I have a day off? He pleaded. Ling Feng thought for a moment but ultimately refused, leaving Naruto no choice but to reluctantly agree. Late at night, under the moonlight, Ling Feng sparred with Naruto. Ling Feng said, tomorrow, you'll face off against your Jonin teacher. Don't carry any heavy loads, and you can use shadow clones. Try your best to take him down. Although these words were meant as encouragement, it was practically a miracle for Naruto, who had only trained for a dozen days, to defeat a Jonin. Really? Then I'm going to bed. Naruto ran off excitedly. Ling Feng smiled as he looked at the moon and muttered to himself, should I release the 10 tails to see how strong it really is? He was already scheming to stir up trouble with the 10 tails. Second update, if flowers break 1,000 today, I'll add another update. I was halfway through writing when I got interrupted, so frustrating. Had to rewrite it carefully. 40, encounter with Brother Madara. Naruto, remember what I said, give it your all and don't hold back. The opponent is very strong. After Ling Feng's reminder, Naruto nodded and ran off. Why are you helping that little brat? The divine fox asked, puzzled. Because it's more fun this way. I really want to see how Kakashi gets embarrassed. Although Naruto can't beat Kakashi, making him suffer a little isn't hard. Naruto's training these past few days hasn't been in vain. With 3 months left until the Chunin exams, I'll go have some fun in other villages. It's too boring here. With that, Ling Feng disappeared in a flash. What's going on? All the other teachers are here, so why hasn't ours arrived yet? Naruto asked impatiently. Sasuke snorted coldly, sitting back in his seat with a cool demeanor, his eyes full of discontent. Sakura, meanwhile, stared at Sasuke in a daze. This time, Naruto was eager to show off and was raring to go, but the teacher's tardiness gradually dampened his enthusiasm. Just like in the original story, Naruto placed an eraser at the classroom door. Sasuke looked at him disdainfully and said, "A jonin won't fall for such a childish trick." Sakura also mocked him, "Naruto, you're such an idiot," though she couldn't help but think to herself, "But I like you too." Just as Naruto was about to retort, Kakashi pushed the door open, and the eraser fell right onto his head, raising a cloud of chalk dust. Naruto pointed at Kakashi and laughed, "Ha, he fell for it. Did you see that, Sasuke?" Sasuke was speechless, and Kakashi was helpless. Sakura secretly chuckled. Kakashi said slowly, "Honestly, my first impression of you all isn't great." Then he took the three of them to the rooftop, where they sat down, and he asked, "Tell me your dreams for the future, your favorite foods, and the things you dislike." Naruto was the first to speak. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to become Hokage and to be acknowledged by everyone in the village. I like Ichiraku ramen, and the people I like are Sakura and brother Ling Feng. The things I dislike are." He glanced sideways at Sasuke and smiled. Kakashi was a bit puzzled when he heard the name Ling Feng, but he didn't ask further. Then, Sakura and Sasuke also shared their thoughts. Kakashi didn't say much, only informing them to gather early the next morning and not to eat breakfast. Naruto stood up and shouted with a smile, "Tomorrow is the day I show my skills. Kakashi-sensei, I will definitely defeat you." Sasuke coldly replied, "Overestimating yourself." Sakura stared at Naruto with that idiot look. However, Naruto was resolute, "Just wait and see. I'll definitely surprise you all." After saying this, he clenched his right fist and swung it forward. Kakashi didn't take it seriously and simply said, "Well, good luck then." With that, he turned and left. Afterward, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura each went home. Both Naruto and Sasuke had lost their mothers. When Naruto got home, he excitedly shouted, "Ha, brother Ling Feng, Kakashi-sensei is underestimating me. When the time comes." But he found that Ling Feng wasn't home. Walking into the house, he saw a note on the dining table. It read, "I have to leave Konoha for something. The next time we meet, we might be enemies. Naruto, I look forward to seeing how strong you can become. Good luck. Also, about Kakashi's training for you all. Do you understand? We'll meet again if there's a chance. By then, you must become stronger, otherwise, you won't be able to defeat me or protect your companions in Konoha. Do you think I'm joking? I'm telling you, I'm serious. The next time we meet, if I'm in a bad mood, I might kill you. However, I've decided to teach you a special move. It's written on the back of the note." Naruto looked at the note, feeling a bit upset. It was hard enough to have someone by his side, but they still left. His eyes became a little wet. He memorized the parts about Kakashi and the special move but didn't dwell on the rest. Only the idea of becoming stronger caught his attention. After reading it, he immediately rushed to the training ground and began training desperately with shadow clones. The shadow clone technique was taught by Ling Feng. After learning it, Naruto started using it for training. He shouted loudly, "I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I swear to become stronger than anyone. Brother Ling Feng, don't worry. Kakashi-sensei is my first target, and I'll definitely defeat him tomorrow." With that, he began practicing the Rasengan. Ling Feng had no idea that his note had become the key to Naruto's determination to grow stronger. At this moment, he was being blocked by the enemy he least wanted to deal with, Uchiha Madara. "Damn, it's you again." Ling Feng looked helplessly at the masked man. The masked man stared at him and said, "Ling Feng, I need your help to complete the plan. Come back to the Akatsuki." "Sigh, I don't want to go back. It's too troublesome. Get out of my way, I'm not interested in tangling with you." Ling Feng didn't want to waste time. If the masked man wouldn't move, he'd destroy him. The plan was the Eye of the Moon? He had no interest in it at all. "Oh? Are you confident you can deal with me?" The masked man was skeptical. Setsu, how long do you plan to keep hiding?" Ling Feng looked toward the large tree behind Madara. Zetsu immediately revealed himself. As expected of Ling Feng, your sensory abilities are still as sharp as ever. Of course. With a yin-yang face following me, it would be stupid not to notice. Ling Feng was blunt. What did you say? White Zetsu roared angrily. Quiet. Black Zetsu said darkly. Ling Feng, did you think I came to find you so simply? The masked man said coldly. Ling Feng frowned and looked at him. Take a look at who that is. The masked man pointed to the injured person in Zetsu's hands. Ling Feng glanced over, his pupils contracting. Madara, you bastard. He immediately recognized it was a real person, not Zetsu or a transformation technique, and roared in anger. The second battle begins. Oh, you still remember her? I thought you'd forgotten long ago, the masked man said, observing Ling Feng's furious expression. Ling Feng calmly asked, since Conan is in your hands, what about Nagato? Ling Feng regarded Nagato as a close friend and absolutely did not want anything to happen to him. Nagato? I still need him to help manage Akatsuki, the masked man said coldly. Hearing that Nagato was fine, Ling Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he only needed to rescue Conan. So, have you thought it through? The masked man asked. He was now very aware of Ling Feng's weakness as friends and women. Madara intended to exploit this to control him. Conan! Ling Feng called out. Conan slowly woke up. Although she hadn't regained her strength, she finally had a bit of energy. Oh, you're awake, Black Zetsu said, looking at Conan in surprise. Conan, don't be afraid. I'll save you right away, Ling Feng reassured her, then stared at Madara and said, do you think exploiting my weaknesses will scare me? He slowly drew out the divine fox, his tone icy. The masked man froze for a moment, listening silently, while Zetsu curiously observed Ling Feng. A dragon has its reverse scale, touch it and you die. Bang Kai. Divine fox, manifest. Ling Feng erupted with a powerful aura, pressing down on the masked man and Zetsu. The masked man was shocked by his strength, thinking he must deal with him quickly, or it would become a big problem. So strong. Zetsu marveled. Conan looked at Ling Feng, recalling the words he had said to her that day, you are my woman, no need to thank me. A wave of warmth surged in her heart. Ling Feng, be careful. They've already set up an ambush. Conan shouted. Ling Feng was startled. He looked around but found no enemies, feeling puzzled. The masked man and Zetsu sneered. Ling Feng, there's no escape. Since you refuse to join, you and this woman will die together. The masked man waved his hand, and a powerful barrier rose. Ling Feng felt the barrier's strength, but as long as he released his resurrection, breaking through it would be easy. Several figures flashed into view. Ling Feng looked and saw that it was Nagato and the others. Nagato, Zetsu, Kakuzu, Haiden, Itachi, Kisame, Deidara, Sasori, they're all here. Looks like this was well prepared, Ling Feng thought, his anger surging. Seeing the woman he cared for tortured and covered in wounds, his heart ached as if being cut by a knife. Suddenly, he realized that all these people were clones created by Zetsu, not their real bodies, and he remembered Zetsu's abilities. Let me show you my strength. Come at me all at once, but you, Madara, will pay the price in the end. Ling Feng glared at the masked man, roaring in fury. The group combined their ultimate techniques, launching a fierce attack on Ling Feng. Wind release, great breakthrough, fire release, great fireball, water release, water dragon bullet, lightning release, false darkness, along with clay birds, puppets, and a giant scythe, all came crashing down with a thunderous explosion. Conan looked anxiously toward Ling Feng's position. Just as Zetsu was grabbing Conan, Ling Feng suddenly appeared in front of them. The masked man and the others were shocked, not expecting him to evade all attacks in an instant. Ling Feng slashed off Zetsu's arm with one strike, picked up Conan, confirmed she wasn't under a genjutsu, and quickly disappeared with her. Alright, Conan, you rest in my space for now. I'll let you out once I finish things here, Ling Feng said with a smile. Conan nodded firmly, be careful. Ling Feng nodded in agreement and stored Conan in his spatial ring. The masked man stared in surprise at the disappearing Conan, immediately guessing it was related to space manipulation. Madara, let me show you the consequences of angering me. Ling Feng's face turned cold as he stared at Madara, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The masked man felt a dangerous aura, and in the next moment, Ling Feng slashed directly at him. Although the masked man could phase into his space, he wanted to see how Ling Feng could hit his intangible form. To the masked man's shock, Ling Feng's blade actually struck him, blood splattering everywhere. The masked man hadn't felt such pain in years. Just as he was about to leap away, Ling Feng grabbed his neck with one hand and delivered a fierce punch to his abdomen. Blood spurted from the masked man's mouth as he was violently sent flying. The others were stunned, but Ling Feng gave them no time to react. With a flick of his 8 fingers, 8 phantom bullets shot out simultaneously. Before anyone could react, they were all hit, panting heavily. Ling Feng looked at these clones in surprise, not expecting them to still exist after being hit by the phantom bullets. He had underestimated his opponents. Chakra is forbidden, Ling Feng said coldly. Everyone was shocked to find their chakra completely gone, except for Nagato, who could barely activate his Rinnegan's ultimate techniques. The masked man walked forward slowly, curious, how exactly did you do this? He, too, realized he couldn't use chakra, his face full of astonishment. Let me tell you, my ability is the illusion domain. Once I activate my Bankai, you can't possibly defeat me. Simply put, my imagination determines the domain. Whatever domain I imagine, it becomes reality. I can even create a domain that forbids chakra, Ling Feng thought to himself, though there are some divine domains that can't be imagined. The masked man and Zetsu were shaken to their core, exclaiming, "What kind of godlike ability is this?" The masked man stared at Ling Feng for a long time, speechless. Ling Feng didn't want to say more. He decided to instill fear in Madara, ensuring he would never dare oppose him again. Otherwise, others might truly see him as an easy target. Suspended in mid-air, Ling Feng pointed his right index finger at Madara, Zero. A red beam of light flashed, accompanied by a loud explosion, jolting everyone around awake. Boom! A massive crater appeared. Ling Feng looked at the scene before him and sneered, "Tough luck. You actually managed to escape into your space. Never mind, I'll deal with you another time." With that, he vanished. Not long after, a bloodied man appeared near the massive crater. What a miscalculation. I didn't expect Ling Feng to be so strong. He's not someone to provoke. If I couldn't escape into my space, I'd be dead by now. Zetsu, come out. I know you're fine. Half of the masked man's mask was shattered, and in his heart, he raised Ling Feng's danger level to the extreme. Ah, it hurts so much. Ling Feng's techniques are too powerful. All the clones were destroyed, white Zetsu emerged from the ground. Black Zetsu also appeared from another side, and the two merged. Black Zetsu asked grimly, "Toby, what do we do next? Ling Feng is almost stronger than you, with godlike abilities. After this, he definitely won't help us anymore." His tone carried a hint of fear. The masked man shook his head, "Forget Ling Feng for now. I'm more concerned about this crater. Zetsu, don't you think this scene is reminiscent of when Iwagakure was destroyed?" Black Zetsu nodded. "The chakra feels somewhat similar, but it's different. This crater isn't even half the size of the one in Iwagakure. After all, the Iwagakure incident involved a phasing blast, which wasn't used this time, so the power was naturally less. Never mind, let's head back to the base. Keep a close eye on Ling Feng's movements in the future. I don't want any more surprises," the masked man said. Zetsu merged into the ground and left, and the masked man also retreated. Not long after, nearby shinobi arrived one after another, staring in shock at the massive crater. The news spread again, breaking the temporary peace in the ninja world and causing a stir. At this moment, Ling Feng was helping Konan with her treatment, listening to her slowly recount the events. It turned out that not long after Ling Feng left, the masked man went to find Nagato, wanting to know what Ling Feng and Nagato had discussed. However, Nagato refused to reveal anything, which made Madara very uneasy. Madara believed that the conversation between Ling Feng and Nagato was extremely important and that he had to control the information, but Nagato remained tight-lipped, leaving Madara at a loss. Nagato and Konan initially thought Madara would give up, but instead, Madara attempted to kidnap Konan to force Nagato to comply. Nagato decided to stay behind to hold him off and send Konan away first. After all, Madara had already shown hostility, and Nagato didn't want Konan to remain in a dangerous place. When he sent Konan away, Nagato felt relieved, believing that as long as he could stall Madara and Zetsu, no one would be able to catch up with Konan. Unexpectedly, Madara had already sent Kisame and cloned Akatsuki members to track Konan, eventually obtaining information about Ling Feng from her, which led to the incident where Madara used Konan to force Ling Feng to compromise. However, Madara ultimately miscalculated, resulting in a tragedy. After hearing Konan's account, Ling Feng felt that Madara's actions actually made sense. Discussing matters with an unstable individual and his subordinates was indeed worrisome. But he believes Nagato would be fine. After all, Nagato was strong, and even if he couldn't defeat Madara, he could escape. While treating her, Ling Feng noticed Konan's torn clothes and injuries. He immediately took out a set of clothes from his spatial ring and handed them to her. Holding Konan, he said, "Konan, come with me. Nagato will be fine. Konan was silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. In her heart, 90% of her decision was because she missed Lingfeng and wanted to spend more time with him, while 10% was due to the harsh reality. Lingfeng smiled and said, "You've become even more beautiful over the years. Have you thought about me during this time?" Konan was happy to hear the compliment, but when asked if she had missed him, her face turned red. Seeing her shy expression, Lingfeng found her adorable and his heart felt warm. "Alright, let us go. I'll take you back to the base first. Remember, from now on, you're my woman." I didn't say it before because the timing wasn't right. Now, are you willing? Lingfeng's tone was firm, leaving no room for refusal. Conan had long understood her feelings for Lingfeng. Years of longing had made her completely fall for this mischievous guy. She decided not to hold back anymore and chose to follow Lingfeng. Conan looked into Lingfeng's eyes and gently nodded. Lingfeng didn't say much more and directly kissed Conan's lips. Conan was startled by the sudden action but didn't push him away. She found the feeling quite special. Lingfeng extended his tongue, gently exploring Conan's, and soon their tongues intertwined. Lingfeng felt the moist sensation and was very pleased. His hands began to move up Conan's fair legs, gently gripping them. Conan felt Lingfeng's hands, like wolf claws, touching her, sending an electric sensation through her body both strange and thrilling. As Lingfeng caressed her smooth skin, their lips slowly parted. Conan couldn't help but let out a soft ah though quiet. Lingfeng heard it clearly. Adding yesterday's part, should they go further? Quick readers, please comment to decide. But I feel like I'm not good at writing romance scenes, it's always a struggle. 43. Kakashi's shock. Leaving Lingfeng aside for now, Kakashi was undergoing an important test. Before dawn, Sasuke and Sakura were already waiting at the training ground. "Why isn't Naruto here yet?" Sakura asked, puzzled, as she looked at the empty field. After all, this test determined whether they could become genin, and not showing up would mean disqualification. Sasuke, however, coldly replied, "Even without that dead last, I can pass." Hearing this, Sakura secretly developed a small crush on him. Time passed slowly, and just before 10 o'clock, Kakashi finally appeared. Sasuke and Sakura's gazes were sharp enough to pierce him. Kakashi, however, nonchalantly said, "I got lost." "Where's Naruto?" Sakura and Sasuke almost cursed after hearing this, but Sasuke calmly said, "I don't know, maybe he gave up, that dead last." Kakashi frowned deeply. He had prepared a thorough plan, but if Naruto didn't show up, this test would be a waste. Just as he was troubled, a voice rang out, "Sasuke, don't underestimate me, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto walked over, his clothes in tatters, covered in wounds, as if he had just been through a fierce battle. "Naruto, where have you been? Why are you so late?" Kakashi asked in confusion. Naruto was never late, but this time he was the last to arrive. "Nothing much, I just overtrained last night and took a nap." "Kakashi-sensei, you're my first step to proving myself." Naruto scratched his nose, full of confidence. Kakashi was both annoyed and impressed by Naruto's attitude. Training hard right before the test was like cramming at the last minute. Sasuke and Sakura, however, were indifferent, not believing that Naruto could get stronger with just a bit of effort. "Alright, the test begins. The rules are simple, as long as you can snatch the spell from me, you win. Otherwise, you'll be tied to the wooden post and watch me eat lunch," Kakashi said while holding up two bells. Sakura complained, "So this is why you didn't let us eat lunch?" Sasuke's expression wasn't great either, but Naruto looked as if he had been prepared all along. "Ha, I had breakfast before coming." The three of them immediately cast different looks at him, two filled with hostility and one with surprise. Next, Sasuke and Sakura hid, while Naruto walked out openly. Before Kakashi could speak, Naruto said, "Come on, let's have a fair one-on-one." Kakashi helplessly covered his face. "I told you to hide, you." Before he could finish, Naruto interrupted firmly, "I just want to duel Kakashi-sensei. Only then can I show my true strength." "Kakashi-sensei, you'd better be careful." Looking at Naruto's confidence, Kakashi had a faint feeling that Naruto might be strong, but he quickly shook his head, telling himself it was just an illusion. Sasuke and Sakura, hiding nearby, were waiting for Naruto to embarrass himself, quietly observing. Naruto charged directly at Kakashi. Kakashi marveled at his incredible speed but blocked the attack steadily, taking out his make-out paradise to read. Naruto threw a powerful right punch, which Kakashi easily blocked. Naruto then kicked at the hand holding the book, but Kakashi caught it with his left hand and immediately threw Naruto aside. Kakashi calmly said, "Now you see the gap, right? Your speed is fast, but it's not enough against me." Naruto stood up and smiled. Kakashi-sensei is impressive, but I haven't used my full strength yet. Saying this, he took off his outerwear and weighted wristbands but not his pants, declaring firmly, I will definitely defeat you. With that, Naruto charged again. Kakashi was surprised as he realized what was happening, but it was too late. Naruto landed a punch on his left cheek, forcing him back a few steps. Naruto didn't give him a chance to react, launching a series of attacks, completely forgetting this was just a test and fighting as if it were real. After taking several punches, Kakashi finally reacted and pushed Naruto back. Shocked, he thought, this kid's speed is incredible, surpassing many Chunin. How does he train? Why are his grades so bad? Sasuke and Sakura, hiding, widened their eyes. Sasuke thought, damn it. Has he been deceiving me all along? Sakura wondered, is Naruto really this strong? Kakashi-sensei, now comes the main event, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto formed a hand seal and created 7 clones, charging at Kakashi. 5 clones attacked from different directions, and Kakashi defended cautiously. He didn't dare to be as careless as before, having learned his lesson after taking a few punches. He had already put away his make-out paradise. After dealing with the 5 clones, Naruto's voice came from behind him. He, got it. Kakashi turned around, expecting the opponent to throw a punch, and raised his hand to block. However, he saw Naruto gathering a blue sphere in his hand. Shocked, Kakashi exclaimed, Rasengan? Taking the opportunity, Naruto slammed the Rasengan into Kakashi's abdomen. Although it wasn't very powerful, it still sent Kakashi flying into a tree. He. Success! Naruto panted, speaking while half kneeling. Using the Rasengan was still quite strenuous for him. Yesterday's training had consumed a lot of chakra, and his stamina hadn't fully recovered. That full-force attack was his limit. Sasuke and Lingfeng, witnessing this scene, were filled with shame, thinking, when did he become this strong? Or has he been hiding his strength all along? Sakura was equally surprised, wondering, when did Naruto learn this kind of jutsu? Kakashi stood up and asked in shock, Naruto, how did you learn this move? Although the Rasengan only grazed him, leaving a circular mark, he was eager to know how Naruto had mastered it. I learned it from brother Lingfeng. Ah, he's really ruthless. Naruto said before fainting. Kakashi walked over to check and found that Naruto had completely exhausted his chakra and stamina. It seemed he had trained too late last night and hadn't recovered. Lingfeng? Who exactly is this person? I'll have to find out sometime. Naruto really pushes himself, challenging me without recovering his strength. If he were at his peak, it might have been a bit more troublesome. Kakashi looked at the unconscious Naruto and then went to find Sakura and Sasuke. The battle unfolded just like in the original story. Sakura was deceived by a genjutsu, and Sasuke, like Naruto, confronted Kakashi head-on without trying to grab the bells. As a result, they were quickly dealt with by Kakashi. First update, go to the comments section and share your thoughts on this chapter. I'm off to have breakfast. 44. Take down Conan. This chapter is ready. Naruto, when did you start training so diligently? Kakashi asked as he tied Naruto to a wooden post while eating, bringing up the matter of passing the test. Previously, Kakashi had used a strategy to let them pass, but Naruto, tied up and unable to move, was clearly unhappy. About 10 days ago. Naruto squinted, showing that expression that made people want to punch him, though he himself was unaware of it. Kakashi, however, was unsettled. 10 days ago? Hearing this, Kakashi's mind went blank for a moment. Reaching Chunin level in just 10 days? This kid must be lying, right? Kakashi thought to himself. After all, for someone with no prior strength to reach Chunin level in 10 days was simply unbelievable. Back in the day, it had taken Kakashi several months to train from Genin to Chunin, and that was during wartime. For Naruto to achieve this in peacetime in just 10 days, how was that possible? It's true. 10 days ago, I kept pestering brother Lingfeng to teach me. Although he only taught me taijutsu and barely any ninjutsu, I figured out the Rasengan on my own after he left, Naruto said, struggling. Lingfeng hadn't told him to keep it a secret, otherwise, Naruto wouldn't have said anything even if Kakashi tied him up. Finally, Kakashi asked, Lingfeng? Who exactly is this brother Lingfeng you're talking about? He stared at Naruto. Naruto innocently replied, he's the big brother who taught me taijutsu. Kakashi pressed further, where does he live? Do you know? He thought that if Lingfeng was in the village, he should go find him. After all, aside from the 4th Hokage and Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin, no one else knew the Rasengan. Brother Lingfeng lives with me, Naruto answered. Kakashi asked, then where did he go? Suddenly, he recalled the recent rumors in the village about Naruto searching for someone. It seemed Naruto had been looking for this person at the time. However, there didn't seem to be anyone with blue hair in the village. Naruto scratched his head. I don't know. He said he had something to do and wanted me to get stronger. He mentioned something about a test. I can't remember clearly. He recalled that the note had long been washed away in the river. Forget it. You can go home now. We'll gather tomorrow morning to start the mission. Kakashi decided to report to the third Hokage first. As soon as he untied Naruto, the boy quickly ran off, afraid of being caught again. Kakashi also disappeared in a flash. At the same time, Ling Feng held Xiaonan's slender waist and walked toward the Mist Ninja village. At night, they built a small hut in the forest. Xiaonan leaned on Ling Feng's shoulder and curiously asked, "Is your power base really in the Mist Ninja village?" Ling Feng smiled and nodded. But our Akatsuki organization hasn't heard of your influence in the Mist Ninja village? Xiaonan was puzzled. Ling Feng continued to smile, took out a map, and pointed to the entire area of the Mist Ninja village. Who said there's no influence? He said mysteriously. Xiaonan was surprised. You actually subdued the entire Mist Ninja village? The fifth Mizukage is a stubborn woman. How did you manage that? Ling Feng gave a mysterious smile. Take a guess. Xiaonan thought deeply and finally said, She's your woman, isn't she? Ling Feng awkwardly nodded and added, Not just her, you are too. After saying that, he kissed Xiaonan's lips. Xiaonan was initially angry, but after hearing those words and feeling his sudden closeness, her heart softened, and she leaned gently into Ling Feng's embrace. Ling Feng continued to kiss Xiaonan's lips, the sweet sensation dispelling her earlier anger. Ling Feng's hands, like a fox's paws, quietly moved toward Xiaonan's soft areas. Even through her clothes, he could feel the tenderness. Then, he carried Xiaonan to the bed and slowly removed her clothes. Xiaonan knew what he intended to do but did not stop him, as her heart already belonged to him. She made a request, Don't forget me in the future. Even though I'm not the only one, and there might be others, I hope you won't forget me. Xiaonan said seriously. Ling Feng nodded, Don't worry, I won't forget. You are one of the women I love most. Alright, let's begin. He smiled as he spoke. Looking at Xiaonan's fair body, her voluptuous curves, her raised beautiful hips, and that mysterious garden, Ling Feng couldn't help but extend his tongue, gently teasing the sensitive spots on Xiaonan's body. Xiaonan panted softly, and her lower body gradually became moist. Ling Feng's attention shifted to the area between her legs, gently caressing the mysterious bush and savoring the trickling spring water. He also touched her hips, making Xiaonan feel deeply affectionate. Feeling the moment was right, Ling Feng removed his clothes, revealing his firm and erect member. He stared at Xiaonan's entrance and said, Xiaonan, here I come. Xiaonan blushed, closed her eyes, and nodded. Ling Feng thrust in at once. Xiaonan cried out in pain, gripping the bedsheet tightly as red liquid dripped onto the bed. Ling Feng moved slowly, and gradually Xiaonan's pain turned into moans of pleasure. Ah, ah, ah. Xiaonan's melodious voice kept coming from her mouth, arousing Ling Feng's even greater desire, and his movements became increasingly vigorous. After a long time and multiple climaxes, Xiaonan had already fallen asleep, with spring water still flowing between her legs. Ling Feng looked at the swollen area, realizing he had been too rough, as it was her first time. In the morning, Xiaonan lay on Ling Feng's chest, lightly tapping him with her small fists. Because of the intensity of the previous night, her legs hurt so much that she didn't dare to move. Second update. 45. Jiraiya and Naruto's exchange. Why don't you first talk about your progress this past year? The third Hokage asked Jiraiya while smoking. Jiraiya looked at Sarutobi and said seriously, I haven't found much information. Over the past year, I've been to many places but haven't gathered any useful clues. However, not long ago, I discovered a giant crater in a remote mountain range. You know about it, right? I went there and found some related information. He spoke with a mysterious tone. Sarutobi impatiently said, I know, stop beating around the bush and just say it. Jiraiya replied solemnly, the chakra residue in that crater is somewhat similar to the humanoid nine-tails creature I fought before. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi lowered his Hokage hat and sighed, it seems the ninja world is about to fall into chaos again. Jiraiya, stay in Konoha for now. I feel the ninja world will be turbulent in the coming months. Also, here is Naruto's file, take a look. With that, he tossed the file to Jiraiya. Jiraiya was stunned when he saw the name, isn't this kid Minato? What's so interesting about that? Sarutobi said coldly, do you think I would show you something useless? This is the latest intel from Kakashi. Naruto actually used the Rasengan. The rest, see for yourself. Jiraiya initially didn't care, but when he heard that Naruto could use the Rasengan, he exclaimed in shock, "Don't joke around. How could that brat use the Rasengan? Only Minato and I know that technique. Minato is dead, and I never taught him." Sarutobi gestured for him to continue reading the report. After reading the report, Jiraiya frowned and said, "Who is this guy named Lingfeng? I've never heard of him in our village." Sarutobi nodded. "We couldn't find his identity, and there's no report of any outsider entering the village. Naruto seems to respect him quite a bit." Looking out at the bustling Konoha, he said gravely, "I need to go see Naruto and see if I can get any useful information." Jiraiya tossed the report back onto the desk, turned, and left, leaving Sarutobi deep in thought. Who are you?" Naruto picked his nose and looked at the white-haired man in front of him. Good question, kid. Don't be scared by my title. I am the legendary, dashing, one of the Sannin, Jiraiya." After saying this, he struck a pose. "Oh, really?" Naruto replied dismissively, hands behind his head. "Can you move? I want to go eat." Jiraiya froze on the spot, but Naruto ignored him and walked away. Jiraiya quickly blocked his path and said, "Kid, I know a lot of powerful jutsu. Want to learn?" He planned to lure him in with a sweet offer and then explain slowly. "What kind of jutsu?" Naruto asked curiously. Jiraiya was secretly pleased and said, "I know fire release, earth release, and other jutsu. Ask me a few questions, and I'll teach you." He thought Naruto would definitely be intrigued. Unexpectedly, Naruto said, "Forget it. Brother Lingfeng said wind release is the most important for me. No need to learn those." With that, he continued walking forward. Jiraiya quickly caught up and blocked him again. Naruto was getting annoyed, being stopped twice by this pervy old man. He simply started running. Watching his speed, Jiraiya remarked, "His physical training is pretty good, but you can't escape me." With that, he teleported in front of Naruto. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto immediately created 30 or 40 shadow clones, scattering in all directions. What a cunning brat! Jiraiya slowly caught them one by one. In the end, Naruto was still caught. If he couldn't catch him, how could he live up to the title of one of the Sannin? "Alright, kid, I don't have time to play with you. I still need to gather material. Your outfit is really heavy," Jiraiya said seriously, holding onto him. Naruto shouted angrily, "You're my second target. Shut up. I'll just ask you a few questions, and that's it," Jiraiya said impatiently. Naruto thought it made sense and asked, "What do you want to ask?" "You can use the Rasengan." "Show me," Jiraiya said, half doubting and wanting to confirm. Naruto created a shadow clone, and a blue Rasengan immediately appeared in his hand. Jiraiya saw it and was certain. "Who taught you?" Jiraiya asked. "Brother Lingfeng, why?" Naruto was puzzled. Why did both he and Kakashi-sensei react so strongly to this technique? "What does he look like?" Jiraiya pressed. Naruto thought for a long time but couldn't come up with any descriptive words. Finally, he said helplessly, "Very handsome." Jiraiya rolled his eyes at this. "Are you messing with me? Forget it, just draw a picture." Jiraiya handed him paper and a pen. Naruto started drawing. When he finished, Jiraiya looked at the picture speechlessly. Aside from the hairstyle being somewhat accurate, the face and body were completely unrecognizable. Afterward, Jiraiya chatted with Naruto for a while and somehow convinced him to become his apprentice. After their conversation, the two parted ways to find their respective loved ones. Third update. 46. Return to the Hidden Mist Village. Author, I almost forgot about a character and had to think for a long time to remember. My love zero novel equals Divine Fox, you haven tea let me speak all day. Author, misunderstanding. I just wanted to let you rest. Divine Fox, then you go rest yourself. Shoot him, Divine Gun. Author, Lingfeng, Divine Fox, why are you killing the author? Then this book will end. Divine Fox, let it end. Authoress Soul, you're too cruel. The end. The above is purely a joke, please do not imitate. Who threw an egg? Conan, do you know Madara's plan? The two walked on the water as Lingfeng asked Conan. Isn't it to unify the world? Conan asked in return. Lingfeng shook his head. You and Nagato don't understand his true plan. Conan was displeased. Then, do you know? Lingfeng said, his goal is the Eye of the Moon plan. Conan was curious. What is that? She had thought the masked man only wanted to create peace, but it turned out there was more to it. Have you heard of the 10 Tails? Lingfeng asked first. The 10 Tails? Aren't there only the one tail to the 9 tails? What does the 10 tails have to do with his plan? Conan asked, puzzled. His plan is to gather the 9-tailed beasts, revive the 10 tails, and become its Jinchuriki. Then, using the Sharingan's Tsukuyomi, he'll cast a shadow over the world through the moon, making everyone live in an illusion, Lingfeng explained while looking at the moon. That's impossible. He said before that gathering the tailed beasts would create a weapon to rule the world, Conan said in disbelief. That weapon is the 10 tails itself. Once the 9-tailed beasts are gathered, even you won't be able to stop it, Lingfeng continued. Damn it, he wants everyone to live in a lie. That is not peace, it's just a dream, Conan said angrily. It's indeed a dream. I'd actually like to see how strong the 10 tails is and what it looks like, but I have no information or memory on how to revive it. The chances of seeing it are slim, Lingfeng said, resting his chin on his hand in thought. You're not thinking of fighting the 10 tails, are you? Conan asked worriedly. Yes. When I go all out, no one in this world can defeat me, not even the tailed beasts. I want to challenge the 10 tails. I like strong opponents, Lingfeng said firmly. I plan to wait until Madara revives the 10 tails and then take care of him, Lingfeng said, gazing into the distance. Xiaonan asked in disbelief, are you really that strong? Although she had seen battles in the spatial ring, Xiaonan felt that Lingfeng might not be as powerful as he claimed. Could it be that he hadn't used his full strength before? You know, last time when I fought Madara and the others, I only used half my strength. If I had gone all out, I would have taken down that bastard Madara in an instant, Lingfeng said with determination. He hadn't used holification or resurrection, the latter would only cause his power to surge temporarily. Half strength? Xiaonan was utterly shocked. If that was only half his strength, just how powerful was he? She felt both happy and worried. Happy that such a strong man was hers, but worried about whether he could defeat the 10 tails. After all, the 9-tailed beasts were already incredibly powerful, and combining all 9 was even more terrifying. Xiaonan couldn't imagine it. Don't worry. I'm still researching an unused Kekkei Genkai second stage resurrection. Once I master it, my power will multiply several times over, Lingfeng said, seeing through Xiaonan's thoughts and holding her to comfort her. Up ahead is the Mist Village. Let's sneak in quietly. I've never shown my face there, so no one in the village knows me, Lingfeng said as he led Xiaonan into the village. The guarding ninjas only felt a gust of wind and didn't notice anything. They arrived at a cave where people often gathered and found Mei Terumi, Kimimaro, Haku, Durin, and Samui all present. Lingfeng sighed at how strange his luck was. He was worried about the situation between Mei Terumi and Xiaonan but decided to observe first and use forceful measures if necessary. Suddenly, a bone blade shot toward Lingfeng. Xiaonan wanted to block it with paper, but Lingfeng stopped her. He smiled and caught the bone blade. You guys coordinate well. If it weren't me, I might have been hit. The 4 immediately revealed themselves, Kimimaro in the front, Durin behind him, Haku on the left, Samui on the right, and Mei Terumi in the back preparing a big move. The 5 shouted in unison, Lord Lingfeng, big brother. Lingfeng waved his hand and said, come, let me introduce you. This is Xiaonan. Over here are Kimimaro, Haku, Durin, Samui, and finally Mei Terumi. Xiaonan curiously asked, why is Kimimaro the only boy? Lingfeng helplessly retorted, why do you care about that? He didn't want to expose his plans. Haku and Durin warmly welcomed Xiaonan, while Kimimaro and Samui merely glanced at her and silently walked away. Mei Terumi exchanged a few vague words with Lingfeng before pulling Xiaonan aside to talk privately. Lingfeng, however, felt a chill down his spine. He reassessed everyone's progress and said, you've all improved a lot. Don't worry, there will be a mission in 3 months. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared on his lips. You 4 have mastered it well. Good job, Lingfeng said, looking at the 4 on the ground with satisfaction. Durin stood up, clinging to his arm and shaking it as she asked, big brother Lingfeng, how's my crystal release? Not bad. But Durin, you're already grown up. Do you still need to act spoiled? Lingfeng looked at her helplessly. No, I'll never grow up in front of big brother Lingfeng, Durin continued to act spoiled. Lingfeng felt the soft movement of 2 gentle mounds on his arm, making him somewhat uneasy. He looked at Hong Lian's flawless, fair face, her perfect figure, the little white rabbits on her chest, and her sexy thighs. His heart couldn't help but flutter. Comparing her to Samui, he was instantly amazed. When will I be able to have them both, he thought to himself. Just as he was lost in thought, Conan walked in and said, Lingfeng, Mei Terumi asked me to show you this. Ever since Mei Terumi had spoken to Conan about something, Lingfeng felt that Conan had been holding a grudge against him, and he couldn't figure out what he had done to upset her. After pressing her, he finally learned that Conan was angry because he hadn't told her his true identity. Ling Feng quickly comforted and apologized to her, finally resolving the resentment. He swore never to hide anything again because convincing others was too exhausting. He couldn't understand how Naruto managed to be so persuasive, convincing people like Zabuza, Niji, Nagato, and others with just a few words. Ling Feng felt frustrated. Any news? Ling Feng asked as he glanced at the report. Not much, just some disturbances. Didn't you say you wanted to see reports from various places? So I brought them over, Conan replied. When Conan first learned that Ling Feng was the Nine Tails, she was utterly shocked. A tailed beast can turn into a human? And I can't sense any of the tailed beast's chakra from Ling Feng at all. It's unbelievable. At first, she didn't believe it, but later, Mei Terumi demonstrated the Nine Tails chakra within her, and Conan had no choice but to accept it. She later heard that Kimimaro, Haku, Honglien, and Samui all had fragments of the Nine Tails within them, which left Conan completely unsettled. Conan suddenly felt some resentment toward Ling Feng not because he had deceived her, but because he hadn't told her he was the Nine Tails. Is he so afraid of me finding out, she thought, feeling quite displeased. However, later, Ling Feng chased after her to explain, finally clearing up the misunderstanding. From then on, Ling Feng helped seal a fragment of the Nine Tails within Conan and had Kimimaro and the others guide her, working in coordination with Mei Terumi and the Mizukichi. Oh! Ling Feng exclaimed in surprise after reading the report, drawing everyone's attention. What is it? Conan asked curiously. The report only mentioned some national unrest, and the others also looked at Ling Feng in confusion. Kimimaro, Haku, Honglien, Samui, let's go. There's an interesting event about to start, perfect for you to stretch your muscles. Conan, do you want to join us? Ling Feng said directly. Haku, Honglien, Kimimaro, and Samui immediately perked up and began preparing. Conan pointed at the report with her slender finger, puzzled. Is there something interesting in here? Yes, very interesting. Want to check it out? Ling Feng asked with a smile. Conan was silent for a moment before saying, Alright, staying in the Mist Village is boring anyway. It might be nice to take a look. Ling Feng smiled but said nothing more. In truth, he was quite surprised by the report's contents. It mentioned something about the land of demons. Acting ahead of schedule? Perfect, I'll use you to test my skills, he thought, beginning to prepare his equipment. Ling Feng had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique of Minato Namikaze. Although he wasn't as skilled as Minato, it was still very convenient to use. He drew out the Divine Fox and asked curiously, Divine Fox, why haven't you been speaking lately? Nothing, just taking a nap. Using a physical form is exhausting. Call me when we get to the land of demons, I want to see what that guy is like, the Divine Fox replied in his mind. Alright, keep sleeping. I'll call you when there's movement in the land of demons, Ling Feng thought, then went to find Mei Terumi, only to be met with her resentful gaze for a long time. It took all of Ling Feng's persuasive skills to convince Mei Terumi to let him go. Thus, Ling Feng set out with the four young people and Conan. The journey was filled with laughter, but tragedy soon followed. What kind of tragedy? Guess for yourself. Meanwhile, is it the copy ninja Kakashi? No wonder they failed, a voice said. Kakashi looked at the newcomer. Momochi Zabuza, he said, signaling Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to stay alert. Kakashi, step aside. I want to kill that guy, Zabuza said, swinging his large sword and pointing at an older man. No, he is our client. Kakashi drew his kunai and responded seriously. Kakashi was about to charge forward to face the battle when Naruto suddenly asked, Kakashi-sensei, can I handle this guy? Kakashi glanced at him, thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement and followed behind to observe. As expected of Kakashi, letting this brat go to his death, Zabuza sneered coldly at Kakashi while holding his large sword. Naruto shouted angrily, Don't underestimate me, Uzumaki Naruto. But Zabuza didn't take him seriously at all. Sasuke clenched his fists, his face dark, he's already so strong, so why is Naruto the one fighting? The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto formed a seal and created 9 clones, charging at Zabuza. Zabuza swung his sword, instantly dispelling 3 clones, then slashed down 3 more that attempted a sneak attack. Got you. 2 clones simultaneously threw punches at Zabuza. He spun and swung his sword, turning the 2 clones into smoke. Zabuza mocked, a brat is still a brat. With this level of skill, you dare challenge me? Suddenly, the sound of 2 footsteps approached. He rushed forward and slashed at one of Naruto's clones, which dissipated into smoke. Now there are no clones left. You're too weak, Zabuza said arrogantly. Kakashi watched the scene, silently praying for him in his heart. I told you not to underestimate me. Using Brother Lingfeng's words, you're just an idiot. Naruto's voice came from the smoke, and then he charged out holding a Rasengan, striking directly at Zabuza's abdomen with his right hand. Zabuza was startled and tried to dodge, but Naruto grabbed his right hand with such force that it caught him off guard. In that instant, Naruto landed a hit on him. Zabuza cried out in pain as he was sent flying and crashed into a tree. Naruto looked proudly at the scene before him. This was a jonin on the same level as Kakashi. Kakashi, on the other hand, showed a look of sympathy, thinking that it was truly embarrassing for Zabuza to be sent flying by a genin. He recalled how last time, a single Rasengan from Naruto had only injured his skin. This time, with Naruto's full force attack, even if Zabuza managed to stand up, his strength would be greatly diminished. Zabuza looked at the blood flowing from his abdomen, burning with rage. To be beaten like this by a genin, how could he tolerate it? He tried to stand up but found that his injuries were too severe to continue fighting. He had no choice but to use the hidden mist technique to escape. Seeing Zabuza use the hidden mist technique, Kakashi immediately instructed everyone to stay alert. After a long time, there was no movement in the mist. Kakashi used a wind release technique to disperse the mist and discovered that Zabuza had already fled. He then told everyone to rest on the spot. Naruto laughed triumphantly. Uzumaki Naruto, actually scared off a jonin. Sasuke felt deeply ashamed upon hearing this, while Sakura ignored him. Tazuna exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Naruto continued laughing, of course. Kakashi reminded him, Naruto, don't get too cocky. Zabuza was just careless. If he hadn't underestimated you, you wouldn't have been able to hit him. Naruto cheekily replied, Kakashi-sensei, being underestimated is kind of fun. Both you and Zabuza have been beaten by me, huh? Kakashi helplessly covered his face, thinking that it was fortunate no one had seen it back then, or it would have been quite embarrassing for him too. Enough rest, let's move out. Kakashi checked the time and spoke. After hearing this, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura got up one after another. Sasuke walked with his head down, deep in thought, while Sakura kept staring at him. Naruto walked with his hands behind his head, squinting as he strolled. Tazuna felt much more at ease, thinking that coming to Konoha was the right decision, and happily followed along. Meanwhile, Zabuza returned to the residence Kato had prepared for him to recover from his injuries. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and a man wearing sunglasses walked in. Zabuza glanced at him impatiently. What are you doing here, Kato? Kato smiled and said, I didn't expect you to get hurt. I'm really surprised. Zabuza cursed angrily, bastard, get out. Being injured by a genin had left him extremely frustrated and unable to accept it. Kato was taken aback by the outburst and quickly said, alright, you rest well. I won't disturb you. However, in his mind, he was plotting, Zabuza dares to yell at me. Once he's no longer useful, I'll hire other ninjas to deal with him or report him to the Hidden Mist Village and let them handle him. But then he remembered that he had come to ask whether the mission was completed. Judging by Zabuza's condition, it clearly wasn't, so he decided to start taking precautionary measures. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke were practicing tree climbing together. The two trained late into the night, just like in the original story. At first, everyone was watching Naruto, but Naruto stood with his arms crossed, squinting at the tree in front of him, silently cursing himself for not learning more from Brother Lingfeng. As a result, aside from fighting, he couldn't even climb a tree. Everyone had assumed that Naruto would climb the tree with ease, but to their surprise, he fell after just a few steps. Seeing this, Sasuke finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Naruto had mastered tree climbing too, Sasuke felt he might have gone crazy. Late at night, the two finally completed their tree climbing training and returned to their lodging together. Naruto gave Sasuke a slight smile, but Sasuke only glanced at him indifferently and walked away without saying a word. Sakura chased after Sasuke, disappearing somewhere. Kakashi looked at the three of them and felt a headache coming on. Naruto's progress has motivated Sasuke, and now Sasuke is working hard to train. Sakura, on the other hand, just follows Sasuke around. She's the weakest in the team and not focused enough. Sigh, I'll just let things take their course. With that thought, Kakashi decided not to interfere and went to rest himself. Before going to sleep, Kakashi muttered, I really don't know who taught Naruto to be like this. Lingfeng? That name and that hairstyle seem familiar, but I just can't recall. After saying this, he gradually fell asleep. Someone asked me why I didn't let Naruto transform back then? Let me tell you, would you dare to accept Naruto's transformation? Other than the sexy jutsu, the rest are useless. Second update. 49, Entering the Land of Demons. Conan, Ling Feng, you have to tell us, what exactly has you so interested? Conan asked as she walked beside Ling Feng. Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Ling Feng, their faces full of anticipation and curiosity. Ling Feng calmly said, "You'll know when we get there. Anyway, this time you'll have the chance to show your skills. I also want to test myself against someone to see if they're really as strong as I think." Hearing this, the group felt both disappointed and excited. Disappointed because they still didn't know the specifics, but excited because they were finally going to face a tough battle. Although they had taken missions and killed people in the Village of the Mist, those opponents were too weak and posed no challenge. This time, they were determined to improve their combat awareness and experience. Conan smiled and didn't press further. She felt Ling Feng was right, they'd know when they got there, no need to ask more. She also wanted to test her own strength. Ever since obtaining Ling Feng's Nine Tails clone, her chakra had become much stronger, with increased reserves and faster wound recovery. Conan wanted to see if she could fully control the Nine Tails chakra. Although Ling Feng allowed her to control it freely, she still wanted to challenge herself. Ling Feng acknowledged this, but his true thoughts were known only to himself. The four of them continued walking, but Ling Feng felt it was too slow. He directly used the animal path to summon a convertible BMW, startling everyone. Ling Feng opened the car door, sat down, and shouted, "Get in quickly. Walking is too slow, driving is easier and we can enjoy the scenery." Conan sat in the front, while Kimimaro and the others sat in the back. Ling Feng held the steering wheel with one hand, keeping his eyes on the road, and bulldozed through any obstacles, flattening uneven paths. The group admired the scenery while marveling at the experience. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Zabuza were engaged in battle again. Seeing Zabuza appear, Naruto taunted, "Here you are again, you bandage freak." Zabuza roared angrily, "Brat, are you getting cocky just because you hit me once?" Water style, great waterfall technique. He formed hand seals, and a massive tsunami surged toward the group. Kakashi immediately formed seals to counter the attack and turned to Naruto, saying, "Step back. I'll handle him this time. You all protect Mr. Tazuna, understand? Go now." The group understood, though Naruto sulked as Sakura dragged him away. Kakashi revealed his Sharingan, and Zabuza became alert. Ever since being injured by Naruto, he no longer underestimated anyone, especially a renowned jonin like Kakashi. The two immediately engaged in an intense battle. "So this is the land of demons?" Ling Feng asked as he looked at the scene before him. To be honest, he hadn't watched many of the Naruto movies in his previous life, only hearing classmates talk about this place. He knew there was a resurrected boss named Morio, brought back by someone called Yomi. After that, he lost interest because he felt the movies were too outdated and disliked that era. Speaking of which, the movies had caused him to offend quite a few people. "Yes, brother Ling Feng, this is the place," Haku confirmed after checking the map. "Let's go in and take a look. Things haven't been peaceful here lately, so it's just right." Ling Feng noticed the strange looks from those around them, waved his hand to make the BMW disappear, and strode into the land of demons. A shadow immediately darted toward the palace upon seeing this. Ling Feng noticed but didn't react. After all, he had arrived early, and killing now would be tantamount to provocation, which was unnecessary. Otherwise, it would lead to conflicts between nations. "Although I'm not afraid, now is not the time for war. I'm only here to spar with Morio, so there's no need to create tensions with a small country." The six of them found a hotel to stay in. In the room, Kimimaro sat by the door, Conan nestled in Ling Feng's arms, while Goran, Haku, and Samui squeezed together. Haku looked around curiously, her eyes darting everywhere, full of wonder at her surroundings. After all, it had been a long time since they had visited another village, especially the mysterious land of demons, so their curiosity was natural. "Alright, you can tell us now," Conan said, leaning against Ling Feng. Although there were others around, she knew Ling Feng wouldn't let her off, so she decided to take the initiative. Duran, Haku, and Samui were all envious, while Kimimaro closed his eyes to rest, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. "There's a monster sealed in this country, and someone wants to break the seal. I just want to see how strong this monster really is," Ling Feng admitted his intentions. Conan asked curiously, "Then why didn't you come alone? Why bring us along?" The others also looked at Ling Feng in confusion. Ling Feng smiled and said, "Each of you has your own opponents. My target is more troublesome, so I'll need you to deal with some of the enemies." After hearing this, everyone understood and got busy with their own preparations. Ling Feng, on the other hand, recalled the plot of the Naruto movie. His classmate had only revealed a little, leaving him hanging and almost making him furious. "I think they mentioned a priestess who can predict and seal things. What was her name again? I can't remember." Oh well. If she looks good, I'll take her in anyway. I'm curious to see her. I wonder if the priestess has already foreseen my arrival. Ling Feng thought to himself with some anticipation. Night fell. Ling Feng, what are you thinking about? Conan asked as she lay in his arms. Nothing, just thinking about some rumors, Ling Feng replied, glancing at her with a slight smile. Suddenly, Conan said, Are you thinking about another woman again? Ling Feng was startled. How could a woman's intuition be so accurate? He thought to himself. Spit it out. Who is it? Conan said angrily. After all, thinking about another woman in front of her was truly unacceptable. Seeing her expression, Ling Feng quickly explained, It's just the priestess of the land of demons. I'm just really curious about her. Conan stared at him with sincere eyes, her anger gradually dissipating. Then she said discontentedly, You just want to know what she looks like, don't you? This made Ling Feng feel awkward for a long time. He was indeed curious, but he still said, Don't misunderstand. What I'm more interested in is whether she has already predicted our arrival. Conan gave Ling Feng a puzzled look and said, Didn't one of the lackeys go to report earlier? Ling Feng chuckled, It might not have been reported to the priestess. Besides, I heard she can predict the future, so I'm wondering if she already knows we're here. Conan was a bit surprised by this. Power struggles within a country were normal, but the ability to predict the future was not something ordinary people had. She asked again, How do you know she can predict the future? Even our Akatsuki organization hasn't heard of this. And it seems like this is your first time in the land of demons, right? Conan's rapid-fire questions left Ling Feng momentarily speechless. After thinking for a moment, he leaned close to Conan's ear and said mysteriously, That's because I can see the future, including yours. Conan blushed at his words but immediately retorted, You're just bluffing. I don't believe you. Though she said she didn't believe him, she couldn't help but feel a bit convinced. The ominous aura here was heavy, likely the legendary Morio. She hadn't heard of it herself, and it was Ling Feng's first time here. The reports only mentioned some disturbances, yet Ling Feng seemed to know so much, which was quite convincing. Ling Feng said, Really? Never mind, it doesn't matter if you don't believe me. Anyway, there's no rush. If I'm not mistaken, Morio will soon be unsealed. Tomorrow, we'll go find that priestess and take a look. He gazed out the window, but before he could finish speaking, Conan interrupted him, And bring back a heart while you're at it. You shameless guy. Conan glared at him angrily. Ling Feng awkwardly scratched his nose and gave a mischievous smile, Of course, there's a feast right in front of me. I was just hesitating whether to eat it now or later. I've decided I'll eat it now. With that, he directly kissed Conan, his tongue slipping in. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Conan was left flustered. The room was soon filled with moans and gasps, keeping the people next door awake all night. Actually, it was just Kimimaro, Haku, Durin, and Samui, as Ling Feng had booked the entire inn, ensuring no one else would disturb them. Better go out and train. Lord Ling Feng is truly formidable. Hearing the sounds from the next room, Kimimaro immediately disappeared. Durin and Haku hid under their blankets, but there was a hint of dampness beneath. Samui, hearing the commotion, also left the room like Kimimaro. Ling Feng, however, continued his actions. Meanwhile, in a palace in the land of demons, a blonde-haired girl sat on her bed, blushing as she walked to the window and gazed at the starry sky. She said, When will he appear? That prophecy is so strange. I clearly foresaw him, but the result was different. This is the first time I've encountered something like this. And the rest of the prophecy. The more she spoke, the redder her face became, as she stared blankly at the stars. A guard approached and called out, Priestess Cheyenne, you're still not resting? It's nothing, just thinking about something. Sui, why aren't you resting? Cheyenne countered. Sui sighed and said, Yomi has been restless lately, and there are anomalies with Morio's seal. I need to stay vigilant. Priestess Cheyenne, you should rest early. With that, he left. Cheyenne thought to herself, If Yomi doesn't come, I might have to fight with all my might. It seems unnecessary now. I really want to meet him soon. She muttered to herself, looking somewhat helpless. In the morning, Ling Feng, Conan, Durin, Haku, Samui, and Kimimaro sat around the inn's table for breakfast. Apart from Ling Feng, Kimimaro, and Samui, who seemed fine, the others had flushed faces, especially Conan, who felt she had lost all her dignity and was still sore. She was angry inside but dared not show it. Ling Feng, on the other hand, happily ate his meal, occasionally teasing the others. After breakfast, Ling Feng instructed everyone to go about their own tasks. Conan returned to rest, hoping to recover. Ling Feng, seeing nothing else to do, disappeared in a flash. Xian made another prophecy, and the result was the same as before. She exclaimed in surprise, I clearly foresaw his death, but the result was his opponent's death instead. Could it be that everyone who opposes him will die? What kind of ability is this? Her face was full of confusion. Suddenly, Ling Feng appeared in Xian's room, startling her. Xian's chakra was unusual and was quickly detected. She slowly sized up the man in front of her. Flowers, recommendations, favorites, and clicks, please. 51. Conversation with Xian. Xian stared at the boy in front of her, unable to speak for a long time. She knew he was the one from the prophecy, but she didn't know how to start the conversation, leaving her too embarrassed to say a word. Ling Feng observed her expression and thought to himself, as expected, she has the ability to prophesy, and she is quite nice too. This trip to the land of demons has really been worthwhile. Why didn't I watch the movie version earlier in my past life? I could learn so much more. For the first time, he regretted not knowing more, but he casually asked, what is your name? In truth, he didn't know her name at all, only that there was a priestess here who could seal and prophesy. Xian answered straightforwardly, Xian, but her face turned so red that she didn't dare to lift her head. The content of the prophecy made her feel very uneasy. Ling Feng found her behavior odd, wondering if he had said something to make her shy. He then reached out to lift her chin, startling Xian, who quickly turned and ran to the bed, diving under the covers. Ling Feng found her reaction increasingly strange. I'm handsome, but not so handsome that I make a woman this shy, he thought to himself, puzzled, as he noticed Xian sneaking glances at him from time to time. Xian thought to herself, just like in the prophecy, mysterious and handsome. Even though he has the 9 tails, he is really different. I wonder if he'll accept me. She had already known from the prophecy that Ling Feng was the 9 tails, so she wasn't surprised at all. Hey, Xian, how long are you planning to stay in there? Be careful, you might run out of air. Ling Feng called out. Xian jumped up at his words, and Ling Feng chuckled, saying, You're so nervous, is it because he didn't finish his sentence, instead giving her a meaningful look. Xian's face turned even redder, and she couldn't help but rush forward and hug Ling Feng. Ling Feng was startled by the sudden attack. He had always been the one to take the initiative, but now the tables had turned. Did you already foresee that I would come? Ling Feng asked as he held her. Xian nodded, burying her face in his chest, her cheeks as red as apples. In a trembling voice, she softly said, Ling Feng, I saw you in the prophecy. Her voice gradually became shaky, as if she were afraid of something. If there is something you want to say, just say it. If it's about Morio, I'll help you deal with it, Ling Feng said gently, holding Xian close and speaking softly into her ear. Hearing this, Xian's nervousness instantly faded, and she mustered the courage to ask, Ling Feng, would you hate me? Ling Feng was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, so the girl from the prophecy has already fallen for me. No wonder her face is so red. Out loud, he replied, why would I hate you? Xian froze, then continued, everyone says that the people around me will die, and my prophecies have never been wrong. The death rate is 100%. Aren't you afraid? She stared into Ling Feng's eyes, hoping to catch a glimpse of rejection. Ling Feng gently tapped her nose and smiled, so that's what it is. And what about it? Xian was taken aback. Aren't you afraid that I'll prophesy your death? She asked loudly. Ling Feng responded confidently, afraid? Even if it's death, no one has appeared yet who can kill me. Xian was completely struck by his confidence and strength. Seeing no trace of rejection, she boldly said, Ling Feng, can you first take care of things here and then take me away? Ling Feng looked at her and firmly replied, whether you're willing or not, you're coming with me. Xian felt a surge of joy in her heart, thinking, so he had already planned this. She then said worriedly, but after Morio is unsealed, you'll have to transform into your true form to defeat it. At that point, your identity will be exposed. The other major ninja villages have also arrived. Xian wasn't worried about whether he could win but about the reactions of the various nations. If they found out that the 9 tails had appeared in the land of demons and killed Morio, would Ling Feng face trouble? Ling Feng, however, became excited upon hearing this. Oh, so you already know I'm the 9 tails. That saves me the trouble of explaining. So what if I'm exposed? They can't catch me. It's only a matter of time. If they can't find anything, I'll just take you and leave. He was actually looking forward to transforming into his true form to defeat Morio, thinking to himself, it seems this will be quite a challenge. Alright, I'll listen to you, Xian said, tightly hugging Ling Feng. He stroked her blonde hair, smooth and silky, and thought to himself, this hair quality is great, I should bring some for Mei Teruming and Conan too. His mind began to wander. By the way, when unsealing, don't run around. If the people in the palace ask you to go to the place where Morio is sealed, just wait there. I'll come over immediately. After all, your mother is still inside Morio. I think that's the case, though I kind of forgot. When the time comes, I can let you see her, Ling Feng said after thinking for a moment. Really? My mother is really inside Morio? Cheyenne was shocked upon hearing this, and tears immediately streamed down her face. Ling Feng nodded, helping her wipe away her tears, and said, "All right, I have to go now. I'll come find you when the time comes." With that, he disappeared in a flash, just as the door opened. First update: recently, time has been tight due to extra classes, so updates might be fewer, but I guarantee 2 updates daily. Please send flowers, favorites, clicks, and recommendations. Let's keep the comments section lively. 52. The Emergence of Morio. Part 1. Priestess Cheyenne, what's wrong? Ashy asked as he pushed the door open. Hearing crying from outside, he rushed over and only relaxed after seeing she was fine. Nothing, Ashy. I just remembered some past events, Cheyenne said, wiping her tearful eyes. I see. Priestess Cheyenne, the evil aura in the land of demons has been growing stronger recently. Morio is about to emerge. Yesterday, someone notified the ninja villages of the major nations to send elite ninjas, so. Ashy trailed off, already understanding in his heart. I know. This is the responsibility of the priestesses of the land of demons throughout the generations. By the way, is Yomi still so restless lately? Cheyenne asked. I don't know what he's been up to recently. He's always staying in his room alone, unusually quiet, Ashy said with disdain. Although he disliked his guard duties, he despised Yomi even more because Yomi gave off an ominous feeling. Is that so? That's good. When the ninjas from the villages arrive, make sure to treat them well and don't give them any excuses. The ninjas from the Hidden Mist village should receive the highest level of hospitality, Cheyenne decided, recalling the prophecy where she saw Ling Feng's companions all wearing Hidden Mist village forehead protectors. Understood, Ashy hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Why only the Hidden Mist village gets the highest hospitality? Ashy wondered to himself but didn't dare to ask, as it wasn't his place to decide. In fact, the ones from the Hidden Mist village were Lingfeng, Conan, Haku, Jiren, Kimimaro, and Samui. They had already entered the village, so they weren't arranged to stay in the palace. Honestly, where did you go? Conan stared at Lingfeng and questioned him, while everyone else also looked over. After all, Lingfeng had been out the entire day and only returned in the afternoon. It would be strange if Conan wasn't suspicious. Even if he had something to do, it shouldn't have taken this long. Do I really have to say? Lingfeng asked, looking a bit timidly at Conan. Speak. Conan interrupted coldly, not giving him any chance to argue. I went to gather intelligence and scout the route. Lingfeng thought for a moment and decided not to mention Cheyenne, to avoid getting scolded. Xiaonan understood his personality well, there was no way to hide it from her. She walked over and pinched his waist hard, making Lingfeng cry out in pain, begging her to let go. Did you go to see that priestess? Xiaonan asked while pinching him. Let go, it hurts. Lingfeng shouted helplessly. Why do girls always use this trick? Before, only Mei Terumi did it, and now Xiaonan has learned it too. Ouch, it really hurts. Tell me, and I'll let go, Xiaonan said discontentedly. Lingfeng quickly agreed, I'll tell you, just don't pinch so hard. Only then did Xiaonan release her grip. Seeing Lingfeng's pained expression, she secretly wondered if she had pinched too hard. I did go to gather intelligence, and I did meet that priestess, Lingfeng said helplessly. So, how was it? What was the priestess like? Bai and Honglian asked curiously. Looking at the two girls who were almost fully grown, Lingfeng smiled and said, not bad, and I brought back quite a bit of intelligence. Xiaonan added, and brought back a heart along the way. Lingfeng awkwardly scratched his head and nodded. Xiaonan snorted and said no more. Lingfeng quietly leaned over to Xiaonan's ear and whispered a few words, making her blush deeply. Bai, Honglian, Kimimaro, and Samui were all puzzled. It was rare to see Xiaonan like this, turning red just from a few words. Everyone was curious about what had been said, even Samui and Kimimaro, as gossiping is human nature. But no matter how much they asked, Xiaonan refused to say. Lingfeng, seeing this scene, just smiled. That evening, after everyone had dinner, the atmosphere was silent. The next day, Konoha was the first to arrive. Strange, Konoha sent Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Honglian, and Jiraiya. Quite a strong lineup, Lingfeng said, observing the Konoha team. Then, he sensed 3 chakra presences and discovered they were from the Hidden Cloud village. Damn, why is the Raikage here too? Does he enjoy joining the fun? And he even sent 2 Jinchuriki. So annoying. What was that guy's name again? Darui, Ling Feng muttered, exasperated. From the hidden stone village came Kitsuchi, Kuratsuchi, and a chubby guy. As for the hidden sand village, it was basically just Baki, with the others being minor characters. Looking at this lineup, Ling Feng complained, "Is this the lineup from the movie? I should have watched it earlier. Now, so many people have shown up." Actually, Ling Feng was overthinking it. In the movie, it was only Konoha and the hidden sand village. I only remember Konoha and the hidden sand. The reason so many people came was that the Kage of the major villages had discussed it briefly. Everyone had been frightened by Ling Feng's hollowification, so they decided to send people to guard against him. Forget it, I estimate that Huang Quan is about to unseal Morio. These ninjas have arrived too late. But it doesn't matter, if the true form of the Nine Tails is exposed, so be it. After all, they don't know about my human form. Ling Feng said as he looked at the ninjas preparing to rest. Jiraiya felt someone secretly watching him, but couldn't find any trace of them. He heightened his vigilance and called Kakashi and the others over to discuss. The ninjas from other villages felt the same unease. By the way, didn't the Mizukage say they would send someone? Why haven't they arrived yet? Kurenai asked, looking out the window in confusion. I don't know, but the Mizukage said they would send someone, so there's no need to worry. After all, they're also Kage-level ninjas, Kakashi replied, and everyone fell silent. What's with the Mizukage? The people they sent still haven't arrived? Kuratsuchi said discontentedly while sitting in the meeting room. The major ninja villages had gathered to deal with Morio, but the Mist Village's people were still nowhere to be seen. Everyone was dissatisfied but kept quiet, except for Kuratsuchi, who couldn't hold back. Yeah. Those bastards, when they get here, we need to teach them a lesson for making us wait so long, Killer Bee said impatiently. The Konoha group, however, remained deep in thought. Jiraiya said, forget it, there must have been some unexpected situation. Let's not worry about the Mist Ninjas for now. Morio's seal is about to be undone, we need to prepare a response plan. Maki nodded and said, forget about the Mist Ninjas. Morio is an immortal being with extremely heavy malevolence, easily corrupting those with impure intentions. In the end, only the priestess of the land of demons can seal it. No one can truly defeat Morio. Everyone nodded. Suddenly, a voice came from outside, you speak so righteously, but in the end, isn't it just sacrificing the priestess of the land of demons? Everyone frowned and looked over, only to see a woman in a black raincoat with a paper flower on her head, accompanied by 4 young boys and girls, walking toward them. Mist Village ninjas? Kakashi asked, looking at their forehead protectors. Conan! Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her. Jiraiya-sensei, you seem to be doing well, Conan replied. Conan showed no surprise upon seeing Jiraiya, as Ling Feng had already informed her. Where are Yahiko and Nagato? Jiraiya asked, thinking that since Conan was here, Yahiko and Nagato should be as well. Conan coldly replied, Yahiko is already dead, and Nagato is not here. Her words brought back unpleasant memories, and her mood instantly darkened. The others did not interrupt them, as Jiraiya's reputation was well known. Jiraiya was shocked and saddened upon hearing this. So Yahiko is already dead. I'm sorry for bringing up painful memories. Kuratsuchi grumbled discontentedly, the Mist Ninjas are really full of themselves, arriving so late. Kimimaro coldly responded, do you have a problem with that? Kuratsuchi broke into a cold sweat under his gaze. Everyone looked at them in surprise, marveling, these kids are so young, yet their presence is so overwhelming. They couldn't believe it, wondering when the Mist Village had produced such geniuses. Jiraiya looked at Conan, puzzled as to why she had chosen to become a ninja of the Mist Village. Wouldn't Konoha have been a better choice? Conan coldly said, continue your discussion, don't mind us. She then found a seat, and the other 4 followed suit. The nighttime discussion concluded, and everyone decided to rely on the priestess's sealing technique to resolve the issue. They reluctantly said, there's no choice, sacrifices are inevitable. However, Conan was extremely opposed to this. Ever since meeting Ling Feng, her perspective had gradually changed. Upon returning, Ling Feng listened to the situation and said, Conan, get ready. Tonight, Huang Quan might unseal earlier than expected. Now that so many ninjas have gathered, if something goes wrong, he'll be at a disadvantage. So be cautious. Leave Huang Quan's subordinates to you all. Ziyuan and I will deal with Morio, and then we'll come find you. Conan nodded and then went to sleep. Late at night, several figures appeared silently. Keep an eye on those people. Kill anyone who dares to approach. I'll go and break the seal on Morio, one person instructed. The others responded, understood, Lord Huangquan. Huangquan slipped into a gloomy mountain forest and arrived at a place with an eerie aura. Lord Morio, I am here to break the seal. A surge of intense malevolence erupted, awakening the ninjas from various villages. A cold voice echoed, "My body!" Huangquan exclaimed excitedly, "Lord Morio, please enter my body." As he spoke, he seemed to cut open his body, and a dark shadow swiftly entered. Ha ha ha! Finally, I possess this power. Next is. Huangquan laughed maniacally. The terracotta warriors suddenly came to life and began marching toward the land of demons. Damn it, Morio has been resurrected. Everyone, prepare for battle. Ignore the Mist Village for now, Maki sensed the malevolence and, noticing the disappearance of the Mist Village's people, urgently warned. The group nodded and immediately set off toward the source of the malevolence. Before them stood a large group of terracotta warriors, and they launched an attack at once. These guys are too tough. Without ninjutsu, it's nearly impossible to destroy them, Jiraiya remarked, and the others agreed. So, you are Huangquan's subordinates? Kimimaro stared at the four people in front of him. Durin, Haku, and Samui also fixed their gazes on them. Just a bunch of brats. Doesn't the Mist Village have anyone stronger? Kusuna sneered. Waishinjing said playfully, at least they might be fun to play with. Zero said emotionlessly, killing them works too. Setsuna smirked coldly, these little ones are quite adorable. Come on, let me see how strong you are, Kimimaro said, then suddenly disappeared, reappearing in front of Kusuna in an instant, slicing off his right arm with a single strike. Kusuna was shocked, and the others were equally stunned. They quickly became serious, no longer underestimating Kimimaro, and decided to fight one-on-one. Meanwhile, Cheyenne was being urged by a group of people from the land of demons to seal Morio and prevent the world's destruction. Faced with these people, who were usually indifferent but now sought her help in a critical moment, Cheyenne scoffed but still agreed, heading toward the sealing site. Third update. 54, Nine Tails vs. Morio Part 1. Ha ha ha. Ninjas from all the great villages, do you think you can still win after Morio's resurrection? Huangquan appeared before Jiraiya and the others, laughing wildly. Who are you? Jiraiya frowned and asked. He sensed the powerful malevolence and strength emanating from Huangquan, cautiously refraining from acting rashly, as did the others. I am Huangquan, and I will rule the world. Ha ha ha. Huangquan laughed maniacally. However, this statement made Jiraiya breathe a sigh of relief, as the opponent was not Morio, which increased their chances of victory. Jiraiya formed a hand seal and shouted, Wild Lion's main technique. He took the initiative, determined to end the battle quickly. His hair instantly extended and wrapped around Huangquan, but Huangquan remained motionless. Jiraiya frowned and exerted more force, causing blood to flow. Suddenly, a powerful aura burst forth, breaking the hair's grip. Huangquan laughed again, this is Morio's power. Ha ha ha. I am immortal. The wounds on his body began to heal slowly, shocking everyone. Kid, is that all you've got? Kusuna, hiding in the shadows, coldly observed Kimimaro, who was continuously defending. Kimimaro used his bone blade to fend off Kusuna's ninjutsu while searching for his hiding spot. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, Kimimaro, tell Haku and the others to stop playing around and quickly deal with the trash in front of you. You are permitted to use the Nine Tails power and then immediately go after Huangquan. Kimimaro nodded in response, understood, Lord Lingfeng. He shouted to Gurin and the others, stop wasting time. Lord Lingfeng has ordered us to find the other ninjas and granted permission to use the Nine Tails power. Finish off the enemies in front of you quickly. With that, he began channeling the Nine Tails chakra within him. Haku, Durin, and Samui were momentarily stunned but quickly followed suit, activating their chakra. Without using the Nine Tails power, it would have taken much longer, but now they could resolve the situation almost instantly. Kusuna and his team saw the chakra surging from their enemies and shouted in shock, Jinchuriki? And 4 of them? This left them utterly stunned. Kimimaro and his companions simultaneously activated their first state. Kimimaro said coldly, apologies, Lord Lingfeng has summoned us. You all can disappear now. Before his words had even faded, he vanished in an instant. By the time Kusuna realized what was happening, Kimimaro was already in front of him. Before he could dodge, a bone blade pierced through his head, leaving him no chance to struggle. He died instantly. For Lord Lingfeng, it's over. Durin used Crystal Release, Crystal Pentagonal Path, and Crystalline Spike suddenly emerged from the ground, aiming at Zero. Zero reacted quickly and dodged, but just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Durin trapped him with Crystal Release and crushed him instantly. Haku appeared in front of Setsuna and used Ice Release secret technique, 1,000 flying water needles of death, killing Setsuna without giving him a chance to defend. Years of killing had made Haku cold and indifferent, though he occasionally had to console himself. Samui wasted no words and directly used the lightning cutter technique taught by Lingfeng to pierce the heart of an enemy whose name she had already forgotten. The four quickly dealt with their enemies, deactivated their states, and immediately headed toward Huangquan. Conan, however, stayed by Xian's side at her request, which left Lingfeng somewhat puzzled but not opposed. "Sister Conan, what should I do when I reach Huangquan?" Xian asked nervously, seeking help from Conan. Lingfeng had disappeared somewhere. Conan gently touched Xian's face and said softly, "Don't worry. When you get there, you don't need to do much. Just force the Morio out of Huanquan's body. The rest will be handled by that idiot Lingfeng." Xian nodded and continued heading toward Huangquan, with Conan closely following her. Only Atsu, the guard, was left ignored. "Am I really that insignificant? But that girl seems to be from the hidden mist village," Atsu muttered helplessly. "This guy is too strong, with incredible regenerative abilities. He just won't die. What's going on?" Maki said bitterly, his disposable troops nearly wiped out. The other ninja villages had only suffered minor injuries at most, so how could he not be resentful? "We can only hold out until Priestess Xian arrives. It seems Morio is inside this guy's body, which explains his immortality." Jiraiya analyzed calmly, having encountered extraordinary beings like this before. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, could Morio be the same kind of creature as that humanoid Nine Tails? Their regenerative abilities are so similar. At that moment, Kimimaro, Haku, Samui, and Guren suddenly appeared. "Where have you all been?" Jiraiya asked. The other ninjas stared at them, as everyone else had been fighting hard, and it was impossible for them to have been hiding. "Nothing much, just went to deal with this guy's four subordinates," Kimimaro replied nonchalantly, then fixed his gaze on Huangquan and said, "By Lord Lingfeng's order, eliminate him." The four charged forward together. Kakashi and Jiraiya froze for a moment upon hearing that name, immediately connecting it to something. Huangquan looked at them disdainfully and said, "You little brats dare to challenge me? How reckless. Oh well, absorbing this much malice isn't bad." He raised his hand to block Kimimaro's bone blade and flung him away with a casual motion. Haku and Guren launched their attacks, using Ice Release secret technique, Thousand Flying Water Needles of Death and Crystal Release, Crystal Pentagonal Path, respectively, against Huangquan. However, Huangquan remained motionless, letting the needles pierce him, only to regenerate completely. Taking advantage of the moment, Samui struck Huanquan's back with a punch, sending him flying, but he remained unscathed. Jiraiya watched their techniques and remarked, 3 people with Kekii Genkai. I wonder if that girl also has a Kekii Genkai." He glanced at Samui as he spoke, and the others were equally surprised. Huangquan stood up, sneering, "Not bad. As a reward, I'll grant you a painless death." With that, 4 purple dragon heads emerged from his body and lunged at the 4 of them. "That's enough, Yomi!" Xian's voice rang out. She began to perform the sealing technique, but she had no intention of truly sealing it. She only needed to force out Morio, just putting on a show. Yomi glared at Xian angrily and roared, "Damn it, Xian, I'll kill you first." 4 dragon heads lunged toward Xian, and everyone panicked, rushing to protect their last hope. The dragon heads were shattered by several paper talismans. Jiraiya observed the attack and recognized it as Conan's doing. Priestess. Morio inside Yomi began to stir restlessly. "Ah, what's happening? Is my body not good enough? Morio." He felt Morio trying to break free and desperately suppressed it, veins bulging on his body, flesh writhing, resembling a giant ape. Seeing this, Conan knew the plan had succeeded and immediately stopped Xian. Everyone stared in shock at Yomi's massive, writhing flesh. Suddenly, with a loud bang, it exploded, and a gigantic shadow appeared before them. A massive purple-black figure emerged, covered with countless dragon heads. Its enormous body made all the dragon heads fixate on the group. The overwhelming aura instantly suppressed everyone present, causing many jonin to collapse to their knees. Even Jiraiya could barely stand. Only Conan, Kimimaro, Haku, Guren, and Samui, who had fragments of the 9 tails from Rio in their bodies, resisted much of the pressure and remained standing. Killer Bee and Yujito also stood firm. "Damn it, this guy is too strong, there's no way to win," Jiraiya cursed at Morio angrily. 3 of Morio's dragon heads lunged straight at Jiraiya, who dodged nimbly while giving orders, "Get those who can't stand up out of here. Those who can stand, stay with me. Conan, I'm counting on you." Jiraiya didn't want unnecessary sacrifices. Facing this immortal being, every additional survivor meant more hope. He glanced at the unconscious Xian, then turned to Yujito and Killer Bee, saying, "You two can fully transform into tailed beasts, right?" The three of us will hold the line here while the others evacuate the wounded. We must hold out until Priestess Cheyenne wakes up. Killer Bee and Yujito had already sensed the aura and were preparing to transform into tailed beasts, now becoming the key to their combat strength. Following Ryo's instructions, Kimimaro and the others refrained from intervening, pretending to collapse after standing for a while. Konan, meanwhile, used her ninjutsu to transfer one injured person after another. Jiraiya bit his finger and shouted, summoning jutsu. Gamabunta made a dazzling entrance. Yo, Jiraiya, calling me to deal with another dangerous guy? Last time, you nearly got me killed, and now you're causing trouble again, Gamabunta grumbled at Jiraiya upon seeing Morio. This time, we just need to buy time, no need to fight to the death. Last time, I was too greedy, Jiraiya replied with a smile. Hearing this, Gamabunta said no more. Suddenly, a bull octopus and a cat appeared nearby two-tailed beasts. Gamabunta remarked in surprise, didn't expect you to bring in two-tailed beasts. That increases our chances, but Morio's malevolence is far stronger than before. It wasn't this strong before? Jiraiya asked. Gamabunta exhaled smoke and replied, Morio wasn't this strong before. It was sealed, but now that it's out, it's even more powerful. It must have encountered some opportunity, otherwise, it wouldn't have become this strong. Probably because of its sudden increase in strength that the seal broke prematurely, Jiraiya speculated, frowning. Let's begin, he said to the three beasts. Gamabunta drew his sword and slashed at the approaching dragon heads, but they quickly regenerated. The three humans and three beasts struggled bitterly. Konan watched the chaos unfold but had no intention of intervening, sitting calmly on a rock. The other village's ninjas slowly sat up, realizing the battle was beyond their capabilities, and, like Konan, chose to observe from the sidelines. Cheyenne soon woke from her unconscious state. Someone shouted, Priestess Cheyenne is awake. Everyone turned to look, and Maki proudly stepped forward, saying, Priestess Cheyenne, please seal Morio. More ninjas also stepped forward to plead. Konan frowned and signaled to Kimimaro and the others, who understood and approached Cheyenne, releasing an aura that suppressed the surrounding ninjas. What are you trying to do? Maki shouted angrily. Nothing, just making sure you keep your distance. Ignore the warning at your own risk, Kimimaro replied coldly. Jiraiya and the two Jinchuriki frowned at the sight and distanced themselves from Morio. Jiraiya said to Konan, only the priestess can seal Morio. Don't let the Mist Village fall into danger because of this. Konan replied disdainfully, danger? With me here, not only is there no danger, but unifying the world is even possible. I won't let you sacrifice Cheyenne. That is the stance of the Mist Village. Everyone was shocked and cursed angrily, and even Jiraiya was momentarily stunned. Cheyenne, however, remained calm, knowing that Ling Feng would appear. Konan cursed Ling Tian in her heart, where are you? Why aren't you showing up? Yeah. You bastard, taste Lord Killer Bee's tailed beast bomb. The eight tails spewed a tailed beast bomb from its mouth, the two tails also launched a tailed beast bomb, and Gamabunta fired a water cannonball. The three attacks simultaneously struck Morio, and after a loud explosion, only Morio's upper body remained. Everyone was amazed, the perfect Jinchuriki of the Cloud Village and Jiraiya's summoned beast are truly powerful. Kimimaro sneered inwardly, this is considered perfect? Ignorant. Only Ling Feng is worthy of leading the world. The other three had similar thoughts. Morio's body quickly regenerated, and over a dozen dragon heads opened their mouths in three directions, aiming at the eight tails, the two tails, and Gamabunta, spitting out dozens of rapidly moving black orbs. The three beast men were hit and fell to the ground. Moments later, they stood up again. Blood dripped from Jiraiya's head as he exclaimed, this guy actually has such a move. It's too fast to dodge. This attack only caused minor injuries at most. The power isn't great, but the speed is extremely fast, and it can fire multiple orbs simultaneously, compensating for its lack of strength, Yujito's voice came through. After much thought, Jiraiya could only personally seek Cheyenne's help. Priestess Cheyenne, I know this is very apologetic, but for the sake of the world, please seal Morio. We simply can't kill it, only you can do it, Jiraiya pleaded, and the other ninjas echoed his request. Cheyenne, who had kept her eyes closed, suddenly opened them and said happily, he's here, he's here. Konan and Kimimaro smiled faintly. That bastard really knows how to pick his timing, Konan thought, while everyone else was confused. A massive orange-red figure descended from the sky. Everyone was shocked, and Kakashi, Jiraiya, and the others shouted loudly, the Nine Tails. The name struck fear into their hearts. Is that the Nine Tails? Killer Bee asked, looking at it through the Eight Tails vision. Indeed, but what's strange is that the Nine Tails was sealed by the fourth Hokage using the Reaper Death Seal, wasn't it? The Eight Tails replied. As expected, the main character always makes the coolest entrance at the end. No wonder everyone says so, Ling Feng thought to himself. Impossible. How could the Nine Tails appear here? Jiraiya roared, and even Gamabunta was shocked. They all knew about the sealing of the Nine Tails and understood the power of the Reaper Death Seal, but the appearance of the Nine Tails meant it had been released. Kakashi and the others were left speechless in astonishment. Kakashi, how is the Nine Tails here? Kurenai asked in fear. Asuma and Guy, who had both experienced the Nine Tails attack, looked grim. I don't know, but the only possibility is that the Nine Tails has been released, Kakashi said in a deep voice, though his mind was on Naruto, feeling it was impossible for him to do such a thing, leaving him full of doubt. The 8 tails and the 2 tails? 2 old geezers, along with that stinky toad, should have retired long ago instead of embarrassing themselves, Ling Feng said disdainfully. His words immediately enraged the 2 beasts and the 2 people. This guy is too arrogant, he needs to be taught a lesson, Killer Bee said angrily. Humph. Yujito merely snorted lightly, though she was holding back her anger. Jiraiya also felt uncomfortable after hearing this, while Gamabunta was furious. Nine Tails, why are you here? Where is Naruto? Jiraiya asked, suppressing the doubts in his heart. If the Nine Tails and Morio join forces, no one would be able to stop them. Naruto? Why are you bringing him up? That guy has nothing to do with me. Ling Feng glanced disdainfully at Jiraiya. Sensing the contempt, Jiraiya asked directly, what exactly is your relationship with Naruto? What happened to him? He had long known Naruto was the child of prophecy but was more concerned about Konoha. After all, only the 3rd Hokage could hold back the Nine Tails. If the Nine Tails were unleashed, Konoha would be in grave danger. Kakashi and the others were also keeping a close watch on the Nine Tails. I already said, that kid has nothing to do with me. He's not dead, he's alive and kicking. I know you're worried about Konoha, but don't worry, I haven't destroyed it yet. But I will, sooner or later. The same goes for the other villages. Ling Feng spoke indifferently. Jiraiya felt relieved hearing that Konoha was safe, but his heart tightened again upon hearing the Nine Tails' intent to destroy it. The other villages initially thought it was good news, only to realize they too were targets of the Nine Tails, leaving them with mixed feelings. As they spoke, Morio suddenly sprouted over 40 dragon heads, launching more than 40 black spheres at Ling Feng. Bang! 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 The black spheres struck Ling Feng's arm in rapid succession. Seeing this, everyone thought to themselves that it might be better if the Nine Tails died here. Jiraiya watched Morio challenge the Nine Tails and was secretly pleased, as it meant they weren't allies and could temporarily join forces against Morio. The 8 Tails and 2 Tails found it strange they had been severely injured by similar black spheres, yet the 9 Tails remained unmoved. When the smoke cleared, Ling Feng's right arm was bleeding profusely. He tried to move it but found it immobilized. Looking at Morio in surprise, he said, "You're quite impressive. It wasn't a waste coming here." Under everyone's astonished gaze, Ling Feng's wound healed instantly. "How is this possible?" they exclaimed in shock. "Such strong regenerative abilities. Why are you all so surprised?" Killer Bee asked in confusion. "The Nine Tails' regenerative power is strong, but it shouldn't be this fast. That last attack should have broken his arm bones, yet now it's completely healed," the 8 Tails said gravely, while the 2 Tails also looked at the 9 Tails in puzzlement. "I've said it before, you all belong to the old era." Ling Feng suddenly gathered a tailed beast bomb and charged at Morio. As he reached the front, he smashed it down hard on the central dragon head of Morio. Boom! A deafening explosion, even louder than before, echoed. When the smoke cleared, only Morio's legs remained. Everyone was stunned, especially the 8 Tails and 2 Tails, who could hardly believe it. The 9 Tails alone was stronger than the 2 of them combined, with power far exceeding their previous understanding of tailed beast bombs. Gamabunta and Jiraiya also frowned deeply. What happened next was even more shocking. Morio regenerated, and Ling Feng began forming hand seals. The ninjas were dumbfounded, while the 8 Tails and 2 Tails wondered if they were dreaming. Wood release. Deep forest emergence. A massive number of trees surged from the ground, entangling Morio. Ling Feng then formed more hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball shot from the 9 Tails' mouth, striking Morio. The trees in Morio burned together, and when the flames subsided, only fragments remained on the ground. Everyone's fear of the 9 Tails intensified, realizing this information must be reported to the ninja world immediately. Wow! The 9 Tails can use ninjutsu. 8 Tails, can you? Killer Bee asked. No, our bodies aren't suited for using ninjutsu, the 8 Tails replied. Then why can the 9 Tails? Yujito questioned. The 8 tails responded, it must have encountered some kind of opportunity. They had confirmed the 9 tails' identity without a doubt. Suddenly, Morio regenerated in mid-air, roaring in anger, clearly enraged by the pain of being burned earlier. Ling Feng frowned. Haven't you suffered enough? This guy's regenerative ability is truly troublesome. What ultimate move should I use? As he pondered, Morio hurled a barrage of black spheres at Ling Feng. Ling Feng calmly said, Bakudo number 81, Danku. A transparent wall immediately blocked the black spheres, the sound of explosions echoing continuously, leaving everyone in awe. Ah, I've got it. Ling Feng laughed. Since this guy is so powerful, I'll make use of it. His right eye revealed a number after leaving the Akatsuki. He had learned to conceal the numbers of the Rinnegan. Deva Path 6. Ling Feng unleashed his strongest heavenly path against Wanyo. The heavenly path was his most uncertain skill over the years. Apart from silently controlling others, he hadn't discovered any other use for it. Wanyo began to slow down but suddenly moved again. Ling Feng cursed, so many heads, so many eyes, damn it, so annoying. He counted the opponent's numbers and simply gave up. Everyone was shocked that the 9 tails actually cursed. Sigh, looks like I need to find a better way. Ling Feng thought for a moment and suddenly noticed that Wanyo's power was growing stronger. He stared at Wanyo in confusion and discovered it was absorbing the world's malevolent energy. Malevolent energy is born from life, and with so much of it in the world, if Wanyo absorbed it all, Ling Feng wasn't sure if he could still defeat it. He quickened his actions, gathering all 9 tails, and 9 Siro-like energy beams began to converge. Jiraiya was startled by the scene, breaking out in a cold sweat. Gamabunta also started trembling. Gamabunta, do you still remember that ultimate move? Jiraiya asked in shock. Gamabunta, sweating profusely, replied, Of course I remember. That move is incredibly powerful. Even if I wasn't present, I could feel its remnants. You almost died back then, as you told me. Now seeing it with my own eyes, the energy gathering on those tails is terrifying. What exactly has the 9 tails been through? It knows ninjutsu, can unleash that ultimate move, and its regenerative power is frighteningly strong. Gamabunta could no longer describe the 9 tails' strength. Jiraiya frowned, worried for Konoha. The 8 tails and 2 tails also sensed that the 9 tails' power far surpassed all other tailed beasts, deeply curious about how it achieved this. Damn it, I was planning to find a chance to deal with you, but I didn't expect you to pull this move. Don't blame me for being ruthless then. Ling Feng glared at Wanyo, who continued absorbing malevolent energy, and spoke angrily. He wasn't someone who liked to gamble, having seen Old Sun's battle with Sin Shinran. If Wanyo finished absorbing the malevolent energy and still wasn't defeated, retreat would be the only option. But he wouldn't give it the chance. Siro. All 9 Siro beams fired simultaneously. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens, and the surrounding people were blown away by the wind, scattering in all directions. Gamabunta and the 2-tailed beast were also blown away by the explosion's wind, while Kimimaro and the others disappeared. Kimimaro thought to himself, as expected of Lord Ling Feng, this move is practically divine punishment. His admiration for Ling Feng grew even stronger. Cheyenne, held by Conan, was also swept away. Conan was somewhat displeased with Ling Feng. Damn it, can't you pick a better place to unleash that? Even we got caught up in it. Conan was both displeased and amazed by Ling Feng's move, as it was her first time witnessing the Siro as well. After the sound of the explosion and the smoke cleared, the surviving ninjas stood up one by one, looking toward the direction of the blast. The massive crater before them left them stunned, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit 3 eggs. Gamabunta asked in disbelief, Jiraiya, are you sure you survived by just grazing it? Jiraiya, drenched in sweat, was relieved he was unharmed. Pinching his face, he said, I'm really fine. Gamabunta said worriedly, you're lucky, but what about the 9 tails? If it attacks Konoha, the entire village could be destroyed unless someone happens to be out on a mission. Jiraiya's heart tightened. The crater was at least 6 times the size of Konoha village. Time was running out, and danger was imminent. The other ninja villages held their breath, unable to imagine how terrifying it would be if the 9 tails attacked. Asuma's back was drenched in cold sweat, while Kakashi and Kurenai trembled. Kimimaro, Conan, and the others looked serious, while Killer Bee could no longer muster his usual yeah. Yujido Ni, sweating profusely, asked, is this really a tailed beast? The 8 tails and 2 tails were too shocked to speak, finally understanding just how dangerous the old era Ling Feng mentioned truly was. The 2 beasts began to feel fear toward the 9 tails. Killer Bee said in a deep voice, this is far beyond the power of a tailed beast bomb. The Eight Tails said worriedly, if the Nine Tails wants to destroy the world, no one can stop it, not even Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha could compare. Killer Bee said firmly, train harder, that's the only way. At this moment, Ling Feng ignored the crowd's discussions, focusing on sensing the aura of the wraith to confirm whether it was truly dead. If it wasn't he, it would remain a hidden threat that could not be left unchecked. Using the Rinnegan, Ling Feng scanned the surroundings and finally discovered the wraith concealed within clusters of malevolent energy. However, this posed a dilemma for him. Malevolent energy had to be purified with divine energy, but he himself was a being composed of hatred and resentment. If he used powerful divine energy, he might not escape unscathed. Ling Feng was caught in a predicament. Time was running out, and he could only desperately search for a way to pull the wraith out of the malevolent energy. The crowd stared at the Nine Tails, not daring to act recklessly. After all, the Nine Tails was now immensely powerful and could obliterate them in a fit of displeasure. Ling Feng, there's no need to hesitate. Just use the Totsuka blade of Susanoo to seal the malevolent energy. The wraith will naturally be absorbed as well, the divine fox suddenly reminded him in his mind. Ling Feng was overjoyed and replied, thank you, divine fox. Silently honing his technique, a massive flaming sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It was none other than the sword of Itachi's Susanoo. The crowd, seeing the Nine Tails draw a sword, had no idea what he intended to do. Ling Feng swung the sword fiercely toward the center of the malevolent energy, which was instantly absorbed into the blade. The wraith's aura vanished along with it, and only then did Ling Feng make the Totsuka blade disappear. Turning to face the crowd, his gaze locked onto them. Just as they had finally breathed a sigh of relief, they found themselves tense once more. Conan, noticing Ling Feng's expression, immediately signaled Kimimaro to keep their distance from Cheyenne. As the crowd stood in shock, Ling Feng suddenly grabbed Cheyenne without causing harm and then turned to dash toward the horizon. A voice echoed from afar, prepare yourselves well. I'm looking forward to it. Jiraiya, seeing the Nine Tails leave, shouted breathlessly, Kakashi, get up here. We need to report back to Konoha. Kakashi and the others quickly climbed onto Gamabunta's head and departed at high speed. The ninjas began retreating, while Conan led Kimimaro and the others in the direction Ling Feng had gone, knowing he would be waiting for them there. Meanwhile, Cheyenne was about to speak but was silenced by Ling Feng's stern expression. Ling Feng turned back and asked, since you followed me, why are you still hiding? Nine Tails, you may have gained an unknown power, but you still can't escape my control. A figure slowly emerged from behind. Guess who it is yourselves. There might not be a fourth update, so don't get your hopes up. Please send flowers, recommendations, favorites, clicks, and make the comments section lively. 58. The Masked Man shocked. You should recognize these eyes, Nine Tails. The masked man suddenly appeared, revealing a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, intending to use them to control the Nine Tails. Ling Feng looked at him and sneered, Madara, do you think those broken eyes can still control me? The masked man was so furious he couldn't speak. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, broken eyes? Then what did that make him? He stared blankly at Ling Feng, exclaiming in shock, impossible. How are you not under my control? Ling Feng laughed heartily, his left eye's pupil trembling as Seven Tomo quietly appeared. Your broken eye is no match for my blue Sharingan. The masked man was instantly shocked. Impossible. Is that the Seven Tomo state of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Where did you get it? He exclaimed. After all, even his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan hadn't reached Seven Tomo, yet the Nine Tails possessed it effortlessly, leaving him in disbelief. Idiot, didn't Ling Feng already tell you? There's more than one sage of six paths in this world, Ling Feng bluffed. So, you are indeed connected to Ling Feng. No wonder you can use a technique even stronger than a tailed beast bomb, the masked man recalled Ling Feng's words. Although he hadn't taken them seriously before, the evidence now before him forced him to believe. Nine Tails, what do you mean by more than one sage of six paths? The masked man asked gravely. He was desperate to know. If there were others besides the sage of six paths, then he himself would be a joke. If he wanted to revive the 10 tails, opponents would surely appear. Though their strength might not match the sage of six paths, it would be enough to kill him. The masked man began to worry. Exactly. In this world, besides the sage of six paths, there are other six paths. I once encountered a man named Mukuro Rokudo and inherited his legacy, which is why I have achieved what I have today. Ling Feng continued to bluff, secretly laughing to himself. Mukuro, this will let the world know your power, as repayment for the strength I gained from you. He had actually started to consider himself as Mukuro Rokudo. Mukuro Rokudo? The masked man was shaken upon hearing this. He feared the existence of someone stronger than himself, especially someone who had been planning for years like he had. This was a fatal blow. His goal was to unleash the infinite Tsukuyomi, but now it seemed he might have to face Mukuro Rokudo. He felt powerless. In the past, he had relied on Madara and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to dominate, but now he had to step aside. He decided to change his plans and delay his actions. Madara, don't think you can delay your plans, Ling Feng said, looking at the masked man and sensing his thoughts. That great being can exist forever, until the world is destroyed, something even the Sage of Six Paths couldn't achieve. Don't delude yourself into thinking you can stall. He continued to bluff, feeling secretly pleased with himself. The masked man panicked immediately upon hearing this. Eternal existence? How could he continue his plans? His plans would never succeed. The opponent's strength far surpassed that of the Sage of Six Paths. In truth, this was all a bluff. In a real comparison, the Sage of Six Paths might still be stronger, but the masked man didn't fully understand Mukuro Rokudo's heavenly abilities. The masked man was helpless. The plans he had painstakingly devised over decades were now completely ruined, like drawing water with a bamboo basket, utterly futile. But Ling Feng didn't want the masked man to fall into despair. Mukuro Rokudo was just a fabrication of his, though it might become real in the future, it hadn't appeared yet. Ling Feng said, Madara, I don't know what your plan is, but that great being has already gone to another world. You don't need to worry. At least 100 years will pass before he returns, and it could be as long as 1,000 years. The masked man perked up upon hearing this. He still had 100 years, so his plans could continue. But he was puzzled. Why was the Nine Tails telling him this? He asked, Why are you telling me this? Ling Feng smiled and said, Because I am grateful to you, so I am telling you this as a special favor. He had prepared this line in advance, knowing the masked man would definitely ask. The masked man was stunned, wondering how he had helped the Nine Tails. Ling Feng continued, If it weren't for you releasing me to wreak havoc on Konoha, I wouldn't have met that great being. The masked man was displeased upon hearing this. He had intended to use the Nine Tails to destroy Konoha, but although he had failed and caused the fourth Hokage's death, in the end, it was the Nine Tails who had benefited. He felt that the Nine Tails invasion plan back then had been completely unnecessary. Ling Feng cheerfully said, I don't care what you plan to do, I just want to destroy these ninja villages. The masked man was about to say he had been used, but Ling Feng left abruptly. Why did he leave? Because Konan was about to arrive, and if she came, the relationship between the Mist Village and the Nine Tails would be exposed, which was not what he wanted. Some secrets were better left known to only a few people. There was no need to make a big deal out of it. Ling Feng sneered inwardly, thinking about how he had just destroyed countless plants and flowers with 9 Blasts, all while claiming to care about the environment. Cheyenne had remained silent the entire time, and the masked man also realized she was of little use to him. First update. 59, storms across the world. Alright, hurry up and get in, we're about to leave. Ling Feng transformed back into his human form, holding Cheyenne as he walked over to Konan and the others, then took out a BMW. Upon hearing this, everyone got into the car. Cheyenne curiously stared at the vehicle in front of her, asking question after question, looking nothing like a priestess and more like a curious child. Konan, was that Madara who came to see you just now? Konan asked directly. Hearing that name, everyone immediately turned their attention. Ling Feng smiled and said, Konan, that guy is not Uchiha Madara. Konan was taken aback and asked in confusion, not Uchiha Madara? How is that possible? Didn't he already prove his abilities? Ling Feng explained mysteriously, he's merely a replica carrying Uchiha Madara's thoughts, abilities, and Kekkei Genkai. He can't be considered the real Uchiha Madara. A replica? Konan repeated in shock, and everyone else stared at Ling Feng. You should know what a replica is. This method can only be achieved by Zetsu. The one who ambushed me last time was a replica created by Zetsu using Akatsuki members' data. The same goes for Madara, Ling Feng said. No wonder their expressions were strange, and they didn't respond when called. So they were just replicas. I didn't expect Zetsu's abilities to be so strong, even capable of replicating Kekkei Genkai. Konan recalled the previous situation and said, I'm not too clear on Zetsu's abilities, but I know he can use clones to possess others, absorb chakra for his own people, and probe the abilities of everyone on the earth. Beyond that, I don't know, Ling Feng said. Zetsu is so terrifying. I never realized how strong he was when I was in Akatsuki. I was completely deceived, Konan said angrily. Zetsu had always kept a low profile, with no outstanding performances aside from reconnaissance, leaving everyone in the dark. Ling Feng said nothing as he watched Konan's angry expression. After all, Zetsu was a loyal follower of the masked man, and keeping a low profile was his habit. What Ling Feng cared most about was Black Zetsu's abilities, as he didn't understand them. But he wasn't afraid. He believed that in the face of absolute strength, all schemes were useless. After speaking, he drove the BMW toward Kirigakure. A few days later, the entire ninja world was shocked by a piece of news. The Nine Tails not only knew ninjutsu but could also use wood-release techniques. Additionally, it had a red projectile capable of instantly killing Morio, with power far surpassing a tailed beast bomb. News spread everywhere. Especially alarming was the Nine Tails' declaration to destroy Konoha, leaving Konoha's ninjas in a state of panic. Other villages were initially pleased upon hearing this, but their joy turned to sleepless nights when the Nine Tails announced its intention to destroy other ninja villages as well. The ninja world descended into chaos. Land of Fire, Konoha Village. Report to the third Hokage, the seal inside Naruto has completely disappeared. The Nine Tails is truly. A member of the sealing team stepped forward to speak, but before finishing, everyone understood the implication. The Konoha leadership was extremely anxious at this moment because if the Nine Tails truly intended to destroy the village, Konoha would undoubtedly be the first target. The Nine Tails harbored deep resentment toward Konoha, something the older generation was well aware of. "Alright, you may leave," Hiruzen said calmly. After the sealing team member left, Hiruzen dismissed everyone inside. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, brought hope for Konoha's rise but also the despair of its potential downfall. "Never mind, even if it costs my life, I must stop the Nine Tails from destroying Konoha. After all, this village is home to Naruto, Sasuke, Neji, and many other future stars." Thinking of these individuals, a smile appeared on his face. Danzo instructed a root member, "Go handle it." "I understand." He fell into deep thought. Faced with the crisis of the village's destruction, Danzo was extremely anxious. The Nine Tails' power far exceeded his expectations, and he could only try to find a way to stop its revenge. Even Danzo, a staunch advocate of war, had now turned to anti-war measures because with the Nine Tails' arrival, no one could stop it. Not even the Hokages of past generations could completely restrain it. Helpless, he could only think of ways to appease the Nine Tails. Land of Water, Kirigakure. "Lord Mizukichi, we must prepare to confront the Nine Tails, otherwise, we won't escape unscathed," Ao said anxiously to Mei Terumi. He had emphasized this point repeatedly just now, but Mei Terumi only expressed surprise that the Nine Tails could use ninjutsu, showing no other emotions. Chojuro and the other jonin and elders also looked at Mei Terumi, hoping she would take action. Mei Terumi looked at everyone and said, "Regarding the Nine Tails, there's no need to worry too much. Even if it destroys the 4 great ninja villages, it won't attack the Hidden Mist village." Everyone was puzzled. The Nine Tails had clearly declared its intent to destroy the ninja villages, so why would it make an exception? Just as Ao was about to question her, Mei Terumi continued, "That's because the Nine Tails is here in our Hidden Mist village. It has promised to help us eliminate the other ninja villages, but we must not reveal this secret. I'm only telling you because I trust you to keep it." This revelation left everyone in shock. "Lord Mizukichi, is the Nine Tails really in our Hidden Mist village?" Ao asked in disbelief. If the Nine Tails was truly here, the Hidden Mist village might not need to worry about being destroyed, but the fear and unease in their hearts could not be dispelled. "As long as we don't disturb the Nine Tails' rest, everything will be fine. If anyone dares to leak this secret, not only I but the entire Hidden Mist village will be wiped out in an instant." "You all know the power of the Nine Tails' red chakra ball," Mei Terumi said. "The Nine Tails resides in a distant forest, so there's no need to worry too much." Mei Terumi still gave a reminder, as any leak of this secret would spell trouble. After hearing this, everyone swore to keep their mouths shut and then dispersed, feeling somewhat relieved but also excited. After all, if the other ninja villages were destroyed by the Nine Tails, the Hidden Mist village would become the strongest. Meanwhile, other nations were abuzz with discussions. The Kazekage even planned to form an alliance, and all the ninja villages agreed, including the Hidden Mist village, as they had to maintain appearances. Time flew by, and it had been 3 months since the 5 great ninja villages united to resist the Nine Tails. When Lingfeng returned to the Hidden Mist village on the 5th day, he was surprised by the alliance of the 5 villages. He hadn't expected to become the target of their united resistance. However, he didn't care much about whether they united or not. That day, Lingfeng summoned Kimimaro, Haku, Guren, and Samly to the Mizukichi's office. He also asked Mei Terumi to dismiss unrelated personnel and brought the 4 into the office. He said to Mei Terumi, "Give them 4 travel permits." Kimimaro and the others, as well as Mei Terumi, were stunned. Mei Terumi asked in confusion, "What are the travel permits for?" Kimimaro and the others also looked at Lingfeng in confusion but remained silent because they trusted him unconditionally. Lingfeng smiled and said, "Let them participate in the Chunin exams in Konoha." Mei Terumi was even more puzzled. "Lingfeng, why participate in the Chunin exams? I could have directly promoted them to Jonin long ago. Everyone knows Kimimaro's strength. Taking the exam is pointless." Kimimaro and Samui had no objections, but Haku and Guren were confused and started to make a fuss. Lingfeng mimicked Orochimaru's lip-licking gesture and said, "This time, there's a great opportunity in the exam. I want them to stir things up a bit and teach the brats from the other villages a lesson." "What great opportunity?" Mei Terumi asked curiously. Lingfeng paused and said, "You'll know when the news arrives." Mei Terumi, annoyed, said, "Explain clearly. Stop teasing me. So, the reason you didn't agree to promote them earlier was to make them take the exam?" She handed the travel permits to Kimimaro and the others, glaring fiercely at Lingfeng. Lingfeng didn't mind and instead said to Mei Terumi, "Promote Kimimaro to Jonin, and form a genin team with Haku, Guren, and Samui. This time, I'll infiltrate Konoha, and Kimimaro will lead the team." After saying this, Lingfeng left, leaving Mei Terumi stomping her feet in frustration. Terumi Mei publicly announced Kimimaro's promotion to Jonin and took Haku, Guren, and Samui to participate in the Chunin exams in Konoha. The people of Kirigakure were puzzled and murmured to themselves, "Sending someone so powerful to another village's exam, isn't that a slap in our own face?" However, considering that the Nine Tails was protecting Kirigakure, they didn't mind too much. The spies had long been eliminated by Lingfeng, so there was no risk of leaks. As a result, everyone simply ignored it. The next day, Kimimaro, expressionless, led the three of them as they set off for Konoha. At this moment, Lingfeng used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Naruto's house. He noticed that Konoha Zanbu had stationed themselves more than 10 miles away, clearly as a precaution against a Nine Tails attack. He marveled at Konoha's strict vigilance, noting that even during wartime, it wasn't this tight. "This kid Naruto is quite diligent," he observed, seeing that Naruto's house was clean and tidy, obviously maintained by Naruto himself. Lingfeng wanted to see how strong Naruto, who had only been trained in taijutsu by him back then, had become. But he wasn't in a hurry. He could observe during the Chunin exams. Suddenly, he sensed 3 Kage-level chakras, 1 Jonin-level chakra, and 1 special Jonin-level chakra. He guessed that 2 of them were likely Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya, but as for the Jonin-level 1, it seemed unfamiliar. Who were the remaining 2? They didn't seem to belong to Danzo. Lingfeng quickly left and teleported near the Hokage's office, hiding in a large tree and controlling a small bird in the sky to fly to the window and spy. The bird's right eye displayed the character 6, and Lingfeng saw a blonde woman inside. Her chest, with 2 enormous white rabbits, swayed continuously. She wore a green coat with the large character Gamble on the back. He was shocked and thought, "It's actually her." Behind the woman stood a black-haired girl holding a pig, creating an unexpected scene. Hiruzen Sarutobi said to Jiraiya with relief, "I didn't expect you to actually bring Tsunade back. It really puts my mind at ease." Jiraiya laughed heartily, "Of course. Who do you think I am? I'm the legendary." Before he could finish, Naruto interrupted, "Pervy Sage." Lingfeng almost burst out laughing but quickly held it in, as it wasn't the time for jokes. Hiruzen's lips curled slightly, while Jiraiya glared at Naruto in dissatisfaction. "I'm not a pervy sage." "Don't talk nonsense," he retorted. Naruto turned his head away, ignoring him, leaving Jiraiya fuming with an ugly expression. Tsunade and Shizen chuckled softly. Hiruzen cleared his throat to signal everyone to quiet down and said, "You all know about the Nine Tails. We must do everything we can to protect Konoha." Jiraiya and Tsunade became serious, especially Tsunade, who was so shocked upon hearing that the Nine Tails had used Wood Release that she was speechless. After all, Wood Release was a Kekkai Genkai and extremely rare. Jiraiya also realized that Konoha was currently in a precarious situation. He had taken Naruto to find Tsunade earlier, and after a series of bittersweet negotiations, they had finally convinced her to return. During this journey, Naruto had also learned the summoning technique, which led to Tsunade's early return. The plot is completely messed up, but it doesn't matter. This time, I'll turn the ninja world upside down for some excitement, Lingfeng thought to himself. Suddenly, he recalled that Rokuro Mokuro's ideal was to destroy the entire mafia world, and his own goal of destroying the major ninja villages seemed somewhat similar. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly asked, "Is it true that the Nine Tails used Wood Release, Jiraiya?" Jiraiya nodded. The room fell silent. Naruto, unable to bear the tension, jumped out and shouted, "Why are you all so nervous? It's just the Nine Tails knowing ninjutsu. Can't we just defeat it?" At that moment, the door opened, and a man wrapped in bandages and leaning on a cane entered with 2 Hokage advisors. He said, "Just you, kid?" Naruto was about to retort when Hiruzen frowned and asked, "Danzo, what are you doing here?" Tsunade and Jiraiya also frowned, as their impression of Danzo had always been poor. Danzo said, "I was thinking about how to make the Nine Tails stop retaliating against Konoha. The Nine Tails' power far surpasses that of other tailed beasts. I wonder if there's a way to eliminate its hatred." His words left everyone present in silence. 61. Chunin Exam Part 2. Danzo, are you serious? Sarutobi stared intently at Danzo, his tone heavy. The others also fixed their eyes on him, especially the 2 advisors, who had never heard Danzo mention this matter before and looked puzzled. Danzo walked to Sarutobi's office desk and said, "Do you think there's any other way?" The power of the Nine Tails was evident when it destroyed Morio. "Sarutobi, are you really too proud to consider this?" Before he could finish, Sarutobi waved his hand to interrupt. "Danzo, what do you think would truly appease the Nine Tails' anger toward Konoha? The Nine Tails is not to be trifled with. Without a proper approach, it will only make things worse." Danzo calmly responded, "You just need to think about what the Nine Tails truly wants right now and talk to it. The Nine Tails' greatest hatred is directed at the Hokage, especially the 1st and 4th Hokage, and one other. If you want to appease it, bloodshed is inevitable. For Konoha's sake, Sarutobi, you must be prepared." Danzo originally intended to expose Uchiha Madara the masked man, but after some thought, he decided against it. His words carried a sharp edge. Tsunade angrily retorted, "Danzo, don't rush to say whether your method will work. We don't even know where the Nine Tails is, so how can we negotiate? Even if it wants to destroy Konoha, we can still unite the 5 great shinobi villages to resist." Her words were clear, implying that Sarutobi should bear the brunt of the Nine Tails' hatred, or that other Konoha shinobi connected to the Nine Tails should fill this role. Jiraiya and Naruto also felt that Danzo's plan was unfeasible. Outside the window, Lingfeng listened intently through the perspective of a bird. Isn't Danzo a pro-war advocate? He always talked about using force during wars. Why is he suddenly turning into a pacifist now? Even if my power back then was overwhelming, this is too much. Could Danzo have seen something? He was puzzled, as Danzo had always favored violence, and his sudden advocacy for peace was surprising. In truth, it was all because of the masked man. Initially, Danzo planned to fight to protect Konoha, but the masked man came to Konoha and gleefully brought up the matter of the Nine Tails. When Danzo learned that the Nine Tails had inherited another sage of Six Paths' legacy, he couldn't stay calm. Thinking carefully, he realized a critical issue. Did the Nine Tails use its full strength when dealing with Morio? If it had, that would be fine, as at least they would know the Nine Tails' true power. But if it hadn't, the unknown power would be the most terrifying. Thus, Danzo began leaning toward a pacifist stance. Danzo became agitated. Why wouldn't it work? When the Nine Tails reappears, we can send more shinobi to gather intelligence. Haven't you noticed a problem? Everyone froze, and Sarutobi calmly asked, "What problem?" Danzo replied helplessly, "Did the Nine Tails go all out against Morio? If it didn't, then the 5 great shinobi villages are nothing but a joke." Hearing this, Sarutobi's pupils contracted, and everyone fell silent. Lingfeng nodded in approval. "I didn't expect Danzo to notice this point. He's not as foolish as the others. I have to give him credit for that." Naruto, looking at the silent crowd, shouted, "What's wrong with you all? If the Nine Tails comes, I'll fight it." Danzo sneered, "You little brat who doesn't even know when the Nine Tails might escape from your body, and you think you can fight it?" Naruto was furious and was about to retort when Jiraiya held him back, saying, "Danzo, that's enough." Sarutobi lowered his head, adjusted his hat, and said helplessly, "Danzo, I will adopt your plan." Danzo walked out expressionlessly, but he was calculating something in his mind. Tsunade, in disbelief, asked, "Sensei, is this really okay?" Jiraiya looked at Sarutobi with a troubled expression. As Danzo said, if the Nine Tails become stronger, even if Konoha and the other villages unite, we won't escape destruction. It's better to adopt Danzo's plan, or else we go to war. Sarutobi lowered his head, his voice filled with weariness, as if he had aged several years in an instant. The crowd gradually dispersed. Naruto walked out the door and said boldly, "That Nine Tails guy, I'll definitely defeat it myself." His firm tone left everyone stunned, and the atmosphere lightened as a result. Forget it, Naruto always does the unexpected. Let's just wait and see. If he really manages to defeat the Nine Tails, I might as well buy a piece of tofu and smash myself to death. Ling Feng dismissed Naruto's words indifferently. Although he had potential, it would take time to see results. He slowly walked out of Konoha, carefully admiring the bustling village, thinking about destroying it in the future, and taking the opportunity to remember it well now. When did I become so sentimental? He said to himself mockingly. After all, he was still young. Author, you've become the Nine Tails, lived for hundreds of years, and you still don't consider yourself old? Ling Feng, that's the Nine Tails, not me. I'm not even 50 yet, don't go around calling me old. Author, denying it won't help. Time is the most terrifying weapon. That guy is quite interesting. Naruto, let me find you a tricky opponent. Unknowingly, Ling Feng wandered into the forest and saw a boy about Naruto's age practicing ninjutsu. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he walked over. Who's there? Sasuke was practicing ninjutsu when someone suddenly approached. He turned around, warily eyeing a man with pineapple-shaped hair. Ling Feng looked at him and said, a descendant of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke became even more alert. Don't be so defensive. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't even need to speak. Ling Feng suddenly appeared behind Sasuke. When did he? So strong. Sasuke was shocked but dared not move. The two stared at each other, Ling Feng calm, Sasuke drenched in cold sweat, the atmosphere tense. After a few minutes, Sasuke finally couldn't hold on and fell to his knees. Not bad. I thought you'd collapse sooner, Uchiha Sasuke, Ling Feng said approvingly. Damn it. I'm so weak. Why are there so many strong people? I refuse to accept this. Sasuke thought angrily. Do you want to become stronger? Ling Feng asked enticingly. Sasuke froze for a moment, then resolutely replied, of course I do. Ling Feng looked at Sasuke, thinking what a pity he was. In the original story, Sasuke was a vengeful character. One enemy would fall, only for more to appear. First Itachi, then Konoha, and eventually the entire world became his target. Ling Feng had always thought Sasuke's story was tragic. Now that he had met him, he wanted to help. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well watch the matches of the little strong ones to pass the time. If you want to become stronger, put these on and follow me. Ling Feng handed Sasuke a set of clothes and wrist guards identical to his own. Sasuke changed into them without hesitation. As soon as he put on the wrist guards, he felt his body become 3 to 4 times heavier, but he still persisted, following step by step. Ling Feng led him to a desolate hill and said, you're qualified. Without perseverance, I wouldn't train you. Sasuke collapsed on the ground, panting, but said nothing. Rest for half an hour, then we'll start training. Remember, my training is very strict. If you can't handle it, you can quit now, but you can't stop halfway. Ling Feng spoke sternly. Sasuke's lips curled into a slight smirk. Less talk. Before I kill that person, no amount of training will scare me. Ling Feng was a bit surprised. It seemed Sasuke had the potential to be a training fanatic. On second thought, it might have been Naruto who motivated him. Half an hour later. Let's start by training your physical abilities. The Chunin exams are only 4 days away, so there's no time to learn other ninjutsu. After the competition, there's a 1-month break. Come find me then, and I'll train you thoroughly, Ling Feng said seriously. In truth, he planned to recruit Sasuke. After all, staying with Orochimaru wasn't safe. Sooner or later, he'd be controlled by Madara. Ling Feng wanted to train him himself but was also prepared to deal with him if necessary. Sasuke was dangerous and couldn't be allowed to become a ticking time bomb. Over the next few days, Ling Feng helped Sasuke train his body. Sasuke's speed improved significantly, reaching the level of a Chunin. Ling Feng was surprised to find that in 4 days, Sasuke had only rested for 16 hours, spending the rest of the time training. On the last day, Ling Feng advised him to rest properly to conserve energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the strength to fight on the battlefield, rendering all the training useless. After the training ended, Ling Feng left to find Kimimaro and the others. Late at night. Kimimaro, Haku, Gyurin, Samui, did you have fun in Konoha? Ling Feng asked with a smile. Haku looked at the brightly lit scene outside and said, very much, brother Ling Feng. Konoha is really bustling. After greeting Kimimaro and the others, they fell silent. Ling Feng began arranging some matters and then left. The Hokage's office is still lit this late. Let's go check it out since there's nothing else to do. Ling Feng noticed the light in the Hokage's office and curiously controlled a small bird to secretly observe. He thought this method was both discreet and practical. The bird approached the window and peered inside. That old man Sarutobi is really bold, secretly spying on others in his office. No wonder he got caught. And someone going to the bathhouse this late? Shameless. Should I tell the residents of Konoha about this? Ling Feng muttered to himself, scheming in his mind. But he ultimately dismissed the idea. After all, if exposed, Sarutobi would likely become the target of public criticism and might even lose his position as Hokage. In truth, Ling Feng was overthinking it. Sarutobi's peeping had long been known by Danzo, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Naruto, and the Umbu. Everyone just thought Sarutobi's reputation was a bit tarnished. Especially Danzo, who aspired to be Hokage, had no intention of exposing it, as it didn't really harm anyone. Squeak! The door opened, and Sarutobi quickly put away the crystal ball, adopting a serious expression as he looked at the visitors. Tsunade and Jiraiya? What's that old man up to now? Ling Feng wondered. Old man, what do you want from us? Jiraiya asked directly, not exposing Sarutobi's actions. Tsunade, understanding Sarutobi's character, also said nothing. Tomorrow is the Chunin exams. I want to ask you to keep an eye on a few people, Sarutobi suddenly said seriously. Who has you so concerned? Jiraiya and Tsunade immediately became serious upon seeing Sarutobi's expression. Those 4 kids from the Mist Village. Jiraiya, you know who I mean, Sarutobi clarified. Jiraiya was shocked. You're saying those 4 kids from the Mist Village are also participating in the Chunin exams? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya in confusion, not understanding why his reaction was so intense. No, it's one Jonin leading the team, and the other 3 are participating in the Chunin exams. Here's their information. Sarutobi handed over the profiles of the 4. Tsunade glanced at them and didn't find anything particularly noteworthy. She asked, are these kids really worth such caution? Kimimaro may have become a Jonin at a young age, but he's not that impressive, is he? Don't underestimate them. They were all involved in the Morio War and are incredibly strong, at least Kage level. Don't treat them as ordinary kids, Jiraiya said gravely. They're the 4 kids from the Morio War? So young and already so powerful? Then why are they even participating in Konoha's Chunin exams? The Mizukage should have directly promoted them to Jonin. Why bother with the Chunin exams? Tsunade's barrage of questions left Jiraiya and Sarutobi with headaches. In any case, be cautious. Also, inform the village's young ones that if they encounter these individuals, they should avoid confrontation and surrender immediately, Sarutobi said, knowing the Chunin exams challenges. After nodding in agreement, the 2 left. TCH, I thought it was something major. Turns out it's just about Kimimaro and the others. Whatever, don't mind me. I'll just find a place to sleep. Ling Feng, having seen enough, also left. Second update, secretly written. Please send flowers, recommendations, clicks, and favorites. 63, Chunin Exam Part 4. What bad luck! The power went out halfway through my writing last night. I had just finished and was about to upload when the electricity cut off. Tragic. I had to rewrite it. Sigh. The momentum is gone after the first attempt. I really should get into the habit of saving drafts. Sigh. Finally, it was time for the Chunin exam. Ling Feng said to the 3 people in front of him Kimimaro was not participating. Haku, Guren, Samui, if you encounter Uzumaki Naruto or Uchiha Sasuke, teach them a lesson first, then forfeit. As for the others, handle them however you like. Understood? Ling Feng didn't want Naruto and Sasuke to be eliminated so quickly. He planned to let Sasuke first experience his own weakness and then lure him away. Understood, Lord Ling Feng. Although the 3 were puzzled, they trusted that Ling Feng wouldn't harm them. Lord Ling Feng, what about me? Kimimaro asked proactively. Haku, Guren, and Samui all had tasks, and he couldn't sit idle. His bones were itching for action. Ling Feng smiled and said, you have a task. During the second exam, follow my instructions. Understood? Kimimaro nodded excitedly. Understood, Lord Ling Feng. Can I use the 9 Tails power? No. Don't expose it. Fight with your usual strength. If you encounter a Konoha Jonin, retreat immediately and avoid being discovered. I trust you can handle it. Only use the 9 Tails power as a last resort, but it's absolutely not the first choice. Kimimaro nodded firmly. I will complete the mission, even if it costs me my life. Kimimaro escorted the 3 to the exam venue and let them in. As soon as Haku, Guren, and Samui entered the classroom, they heard Naruto shouting loudly. Pushing the door open, they saw Naruto passionately proclaiming his dreams, drawing everyone's attention. Kabuto Yakushi, as in the original story, began to manipulate Konoha's young ninjas. The moment Haku, Guren, and Samui entered, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone around them. The men's eyes lit up because the 3 were undeniably top-tier beauties. Haku had a slender figure, fair skin, and her chest was already showing noticeable development. Guren had a sexy figure, while Samui had a fiery physique but a cold demeanor. All three exuded a seductive aura, thanks to the modifications from the 9 tails within them. Everyone in the classroom stared at them as if they had discovered a new continent. Naruto was dumbfounded. Sasuke glanced at them and quickly looked away, while Sakura and Ino's eyes sparkled with envy. The other men were no different. Haku and the others felt a bit annoyed being stared at like this. Just then, a ninja from the Sound Village walked over with a lecherous grin and said, "Are you here to show off your bodies and let people train you?" Upon hearing this, the first to retaliate wasn't Guren or Samui, but Haku. She kicked the man's vital area, accompanied by the sound of something shattering. Ah! The scream was like a pig being slaughtered. The men immediately tensed up and covered their lower bodies. The sound ninja fell to the ground, crying out in pain. The other men were stunned. Seeing Haku's innocent expression, they felt a chill down their spines and quickly turned their heads, not daring to look. Naruto exaggeratedly covered his lower body with both hands while continuing to stare at Haku. Even Sasuke felt a bit scared and quickly looked away because that was a man's dignity. Sakura and Ino stared blankly at the three. Sakura was overjoyed inside. "Great, I've learned a new move." Ha ha. Ino felt the same. Haku, Guren, and Samui acted as if nothing had happened, but Haku's actions had angered the Sound Village ninjas. After all, this was about the reputation of their village. They could only be angry but not dare to act. Who knew what Haku might do to them next? They had only seen an illusion. Guren and Samui were the most surprised. Guren had thought Samui would act, but unexpectedly, Haku moved first, and her actions were clean and efficient. Guren even wondered if Haku often did this. Samui was also surprised because Haku was the most obedient among the three of them. From a distance, Ling Feng observed the scene and felt a chill run down his spine. When did Haku learn that move? I'll have to be careful in the future. Gaara of the Sand Village, full of killing intent, said, "Killing those three should be quite valuable." Shikaku was also eager to move, sensing the chakra fluctuations of the 9 tails. "That woman is really ruthless, better not provoke her," Kankuro said, looking at Haku, cold sweat dripping down his face. "It seems this move works best against you men," Temari said, surprised as she stared at the scene before her, secretly taking note. Kankuro's face immediately fell upon hearing this. "Sister, please don't use that move on me. I still want to be a real man." Temari looked at his timid expression, a bit puzzled. "Well, that depends on your performance." Kankuro thought to himself, how can a man live without that? It's a man's lifeline, losing it is not an option. Niji, Tenten, and Lee were all shocked. After all, seeing it firsthand was a completely different experience. Lee said coldly, "I feel like my youth has just cooled down." Tenten also memorized this ultimate move, while Niji was thinking about sparring with Haku, even though he had just been stunned. Bang! A puff of smoke dispersed, and Marino Abiki entered the classroom with a group of chunin, starting to chatter away. "Send it quickly, there's still tutoring in the afternoon." So troublesome. Please support, dear readers. 64, Chunin Exam Part 5. "That girl is way too ruthless," Kurenai said, watching the earlier scene through the third Hokage's crystal ball, her tone filled with doubt. Tsunade praised loudly, "That move is really great, well done. That's exactly how you deal with men." The others could only smile wryly. Jiraiya decided not to spy on Tsunade for the time being, fearing he'd be beaten to death. Hiruzen said seriously, "Ahem. This move will be classified as the #1 forbidden technique. No one is allowed to use it, and violators will be severely punished. It will be officially announced after the exam." Hiruzen's words made the men breathe a sigh of relief, and Jiraiya was so moved he burst into tears. The third Hokage truly is a good man. I wasn't wrong about him. Kakashi and the others distanced themselves, pretending not to know Jiraiya. Tsunade sneered, "Old man, even if it's classified as forbidden, it won't matter. If I become Hokage, this move will be a basic ninjutsu that all women must learn." Hiruzen had a headache. If Tsunade really became Hokage, it would be hell for the men of Konoha. But the decision was already made, and he couldn't go back on it. He could only helplessly say to Jiraiya, "You all better pray for yourselves." Jiraiya quickly tried to persuade Tsunade, but she completely ignored him, leaving everyone speechless. "I am Marino Abiki, the proctor for the first exam. Everyone is here, so the exam begins now," Marino Abiki said firmly, glancing at Haku and the other two, not out of admiration for their beauty, but because of instructions from the third Hokage. Everyone found their seats, sat down, and began answering the test questions. Haku and Durin merely glanced at the test paper before calming themselves and resting. Samui didn't even look at the paper and directly started relaxing. Their actions shocked everyone in the classroom. What are these three even here for? They're not even doing the test? Kankoro asked in confusion. The others just glanced at the paper and continued focusing on answering. Ibiki kept his eyes on the three, unable to figure out why they weren't answering. In fact, Lingfeng had told them earlier that they could answer if they wanted to, but if they didn't feel like it, they didn't have to answer a single question. Although the three were puzzled by this, they trusted Lingfeng. Haku, who originally knew how to answer a few questions, decided not to bother. Durin didn't understand a single question, and Samui simply didn't want to do it. Hence, the current situation arose. Lingfeng looked at the three and said in a deep voice, "Haku and the others need proper rest. Constant training isn't always good. There needs to be a balance between work and rest to avoid hidden injuries. After the Chunin exam, let them have some fun and stop training all the time." He could see that they already had hidden injuries in their bodies. Although the 9 tails could alleviate them, it wasn't fast enough. Rest was necessary to prevent any accidents. Lingfeng cared deeply for them and didn't want to see any bad outcomes. The exam continued, and Naruto looked distressed, wanting to cheat but afraid of being caught. Gradually, everyone understood the purpose of this test and began to cheat. Various eye techniques and jutsus emerged one after another. When time was up, Ibiki announced that the 10th question could be chosen or forfeited, causing many ninjas to leave empty-handed. Haku observed the scene, seemed to understand something, and gave the other two a look, signaling them to stay put. Others noticed that Haku's group hadn't written anything but still refused to give up, and they too decided not to quit. After thinking for a long time, Naruto raised his hand to speak, said a few words, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Haku and Durin thought to themselves simultaneously, "So he is Uzumaki Naruto? How interesting." Samui glanced at him and then closed her eyes to rest. "Then I announce, everyone present has passed." Ibiki's words shocked everyone. They were stunned at first, then looked at him in confusion. After Ibiki explained, they finally understood that what he had just said was the 10th question. Suddenly, a bang startled Lingfeng, who had been secretly peeking. It turned out that Anko had appeared out of nowhere, leaving everyone speechless. Ibiki announced that the second round of the exam would begin the next day, and everyone went home. While collecting the test papers, Ibiki was surprised to find that Haku's group was even more audacious than Naruto. They hadn't even written their names, and Samui's paper was completely untouched, which left him fuming. "How did it go?" Kimimaro asked as the three came out. "Piece of cake," Haku said with a smile, and the four of them headed back to their residence. Back at their place, Lingfeng was still lying on the ground. Haku walked over and smiled, "Brother Lingfeng, you're amazing. Durin, Samui, and I didn't even write a single word, and we still passed." Lingfeng glanced at Haku and said, "Of course. In the second round of the exam, if you encounter anyone from Konoha, teach them a little lesson. As for those from other villages, do as you please." Haku and the other two nodded in response. "By the way, if you come across the guy with the red love character on his forehead, give him a good beating, but don't go too hard. Make sure he can still continue the competition." Lingfeng suddenly thought of Gaara and Shikaku. In his past life, he couldn't understand why Shikaku hated the 9 tails. Was it just because of the tails? But he couldn't find the reason in the 9 tails memories, which left him annoyed. So he decided to have Haku and the others give Gaara a good beating, indirectly teaching Shikaku a lesson. Why not? First update, making up for yesterday's content. The computer had issues earlier, took 2 hours to fix it, and now I'm on a roll to keep going. 65, Chunin Exam Part 6. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto arrived in a dark corner and called respectfully. Orochimaru glanced at him. "What's the matter, Kabuto? Did something go wrong?" Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, "No mistake, but I found 3 interesting individuals and came to report." Orochimaru showed great interest, knowing that Kabuto wouldn't bother him with useless people. "They're from the Hidden Mist Village, very powerful. I don't know their exact abilities yet, but I believe Lord Orochimaru will be interested," Kabuto said. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, "Then I look forward to it." "Damn, I think I forgot someone, the most unstable one. What was their name again?" Lingfeng lay on the floor, muttering to himself. He vaguely remembered a character from Naruto, but it had been so long that the original story and plot were blurry, leaving him feeling a bit lost. "Forget it, I'll remember later. For now, I'll just stay home. Thanks." After Lingfeng finished speaking, the little bird opened its eyes and flew away. At this moment, Kimimaro led 3 people to the location of the second exam, the Forest of Death. Looking at the towering trees and the occasional sounds, Durin remarked, "What a perfect place for killing, right, Samui?" Samui nodded, while Haku smiled. The people around them dared not underestimate this beautiful woman, especially after her kick yesterday left a lasting impression. Kimimaro said to the three, once inside, "Don't forget Lord Lingfeng's instructions, don't overdo it." Haku nodded but curiously asked, "Kimimaro, what task did Lingfeng give you that has you so excited?" The others were curious as well. Kimimaro replied indifferently, "Nothing much, just delaying a certain individual." With that, he disappeared, leaving the three dissatisfied. Anko began formally explaining the rules, which were the same as in the original story, obtaining the Heaven and Earth scrolls from opponents. Afterward, the gates opened, and everyone entered. "Our scroll is Earth. As long as we find a Heaven scroll, we win. Let's go, finish this quickly, and head straight to the central tower," Haku said, looking at the scroll in his hand. Doran and Samui nodded. They wouldn't let anything distract them and wanted to finish quickly. The three walked through the forest for a long time and discovered a team lying in ambush ahead. Pretending not to notice, they walked forward, and suddenly, kunai flew at them from both sides. Just half a meter away, the kunai were crystallized into cherry blossom-colored crystals and instantly turned to powder. The attackers were shocked. As the three prepared to flee, Samui suddenly appeared and punched one of the enemies, sending them flying. Haku used needles to hit the vital points of the others, rendering them immobile. Haku recognized them as mere nameless ninjas and dealt with them. Haku retrieved a heaven scroll from them and smiled, saying, "Lucky, we got the scroll right away. Let's head to the central tower now." Durin and Samui nodded, and the three set off for the central tower. Outside, the Jonin of Konoha were very worried, especially about the performance of Haku's team. "Kakashi, I still feel uneasy." Asuma smoked a cigarette but couldn't calm down. The lighter wouldn't light, so he gave up on smoking. Kakashi, reading Make Out Paradise, reminded him, "Didn't you already give them instructions?" He was also nervous inside. Although he had told Naruto and Sasuke to surrender immediately if they encountered that team, he knew the two wouldn't really listen. Asuma was deeply concerned about Shikamaru and the others, while Kurenai and Guy remained calm, knowing that worrying was useless. They trusted that the Mist Ninjas wouldn't kill Konoha ninjas at this time, otherwise, the four great ninja villages wouldn't stand idly by. One day later. "I've already explained the code. Use it to distinguish between real and fake, got it?" Sasuke said to the other two. Sakura repeated it several times and nodded, but Naruto just couldn't remember. At that moment, a giant snake charged at them. Sasuke and Sakura quickly dodged, while Naruto, having been trained by Lingfeng, wasn't knocked away but instead evaded it. "Damn, why is there a snake here?" Naruto asked, staring at the giant snake in confusion. Sasuke and Sakura remained vigilant. Their goal was the scroll, and they didn't want to waste energy fighting the snake. Suddenly, a person appeared on the snake's head. "I didn't expect you to be stronger than I anticipated," Orochimaru said, staring at Sasuke and Naruto. He had originally planned to knock Naruto away and impersonate him to get close to Sasuke, but the two reacted quickly, and he ignored Sakura entirely. "Who are you?" Naruto became alert. This time, he wasn't as impulsive as in the original story. Having undergone Lingfeng's training, he first observed the situation and sensed that the opponent was very strong. Sasuke also realized the opponent was no ordinary person, while Sakura hid behind them. Sasuke looked at Orochimaru and said, "Dead last, it seems we can't beat him without teaming up." Although he disliked cooperating with Naruto, he knew they would both die if they didn't join forces, as he could feel the killing intent from the opponent. "Who are you calling dead last, you bastard Sasuke?" "I don't like working with you either, but there's no choice," Naruto retorted angrily. Sakura was ignored by the two, deemed useless, and was told to hide on the side. Orochimaru, seeing the two teaming up, was unfazed and licked his lips. "Let me see how strong you really are." Second update. 66, Chunin exam. 7. Let's go. Naruto suddenly charged forward, with Sasuke following closely, lunging at Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at them in surprise. "I didn't expect you two little brats to be in such good shape. You really are qualified to challenge me." Even though the 9 tails inside Naruto is gone, he can still match the genius Sasuke. Not bad. After speaking, he signaled a large snake to charge at the two. The snake opened its massive mouth and lunged at Naruto and Sasuke. The two instantly split apart, and the snake crashed heavily into the ground. Using the trees, Naruto and Sasuke leapt up and quickly counterattacked, their fists striking toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru slightly bent his body, dodging the attack, and their fists collided. Just as he was about to speak, the two simultaneously kicked out. Orochimaru, surprised, caught their kicks with both hands and forcefully threw them aside, slamming them into the ground. Orochimaru thought to himself, these two brats are really experienced. If they were a bit faster, I might have been hit. His eyes burned with excitement as he praised them. The snake charged again, and the two quickly rolled to the side to dodge. Naruto stared at Orochimaru and said, "You're really strong. It seems we can't win without going all out." Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. Naruto then removed his weighted wristbands and jacket, which hit the ground with a loud crash, leaving a dent in the ground. Orochimaru was shocked. He hadn't expected Naruto to use such a method, having only heard of him being a dead last and never paying much attention to him. At this moment, Sasuke also snorted, removing his gravity wristbands and jacket, creating another dent in the ground. Both Naruto and Orochimaru were surprised. Sasuke uses this trick too? Looks like I'll have to take this seriously, or I'll really be caught off guard, Orochimaru thought to himself. Sasuke, you're copying me. Naruto immediately said, looking at Sasuke. Who's copying you? Let's deal with this guy first. Sasuke responded with a cold snort. The two said no more, their eyes fixed on Orochimaru. Orochimaru sighed. So, even after removing your wristbands, this is all the speed you have? Naruto and Sasuke's lips curled into slight smiles. Orochimaru charged again. Naruto and Sasuke leapt onto the trees, flying toward him. Orochimaru didn't stop them. As the two jumped closer, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, striking with both fists. Orochimaru easily caught them with his hands. How disappointing, Orochimaru sighed. But in the next moment, he was shocked to see Sasuke lift his leg and kick fiercely, so fast that he couldn't react. Orochimaru was sent flying. Orochimaru fell to the ground and was about to get up when he suddenly noticed Naruto rushing toward him at a speed far exceeding before. He immediately realized that the two had been luring him into letting his guard down. I really underestimated them, Orochimaru thought to himself. He quickly used the hidden shadow snake hands to attack the rapidly approaching Naruto. However, Naruto seemed oblivious and kept running. Orochimaru felt there must be a trap. Based on his earlier experience, he wouldn't fall for it easily. As a result, Naruto was hit and instantly turned into a puff of smoke. At that moment, Orochimaru heard a voice. His pupils shrank sharply, and he immediately prepared to defend. But before he could, Naruto suddenly appeared from the smoke, holding a Rasengan and charging at him. Orochimaru was shocked to see the jutsu but couldn't dodge in time. The Rasengan struck his abdomen heavily, sending him flying into a tree. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged smiles. Orochimaru slowly got up and sighed, I didn't expect this. I really underestimated you. I didn't think a brat like you could use the Rasengan. Though it's not perfect, its power is considerable. Naruto asked in surprise, impossible, how are you unharmed? Orochimaru licked his lips with a smile, that's because your strength isn't enough to hurt me. Though he said this, he thought to himself, that attack just now did injure me. The Rasengan is indeed formidable. Should I kill this kid now? Killing intent rose in his eyes. Naruto felt the sudden chill in the air and realized it was killing intent. Sasuke was equally shocked, as Orochimaru's killing intent was extremely intense, but they managed to withstand it. Orochimaru was also surprised that the two could endure it. Not bad at all, Sasuke. I decided I must have you, Orochimaru said, his eyes filled with burning killing intent. He then instantly appeared and used the hidden shadow snake hands to send the two flying. Damn it, so fast. Naruto and Sasuke cursed inwardly. Just as they sensed danger and tried to dodge, they were already sent flying. Unwilling to give up, the two charged at Orochimaru again, but they could never get close to him. Orochimaru toyed with them leisurely until he deemed it enough and sent them flying once more. He teleported behind Sasuke and said coldly, if you want power, come find me. Just as he was about to strike and bite, a slash suddenly flew toward him. Orochimaru sensed danger and quickly dodged to the side, staring at the figure on the tree. Sasuke and Naruto also turned their eyes to the newcomer. Orochimaru, let me play with you, Kimimaro said coldly, holding a bone blade. Orochimaru looked at the bone blade in Kimimara's hand and suddenly recognized that the other seemed to be from the Kagaya clan. He immediately became excited, it seems today is truly my lucky day. Kimimaro ignored him and charged forward swiftly. Orochimaru was surprised by his speed, realizing that the opponent was also at Kage level and definitely not a novice. However, having been in the Kage level for years, Orochimaru would not admit defeat easily. A slight mistake among Kage-level fighters could lead to death, and he had no intention of being the first Kage-level ninja killed by a junior. Orochimaru quickly drew the Kusanagi sword from his mouth and slashed at Kimimara's bone blade. The clash of the two blades produced a light sound. Orochimaru felt that this person looked somewhat familiar but couldn't recall where he had seen him before. Just as he was puzzled, Kimimaro pulled out a bone with his left hand and struck Orochimaru's abdomen hard. Orochimaru felt a sharp pain and was sent flying. "Fighting me while being distracted, are you fearless or just ignorant?" Kimimaro said coldly, staring at him. Orochimaru was furious. "Brat, don't think you can act arrogant just because you have some strength." The two prepared themselves, and the battle was about to erupt. "It seems I need to teach you a lesson, or you'll get too full of yourself," Orochimaru said darkly. "Let me see just how strong the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, really is," Kimimaro replied mockingly. Orochimaru was burning with rage. "Brat, you'll regret this." He immediately used the hidden shadow many snake's hand, and over 10 snakes quickly attacked Kimimaro. Kimimaro raised his hand and shot out 10 bone fingers to counter, simultaneously launching a counterattack with his 10 finger bones. Orochimaru hurriedly dodged, and the bone fingers struck a tree, leaving over 10 small holes. He became even more cautious. Orochimaru used the jutsu wind release, great breakthrough, and a gust of wind deflected the bone fingers. "Not bad, but you're still too inexperienced," Orochimaru sneered, charging at Kimimaro with his sword, wanting to test if the Kagaya clan was as strong as the rumors claimed. Kimimaro drew a bone blade from his left arm and performed the dance of the camellia, blocking the Kusanagi sword while slashing at Orochimaru with the bone blade in his right hand. Orochimaru didn't dodge and swung his sword toward Kimimaro's shoulder. Orochimaru's left arm was severed by Kimimaro, and the Kusanagi sword struck Kimimaro's shoulder. Although blocked by his bones, the blood continued to flow. Kimimaro was preparing to attack again when Orochimaru appeared behind him. Bone spikes emerged from Kimimaro's back, but Orochimaru instantly turned into a clump of mud. Kimimaro was suddenly startled as Orochimaru appeared in front of him, swinging the Kusanagi sword with his right hand in a diagonal slash from the upper right. Immediately after, he unleashed the wind release, great breakthrough, sending a powerful shockwave that blasted Kimimaro away. Kimimaro slammed hard into a tree trunk, blood continuously seeping from his chest. "Kid, although your Kekkei Genkai and strength are impressive, your combat experience is still lacking. Come with me, and I can make you stronger." Orochimaru licked his lips, his tone full of temptation. He was deeply intrigued by Kimimaro, not only because of his Kekkei Genkai and strength but also because he sensed a hidden secret within Kimimaro, a feeling born from years of battle-hardened intuition. "I will not betray that man. You don't even have a third of his strength. You're not worthy to be my master, Kimimaro's lord. Only he can lead me to the pinnacle of the world. He is the true god." Kimimaro's eyes burned with unwavering determination and admiration as he responded firmly. Orochimaru stared into Kimimaro's resolute gaze, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Hearing that he didn't even measure up to a third of someone else's strength left Orochimaru shocked. He wondered, who could this person possibly be? He secretly decided to investigate thoroughly, finding this world increasingly fascinating. He developed a strong interest in the man Kimimaro spoke of. "It seems this show must end for now. I look forward to our next meeting." Sensing the arrival of Konoha's Jonin, Orochimaru turned and left. Kimimaro also realized the danger, knowing the intense battle traces here would soon be discovered. After all, the Forest of Death was heavily monitored by Konoha's Jonin, and any battle above Genin level would attract reinforcements. Kimimaro approached Naruto and Sasuke, coldly saying, "Uchiha Sasuke, if you seek power, go find that man. He will make you much stronger than you are now. We will meet again. I look forward to your response." With that, he left the two stunned and departed. Naruto felt restless, wanting to become stronger. After the battle with Orochimaru, he deeply realized his own weakness and inability to protect his comrades. He stood up and walked toward Sakura's hiding spot, not giving much thought to Kimimaro's words. Sasuke, on the other hand, clenched his fists tightly and slammed them into the ground, growling in anger, "Damn it! We're about the same age, yet he's so strong. I can't accept this. When will I be able to kill that man? I need power." Sasuke's Sharingan Tomo began to change, evolving into two Tomo. He let out a roar of anger but soon left. Several figures flashed by, glancing briefly before disappearing. Kimimaro did a good job, but acting all mysterious really feels great. No wonder those villain bosses are so arrogant. It's because this feeling is amazing. I might as well go all in on being a villain. Ling Feng watched Kimimaro's battle from a distance, secretly making plans. He then donned a black trench coat and a hollowed-out bullhead mask, exuding an intense aura that even startled himself. But this made it easier for him to play the role. Shinhu couldn't stand it, feeling that Ling Feng was truly treating himself like a boss. Ling Feng, accompanied by Shinhu, headed toward Naruto and the others. "Naruto, Sasuke, are you okay?" Sakura asked anxiously upon seeing the two covered in wounds. "I'm fine, Sakura." Naruto replied loudly, but Sakura ignored him. Sasuke sat silently under a tree, resting and appearing even colder. Sakura was about to speak when a powerful aura froze her in place. Naruto and Sasuke also became alert, kneeling in tension as sweat poured down. Ling Feng suddenly emerged from the void, his aura so overwhelming that they couldn't lift their heads. This guy is much stronger than the one from earlier. Naruto and Sasuke thought to themselves. For Sakura, it was her first time experiencing such a terrifying presence, and she was filled with fear. Ling Feng sneered, "I didn't expect you to withstand 30% of my aura." "Not bad." Ling Feng looked at the two posturing and said gloomily. Naruto and Sasuke were startled upon hearing this. "We can only withstand 30%? Just how strong is he?" Sasuke grew increasingly unwilling in his heart. He was surrounded by people stronger than himself. That Kimimaro earlier was about the same as him, yet already so powerful. "Why am I so weak? I refuse to accept this. I want power, power enough to kill that man." Sasuke roared in his heart. "You are really strong, but I won't give up." Naruto stood up. Although drenched in sweat, this shocked Ling Feng greatly. Not only did Naruto withstand the aura, but he was also gradually adapting and even managed to stand up. Is this the protagonist's halo? Invincible and powerful, but I am not afraid, Ling Feng thought to himself. Why is this guy so strong? I can barely speak, yet he can still stand. How can I let him surpass me? Sasuke grew anxious. He struggled to stand up, and Ling Feng watched in surprise as he wobbled but managed to stabilize himself. Ling Feng could only think of one thing to say, damn. I didn't expect that I actually helped these two brats improve. Using my aura to suppress them, but they overcame it. Their strength and mindset will both improve, and they'll be more resistant to aura in the future. Truly an unintended consequence. Oh well, Ling Feng thought. Naruto looked at Sasuke, not surprised, because he believed Sasuke would definitely stand up. Sasuke, hehe, I thought you were just going to stay down, Naruto said, panting. Dead last, don't compare me to those weaklings. Sasuke replied, also panting. Their words were overheard by Sakura, who felt both scared and relieved. Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously turned their attention to Ling Feng wearing a bullhead mask, gloomy and dark, dressed in a black windbreaker, with a silver-white katana hanging at his waist. His hands were enormous and wrinkle-free, appearing youthful. A hint of blue could be seen in his hair. Who are you? Sasuke, feeling his body relax and realizing the aura had been lifted, quickly asked. Naruto and the just climbed up Sakura also focused intently on Ling Feng. Who am I? I am someone who can help you achieve your desires and also tell you the truth about the Uchiha clan's massacre, Ling Feng said gloomily, his voice resonating. What did you say? Sasuke, shocked by the mention of the truth about his clan's massacre, asked, what exactly do you know? Naruto and Sakura remained silent, knowing this was Sasuke's matter. I know the truth about the Uchiha clan's massacre. If you're interested, go find the person training you after the exam. He knows too, Ling Feng said, turning to leave. Wait! Sasuke shouted. Ling Feng turned back and said, Sasuke, you're too weak right now. It's precisely because you're weak that Itachi had no choice but to compromise, wiping out the Uchiha clan but sparing you. If you were strong enough, none of this would have happened. If you want to know the truth and become stronger, go find that person after the exam. Also, you should kick that girl in your team out. She's just a vase, only dragging you down. With that, Ling Feng disappeared from the trio's sight. Sasuke leaned his head back, silent. Naruto shouted angrily, what are you saying? Sakura is not a vase. Sakura, hearing this, looked up and cried, as Ling Feng's words had indeed hurt her. The three of them each thought for a while. Sasuke was the first to speak, let's go, finish the exam quickly. Naruto and Sakura were stunned. Sasuke, you. Naruto hadn't finished speaking when Sasuke had already walked out. The two had no choice but to follow, as Sasuke's tone had become much colder than before. Truly surprising. I thought I could suppress them, but they actually overcame it, Ling Feng muttered to himself. The protagonist's aura is really strong. Although Sasuke is a genius, he doesn't have the same effect as Naruto. Sakura was such a burden in the early stages, I really don't understand how the original story made her stronger. He sighed, forget it, I'll go check out the tower first. Will Orochimaru launch the Konoha Crush plan like in the original? Now that there's an alliance of the 5 nations, if he really does that, wouldn't it be a slap in the face? I hope he still goes through with the plan. 69, Chunin Exam Part 10. So boring. I don't understand why Lord Lingfeng wants us to participate in such a childish competition, Jiren grumbled as she looked at the surrounding genin. Haku smiled and said, since Lingfeng wants us to participate, he must have his reasons. We just need to follow orders. Samui nodded in agreement. The three stood together, watching the teams arrive one after another at the entrance. Haku's team was the first to arrive, their speed astonishing the other teams. The Jonin from Konoha had already anticipated this, as they were well aware of their strength, so the outcome was no surprise. The trio noticed Gaara, and Guren even thought he was quite cute, but Haku and Samui rolled their eyes at her. Gaara, on the other hand, stared intently at the three, his eyes filled with killing intent. Killing these three would definitely be worth a lot, he said excitedly. Kankuro was a bit worried. Sister, what if Gaara shows up? Temari said anxiously, there's nothing we can do. If he comes, no one can stop him. We can only hope he can control himself. This unexpected situation was different from the original plan. If it escalated prematurely, the consequences would be unpredictable. No one noticed a small bird secretly observing everything, not even Haku's team. Lingfeng stared at Orochimaru and his Jonin, thinking, Orochimaru's plan must proceed step by step. This is the perfect opportunity for me to eliminate him and earn some interest from Konoha in the process. Suddenly, he caught sight of Kabuto in the corner, and his heart tightened. I finally remembered who I forgot. This guy is incredibly strong. I need to eliminate him before he fully matures to avoid trouble later. Lingfeng recalled his past life and felt that Kabuto was no simple character. Kabuto had even used Uchiha Madara's corpse to threaten the masked man, so there was no guarantee he wouldn't cause trouble when he became Orochimaru. The unknown was the most terrifying, and this had become a source of anxiety for Lingfeng. He decided that during this Chunin exam, Kabuto must have a good discussion about life with the Sage of Six Paths, or at the very least, a chat with the 10 Tails. Author's note, what's the connection here? Lingfeng replies, the Sage of Six Paths is dead, and the 10 Tails is sealed. Author is speechless. Lingfeng continued to ponder, I really want to know which 3 people will encounter Haku's team. He muttered, I hope that panda-eyed guy shows up. I still don't know what he did to the 9 tails, and now this relic of the past, the 1 tail, dares to provoke me? Just as he finished speaking, the small bird was crushed by Gaara's sand, and Shikaku also destroyed it. Everyone stared at Gaara in shock. This guy is ruthless, not even sparing a little bird. Tenten and Ino were furious when they saw this. After all, girls tend to like birds. The others also looked displeased. Even though it was just a bird, its senseless death was hard to accept, especially for the genin. The Jonin, however, merely glanced at Gaara before looking away. They all understood that in this world, the weak are like that bird prey to the strong. Then, another small bird flew in, only to be crushed by Gaara's sand again, blood spilling out. The expressions of the crowd began to change. Just a mere Shikaku, and you're acting so arrogant? Fine, I've been idle lately anyway. Don't regret it this time, I'll beat you until you cry for your parents. Lingfeng was furious. He had just sent the bird in, only for it to be killed by Shikaku. Shikaku even dared to provoke him, and Lingfeng decided to make him pay the price. Damn Orochimaru, didn't you say you were going to release Shikaku in Konoha? I helped you release it, and in the end, it just disappeared. There's no more 1 tail in this world. At worst, I'll use the dragon vein to go back and collect the 9 tails to revive the 10 tails. Lingfeng was furious. He couldn't remember what grudge the 9 tails and Shikaku had, but Shikaku's unprovoked provocation made him determined to erase Shikaku from this world. The expressions of Bai and the others turned grim. The little bird earlier had revealed to them that Lingfeng had sent someone to scout, but Gaara had crushed them to death, igniting their fury. That guy dares to act like this, I'll make him wish he were dead, Guren said darkly. Yeah, this little guy needs to be taught a lesson, Bai said with a smile, though his eyes radiated killing intent. Samui also spoke up, if he dares to act this way, don't blame me for being ruthless. If he meets me, he won't live to see tomorrow. The nearby genin, intimidated by their aura, quickly slipped away. The Jonin from Konoha, however, were puzzled. It's just 2 dead birds, why are the 3 of them so angry? They seem furious, Asuma observed. He had been watching closely and noticed the trio's reaction immediately. I don't know, Kakashi said, equally puzzled, while Kurenai and Guy shook their heads. Hiruzen had noticed something but wasn't certain, so he remained silent. After a long while, the teams began entering the arena one after another, with Naruto and his group being the last to arrive. The three of them were covered in wounds. Once the final group was in place, the matchups were announced. At first, everyone was confused, but the third Hokage slowly explained, talking for so long that the crowd grew drowsy. Finally, the first match was announced. Just like in the original story, it was a random sound ninja versus Uchiha Sasuke. The result was simple. With Ling Feng's help, Sasuke was much stronger than in the original story. Although he struggled a bit against the random sound ninja, he still won, which made Orochimaru even more covetous. The second match was still Zaku versus Shino Aburame, with Shino emerging victorious. The third match, however, drew everyone's attention, as the participants were Samui and Kankuro. When the matchups were announced, reactions were mixed. Bai and his group were delighted because Gaara's earlier actions had angered them, and they were eager to vent their frustration. Even though it wasn't Gaara himself, a fellow sand ninja would suffice. On the other hand, Temari and Baki were worried. Baki had already warned everyone to forfeit immediately if they encountered a strong opponent. However, Kankuro showed no intention of giving up. Baki tried to persuade him, "Kankuro, forfeit now. You're no match for her." Temari was also concerned, knowing that the opponent's strength was at least greater than Baki's. She could feel the anger radiating from Bai and his group and feared that Kankuro would suffer if he went up against them. She hoped he would listen, but Kankuro, apart from Gaara and Temari, didn't take any other village's ninjas seriously. He didn't believe Baki's warning and insisted on seeing for himself. "It's a rare opportunity, there's no harm in trying," Kankuro said confidently when he saw that his opponent was Samui. He jumped into the arena, and Hey-Ade Gecko announced the start of the match. Kankuro sneered at Samui, "I've heard you're strong. Don't disappoint me." Samui coldly glanced at Gaara before turning to Kankuro and saying, "That guy committed an act of disrespect. Using you to send him a warning isn't a bad idea." The atmosphere grew tense. The crowd was puzzled as to why Samui cared so much about the two birds Gaara had killed. Kankuro laughed, "You? Heard Gaara? Now I'll deal with you. I hope you're not just a pretty face." Samui didn't respond, merely casting a glance at Kankuro. In that moment of eye contact, Kankuro suddenly felt a chill run through him, rendering him immobile as sweat began to pour down his face. To everyone's astonishment, Samui delivered a heavy punch to Kankuro's head, knocking him out and leaving a human-shaped crater on the ground. Tsunade, watching from the sidelines, thought to herself that this was clearly her own monstrous strength technique. Everyone was curious about where Samui had learned such an ability. In truth, it was Ling Feng who had transformed into Tsunade using the Divine Fox technique and taught her the monstrous strength punch. Ling Feng felt that Samui resembled Tsunade, so he passed on the skill to her. After a few years of practice, Samui had truly mastered it. "Tsunade, that girl, could she be your illegitimate child?" Jiraiya was stunned at first, then asked seriously. Bang! Another human-shaped dent appeared on the wall. Everyone glanced at it and then quickly looked away. Samui kicked Kankuro down, flipping him onto his back, and kept kicking him repeatedly, saying, "If you want to hate someone, hate that brainless tanuki of yours. A bunch of arrogant fools like you deserve this outcome." With each kick, Kankuro felt as if his bones were about to shatter, the pain nearly unbearable, yet his bones remained intact. Kankuro tried to counterattack with his puppets, but Samui stomped on his wrist. "That tanuki interfered twice, so I'll cripple both your hands." Everyone was stunned by her words. "Stop!" Baki and Temari shouted simultaneously, but Samui ignored them and continued stepping on Kankuro's hand. "Ah!" Kankuro's screams echoed throughout the exam hall. Baki rushed forward, ready to confront her, but Kimimaro suddenly appeared and blocked her path. "The match isn't over yet. Go back to your seat obediently, or I can't guarantee that you and that little tanuki will leave here alive." Kimimaro's imposing aura silenced the entire room. Baki was frozen under his intense gaze. "Why are you so ruthless?" Baki asked, looking at the agonized Kankuro. "No reason. It's just because your little tanuki offended someone, and that person told us to take good care of you. It's as simple as that." Kimimaro spoke, initially intending to reveal who it was but then decided against it. Baki's face turned red with anger. "Just because of offending someone, you can be this cruel? Ahem, stop. I declare Samui the winner." Hey-Ade quickly intervened to stop the situation. "That's not right. This guy hasn't admitted defeat yet. You have no right to stop the match." Samui used her foot to block Kankuro's mouth. Ahem, I have the authority to declare the match over when the loser can no longer continue. Hey-8, flustered, hurriedly explained. Is that so, Kimimaro? Samui looked at Kimimaro. Kimimaro nodded. I was even planning to use medical ninjutsu to heal him. Samui looked regretful. The crowd stirred again. She's just like Tsunade, mastering both monstrous strength and medical ninjutsu, but without the brains, Jiraiya muttered, shaking his head with bruises all over. Hearing that Samui intended to use medical ninjutsu to heal Kankuro, Baki immediately said, then please heal Kankuro, and we'll pretend none of this ever happened. Samui's expression darkened, and she said something that shocked everyone, now that it's over, why bother treating him? I was originally planning to heal his hands and then stomp on them again. She coldly glanced at Haku and the others. Haku and Guren, familiar with her personality, were unfazed, but the others stared at her as if they'd seen a ghost. Baki, furious, said, You. Fine, I'll report this to the Mizukage and see how he deals with you. Kimimaro responded indifferently, so what if you report it? With your village being the weakest among the 5 great shinobi nations? Our Mizukage couldn't care less about you. Stop being an eyesore here. The Iwagakure village had only lost some elites and hadn't fallen to the bottom of the 5 great shinobi nations. Kimimaro's words shocked everyone. This was during an alliance period, where disputes were forbidden. Losing a nation would weaken the overall strength, but that nation would be suppressed by the other 4 great nations. Yet this boy seemed completely unconcerned. Could it be that Kirigakure didn't even fear Konoha? Orochimaru licked his lips and said, It seems Kirigakure is hiding quite a few interesting secrets. From the moment he saw that boy, Orochimaru had been surprised. The boy showed no fear of Konoha or Sunagakure, as if he were an official looking down on peasants. Orochimaru felt that Kirigakure must have some hidden strength that made them unafraid of Konoha and Sunagakure, which excited him. The Konoha higher-ups frowned upon hearing Kimimaro's words. Sarutobi murmured, The village hidden in the mist truly has secrets. Tsunade and Jiraiya also looked grave. In the past, Konoha could resist the 4 great shinobi villages through manpower. Now, with so many dead or gone, how many are left? Sarutobi decided to personally investigate the secrets of the Mist Village after the exam ended. Baki angrily warned, Kid, this will only trigger a war between the Mist Village and the Sand Village. You'd better have that girl heal Kankuro and apologize, or else. Before he could finish, Kimimaro interrupted, If you want to fight, then fight. I guarantee that by the next day, your Sand Village will be completely wiped out, and no one will live to see tomorrow. Don't doubt the strength of the Mist Village, and consider this the Mizukage's stance. Everyone was shocked. If war broke out, the opposing village would be annihilated the next day? Just how strong was the Mist Village? Sarutobi furrowed his brows tightly. Stop boasting. How could your Mist Village possibly have such capabilities? We are well aware of the situation. A mere jonin can represent the Mizukage? Don't joke around. Baki was skeptical, as anyone would find it absurd. If you don't believe me, you can try starting a war. Let me tell you, I, and these 3 others can each speak on behalf of the Mizukage. This is our privilege, Kimimaro declared boldly. Ringo had instructed him to do so, giving them an opportunity to make a high-profile appearance. Everyone was astonished upon hearing this. 4 people can represent the Mizukage? Then the Mist Village. Tsunade, you're mistaken. The Mist Village has long been under Sister Mei's control. We are merely her subordinates, second only to her, Haku explained with a smile. Tsunade looked at Haku and surprisingly felt a sense of calm. If you want to start a war, then bring it on. Our Mist Village isn't afraid because you're simply no match for us. The weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages dares to threaten us? What a joke, Kimimaro mocked. Baki's expression shifted, but he ultimately suppressed his anger. Kimimaro left, and Baki took Kankuro with him. Temari began to cry, while Gaara was unusually excited. The 4th match was Haruno Sakura vs Yamanaka Ino, resulting in a draw. The 5th match was Ten vs Temari, with Temari winning. The 6th match was Nara Shikamaru vs Kin Tsuchi, with Shikamaru emerging victorious. The 7th match was Uzumaki Naruto vs a minor character from the Aburame clan, whose name was forgotten. The 8th match, Inazuka Kiba vs Guren, began. This match shocked everyone, while the Sand Village members seemed somewhat gloating. One of their own had just been crippled, and now Konoha was facing an opponent, leaving them feeling resentful. People are like this when they suffer misfortune, they hope others suffer even more to balance their emotions. It's my turn, Guren said to Kimimaro and the others before jumping down. How many seconds do you think Guren will take to finish this? Kimimaro asked. Haku and Samui were silent for a moment before answering simultaneously, 10 seconds. Kimimaro's lips curled into a smile. The Konoha crowd had mixed feelings. Samui's earlier fight with Kankuro had left everyone terrified of her, and now another one of them was stepping into the ring. I don't believe they're all that strong, Kiba said, preparing to go up with Akamaru, but Guren stopped him. Forfeit, Kiba. Kurenai's eyes were filled with unwillingness and worry. She feared that Kiba would end up injured like Kankuro. If that were to happen, she would rather not let him fight to avoid any regrets. Kankuro was nearly crippled, his bones crushed, and his hands unable to use chakra, a fatal blow for a puppet master. Knowing this, Kurenai persuaded Kiba not to go up. The 11 young Konoha shinobi all focused their attention here, waiting to see if Kiba would face the challenge bravely or retreat wisely. But Naruto had no idea what fear was. He walked over, patted Kiba on the shoulder, and said, "Kiba, go for it. I believe you can win." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiraiya wanted to bury Naruto alive. Who would encourage a teammate to go to their death like that? Kiba, don't listen to Naruto. At best, you'll get injured, at worst, you'll die. Jiraiya urgently warned. Everyone else looked at Kiba with concern, but Neji coldly said, "This is your fate, destined to die." Smack! Before Neji could finish, Guy slapped him across the face. "Neji, don't say such things to your friends, understand?" Guy said sternly. Neji pouted and turned his head away. "I have to go. I will win," Kiba said firmly. He had no idea how strong his opponent was and simply thought not everyone could be as strong as the last one, so he had to give it a try. "Kiba, don't be foolish. You can't win," Kurenai said, almost in tears, feeling like Kiba was throwing an egg against a rock. "Don't worry, sensei. I will come back alive and definitely win. If I miss this match, I'll regret it for the rest of my life," Kiba said seriously. "That's right, a man should charge forward bravely." Naruto added fuel to the fire. Jiraiya smiled and said to Naruto, "Naruto, I think there's a place that suits you well." "What place?" Naruto asked curiously. "A coffin," Jiraiya said, then pinned Naruto to the ground. Everyone looked at Naruto, thinking he was an idiot. "Don't worry, sensei. I won't give up easily," Kiba said firmly. He didn't believe he would fail arrogantly like Kankuro. Before he finished speaking, he jumped down. Kurenai's worry deepened. "Kurenai, don't be afraid. If anything unusual happens, rescue him immediately," Asuma came over to comfort her. Kurenai nodded and focused intently on Kiba and Guren, afraid that Kiba might get hurt if she wasn't careful. "You're quite brave, little boy," Guren said with a smile. She had thought she would win without a fight, but she was surprised that Kiba dared to step up. "I'm not a little boy. Let's begin," Kiba responded angrily. Height announced the start of the match, and Kiba immediately had Akamaru transform, unleashing his strongest move, Fong over Fong. Guren easily dodged, and Fong over Fong crashed into the wall. Kiba returned to attack again. Guren found it boring and sneered, "Is that all you've got? I'm really disappointed. I'm done playing." She quickly formed hand seals. Seeing this, Height immediately announced, "Guren wins. Stop the attack." Although I don't know what kind of attack the opponent used, the higher-ups among them clearly understood the opponent's strength and immediately announced the match result. "Sorry, the announcement was too late," Guren said coldly. Suddenly, Kiba and Akamaru were frozen in pink crystals, and everyone exclaimed, "Kiba!" Guren rushed over, shouting. She had taught Kiba for years and had deep feelings for him, but she hadn't expected to be a step too late. "That's crystal release. A Kekei Genkai." Tsunade immediately recognized it. Orochimaru's eyes lit up with interest because he had never studied crystal release and was very curious. "Bastard! Let Kiba go!" Naruto shouted. Just moments ago, he was urging someone to their death, and now he was demanding the enemy release them. Everyone looked at him with extreme disdain. Guren glanced at the doorway and finally released the crystal release. She had intended to shatter her opponent directly but held back, unlocking the seal before leaving. As soon as the crystal release was undone, Kiba regained consciousness and was tightly embraced by Guren. He understood that he had been defeated. "Thank goodness you're okay, Kiba," Guren said excitedly. Hinata and Shino also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Kiba was their teammate, and the three shared an unbreakable bond. Hiruzen's expression softened. Just moments ago, he had been more worried than anyone else. After all, Kiba was one of Konoha's seeds, and losing even one would be heartbreaking. Seeing the crystal release undone, his face lit up with a smile. "Why did you let him go, Guren?" Bai asked. Guren simply smiled without answering, and Bai did not press further. Everyone has their secrets, and respect is key. Next up was still the Hyuga family's matchups: Kazekage Gaara vs Rock Lee, Tsuchikage Tosu vs Akimichi Choji. Kabuto and others forfeited, and Bai advanced by default. Sarutobi announced that the final match would take place in a month, and upon hearing this, Sasuke immediately dashed off. Finally, the critical moment has arrived. Shikaku, just you wait. Since you harbor hostility toward me for no reason, you'll be the first to disappear as an example, Ling Feng said, observing the situation in the arena through a surveillance bird. Third update, asking for flowers, recommendations, favorites, and clicks. 72, Chunin Exam 13. On a desolate hill. You finally arrived, Uchiha Sasuke, Ling Feng said, looking at the panting Sasuke. Sasuke took a few deep breaths and asked excitedly, "Tell me the truth about the Uchiha clan massacre." Ling Feng did not answer immediately but sat down on a large rock. "Tell me." Sasuke shouted urgently. "Are you sure you want to know? Knowing the truth will cost you more. Are you willing to bear it?" Ling Feng looked at him. Sasuke calmed down slightly but nodded firmly. Ling Feng sighed, "Forget it." Ling Feng sighed and said, "Why?" Sasuke questioned angrily. "It's simple. Because you're too weak, you're not qualified to know the truth. Even if you knew, it would only bring you more pain. When you're strong enough, I'll tell you. Right now, you're too weak. It's that simple," Ling Feng said seriously. Hearing this, Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shut, full of unwillingness. "I want more power. Can you help me?" Sasuke made up his mind, determined to uncover the truth no matter what. Seeing his determination, Ling Feng immediately said, "This training will be much harder than before, but your strength will improve significantly. If you're willing, follow me." With that, he pointed to an empty spot on the desolate hill and turned to leave. Sasuke followed without hesitation. "Alright, to become stronger, I'll first teach you a jutsu you're probably familiar with." Ling Feng gathered chakra in his right hand, and Sasuke immediately identified it with his Sharingan. Chidori. Ling Feng quickly manifested Chidori in front of him and said, "You also call it Chidori. With the Sharingan, you can grasp its essence. For the next few days, practice Chidori. Once you've mastered it, we'll move on to the next training." After speaking, Ling Feng disappeared in a flash. He wasn't worried that Sasuke wouldn't train. At this point, Sasuke was utterly driven by the truth, tormented by the secrets of Naruto and the Uchiha clan massacre. Unless he lost his memory, he would never run away. But could that happen? Returning to the place where Bai and the others were staying, Ling Feng found only Kimimaro in the room. Ling Feng asked, "Where are Bai and the others?" Kimimaro respectfully replied, "They went shopping in Konoha." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng felt he was lucky. Women shopping can drive men to despair. Although he had no girlfriend in his previous life, he had seen friends utterly exhausted after accompanying their girlfriends shopping, which made him deeply sympathetic and determined never to accompany a woman shopping. Although he didn't know if the women in Naruto were the same, it was better to be cautious. Better safe than sorry. "Lord Ling Feng, now that the Chunin exam is over, can you leave that Tanuki boy to me?" Kimimaro asked after a moment of silence. "You want to kill him?" Ling Feng squinted at him. "He doesn't know his place and has provoked your authority." "I want to kill him with my own hands," Kimimaro said, exuding killing intent. "Fine, but be mindful of Shikaku inside him. If Shikaku appears, retreat. Although you can defeat Shikaku using the power of the tailed beasts, now is not the time to reveal yourself. Besides, we don't even know if that boy will pass the next round." Ling Feng suddenly remembered that in the original story, it was Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara. Since he had strengthened Sasuke, Gaara would likely transform into his tailed beast form earlier. In that case, Orochimaru's plan would either be initiated ahead of schedule or abandoned. After all this preparation, Orochimaru would never give up so easily. "Forget it, Kimimaro. Don't interfere this time. If someone causes trouble during the exam, help deal with them, and it's best to kill a few sand ninjas. Leave the leaf ninjas alone for now. I've already arranged an opponent for that Tanuki kid. I want to personally take down Shikaku," Ling Feng said grimly, his killing intent evident. Kimimaro was initially reluctant to stay out of it, but after hearing this, he felt relieved. He sensed Ling Feng's murderous aura. It seems the world is about to lose another life. Who told you to challenge Lord Ling Feng's authority? Prepare to die, he thought, silently mourning for Shikaku. After giving his instructions, Ling Feng left. Late at night, the brilliance of the 10 tails slowly descended. This kid is really impressive," Ling Feng said, watching Sasuke training with amazement. He had already mastered the Chidori, though his control was still rough. Learning it in less than a day was astonishing. Ling Feng was surprised, even though he himself had mastered the Chidori in just a few minutes back then. But he was a prodigy, while Sasuke was only a genin, yet he managed to grasp Kakashi's signature technique in a single day. It seems the results are even better than expected. Later, I'll have him train his body, aiming for something like Rock Lee's level. I also need to develop Sasuke's other abilities. This is really interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing who will face Sasuke, Ling Feng said, standing on a rock, watching Sasuke's hard work. 1 month later. At the Chunin exam venue, just like in the original story, the arena resembled a Roman Colosseum. The daimyo and spectators sat in the stands to watch. Hiruzen and the 4th Kazekage sat as usual on the rooftop, while Ling Feng stayed at home, using birds for reconnaissance. Ling Feng seemed to enjoy this relaxed and covert method of surveillance. Apart from being noticed by Shikaku and those who bore hatred for the Nine Tails, almost no one detected him. Sasuke, unlike in the original story, did not arrive late but stayed in a corner, unnoticed by anyone. Ling Feng had given him a black cloak that covered his entire body, including his face. When the battle list was announced, Ling Feng was shocked. The first match was the same as in the original story, Naruto vs Neji. But the second match turned out to be Gaara vs Uchiha Sasuke. Ling Feng felt like slapping himself. Plans could never keep up with changes. This meant Gaara's tailed beast transformation would definitely be exposed. Orochimaru would surely be furious, leaving no time for preparation. Ling Feng could only hope that Naruto and Neji's match would drag on. But Orochimaru would never have expected Sasuke's current strength. Although Sasuke was only at the peak of a Chunin level, with the techniques Ling Feng had taught him, even Kakashi was no match. Not to mention, Sasuke had activated the 3-Tomo Sharingan. When that happened, he was so thrilled that he immediately sought out Ling Feng for a challenge, only to be utterly defeated without being able to fight back. The first match left Ling Feng astonished. Naruto had persisted in practicing the methods Ling Feng taught him, and Jiraiya did not stop him but instead supported him. Although Naruto was initially overwhelmed by Neji, after removing his weights, the tables turned, and Neji was overpowered and ultimately defeated. Ling Feng hadn't expected Naruto to win. Now, Naruto's strength was almost on par with a special Jonin, even without the Nine Tails power, making him even stronger. Naruto also gave a long speech to Neji, prompting him to turn over a new leaf. But everyone's attention was on the next match, the rumored battle between the Uchiha clan's descendant and Gaara. Shiranui Gunma announced, the next match, Gaara vs Uchiha Sasuke. Both contestants, please come to the stage. Gaara slowly walked down, excitedly saying, "Ha! Sasuke's blood must be delicious. Mother, you'll be satisfied." Gaara arrived, but Naruto noticed Sasuke was nowhere to be seen. He looked around curiously, while the others remained silent. Guy, carrying the injured Rock Lee, asked Kakashi, what are Sasuke's chances against Gaara? Kurenai and Asuma were also concerned. Kakashi shook his head. I don't know what he's been doing this past month. He was nowhere to be found. If it's his strength from a month ago, he has no chance of winning against Gaara. Kurenai said, Sasuke hasn't arrived yet. Don't rush to judge the outcome. Asuma worriedly added, he won't skip the match, will he? Kakashi replied firmly, no, Sasuke has his pride. He won't miss it. Suddenly, a dark figure leapt down. A man in a black trench coat appeared. Everyone froze for a moment, then fell silent. Shiranui Gunma stepped forward and said coldly, unrelated personnel, please leave. He could feel the chilling killing intent emanating from the man in black, sharp and intense like the aura of a battlefield, making his heart tighten. Sarutobi frowned, pondering to himself, this killing intent is too strong. Could it be that he has experienced real war? Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, also stared at the man, his eyes gleaming with deep interest. Uchiha Sasuke, the man said indifferently, then removed the hood of his trench coat, standing tall and firm. Sakura and Ino screamed excitedly, so handsome, Sasuke. Countless women in the audience were mesmerized by his cold and commanding presence. Sasuke, dressed in a black trench coat with a slender sword gifted by Rinpu at his waist, exuded a powerful aura that added to his charm. Naruto gritted his teeth in anger, that bastard Sasuke is showing off again. Everyone felt that Sasuke had changed, becoming darker, more somber. Kakashi and Sarutobi furrowed their brows deeply. Where has he been this past month? Kakashi asked gravely, and the others also looked serious. Lee asked in confusion, what's wrong with Sasuke? Kurenai replied solemnly, the killing intent on Sasuke is almost impossible to have in this era of peace. Even a month of constant killing wouldn't produce such intensity. This kind of killing intent can only be honed through war. No one could figure out how Sasuke suddenly exuded such a terrifying aura. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with fervent light as he murmured, "Uchiha Sasuke, you've surprised me again." Sarutobi's frown deepened, his worry evident. "Why not start the match now?" Shiranui Gunma announced, stepping back. Sasuke, however, made a shocking move, saying indifferently, "I'll give you 3 chances. Otherwise, once I make a move, you'll be dead." He clenched his fist, his thumb pointing downward, and stared coldly at Gaara. As his words fell, everyone was stunned. Kankuro, with bandaged hands, stepped onto the field and frowned, saying, "That guy is underestimating Gaara too much." Although Gaara was injured, Tsunade's treatment had helped, but full recovery would still take a few months. The others were left speechless. Naruto shouted loudly, "Sasuke, don't be reckless. That guy is strong. If you're not careful, you'll be defeated." Sasuke sneered, "A loser is just a loser. Don't lump me in with weaklings like you." Naruto gritted his teeth in anger and charged forward, but Shikamaru stopped him. Gaara smiled and said, "Uchiha Sasuke, do you really want to die? I'll grant your wish. Your blood must be delicious." Sand suddenly poured out of his gourd, rushing towards Sasuke. Sasuke's figure flickered, easily dodging it. "The first move, let's begin," he said coldly. Sasuke spoke coldly as sand scattered across the ground. Gaara immediately charged forward. Sasuke scoffed, "The second move." He swung his sword, and the lightning-infused chakra dispersed all the incoming sand. "Haha, you can't beat me. Sand burial." Gaara laughed as sand quickly enveloped Sasuke, gripping him tightly. Everyone watched the scene in disappointment. Just as Shiranui Gunma was about to announce the result, the sand suddenly exploded. "Is that all you've got?" Sasuke said coldly, his eyes full of disdain, as if looking at an ant. "This makes it even more murderous," Gaara responded in shock. Sasuke gripped his sword, surrounded by lightning, his entire body radiating a powerful aura. In an instant, he appeared in front of Gaara, slashing toward his neck. Swish! TCH! Sasuke looked dissatisfied as his sword, deflected by Gaara's sand hand, struck below Gaara's chest, leaving a lightning-infused wound that bled profusely. The sand hand counterattacked immediately, but Sasuke quickly switched hands to block the attack. Gaara's automatic defense activated, and sand surged toward Sasuke, but it posed no threat to him, cloaked in lightning. Sasuke blocked the sand with his left hand, gathered Chidori in his right, and aimed fiercely at Gaara's heart. However, another sand hand deflected the sword's path, and the blade slashed Gaara's abdomen instead. Writhing in unbearable pain, Gaara fell as Sasuke withdrew the blood-stained sword and kicked him away. Blood trailed behind him, creating a horrifying scene. The audience fell silent. Kakashi, Hiruzen, Orochimaru, the Konoha 12, and the Sand Shinobi were all utterly shocked. "Sakura, Ano, is Sasuke really this strong?" Everyone was in disbelief. "Kakashi, has he mastered Chidori?" Guy asked in confusion. "I have no idea where he learned it," Kakashi replied, equally surprised. Although Sasuke's Chidori wasn't as powerful as his own, in other aspects, Sasuke had already surpassed him. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with greed. "Sasuke, I want you even more now." Hiruzen frowned, and Kankuro couldn't believe it. How could Gaara lose so easily? Temari and Baki were equally stunned and speechless. "You're inside, this is practically one-sided slaughter. Gaara can barely fight back. How could he be beaten like this? He wasn't this strong a month ago." Samui made a throat-slitting gesture and asked, "Should we take care of him?" Haku smiled and said, "No need. It's probably Brother Lingfeng who helped him." Especially when Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi arrived at the scene and saw what was happening, they were all deeply shocked. Gaara lay on the ground, his body gradually being eroded. Baki exclaimed nervously, "This is bad." Orochimaru, however, remained calm. "It seems I have to act ahead of schedule, but the rewards are significant." Second update. The key moment is here, 3,000 words. Please send flowers, recommendations, favorites, and clicks. 74. The Konoha Crush Plan. Seeing Gaara's condition, Jiraiya immediately warned, "This is bad. That guy is about to transform into a tailed beast. Evacuate the crowd immediately." Everyone began to retreat, while Jiraiya rushed toward Hiruzen, only to be blocked by Sand Shinobi. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Jiraiya already had suspicions in his heart but found it hard to believe that the Sand Shinobi would betray during their alliance. "Lord Jiraiya, please stay here. This is the Kazekage's order," said a Sand Jonin. "Then I'll have to deal with you myself," Jiraiya said, clenching his fists. Shikaku was about to awaken. Kabuto had not yet cast his genjutsu, and the crowd quickly evacuated. Everyone found opponents to engage in battle, while several giant snakes attacked Konoha village, forcing the ninjas to respond urgently. Hiruzen was captured by Orochimaru and glared at him angrily. Kazekage, what exactly are you planning? Orochimaru tore off his disguise and said coldly, Konoha is corrupt. I will destroy it with my own hands. You're Orochimaru. Hiruzen was shocked. The Sound Four immediately set up a barrier to block any outside assistance. Jiraiya, seeing this, was furious. He defeated several sand shinobi and charged toward the barrier, only to be stopped. I can only break it from the inside, he said angrily. Several giant snakes were wreaking havoc in Konoha, so Jiraiya urgently summoned Gamabunta to deal with the enemies. Tsunade, upon seeing Orochimaru, was also shocked and quickly used summoning techniques to heal the injured. Naruto and the others sought out opponents for group battles. Gaara was being eroded into a miniature Shikaku. Sasuke fought desperately, but the opponent recovered quickly and grew stronger as the battle continued. Sasuke, exhausted, could only resort to guerrilla tactics. So that's it. Lord Lingfeng had us participate in the competition for this scheme, Guren remarked while slaying enemies. What a spectacle! Samui sneered. But this is fun. At least we can play a little longer, Haku said with a smile. Indeed, Guren agreed. Guren nodded in acknowledgement. The three of them slowly cleared out the approaching enemies but never left their spot. They knew they were here to observe, not to fight. Simply watching was enough, there was no need to intervene. Meanwhile, Kimimaro patrolled within Konoha village, occasionally killing sand shinobi. Since Konoha's Lingfeng would personally destroy the Konoha ninjas, Kimimaro had no intention of targeting them and instead focused solely on the sand shinobi, harvesting their lives. Orochimaru, it seems I still have to fight you. Sarutobi tore off his Hokage robe, changed into his battle attire, and stared at Orochimaru. Sarutobi-sensei, you're already old, and Konoha has decayed. Instead of letting it continue to fall, it's better for me to destroy it. Orochimaru licked his lips and sneered. Humph, Orochimaru, Konoha will not be destroyed. As long as the will of fire is passed down, Konoha will endure forever, Sarutobi firmly retorted. Oh? I don't see it that way. Even if I don't act, Konoha will eventually be destroyed by the Nine Tails. Rather than letting it be humiliated by the Nine Tails, I might as well end it sooner, Orochimaru laughed sinisterly. Sarutobi fell silent because those words indeed struck a nerve. Orochimaru was right, the threat of the Nine Tails was real. Orochimaru, considering your old age, I've specially prepared a technique for you, Orochimaru teased, licking his lips. Edo Tensei, he shouted as he formed hand seals. Sarutobi's pupils shrank sharply, and he exclaimed in shock, you actually mastered Edo Tensei? From the ground, a coffin labeled first slowly emerged, followed by a second labeled second, and a third labeled fourth. Sarutobi quickly threw a shuriken to suppress the third coffin, his nerves on high alert. Edo Tensei was a forbidden technique, and his years of experience told him this was no trivial matter. The coffin slowly opened, and two men stepped out, one with black hair and the other with white hair, both clad in samurai armor. The first Hokage and the second Hokage, Sarutobi said emotionally. The two opened their eyes, looked at Sarutobi, and then scanned their surroundings. The first sighed, Sarutobi, you've aged as well. The second fixed his gaze on Orochimaru and said, this kid actually used Edo Tensei. Sigh, Sarutobi, it seems we have to fight. Sarutobi knew he couldn't afford to be careless this time. Facing two Kage-level powerhouses, especially the strongest users of wood release and water release, the pressure was immense. The battle was about to erupt. Damn it! Sasuke glared angrily at the surrounding sand and shouted in frustration. The sand constantly obstructed his vision and movements. Activating his Sharingan, he gathered his Chidori and charged at Shikaku at lightning speed. Seeing this, Shikaku spat out a dense barrage of sand needles, shooting them towards Sasuke. Sasuke unleashed Chidori Stream, deflecting the incoming sand needles, and then swung his blade toward Shikaku's head. However, sensing a dangerous aura, he quickly used his Sharingan to track Shikaku's movements and instantly dodged. A sharp sand spike suddenly emerged from the ground, nearly piercing him. Sasuke swiftly leaped back, his Chidori attack missing its mark and going to waste. He felt fortunate to have activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan and relied on his extensive combat experience, otherwise, that strike could have seriously injured him. At this moment, Sasuke no longer underestimated Shikaku, realizing that even a slight misstep could lead to defeat. He began carefully observing Shikaku's movements, deciding to adopt a guerrilla strategy until he could identify a weakness, as defeating the opponent otherwise seemed impossible. Third update, asking for flowers, recommendations, clicks, and favorites everything. 75. The Nine Tails reappears Part 1. Shiro, should we help that guy named Sasuke? Gurren asked, looking at the struggling Sasuke. Shiro shook his head and replied, don't worry, he won't die. He's too arrogant, and a little failure will do him good. This is Konoha's matter, we only need to watch and not interfere. After all, Konoha has nothing to do with us. Even if we help, all we'll get is a few words of thanks. It's better to stay here. Brother Lingfang also instructed us to rest well recently and not hinder our growth. Samui remained silent. Gurren glanced around and said, you're right, but when will Lord Lingfang show up? Shiro smiled and said, haven't you heard Brother Lingfang say it before? The protagonist always appears last. He will definitely show up at the critical moment. Gurren nodded, indeed, Lord Lingfang loves this kind of drama. Samui also nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, with Lingfang. Achoo! Who's cursing me? The god of transmigration? It's been so long, why still hold a grudge against me? Lingfeng sneezed and pondered for a moment. 9. Tails. Ling. Feng. A voice echoed, its tone indistinct, making it impossible to discern whether it was male or female. Lingfeng froze, looking around, but no one was calling him, which he found strange. Could it be an illusion, he thought? After searching the surroundings to no avail, he dismissed it as a hallucination. Suddenly, bang! A sharp pain struck his chest. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, shockingly black in color. Lingfeng endured the pain and checked his internal condition, only to find nothing unusual, no poisoning, no curse, which puzzled him even more. But he decided to ignore it for now since there seemed to be no harm. He continued observing his surroundings. Can Konoha win like in the original story? I'm really looking forward to it. Lingfeng sat on the rooftop, calmly watching the exam grounds. When he first arrived in Konoha, he always felt a restless urge to destroy the place. But now, his heart was as calm as still water. Watching the intense battles, he felt no emotional waves, which left Lingfeng deeply puzzled. Why don't I feel anything at all? He muttered to himself, recalling past memories, only to find that no matter what he thought of, his heart remained eerily calm. Even the anger he felt when killing Shikaku was gone, as if he had lost all anger, hatred, greed, desire, and even joy and warmth. Lingfeng was completely at a loss. Could it be that I've lost all emotions? What on earth is going on? Could it be that voice from earlier affecting me? He murmured softly, yet his tone carried no trace of emotion. After thinking for a long time without understanding, he gave up and turned his gaze back to the battlefield in Konoha. Damn it, Orochimaru actually sent so many ninjas. Jiraiya glared at the approaching sound and sand ninjas, along with the summoned beasts, and said angrily. Tsunade focused solely on healing her hemophobia hadn't been cured, so she couldn't join the fight. Naruto and the others were ganging up on a single Jonin, with no significant changes in the battle. Various clans began to show up to provide support. The fathers of the Ino Shikacho trio, the Hyuga clan leader, and the Anbu started their counterattack. Meanwhile, Hiruzen was surrounded by Orochimaru, the first Hokage, and the second Hokage, struggling to hold on. Orochimaru knew he couldn't drag this out for long, so he decided to quickly deal with Hiruzen to crush Konoha's morale. The three launched a coordinated attack on Hiruzen. While Hiruzen dodged Orochimaru's ninjutsu, he was suppressed by the first and second Hokage's wood and water release techniques. Even the summoned Monkey King Enma couldn't turn the tide, leaving Hiruzen barely holding on. Outside, the Anbu grew anxious and sent someone to inform Tsunade. Upon hearing the news, Tsunade shouted to Jiraiya, Jiraiya, finish off the enemies quickly. Hiruzen can't hold on much longer. Jiraiya's expression turned serious as he swiftly moved to deal with the summoned beasts. Gurren, can you break that barrier? Haku asked, staring at the four violet flames formation. Gurren hesitated for a moment. No, the barrier is very strong. But if we used Lord Lingfeng's power, it could be easily broken. Haku, you're not thinking of helping Konoha, are you? Samui also looked at Haku, curious about his intentions. Just sitting here is boring. Why not go and spar with the Hokage and the others? Haku smiled. Fighting is indeed interesting, but this is Konoha. We can't use the Nine Tails power here, or we'll be discovered immediately. Besides, without the Nine Tails power, we can't possibly defeat the first and second Hokage. At best, we could only match Orochimaru. Didn't you say it was nice to just rest here? Gurren said. Resting is fine, but watching them fight makes me itch to join in. Brother Lingfeng once said that the fastest way to grow stronger is to fight against those stronger than yourself, Haku said. But that's also the path closest to death, Samui added. Haku merely smiled at this, and Gurren nodded in agreement. You bastard, I won't let you live. Sasuke shouted, thrusting his Chidori through Shikaku's chest. However, Shikaku used his massive right hand to swat at Sasuke. Activating his three-tomo Sharingan, Sasuke immediately sensed the danger and prepared to leap back, only to find his right hand stuck. He was shocked. Shikaku's palm struck him, sending him flying, and only then did his hand come free. Sasuke crashed into a wall, spitting blood, and slowly stood up, glaring at Shikaku in fury. You damn monster, I will definitely take you down. First update, tight schedule in the past 3 days, fewer updates, will make up when there's time. 76, The Return of the Nine Tails Part 2. The Temple. It has begun. Let's see how you reclaim what's yours this time. This is your opportunity. One, hope you won't disappoint me. The god of transmigration whispered while sitting on the throne, sensing Ling Feng's situation, and then disappeared. On the Konoha side. Sarutobi, you can't win alone. You can only buy time until Jiraiya and the others find a way to break the four violet flames formation, Enma said, transforming into the adamantine staff. Looks like I'm really old now. I'll have to listen to you, Enma. Hold them off. Before Sarutobi could finish his sentence, 3 wooden branches suddenly emerged from the ground and entangled him. Water style, great waterfall technique. The second Hokage formed hand seals, and a torrent of water surged towards Sarutobi. Ugh! Sarutobi struggled, but the wooden branches were tightly wrapped around him, leaving him unable to break free. He had no choice but to endure it, forming hand seals with his hands, earth style, earth wall. A wall of earth rose up, blocking the water flow. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Orochimaru appeared from behind. Sarutobi-sensei, you really are old. Your reactions are so slow. Wielding the Kusanagi sword, he slashed, leaving a wound across Sarutobi's chest. Ugh! Orochimaru was surprised to find that Sarutobi had turned into mud. Orochimaru, do you really think I've grown old? Sarutobi's voice came from behind. Orochimaru was about to turn around but was struck by Sarutobi's staff, sending him flying and crashing onto the floor not far away. Haha, looks like I underestimated you. Orochimaru stood up, licking his lips, his gaze shifting to Sasuke before turning back to continue the fight. Damn it, this guy recovers too quickly and has completely changed. I can't lose like this. Sasuke stared at Shikaku with his Sharingan, astonished by its movements. Every time he dodged, it was with great effort, while Shikaku maintained its overwhelming strength, fueling his anger. After continuous exchanges, Sasuke's stamina and chakra gradually depleted, putting him at a disadvantage, while Shikaku remained strong. Die! Shikaku growled sinisterly, slapping towards Sasuke. Sasuke rolled to dodge, gathering Chidori as he charged forward. Shikaku swung another hand, but Sasuke leaped to avoid it, landing and continuing his attack. Chidori! Rushing to Shikaku's face, Sasuke aimed his Chidori at its head, but his foot was caught by sand. Before he could break free, he was slapped away, crashing into a wall. Sasuke! Naruto saw this and hurriedly ran over. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto reached out to help him. Don't meddle. Sasuke coldly pushed him away. Naruto, angry, was about to retort when Jiraiya jumped in. Naruto, Sasuke, step back. I'll handle this. Pervy sage, do you look down on us? Naruto shouted. You can't win. Step back, I'll take it on, Jiraiya said with a serious expression. Seeing his determination, Naruto was about to retreat when Sasuke coldly said, get out of the way. I'll handle it alone. I don't need your help. Jiraiya paused for a moment. You can't handle it, and you know it. If you want to throw your life away, I won't stop you. His words were stern, leaving Sasuke no choice but to reluctantly step back. I'll kill you all. Kill you all. Shikaku roared, transforming into the massive One Tail. The battlefield was instantly shaken. Jiraiya urgently called for Gamabunta to assist. Though they were in Konoha, they couldn't lure it out and had to fight cautiously. The One Tail has appeared. Truly troublesome, the first and second Hokage remarked as they watched the enlarged Shikaku. Orochimaru sneered, Sarutobi-sensei, with the One Tail's appearance, Konoha might not survive. What will you do? If Jiraiya can't hold it off, I'll just focus on dealing with you, Sarutobi replied, preparing to strike when a massive pillar of fire shot into the sky from another direction, exuding a sinister aura. Who is that? Everyone was shocked, sensing the immense dark power, their gazes drawn to it. An interesting gathering, why not let me join as well? A giant shadow appeared, causing the Konoha ninja's pupils to contract sharply. Orochimaru and the others exchanged shocked glances. The orange tails of the Nine Tails swayed violently, its red and blue eyes fixed on the crowd. The Nine Tails, everyone exclaimed in unison. Cold sweat dripped from the Konoha ninjas. Shikaku was already troublesome enough, and now the far more powerful Nine Tails had appeared, leaving their hearts heavy and uneasy. The Nine Tails has broken free? The first Hokage frowned, and the second Hokage's expression was equally grim. Shikaku was stunned, his pupils contracted sharply, and he roared, launching a tailed beast bullet at the Nine Tails. Ling Feng took the hit head-on, the impact resounding but having no effect. Shikaku, enraged, unleashed dozens of tailed beast bullets in succession, yet the Nine Tails remained unscathed. Shikaku cried out in disbelief, "Impossible. How can you withstand so many attacks?" Ling Feng calmly replied, "Because you're too weak." With that, he sent Shikaku flying into the air with a single phantom strike, followed by two more phantom flashes in quick succession. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the sky, the shockwave spreading as smoke and dust filled the air. When the dust settled, Shikaku's figure had vanished without a trace, leaving only a bloodied Gaara plummeting from the sky. The Nine Tails is this powerful? The first and second Hokage's brows furrowed even deeper. The 12 young ninjas stared at the Nine Tails in terror, Naruto shocked by its strength, and Jiraiya and the others filled with dread. The Nine Tails had just appeared and already defeated Shikaku, a display of power they could not ignore. This is bad. If the Nine Tails attacks Konoha? Hiruzen's brows knitted tightly. Enma was equally astonished. He had thought the Nine Tails merely possessed infinite chakra, but its immediate defeat of Shikaku left him deeply shaken. Everyone stopped fighting, their eyes fixed on the Nine Tails, understanding that if it truly intended to destroy Konoha, no one would escape. Ling Feng, with a serious expression, surveyed the situation before suddenly reclining lazily and saying indifferently, "Carry on, I'll rest for now." Too boring. His inner calm was extraordinary. Facing the first Hokage and Shikaku, he felt no ripples of emotion. Otherwise, he would have mercilessly crushed Shikaku earlier. Feeling something strange about his body, he decided to investigate what was wrong with himself first. The crowd was stunned to see the Nine Tails quietly fall asleep, unable to believe their eyes. Now, they dared neither act rashly nor ignore the situation. Any disturbance might wake the Nine Tails, leading to Konoha's destruction and their own deaths. Yet doing nothing left them seething with anger, caught in a dilemma. What exactly is the Nine Tails planning? Asuma asked, staring at the sleeping Nine Tails in confusion. The others remained silent. The Nine Tails' immense power was well known, and many had experienced its might firsthand. Though it appeared to be sleeping now, no one could guarantee it wouldn't suddenly go berserk and destroy Konoha. After all, the Nine Tails harbored deep hatred for Konoha, having been sealed away for years without any chance of reconciliation, leaving everyone deeply troubled. Ninjas from other villages were equally conflicted. If they acted, the Nine Tails might destroy Konoha, which would please them, but they would surely die in the process. Life is precious, and who would gamble it so easily? Yet doing nothing felt awkward. If the battle ended without a fight, all previous sacrifices would have been in vain. Orochimaru sneered, "Humph, what a waste of a plan. Who would have thought the Nine Tails would break free? Sarutobi-sensei, what will you do? Be killed by the Nine Tails, or die honorably at the hands of the first and second Hokage? Choose the latter, at least you'll save some face. To hold out this long against the combined might of the first and second is already worthy of the Hokage name." The first and second Hokage merely frowned at the Nine Tails, ignoring Orochimaru's words. Hiruzen responded firmly, "Orochimaru, even if I die, I will never let the Nine Tails destroy Konoha." Yet inwardly, he felt uneasy. The Nine Tails had just effortlessly defeated Shikaku, highlighting a vast power gap that weighed heavily on him. Still, he believed that with the Nine Tails' appearance, Danzo would surely send someone to negotiate. Danzo had always sought the Nine Tails, hoping to dissuade it from seeking revenge. Now that the Nine Tails had emerged, Danzo had no reason to stay hidden. Gamabunta exhaled a puff of smoke and sighed, "The Nine Tails has appeared. Jiraiya, Konoha's fate now rests entirely on the Nine Tails' whims. You all should understand that." Jiraiya's expression became serious. The power of the Nine Tails left him completely powerless to resist, and he remained silent. This was Tsunade's first time witnessing the power of the Nine Tails, and she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Although she had long known the Nine Tails was powerful, she hadn't expected it to be this terrifying, far beyond her imagination. Everyone stared at the Nine Tails, motionless. "Lord Lingfeng is truly intimidating," Duran said with a smile to those around her. Bai smiled faintly and replied, "Of course, Brother Lingfeng is the strongest being in the world. The fact that they are still alive is all thanks to Lord Lingfeng's protection, otherwise, they would have disappeared long ago." Samui simply nodded silently. Duran was puzzled as to why Lingfeng was in a deep sleep in Konoha. Others were also slightly confused, but they all believed that Lingfeng wouldn't do anything pointless. What is going on? Ling Feng stood in his inner world, watching as the surrounding scenery began to change. The sky above was blood red, while the sky below was pitch black, as if two different worlds. This left him utterly astonished. Suddenly, the divine fox appeared and said, "There's no need to be surprised. After all, your power has disrupted the balance between the two sides." Ling Feng was stunned. Balance? You possess the powers of the Hollow, the Shinigami, and the Nine Tails. The Hollow and Shinigami powers don't repel each other, but the power of the Nine Tails strongly rejects the Hollow and Shinigami. Although they all contain resentment and hatred, their essence is entirely different. When you practiced the second stage of Resurrection earlier, you completely broke this balance. The collapse phenomenon that just occurred caused you to lose what humans call a heart, the divine fox said solemnly. Ling Feng said nervously, "Break the balance? What should I do? I don't want to lose my heart and become a puppet." Losing his heart would mean becoming cold and ruthless, something he did not want. Without a heart, not only his enemies but even his loved ones would be in danger, as he would have no emotions at that point. The divine fox said, "I can temporarily preserve your feelings for Mei Terumi, Conan, and Bai, but only temporarily. If you can't recover your inner heart soon, you will lose it completely." Ling Feng cautiously asked, "How long is temporary?" 2 weeks, the divine fox replied. Ling Feng asked urgently, "Is there any way to fix this?" The divine fox decisively said, "There is a simple method, but the cost is enormous." "What method?" Ling Feng pressed. The divine fox said with sorrow, "Abandon the powers of the Hollow and the Shinigami." This would mean the disappearance of the divine fox. Over the years, the divine fox had always been by Ling Feng's side, like family. Ling Feng firmly said, "I refuse." As soon as Ling Feng heard this, he immediately refused. He could lose his own power, but he would never let his loved ones disappear. Over the years, the divine fox had always been by his side, and he was unwilling to lose it just like that. The divine fox was deeply moved upon hearing this but said worriedly, "If you don't give up, you will lose your entire heart, and by then." Ling Feng patted the divine fox's head and comforted it, "Don't worry, I will definitely find a way." As he spoke, his mind raced, searching for a solution. After a long while, sigh. Ling Feng sighed. The divine fox anxiously asked, "You haven't thought of a solution?" Ling Feng nodded. It was indeed very difficult. The divine fox stared at him and suddenly said resolutely, "Ling Feng, you can try an extreme method, but no one has ever used it before." Ling Feng asked urgently, "What method?" The divine fox revealed an idea that shocked Ling Feng. Fuse the powers of the Nine Tails, the Hollow, and the Death God to enter an untouched realm. Ling Feng was stunned upon hearing this. No one understood these three powers better than he did. The powers of the Hollow and the Death God were far stronger than the Nine Tails. The balance had been maintained before because the divine fox had been harmonizing them. However, since he started practicing the second stage of Resurrection, his powers began to spiral out of control. The divine fox hadn't noticed until it completely collapsed. Moreover, the powers of the Hollow and the Nine Tails shared similar resentment and hatred, making them easier to fuse. But now his powers were divided into three types: Hollow, Death God, and Nine Tails. The Nine Tails power strongly rejected the Death God's power because the Death God was the opposite of both the Hollow and the Nine Tails, leading to instinctive resistance. If the divine fox could harmonize them, it would have already fused the Death God's power with the other two. Ling Feng's current powers were mainly represented by three sources: the Hollow power of the demon fox, the Death God power of the divine fox, and his own Nine Tails power. Although they were closely connected, the origins of these powers repelled each other. In the past, Ling Feng had only used the Death God power and the Hollow power in battle, never managing to integrate the Nine Tails power. He had grown accustomed to this and thought it wasn't a problem. But now, the divine fox was asking him to attempt fusing all three powers, which felt almost like breaking the heavens. That's right. Only by doing this can you preserve both the Death God and Hollow powers while becoming even stronger, the divine fox said firmly. I'm also very curious about what the fusion of the three powers will look like. Ling Feng began to imagine the form of the fused powers. The divine fox, somewhat worried, said, "This is an uncharted territory, and it might weaken your strength. Are you still willing to try?" Hearing the divine fox's concerned words, Ling Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He patted the divine fox's head and confidently said, "Don't worry. Even if my strength decreases, it doesn't matter. You and the demon fox have been with me for so long, I will never let you disappear. No one can take away the people by my side, not even a god." He silently vowed in his heart, "You are my most important family. No one can take you away." This determination gave him a strange sense of confidence. The divine fox, hearing Ling Feng's words, also believed he could do it and said, "The demon fox and I both believe in you, Ling Feng. You are the strongest." Although Ling Feng felt he should no longer have emotions, he inexplicably felt happy and responded with a smile, "Alright, divine fox, I will definitely fuse the three powers within these 2 weeks. By the way, didn't I say I just lost my emotions? Why do I still feel some emotions?" The divine fox explained, "Your heart hasn't completely collapsed yet. Look, the top is red, representing the 9 tails, the bottom is black, representing the hollow and the death god. The top has already started to erode, and you will gradually lose your heart. Right now, you've lost your emotions, but next, it could be familial love, romantic love, care, or even the desire to kill. Originally, you only had 3 days before your heart would completely collapse, but the demon fox and I have extended it to 2 weeks. That's already the limit. So that's how it is. You've been staying in to maintain the boundary between the 9 tails and the hollow death god all these days. You've worked so hard. If only you'd told me earlier," Ling Feng said with some heartache. The divine fox replied, "There wasn't time for that." Ling Feng nodded, "Alright, I'll leave now. I'll leave the rest to you. Please don't overwork yourself. If you really can't hold on, let me know, and I'll definitely handle it." After expressing his concern, Ling Feng disappeared from the inner world. The divine fox looked at the suddenly appearing demon fox and said gratefully, "Ling Feng, thank you. Meeting you has been such a blessing, right, demon fox?" The demon fox just roared a few times and nodded. Its intelligence had now improved, and it could understand words. "Demon fox, he will succeed, won't he?" The divine fox looked in the direction where Ling Feng had disappeared. The demon fox nodded again and roared a few words at the divine fox. The divine fox smiled and responded, "Your master will definitely make it. He is our pillar of support." Reader, how can you understand that? Divine fox, a woman's intuition. Reader. The divine fox made a silent resolution in her heart, "If you can't do it, I won't let you lose your spirit, because there are still so many beautiful things you haven't experienced. When that time comes, the demon fox and I will self-destruct. Although it will hurt you, it doesn't matter. Meeting you has been my fortune." She recalled all the moments with Ling Feng, the bittersweet memories intertwined. She also thought of Mei Terumi and others. She understood that merging the powers of the 9 tails, the hollow, and the death god was almost impossible. Her previous reassurances were merely to put Ling Feng at ease. Pupil techniques don't belong to the same category of power, so they won't conflict. Time is running out. I only have 2 weeks left. I'll eliminate these ninja villages first and deal with the rest later. Ling Feng suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared in a flash, simultaneously sending a message to Kimimaro and the others, telling them he wouldn't return for the next 2 weeks and that they should head back to the village on their own. The Konoha crowd was stunned to see the 9 tails suddenly open its eyes and leave, but they also breathed a sigh of relief. They could now focus solely on dealing with the invaders. Sarutobi once again clashed with Orochimaru, the first Hokage, and the second Hokage. Do you want to know the reason? Not telling you. Send more flowers, I want to finish Naruto quickly. 78, Abyss Trial Part 1. Since everyone wants to see a crossover anime, I'll quickly wrap up Naruto. I'll update a few more chapters in the next couple of days, at least 3 chapters. Don't skimp on the flowers. As for the next anime to cover, vote to decide. For now, I'm only considering One Piece and Bleach. If you have other suggestions, leave them in the comments or the group chat. If I find them suitable, I'll use them. You said you want to merge the powers of the 9 tails, the hollow, and the death god? Ling Feng was utterly shocked upon hearing this because no one understood the essence of these 3 powers better than he did. The powers of the hollow and the death god were far stronger than the 9 tails. Previously, balance was maintained solely because the divine fox acted as a mediator. But ever since he started practicing the second stage of Resurrection, the balance had gradually collapsed, and the divine fox hadn't noticed until now. Ling Feng also discovered that merging the powers of the hollow and the 9 tails was actually easier because both carried resentment and hatred. However, his current power was divided into 3, the hollow, the death god, and the 9 tails. The 9 tails power was extremely resistant to the death god's power. The death god's power was the exact opposite of the hollow and the 9 tails, leading to an instinctive repulsion. This was something the divine fox couldn't change otherwise. The divine fox would have already merged the death god's power with the hollow and the 9 tails. It could be said that Ling Feng's powers were like 3 people fighting. The demon fox represented the hollow, the divine fox represented the death god, and Ling Feng represented the 9 tails. Although they were close, their power sources inherently repelled each other. Ling Feng hadn't cared before because he only used the powers of the Death God in the Hollow in battle, and the Nine Tails power had never been able to integrate. He had gotten used to it. But now, the Divine Fox was asking him to merge all three powers, which was akin to asking him to pierce the heavens. That's right. Only this way can you retain the powers of the Shinigami in the Hollow while becoming stronger, the Divine Fox said firmly. I'm also looking forward to seeing what the fusion of the three powers will be like. Ling Feng began to imagine the form of the fused power. The Divine Fox looked at him, its tone tinged with concern, but this is uncharted territory, and it might weaken your strength. Are you still willing to try? Hearing the Divine Fox's concern, Ling Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He patted the Divine Fox's head and said confidently, "Don't worry, even if my strength decreases, it doesn't matter. You and the Demon Fox have been with me for so long, I will never let you just disappear. No one can take away the people by my side, not even a god." He silently vowed in his heart, "You are my most important family. No one can take you away." A strange confidence surged within him, giving him an unprecedented sense of determination. The Divine Fox, hearing this, also believed he would succeed. "The Demon Fox and I both believe in you, Ling Feng. You are the strongest." Ling Feng, who thought he had long lost his emotions, felt an inexplicable joy welling up inside. He smiled and said, "All right, Divine Fox, I will definitely fuse these three powers within 2 weeks. By the way, you mentioned earlier that I lost my heart. Why do I still feel some emotions?" The Divine Fox looked at Ling Feng and said, "Your heart hasn't completely collapsed yet. Look, the red on top represents the Nine Tails, the black below is the Hollow and the Shinigami. The red on top has already started to be eroded, and you will gradually lose your heart. Right now, you're losing emotions. Next, it could be familial love, romantic love, care, or even the desire to kill. You originally had only 3 days before your complete collapse. With the Demon Fox and me helping you, we can extend it to a maximum of 2 weeks." Ling Feng sighed, "So that's why you haven't appeared for so long. You've been maintaining the boundary between the two. That must have been hard. Why didn't you say so earlier?" The Divine Fox quickly replied, "There wasn't time. All right, I'm leaving now. The rest is up to you. Don't overwork yourself. If you can't hold on, let go." "I'll definitely handle it," Ling Feng said with concern before disappearing from his inner world. The Divine Fox looked at the suddenly appearing Demon Fox. "Thank you. Meeting you was truly fortunate. Right, Demon Fox?" The Demon Fox growled a few times and nodded. Though not highly intelligent, it understood communication. "Demon Fox, he will definitely succeed, right?" The Divine Fox gazed in the direction Ling Feng had left. The Demon Fox nodded again and growled a few more times. "You too. He is our master, he will definitely succeed," the Divine Fox said with a smile, responding to the Demon Fox. Reader, how can you understand the Demon Fox? Divine Fox, a woman's intuition. The Divine Fox made a silent resolution in her heart: "If you can't make it, I won't let you lose your heart. The Demon Fox and I will self-destruct. Even if it hurts you a little, it doesn't matter. Meeting you was my fortune." She recalled the moments she had shared with Ling Feng, a mix of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy memories. She also thought of Mei Terumi and the others. She knew that fusing the powers of the Nine Tails, the Hollow, and the Shinigami was almost impossible. Her earlier reassurances were just to put Ling Feng at ease. Pupil techniques don't belong to the same category, so there won't be any conflict. Time is running out. I only have 2 weeks left. I'll deal with the ninja village matters first and think about the rest later. Ling Feng's eyes lit up as he flashed away, sending a message to Kimimaro and the others that he wouldn't return during this time and that they should return to the village on their own. The people of Konoha were momentarily stunned when the Nine Tails suddenly opened its eyes and left. But everyone felt relieved. With the Nine Tails gone, they only needed to focus on dealing with the invaders. Hiruzen once again engaged in fierce combat with Orochimaru, the first Hokage, and the second Hokage. Why is this happening? Want to know? Not telling you. Send more flowers, and I'll decide to wrap up Naruto quickly. To merge these three powers is truly not that simple. Ling Feng had been trying for 13 days, giving it his all. He created over 1,000 shadow clones, each pondering methods of fusion. He attempted to merge them one by one, but as soon as two powers combined, they exploded, the energy dissipating. Although they were just clones, Ling Feng was relieved he remained unharmed. The fusion of Hollow and Nine Tails powers could only reach a 40% compatibility at best, and it even weakened the strength, so he gave up on it. The fusion of Hollow and Death God's powers had a 70% compatibility, slightly better but still unsatisfactory. When Nine Tails and Death God's powers merged, the clone exploded instantly. Every method failed. Seeing that time was running out, Ling Feng desperately mobilized the energy within him, trying to find a breakthrough. Damn it, it still doesn't work. Where exactly am I going wrong? Could it be that these three powers truly can't merge? Ling Feng frowned deeply, having tried countless times with the same result. With only one day left, he began to waver. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared, and Ling Feng suddenly vanished. Looks like you still can't do it, the god of traversing said coldly. Ling Feng grabbed his collar and roared madly, "You're a god. Tell me how to merge these three powers." The god of traversing shook his head, thinking to himself that this guy had gone mad and needed to calm down. So, he struck Ling Feng unconscious with a single palm and teleported him away. "What are you doing here, kid? I remember you swore never to set foot here again." A massive minotaur carrying a club questioned the god of traversing. The god of traversing cursed, "I changed my mind. Forget it, just throw this kid into the abyss for me." The minotaur looked at Ling Feng and said, "This kid is so weak, are you really sending him to his death? He may have the powers of the death god and hollow, along with another power I can't identify, but he won't survive. His internal energy is still collapsing. Although that place suits him." The god of traversing directly threw Ling Feng over and said, "That's exactly why it's troublesome. If it weren't for certain reasons, I wouldn't bother with him. Just throw him in, and if he dies, let me know." With that, he left. The minotaur looked at Ling Feng's frail body and shook his head helplessly. "Kid, I hope you can survive. I have faith in you." He placed Ling Feng in his palm, and with a wave of his hand, a sinister, chilling gate appeared. The minotaur threw Ling Feng inside. "This kid's power is truly extraordinary. If he can make it out alive, his strength will definitely skyrocket. I really don't understand why he's being cared for so much. Forget it, it's none of my business," the minotaur muttered to himself. Drip, drip, drip. Ling Feng opened his eyes and found himself inside a massive iron cage, with water droplets continuously falling. The scene felt eerily familiar. Could it be that I died and was reborn? He looked at the true form of the Nine Tails, still retaining the powers of Hollow and the Death God within him. Suddenly, his Zanpakuto and Hollow emerged from his body. Outside the cage, the Divine Fox and Demon Fox stood silently. "Divine Fox, Demon Fox, what's going on?" Ling Feng asked in shock. The two remained silent, gradually drifting away. Ling Feng reached out to grab them, but the cage blocked him. He desperately slammed against the iron bars, trying to break through, but to no avail. "Ling Feng, take care of yourself. We've been happy to accompany you all these years, but you still have important things to do. Don't be sad," the Divine Fox's voice echoed, and then the two transformed into points of light and disappeared. "No!" Ling Feng shouted, slamming his head against the cage, blood dripping down. He roared in grief and anger, "I promised I wouldn't let you disappear." "Why?" Tears streamed down his face. Over the years, the Divine Fox and Demon Fox had been the closest to him, like family. He understood that he was a traverser, and the two existed because of him, knowing his identity, making them the most important to him. "It's all my fault. Why did I have to learn the second stage of Resurrection? If I had known this would happen, I would rather not have learned it. Ling Feng, you bastard, why did you have to learn it?" He berated himself, continuing to slam against the iron cage. "I was already strong enough. Why did I have to become even stronger? For power, I lost my loved ones. Ha, I'm such a bastard." He looked at his reflection in the water, muttering in despair, slumping down in the cage, murmuring self-reproach, unable to stop his pain. Ling Feng began to recall one memory after another. Why did it turn out like this? He kept muttering under his breath, his claws repeatedly slapping his own face. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling out. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but the voice grew clearer and clearer. "Ling Feng, wake up." He suddenly opened his eyes and saw the person in front of him. He hurriedly reached out to hug her, saying excitedly, "You're really not dead, not gone, that's great." Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. The Divine Fox had been maintaining the boundary of power, but her inner world suddenly turned gray and white. Both the Divine Fox and the Demon Fox were shocked, as sadness and guilt spread in her heart. The Divine Fox knew something must have happened outside, so she appeared immediately. She didn't look around, only seeing Ling Feng lying on the ground, his face covered in tears, repeatedly calling her name. "Ling Feng, what happened?" The Divine Fox, seeing him so upset for the first time, asked anxiously. Ling Feng held the Divine Fox tightly and softly said, "It's nothing, I'm just so happy to see you." He didn't want to tell the Divine Fox about the illusion he had just experienced, especially since he had truly felt the pain of the impact. The divine fox asked angrily, "Are you hiding something from me?" Ling Feng gave a bitter smile, stroking her hair, and said, "It's nothing, I was just thinking of a way to keep you and the demon fox by my side." The divine fox nodded, "I believe you. Without me, the demon fox won't last long. I'll go first." After speaking, she transformed into a blade and entered Ling Feng's inner world. "I will never let the tragedy repeat, even if it costs my life to stop it." Ling Feng gripped the blade tightly, stood up, and looked around. The place was desolate and unfamiliar, with withered trees, decayed flowers, skeletal swamps, and scattered graves, resembling a cemetery. He frowned, unable to recall ever being here, and knew this wasn't the Naruto world. Damn it, that bastard god of transmigration brought me here again. What is he trying to do? I don't have time to play his games. I only have one day left to fight with all my might. I will never let the illusion become reality. Suddenly, he saw an image of the Naruto world appear ahead. It turned out that only an hour had passed since he arrived here. He was surprised that, despite possessing a mutated Mangekyo Sharingan, he still fell into an illusion. Previously, he had tested that he was completely immune to genjutsu, but this time he failed. Damn it, what on earth is that thing? Ling Feng suddenly saw a person exuding a deathly aura, slowly walking toward him, carrying a large axe. The axe swung down fiercely, and Ling Feng quickly leaped to the right to dodge it. The axe struck the ground, splitting it open for more than 10 meters, leaving Ling Feng astonished. Could this be a zombie? His heart tightened. He saw several creatures with white, rolled-back eyes, blood oozing from their bodies, and emitting a deathly aura emerging one after another behind the person, continuously approaching him. Ling Feng didn't hesitate, drawing the divine fox blade and unleashing a Getsuga Tensho with a fierce slash forward. He thought these zombies would be scattered with one strike, but to his surprise, the slash only left a shallow white mark on their bodies. Ling Feng was shocked. "I don't believe this, Getsuga Tensho." He phased his body and swung the blade again. However, the zombies only showed slight blood marks on their bodies, completely unkillable. Ling Feng was utterly embarrassed. "I used all my strength and can only deal this little damage? I can't even kill these small fry, this is ridiculous." He started running backward, cursing the god of transmigration for throwing him into this hellish place. The person, seeing Ling Feng trying to escape, threw the axe. Ling Feng hurriedly raised the divine fox blade to block it, but the axe nearly shattered the blade, with cracks already forming on its edge. Ling Feng's heart sank, and he decisively fled for his life. There was no way to win, he couldn't fight or defend against them. At this moment, Ling Feng was running ahead while a group of zombies relentlessly chased after him. After running for a while, Ling Feng was suddenly surprised to discover that the three forces within his body had begun to merge uncontrollably. At first, he was terrified because he had previously tried to merge shadow clones, which only resulted in his body exploding. However, this time, the fusion of forces did not conflict. Although only 10% had merged, it left him both astonished and puzzled. Could it be that being chased by these zombies is the only way to fuse the forces? He sneaked a glance behind him. Hiding in a secluded spot, the fusion stopped. Ling Feng pondered, realizing that only 10% of the three forces had merged, leaving much still unintegrated. He recalled how he had managed to fuse the forces without his body exploding earlier and tried experimenting with shadow clones again, but it still failed. At this moment, the voice of the divine fox echoed in his mind, "Ling Feng, you actually did it. Even though it's just a little bit." The divine fox's tone was filled with astonishment. "Of course, who do you think I am?" Ling Feng responded smugly. "Something's not right, Ling Feng. You shouldn't have been able to fuse even a little bit of the forces. How did you manage to do it?" the divine fox asked in disbelief. "Divine fox, are you hiding something from me again?" Ling Feng detected the doubt in its tone and immediately pressed for answers. "No, nothing at all," the divine fox stammered in response. The divine fox quickly replied, "Really?" Ling Feng asked seriously. The divine fox answered in a panic, "Really?" Ling Feng decided not to press further, understanding that everyone has their secrets. Suddenly, the divine fox cheerfully said, "Ling Feng, I have good news." Ling Feng curiously asked, "What good news has made you so happy?" The divine fox smiled and said, "Your heart has returned. Your inner world is beginning to normalize because of the integration of your powers. You don't need to worry about time, you just need to fuse slowly. However, now that your power fusion is stalled, you must continue, or your strength will gradually weaken, and within a few years, you'll become an ordinary person." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng was immediately delighted and said, "So, I don't have to give up the hollow, the Shinigami, or my heart, right?" The divine fox nodded, "That's right, but you must continue to fuse, or your power will decline." A few years is enough time. I will definitely find a way to fuse them. Ling Feng, excited, forgot the fear of being chased earlier and regained his confidence. As long as he stayed here, he believed he could succeed. So troublesome, no matter how many I kill, they just keep coming. Better to run. Ling Feng saw a zombie wielding an axe approaching and immediately fled. Over the past 3 years, he had faced the axe-wielding zombie many times, and his weapons were always destroyed. As a result, he developed the habit of bullying small fry but running away from the axe-wielding zombie. After all, it took a long time for his weapons to recover, and illusions no longer worked on him. Over these 3 years, Ling Feng finally mastered the method to fuse the three forces. The Divine Fox had long told Ling Feng that the reason it didn't believe he could successfully fuse the forces was because of the presence of spirits. The Shinigami's power had nurtured the Divine Fox, the Hollow's power contained the Demon Fox, and the Nine Tails' power held Ling Feng's life force. These three life forms were inherently impossible to merge unless the other forces were devoid of living beings. However, Ling Feng managed to fuse them even with the presence of these life forms, albeit only 10%, which greatly shocked the Divine Fox. Based on the Divine Fox's words, Ling Feng carefully reflected on the reason he had come here and, after recalling everything, arrived at a conclusion he found laughable. Initially, he had no hope and only experimented with his clones. To his surprise, the clones were able to begin fusing the three forces, which made Ling Feng burst into laughter. This simple conclusion was hard for him to believe mindset. At the time, Ling Feng cursed the heavens in frustration, so damn simple. Damn heavens, are you messing with me? As long as his mind was as clear as a mirror, forgetting everything and achieving unity with nature, the three forces would not conflict and could merge smoothly. 3 years passed, and Ling Feng had fused 40% of the forces. Although progress was slow, the results were evident. The small fry he once couldn't kill could now be wiped out with a single strike. His power had grown astonishingly, and when he reached 30% fusion, he even automatically learned the second stage of Resurrection. Ling Feng felt a bit conflicted. Sigh, I wonder how Kimimaro and the others are doing. He sighed. After all, he had promised to return in 2 weeks, but 3 years had passed, and he still missed them a bit. Although there was a screen here that allowed him to see the world of Naruto, it could only switch automatically and couldn't be controlled. He saw the Akatsuki organization starting to capture the tailed beasts. The 1 tail to 6 tails had already been caught, leaving only the 7 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails uncaptured. The major ninja villages, seeing that the 9 tails had not appeared, felt relieved and turned their attention to Akatsuki. Ling Feng was also fortunate enough to overhear a conversation between Nagato and the masked man. He had once wondered why Nagato remained with Akatsuki, but later learned that the masked man used Zetsu to create a clone of Conan to threaten Nagato. Ling Feng was well aware of Zetsu's cloning ability. If the clone didn't remain silent, even he would have difficulty distinguishing it from the real one, provided he didn't use the Rinnegan. Ling Feng received news that the Mist Village seemed to be searching for someone, and they had sent a large number of people. The other major ninja villages were also puzzled, not knowing what the Mizukage was up to. Some people had not given up on the search. Ling Feng immediately knew that Mei Terumi and Bai, among others, were definitely looking for him. But he had been trapped here for so long and had no idea how to get out. This place, however, was a good training ground because the zombies here were incredibly strong. Especially that zombie wielding an axe. Ling Feng couldn't even injure it now. If it weren't for the fact that the zombie was slow, he would have been taken down long ago. Ling Feng had taken stock of the levels and numbers of the zombies. This place was like a game where a batch of zombies refreshed every so often. That axe-wielding zombie was practically a boss-level existence. Ling Feng would occasionally challenge it, but he would end up running away mid-fight. I thought this kid was dead, but it turns out he's still alive and has even gotten stronger. But he's really foolish. The giant axe zombie is nearly a quasi-true god level, and he dares to take it on alone. Luckily, that zombie has no skills and is slow, or he would have been killed long ago. The Minotaur, who had thrown Ling Feng into the abyss gate, muttered in surprise as he watched Ling Feng still alive. F you, old bull, you bastard. If he wasn't dead, why didn't you tell me earlier? I'd been waiting for so long, thinking he was dead. The god of transmigration suddenly appeared, cursing the Minotaur angrily when he saw Ling Feng alive. I didn't know. The Minotaur feigned innocence. Open the door and stop talking. I'm going in to have a word with him. The god of transmigration snorted coldly. The Minotaur had nothing to say and summoned the gate to open. The god of transmigration went straight in. You bastard, you threw me in here without a single explanation. Ling Feng immediately cursed when he saw the god of transmigration enter. Don't be like that. You survived, didn't you? And you've gotten stronger. The god of transmigration smiled as he spoke. Ling Feng didn't want to argue, but when he saw what the god of transmigration was carrying, he couldn't help but curse. You're dragging a coffin here, do you think I'm an idiot? The god of transmigration froze for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. Relax, this isn't for you. You're carrying a coffin for no reason? I can't believe this. Ling Feng scolded. The god of transmigration spoke seriously, you're really lucky. Not only did you survive, but you also became stronger. I know what you want to say. As long as you take down that axe-wielding zombie, you can return to the Naruto world. You're about to unlock the second layer of your gift. I'm so envious of you. With that, he left. Ling Feng was so angry that he shouted and cursed, but as soon as he heard he could unlock the second layer of his gift, he immediately smiled. He began searching in his mind for the gift he had hidden before. The first layer of the gift was the mastery of all ninjutsu and Kido. As for the second layer, Ling Feng was full of anticipation, thinking it wouldn't disappoint. Creak! A sound rang out, and Ling Feng looked at the second layer of the gift, instantly stunned. He saw a light orb, yes, just a light orb. If it were an ordinary light orb, he would have cursed, but the aura emanating from this light orb felt incredibly familiar, as if it were part of him. Ling Feng reached out to grasp the light orb, muttering to himself, "What is this? It feels so familiar, yet I've never seen it before. The second layer of the gift must be extraordinary. Let's take a look." He intended to put the light orb into his spatial ring, but unexpectedly, the light orb suddenly flew toward his forehead. Ling Feng was startled and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The light orb struck his head and instantly disappeared, merging into his mind. Ling Feng quickly checked his mind. The unknown was the most terrifying. Although it felt familiar, he was still worried about potential side effects. Just as he was about to delve deeper into his mind, a sudden headache struck. He cried out, closed his eyes, his legs gave way, and he fainted. When he woke up, Ling Feng found himself still in the same place. Recalling what had just happened, he hurriedly checked his body and found no abnormalities. But when he carefully sensed the power within him, he was shocked. The powers of Void, Death God, and Nine Tails had completely fused, and the fusion was incredibly perfect. Even more astonishing, he had become a god. Become a god? Could I be dreaming? Ling Feng said in disbelief. His mind was now filled with a wealth of information. It turned out that the light sphere was a trace of true energy left behind by the ancient god emperor. He had actually absorbed this divine true energy, resulting in his ascension to godhood. This unexpected surprise left him both laughing and crying. Becoming a god. I wonder how strong my power is now. Ling Feng felt the power within him and couldn't wait to test it on someone. He thought of the zombie wielding the axe. I'll start with him. No matter how I attacked before, I couldn't hurt him. This time, as a god, I'll give it a try. After making his decision, Ling Feng scanned with his divine sense and immediately locked onto the zombie's location. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the axe-wielding zombie. The zombie, upon seeing him, swung its axe fiercely. Ling Feng, however, paid no attention. He raised his right hand, condensed a tiny void bullet, and flicked it lightly. Bang! The axe-wielding zombie instantly turned to ashes, leaving a mark hundreds of meters long on the ground. Holy crap, this is incredible! Such a tiny void bullet instantly killed that unkillable guy. Ha ha ha! Ling Feng laughed heartily. He hadn't even used a tenth of his power, yet he had easily obliterated the axe-wielding zombie, filling him with joy. By the way, that bastard god of transmigration, since you helped me become a god this time, hurry up and send me back. Ling Feng said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. Damn, this kid actually became a god sovereign, and at such a young age. What have I been doing for the past few thousand years? Oxhead exclaimed in shock after coming to his senses. That's right, this kid directly became a god sovereign. I need to find a place to hide, otherwise, he'll definitely come looking for trouble, the god of transmigration shouted in panic. What exactly did you give him? There are only a handful of god sovereigns, just about 10 or so. Becoming a god sovereign at such a young age, I can hardly believe it, Oxhead said in astonishment. How would I know? That was something entrusted to me by that great figure before his death. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Forget it, I need to escape first. If he catches me, I'm definitely getting beaten up. The god of transmigration quickly ran off. Forget it, maybe it's not so bad. This kid doesn't seem like a bad person. Most god sovereigns are above the level of god emperors. Could he be the reincarnation of some god emperor? Oxhead muttered to himself. Main characters' power levels: God, True God, God King, God Emperor, God Sovereign, God Emperor Supreme, Supreme God, Ancient Holy God, Primordial God Emperor, Ancient God Emperor. The protagonist's ascension to godhood is for the sake of becoming stronger. His secrets will gradually be revealed later. As for the difference between ancient and primordial, let's stick to this setting for now. 3 years away, it feels like forever. Ling Feng smiled as he stepped into the familiar Naruto world and summoned the Divine Fox. With his godly status, both the Divine Fox and the Demon Fox could appear freely. However, he found the Demon Fox's appearance unappealing, so he only summoned the Divine Fox. The Demon Fox could now transform into a human form, but its appearance left Ling Feng both amused and exasperated. It looked exactly like a young Rokudo Mokuro. No matter how you looked at it, they seemed like father and son. Ignoring the Demon Fox's protests, Ling Feng locked it away in his inner world, deciding to release it only when no one was paying attention. You should head to the Mist Village first. I bet Mei Terumi and the others are going crazy looking for you, the Divine Fox said with a smile. Over the years, Ling Feng had been busy fusing his powers, so even the Divine Fox couldn't come out, and Ling Feng couldn't enter his inner world. Now that the Divine Fox was out, it was in an exceptionally good mood. You're right, I should go find them. This time, I'll also take care of the unresolved matters. Otherwise, I won't be at ease. Ling Feng hugged the Divine Fox and disappeared in a flash. Ling Feng, where are you now? Mei Terumi muttered to herself in the Mizuki's office, with Conan standing beside her. 3 years had passed, and not only had the two women not aged, but they had also become even more mature and enchanting. 3 years ago, after Ling Feng participated in the Chunin exams, he never returned. At first, no one thought much of it. But a year later, Conan reminded Mei Terumi, and the village began a full-scale search for Ling Feng, mobilizing almost the entire village. Kimimaro, Haku, and others joined the effort, but 3 years passed with no news, as if he had vanished into thin air. Everyone was worried, feeling like something was missing. Cheyenne constantly encouraged everyone not to be too disheartened. Sister Mei, don't worry, Ling Feng will definitely come back, Cheyenne said. Mei Terumi shook her head with a bitter smile. I want him to come back too, but after all these years without a single word, I feel uncertain. Cheyenne continued to encourage her. He must have his reasons for being away for so long. He will come back. Mei Terumi remained silent, while Conan looked out at the overcast sky and said, a storm is coming. At that moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was Kimimaro, Haku, Durin, and Samui. Over the past 3 years, their strength had improved significantly, and their appearances had also changed noticeably. Kimimaro had grown out his hair, always carrying a cold and sinister aura. Haku, Durin, and Samui had become even more alluring and beautiful. Over the years, they had been searching for Ling Feng's whereabouts, but after a year and a half without any leads, they eventually gave up and focused on their training. Back then, Kimimaro had said, Lord Ling Feng must have encountered a formidable enemy and is temporarily unable to return. Only by becoming stronger can we better assist him. Ling Feng once said that the stronger you are, the more powerful individuals you will encounter. We are too weak to reach his level. Only by catching up to him can we find out where he has gone. These words made Haku and the others completely abandon the search, leaving it to other ninjas to continue. It seems your secluded training has paid off, Conan said, staring at the 4 of them. She could feel their intense aura and pressure, realizing they had far surpassed her. Mei Terumi was also somewhat surprised. After all, over the past 3 years, she had been using shadow clones to handle the affairs of the Hidden Mist Village while her true body focused on training. Yet, she found that Kimimaro's aura now overshadowed her own, and the strength of Haku and the others had also surpassed hers. She was secretly shocked, unable to comprehend how they had trained. Not too bad, Sister Conan, Haku replied with a smile. Kimimaro stepped forward and said, please issue us travel permits to leave the village. Mei Terumi asked, are you planning to search for Ling Feng? Kimimaro silently nodded. Mei Terumi looked at the other 3 and smiled, you have trained diligently over these years. Remember Ling Feng's words, the stronger you are, the more you will encounter. I hope you can find him. With that, she handed over the travel permits. Just as the 4 were about to leave, a familiar voice came from the window, you're all here, huh? It's been a long time. I've really missed you. Mei, Conan, Cheyenne, Kimimaro, Haku, Durin, Samui, seeing that you're all doing well puts my mind at ease. Everyone was startled, not having noticed anyone approaching. They all turned toward the source of the voice. Ling Feng and the Divine Fox stepped in from the window. Everyone exclaimed, Ling Feng brother, Lord. Ling Feng waved with a smile and said, you've all worked hard these past 3 years. I'm truly sorry for making you worry. Mei Terumi and Conan threw themselves into Ling Feng's arms, tears streaming down their faces. Although they were usually calm and strong, seeing Ling Feng caused all their suppressed emotions to burst forth. Haku and the others also began to cry, while only Kimimaro lowered his head and silently wiped away his tears. Ling Feng, seeing this, said nothing, simply staying by their side in quiet companionship. After a while, Mei Terumi leaned on Ling Feng's shoulder and asked, Ling Feng and Divine Fox, where have you been these 3 years? Why couldn't we find you? Everyone immediately focused their attention upon hearing this, as they were all eager to know what Ling Feng had experienced. Ling Feng replied calmly, nothing much, just looking for something. I ended up in an abyss and it took me 3 years to get out. Conan said angrily, then why didn't you tell us? You made us worry for nothing. Ling Feng smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect it to take so long either. I originally thought it would only take 2 weeks, but it ended up being 3 years. If my strength hadn't improved, I might have been stuck even longer. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Considering Ling Feng's strength, the fact that even he needed to become stronger to escape was truly unbelievable. Conan immediately asked, so what level is your strength at now? Ling Feng smiled and said, do you really want to know? Conan urged impatiently, stop keeping us in suspense, just tell us. Ling Feng winced as she pinched his waist, gritting his teeth in pain, and said with a smile, I can destroy this world with one hand. Everyone was stunned, and Mei Terumi was even more incredulous, that's impossible. Divine Fox smiled and chimed in, it's normal for you not to believe it, but Ling Feng's strength has indeed reached that level. Then, Divine Fox went on to talk about other matters. Conan asked in shock, are you saying Ling Feng has become a god? Divine Fox retorted, if he hadn't become a god, how could he destroy the entire world with just one hand? After hearing this, everyone became even more determined to train, vowing to catch up with Ling Feng. Ling Feng, on the other hand, gave everyone some true energy to absorb. While it couldn't make them gods, it could enhance their strength and extend their lifespans. The Naruto arc is about to end, and the next world is Bleach, yay! 84, Prelude. Ling Feng had been back in the Mist Village for a month now. During this time, he deepened his bonds with Conan and the others and even treated Haku and a few others to a meal too lazy to write the details, imagine it yourselves. Life was beautiful, and for the first time, Ling Feng felt true happiness. During this period, he heard a few pieces of news that shocked him. Sasuke, as in the original story, went to find Orochimaru, but Naruto had grown stronger over the 3 years and found Orochimaru's base. Although Sasuke was no longer there, Naruto killed Orochimaru, which left Ling Feng utterly astonished. During the initial Konoha Crush plan, the third Hokage still used the Reaper Death Seal to sacrifice himself, after which Tsunade became the fifth Hokage. The most surprising event was Sasuke awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan under Naruto's provocation and engaging in a fierce battle with Itachi. Ultimately, he defeated Itachi but was taken away by Madara. After reading this intelligence, Ling Feng was quite shocked. The Akatsuki had already captured the 7 tails and were preparing to capture the 8 tails. The 5 great shinobi villages, just like in the original story, began discussing countermeasures. Mei Terumi was supposed to attend, but with Ling Feng's return, she directly ignored the summons. Akatsuki, huh? Mei Terumi announced that the Mist Village is withdrawing from the alliance. Also, gather all the villagers. I need to make an appearance, otherwise, they won't support this. Ling Feng devised a plan. After speaking, Mei Terumi nodded and went to carry it out. The Mizuki's decision quickly spread throughout the village, and many people gathered with questions. Jonin like Ao immediately rushed into the Mizuki's office to inquire about the reason, but Mei Terumi only directed them to the assembly point. An hour later, the villagers gathered in front of the Mizuki's building. Mei Terumi stood on the rooftop and said, since everyone is here, I want to introduce someone to you. The crowd was stunned, feeling that such a grand introduction was unnecessary. Ling Feng, dressed in a white t-shirt and black shorts, walked out from behind, drawing everyone's attention. Ling Feng scanned the crowd, waved his hand, and a few ninjas and villagers exploded on the spot, causing widespread panic. Ling Feng remained indifferent, just some spies, no need to worry. My name is Rokudo Mokuro, or you can call me the Nine Tails. As his words fell, his aura shook the entire scene. Ao and Chajuro were shocked, with Ao even widening his eyes, yet he couldn't see any chakra within Ling Feng, leaving him utterly astonished. Ling Feng asked, do you want the Mist Village to become the strongest and only village in the world? This question shocked the elders, and they all responded, yes. Soon, the entire village shouted in unison, yes. Ling Feng smiled and said, you have made the right choice and will witness the birth of a miracle. From now on, follow my orders. He looked at Mei Terumi, who nodded and said, "From this moment, the Mist Village officially withdraws from the Five Kage Alliance. Prepare yourselves, we will attack the Alliance's stronghold and eliminate all enemies. Assemble at the gate in 1 hour." The other ninja villages, in order to counter Akatsuki, had concentrated all their forces at the Alliance's stronghold. If we can annihilate the ninjas there, the other nations will have no choice but to surrender. After hearing this, everyone dispersed to prepare for action. Having just witnessed Ling Feng's ability to kill with a wave of his hand, no one was worried. Ling Feng clapped his hands and said, "All right, let's go. A little rest wouldn't hurt." He wrapped his arms around Mei Terumi and Conan's waists and left with the two of them. Meanwhile, the other ninja villages had already gathered at the Alliance's stronghold, unaware of the Mist Village's impending attack. However, the news of the Mist Village's withdrawal from the Alliance had already spread, as Mei Terumi had sent a letter. The four Kage sat around a conference table, each accompanied by 1 or 2 guards. What is the Mizukage trying to do? How could they withdraw at a time like this? Reikage slammed the table in anger. The other 3 Kage fell into deep thought. Anoki, the Tsuchikage, said, "It seems the Mizukage wants the Mist Village to face destruction. His injuries had improved significantly over the years." Tsunade remained silent for a moment before saying, "Not necessarily. The Mist Village has been searching for someone over the past few years and recently stopped. They probably found their target, and their withdrawal from the Alliance is likely related to that person." Gara, the Kazekage, sighed, "We don't have time to deal with the Mist Village now. Let's focus on countering the Akatsuki for the time being. We'll address the Mist Village later." At that moment, the masked man suddenly appeared. "You all seem quite relaxed." Everyone immediately became alert. "Who are you?" "Uchiha Madara. Is that answer satisfactory?" The masked man's tone was arrogant, and his strength had significantly surpassed that in the original story. Everyone was shocked, staring at him intently. Madara coldly said, "I'm here to deliver a declaration of war. Tomorrow morning, we will attack. Don't waste your time, I plan to end this quickly. If you're hiding the 8 tails, I don't mind. No matter where you hide, I can track it down. You'd better bring it to the battlefield." With that, he disappeared. The 4 Kage remained silent. And so, a day passed. The next day, Madara led his brother Zetsu and a massive force of 100,000 Zetsu soldiers toward the Alliance's base. Members of the Akatsuki followed closely behind. Kabuto, now transformed into Orochimaru Kabuto, continued to threaten Madara and even summoned some powerful reinforcements. Written in a bit of a rush, feels like it needs more refinement. 85. The Prestige of a God Part 1. Akatsuki. Naruto stared at the people across from him and spoke. On the other side, many familiar figures appeared, such as Deidara, Itachi, Kakuzu, and several former Kage. They had all been summoned by Kabuto using the reanimation jutsu. The sight of these individuals made the Alliance's shinobi tense up. At this moment, Naruto's strength was comparable to that of Minato Namake's in his prime. Over the past 3 years, he had mastered the giant Rasengan and the Rasen Shuriken, making him far stronger than his original version. Even if Kakashi and Guy teamed up, they would struggle to defeat him. Jiraiya, as in the original story, had died at the hands of pain, which motivated Naruto to train even harder. The villagers also began to recognize his strength, even seeing the shadow of Minato in him. The 4th Raikage stood at the front lines, his gaze locked onto the masked man. Both sides stared each other down, ready to fight. At that moment, a voice rang out. How could the Mist Village miss out on such an exciting event? Mei Terumi appeared from the left with Kimimaro and others. The appearance of the Mist Village made the Alliance shinobi frown. They knew the Mist Village had withdrawn from the Alliance and couldn't understand why they wanted to participate in this battle. The masked man also frowned, as he was aware of the Mist Village's situation and had sent Zetsu to investigate, but to no avail. Kabuto, however, was indifferent to him. More people were just numbers. Mei Terumi looked at Kabuto and then said to Ringo, "Kabuto, you'd better use the reanimation jutsu to summon Uchiha Madara as well, or you won't have another chance." As soon as she said this, the scene erupted into chaos. Kabuto looked at Mei Terumi in surprise, then burst into laughter. "No chance? I'd like to see how you plan to take away my chance. With so few people, is this all that's left of the Mist Village?" The Akatsuki members stared at the Mist Village and couldn't help but smirk. They had no faith in the Mist Village's strength. Enough talk. As soon as Kimimaro finished speaking, he charged at Kabuto. Everyone watched in shock as Kimimaro kicked Kabuto into an open area and said, "If you don't go all out, you'll die for sure." With that, he drew his bone blade and lunged forward. The other shinobi began to clash, while the main battle unfolded in a less crowded area. The masked man was furious at this moment because Mei Terumi had just exposed his false identity, and Kabuto did not deny it, revealing his secret of impersonating Madara, which enraged him. He then engaged in a fierce battle with the fourth Raikage. Nagato initially wanted to join in but was quickly pulled away by Konan. Nagato froze for a moment when he saw Konan, and after hearing the truth, he was furious. The masked man, however, was indifferent, as Nagato was no longer of any importance to him. The former Kaige began to fight intensely. In the chaotic battle, Durin and others attacked both the Akatsuki and the Alliance, leaving both sides confused. Mizukage, what exactly are you trying to do? Guy shouted angrily as he saw Lee immediately knocked down by Samui. The others also stopped fighting and stared at Mei Terumi. Nothing much, I'm just here to eliminate both of your forces. Your bases have already been taken over by my people, so stop struggling, Mei Terumi said with a smile. The other four Kage were shocked upon hearing this. They realized their villages were almost undefended, and if Mei Terumi had truly taken over their bases, the consequences would be disastrous. No wonder you didn't bring many shinobi, you sent them to seize others' bases. Mizukage, you're truly cunning, but aren't you afraid of provoking them, the masked man said playfully. Mei Terumi called Kimimaro back and said, so what? You can't win anyway. Let's end this with our highest forms. As soon as she finished speaking, Mei Terumi, Konan, Haku, Kimimaro, Durin, and Samui all released the aura of the 9 tails, their tails instantly transforming into 9 in their first form. The masked man exclaimed, that's the 9 tails chakra. Everyone immediately understood the connection between the Mist Village and the 9 tails. Alright, let's begin. I want to settle everything before he arrives, Mei Terumi said, charging towards the 4 Kage alongside Konan, while Kimimaro and the others went to confront the Akatsuki. Orochimaru, this is truly interesting. It seems I won't have a chance, Orochimaru said as he observed the situation, immediately summoning a coffin. From the coffin emerged a long-haired man clad in samurai armor. Uchiha Madara. Tsunade exclaimed in shock upon seeing this. Apart from Mei Terumi's group, everyone else was drawn to the scene. It seems you didn't complete the plan as agreed, Madara said, staring at the masked man. Plans can't keep up with changes, the masked man responded with a cold sneer. Madara remained silent, his gaze arrogantly sweeping over everyone. Seeing this, Kimimaro and the others immediately charged forward. Madara said in confusion, Jinchuriki? 6 of them? And they all possess the 9 tails chakra? How is this possible? The masked man replied, I don't know either. But the power of the 9 tails has already surpassed you and Hashirama. I suspect the 9 tails used some method to grant them this power. Madara didn't believe it. His Rinnegan flashed as he used would release clones to engage in battle with everyone. Uchiha Madara, a mere ant like you dares to appear in this world? A voice echoed across the heavens and earth, shocking everyone. They felt an overwhelming suppression, unable to move. Madara frowned and struggled. Forget it, I'll just show myself and resolve this directly. No need to waste time, Ling Feng suddenly appeared before everyone, instantly drawing all eyes to him. Ling Feng bro! Naruto shouted excitedly. Everyone froze, turning their gaze to Ling Feng. That's Ling Feng? Guy asked in surprise. Guy, I finally remembered. Do you recall the scene when we returned from that mission? Didn't we fight a man? It was him, Kakashi said with a serious expression. Hearing this, Guy immediately focused intently. Who exactly are you? Madara glared at Ling Feng, his aura imposing. But to Ling Feng, it was nothing more than a ripple in calm water. He said indifferently, you can call me Rokudo Mukuro, or you can call me God. This statement immediately caused an uproar. Impossible. Ling Feng, how could you be Rokudo Mukuro? The masked man asked in astonishment. Orochimaru's assistant also looked on curiously, as he had heard the masked man mention the legend of Rokudo Mukuro before. Ling Feng said nothing more and directly unleashed a virtual flash toward the fiercely battling ninjas below. Bang! A deafening explosion shook the heavens and the earth, and the shockwave swept in all directions. Everyone clung tightly to whatever was nearby to avoid being blown away. After the explosion, the dust settled, and the 100,000 Zetsu and the ninjas from the various villages had all vanished without a trace. Only a massive crater remained, marking the end of the battle. Everyone stood frozen in place, utterly shocked. Brother Ling Feng, why would you do this? Naruto shouted, unable to believe that the Ling Feng who had once taught him to train possessed such overwhelming power, and even more so, unable to accept that he had killed so many living people. The 4 Kage glared at Ling Feng in fury. These were their main forces, and they had been destroyed so easily. Their anger drove them to lose all reason. Bastard! Raikage roared as he charged forward, throwing a punch aimed at Ling Feng's head. Ling Feng sneered coldly, extending a single middle finger to block Raikage's punch, stopping it dead in its tracks. What? Raikage was utterly stunned. His prideful punch had been effortlessly blocked by just one finger. Mortal, do you think you can defeat a god? Even the Sage of Six Paths was no match for me, Ling Feng said coldly, delivering a virtual palm strike that hit Raikage, causing him to vanish instantly. Ling Feng then turned his attention to Raikage's subordinates, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent them flying and instantly dismembered them, completely annihilating Raikage's forces. Everyone was terrified, witnessing for the first time a Kage-level powerhouse being so easily obliterated. Not even during the Great Ninja War had they seen such horror. Now it's your turn. Destructive Art Number 4, White Lightning. Ling Feng aimed a strike at Orochimaru's assistant, whose head exploded on the spot. Ling Feng swiftly eliminated all the reanimated individuals, then destroyed the soul of Uchiha Madara, who had been summoned, preventing him from reincarnating. The masked man tried to escape but was immobilized by Ling Feng's overwhelming aura. He and Zetsu were then effortlessly wiped out by Ling Feng. The Akatsuki, under Nagato's leadership, were not immediately destroyed. Now, only the Hokage, Tsuchikage, Kazekage, and the remaining members of Konoha's 12 ninja guardians, Yamato, Sai, Kuratsuchi, Temari, and a few others survived. The original force of hundreds of thousands had been reduced to just a handful, and even if they returned to their villages alive, it would be difficult to sustain them. Ling Feng said, "I'll leave the rest to you. I'm going to deal with the remaining rats." With that, he thought of Sasuke and Danzo, then disappeared in a flash. Mei Terumi, Kimimaro, and others joined forces with the Akatsuki to launch a fierce attack on the remaining survivors. Under their relentless assault, nearly all the survivors were wiped out. Naruto held out the longest, and before his death, he managed to injure Kimimaro with a Raisin Shuriken. This earned Kimimaro's deep respect, and he made sure to preserve Naruto's intact body. Konan later conveyed future plans to Nagato, who gladly accepted them, as they had always intended to reform the world after unifying it. Ling Feng, however, showed no mercy, directly killing Sasuke and Team Taka before entering Konoha to eliminate Danzo and the Root. To help the Mist Village clean up the aftermath, he hijacked Madara's Moon Eye plan, modifying it into infinite Kotoama Tsukumi and projecting it onto the sun to influence the entire Earth. This act changed everyone's perception, bringing recognition to Rokudo Mukuro and making the unification of the ninja villages smoother. Although the plan consumed immense resources and was later cancelled, Ling Feng gained significant benefits from the global faith. He then assisted Mei Terumi and others in reforming and purging the corruption, spreading the divine name of Rokudo Mukuro far and wide. Once everything was in order, he informed everyone that he was going on a journey, then tore through the void and headed straight for the palace of the God of Transcendence. God of Transmigration, stop hiding and come out. If you don't come out, I'll blow up your palace. 3, 2, 1. Ling Feng roared angrily, ready to take action. The God of Transmigration appeared with a smile and spoke in a feminine voice. "God Ling Feng, is there something you need from me?" Ling Feng felt goosebumps all over and snapped, "Don't use that tone. And what do you mean by the gift you gave me?" After I resolved the Naruto issue, some words appeared on the third layer, transmigrate again. Explain it clearly. The God of Transmigration responded calmly, "It's simple. It means you will transmigrate to another world and experience new adventures, that's all." Ling Feng rubbed his head and said helplessly, "How many times do I have to transmigrate?" The God of Transmigration replied, "Not many, within 10 times. Ling Feng asked, "Which worlds can I go to?" The God of Transmigration said, "I don't know, it's all random. Do you want to transmigrate now? Tell me, and I'll send you over. You're stronger than me, so I can't determine which world you'll end up in, but don't worry, your strength won't change after transmigration. Oh, by the way, while you're experiencing time in other worlds, I'll adjust the time here. The ratio is 1 to 500. How about that?" Ling Feng nodded. "Wait a moment, I'll notify everyone first, then transmigrate." With that, he left. After Ling Feng left, the God of Transmigration muttered to herself, "This kid still doesn't know about that matter. Oh well, it's better if he doesn't know, to avoid failure. I really look forward to that day. Time to start adjusting the time. 1 year equals 500 years, will that be too long? Oh well, it doesn't matter. He's already a god, so lifespan and such are irrelevant." Mei Terumi saw Ling Feng and asked, "Ling Feng, what's the matter?" Ling Feng summoned everyone through telepathy, and Nagato also arrived. "This time, I'm going to another world. I might be away for a while," Ling Feng announced. Everyone was shocked and started asking questions, which Ling Feng slowly explained. Too lazy to write, getting closer to the ending makes me lazier. Mei Terumi reminded him, be careful. Everyone silently decided to strengthen themselves, determined to catch up with Ling Feng one day. Nagato, you can't leave everything here to Mei Terumi. I'm counting on you, Ling Feng said to Nagato as the two shared a close bond. Don't worry, though all our previous plans were in vain, Nagato replied with a smile. Plans can't keep up with changes. After all, I've become a god, Ling Feng said with a laugh. After dinner, he played around with the women for a while before resting. At dawn, Ling Feng went to find the god of transmigration. Are you ready? The god of transmigration waved her hand, and a black hole appeared. Ling Feng jumped in. The god of transmigration suddenly sneezed, her hand trembling. She slapped her forehead and said, "Oh no, I messed up the timeline. This kid is definitely going to kill me when he comes back." With that, she quickly ran away. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, completely unaware that the god of transmigration had messed up the timeline, was filled with anticipation, wondering which world he would end up in. Damn, what a rushed ending. The Naruto world wasn't written well, so I had to wrap it up. My mind's already on the next anime, no mood to write about Naruto anymore. Next volume, Bleach begins. Please send flowers, favorites, clicks, and recommendations. 1. Encountering Retsu Unohana. Ah! A streak of light descended from the sky, accompanied by a scream, crashing into a dense forest in the Soul Society. A human-shaped crater instantly appeared on the ground. Upon closer inspection, a blue pineapple-headed kid was climbing out of the pit. Cough, cough, damn god of transmigration, why do I have to fall from the sky? Can't I land normally? This kid was none other than our protagonist, Ling Feng, who kept coughing incessantly. Ling Feng touched the clothes on his body, still the same white t-shirt. Although it was a bit dirty, he decided to wash it first. Looking around, he used his spiritual sense to find a spring. Staring at his reflection in the water, he froze. Damn, why have I turned into a kid? The reflection in the water was his childhood self, Rokudo Mukuro. Cursing under his breath, Ling Feng checked his waist and found that his Zanpakuto was still there, and his divine power was intact, which reassured him. He now referred to the fusion of his three powers collectively as divine power. Just as Ling Feng was about to take off his clothes to bathe, he suddenly heard a girl scream. Sigh, better go check it out, and maybe ask where this place is. He slung his clothes over his shoulder and disappeared in a flash. Soon, he saw a hollow wearing a mask preparing to attack a girl in front of it. Without hesitation, Ling Feng rushed over, picked up the girl, and dodged the attack. A hollow? Looks like I've really arrived in the world of Bleach, though I don't know when the storyline begins, Ling Feng muttered to himself. Holding the girl, he drew his Zanpakuto and slashed the goat-shaped hollow in one strike, splitting its body in two. Then, he sheathed his divine fox and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" The girl blushed and nodded, "Why yes." Ling Feng urged, "Hurry and leave this place, it's very dangerous here." Just as he spoke, his stomach suddenly growled. The girl grabbed his hand and softly said, "Could you come to my house? I'll treat you to a meal since you're hungry." Ling Feng looked at her and nodded without much thought. The girl walked ahead, and he followed. When they arrived at her house, Ling Feng realized it was in the Rukongdai district, but the environment was quite peaceful. The girl led him into a shabby house and mustered her courage to say, "If you don't mind, please come in." Ling Feng couldn't help but smile, patting her head, which was slightly shorter than his. "Why are you so nervous?" "I don't mind if the house is shabby." Hearing this, the girl smiled, "I'll go make some food then. Please have a seat." Ling Feng found a place to sit. Although the house was run down, with tattered tatami mats for a bed and such, it was exceptionally clean, clearly the result of the girl's diligent cleaning. As he prepared to eat, he planned to take the opportunity to ask some questions. When the food was served, Ling Feng smelled the aroma and found it quite tempting. Although gods wouldn't starve to death, they could still feel hunger. Once the girl came over, he began eating. It was then that he got a clear look at her appearance. Earlier, her face had been dirty, but now her hair was tied into a very short braid at the back of her head. She had an oval face, delicate features, fair skin, and a slightly protruding chest. Ling Feng thought to himself, "She'll definitely grow up to be a beauty." "What's your name?" the girl asked. "Innocently." Ling Feng thought while eating and replied, "Rokudo Ling Feng. You can call me Ling Feng." The girl silently memorized the name and continued eating. Ling Feng asked in return, "And you?" The girl snapped out of her thoughts and said, "Unohana Retsu." Hearing this name, Ling Feng almost choked, frantically patting his chest. Unohana Retsu quickly handed him a glass of water. After drinking it, Ling Feng began to carefully examine her. Unohana Retsu felt uncomfortable under his gaze and timidly asked, "What's wrong?" Ling Feng found it hard to believe that this was the Unohana Retsu from Bleach. If it was just someone with the same name, something would have already happened. "It's nothing," he replied dismissively. Unohana Retsu occasionally stole glances at him and, noticing the sword at his waist, immediately asked, "Are you a Shinigami?" "No," Ling Feng answered. She let out an "oh" and decided she wanted to become a Shinigami. She knew Ling Feng was powerful, and becoming a Shinigami would bring her closer to him. If Ling Feng knew her thoughts, he would be at a loss for words. He had only wanted to ask a few questions, but he had inadvertently figured out the girl's intentions. Ling Feng speculated that the Gotei 13 captains in the Soul Society were not yet complete. He guessed that the head captain was Yamamoto, while Kayaraka Shunsui, Yukite, and others had not yet taken their positions. As for the other captains, he wasn't sure, only knowing about Shinji Hirako and the other former captains. How about becoming a captain for fun? Ling Feng stroked his chin in thought. As long as he resolved the world of the Soul Reapers, he could leave once the storyline began. However, the plot wouldn't start for another 100 years, and staying idle for so long would be boring. After thinking for a while, he decided to try becoming a captain first. There was nothing to lose. "Unohana Retsu, do you want to become a Soul Reaper?" Ling Feng suddenly asked. "Ah, yes, I do," she replied with a shy smile. "Then go ahead. I plan to become a Soul Reaper tomorrow as well, and I'll help you along the way," Ling Feng said. After understanding her thoughts, he felt it wouldn't be a bad idea to take her under his wing. Having another woman around wouldn't hurt. Ling Feng slept on the floor of Unohana Retsu's house, which made her blush deeply. After all, it was her first time bringing a man home. The young Retsu had already fallen for him the moment he saved her. Author, this guy is such a beast. She secretly resolved to become a Soul Reaper no matter what. The next day, Unohana Retsu came running excitedly. "Ling Feng, I did it. Look." She held a Zanpakuto in her hand. Ling Feng sighed with emotion, such an innocent and adorable girl. Out loud, he said, "Congratulations on obtaining your own Zanpakuto. Treasure it well." Retsu nodded and replied, "I will." "Brother Ling Feng, shall we go to the Siriiti to become Soul Reapers?" Ling Feng had already planned to do so, but seeing that she didn't yet have a Zanpakuto had made him hesitant. So, with his help, she managed to awaken her Zanpakuto in no time. Despite her young age, her spiritual power was pure and immense, truly worthy of being the most mysterious captain among the Soul Reapers. Ling Feng said, "All right, let's go take a look." He was curious about who was leading the 13 court guard squads at the moment, knowing that Yamamoto and Retsu were contemporaries. Holding Retsu's hand, he headed toward the southern gate of the Siriiti. The Shino Spirit Academy was actually founded by Yamamoto. What a rookie mistake I made yesterday. They passed through Rukongai along the way. Ling Feng knew the area had been unstable recently, with even riots breaking out, but he didn't care. It had nothing to do with him. All he wanted now was to settle things here quickly and bring Kimimaro and the others over, as that would make things more interesting. Ling Feng suppressed his power to the level of a captain and walked boldly with Unohana Retsu. No one dared to cause trouble for them. He had become quite infamous over the past few days. A thug had previously harassed Unohana Retsu, only to be severely beaten by Ling Feng, who broke both of the thug's arms. The thug even called dozens of people for backup, but Ling Feng crippled them all one by one, scaring the onlookers into swearing never to provoke him again. Ling Feng looked at the massive, sturdy gate before him. Without immense strength, it was impossible to break through. As he approached, a Soul Reaper said coldly, "People from Rukongai, leave this place immediately." The release of spiritual pressure didn't affect Ling Feng much, but Unohana Retsu, having just awakened her Zanpakuto, struggled to endure it. Ling Feng thought to himself, the spiritual pressure of this gatekeeper is at the level of a vice-captain? Was the Soul Society this strong over 1,000 years ago? He then raised his spiritual pressure to a level surpassing that of a captain, directly overwhelming the gatekeeper. The Soul Reaper, who had expected the two kids to retreat immediately, broke into a cold sweat under Ling Feng's pressure. This was clearly beyond captain-level strength. Ling Feng felt it was enough. The intensity he had just displayed had already attracted some captains from the Soul Society. Unohana Retsu looked at him, pondering something. Soon, 7 individuals in white coats appeared. Ling Feng examined their faces and uniforms, secretly assessing their strength. With his divine power, no one could escape his detection. To his surprise, he found that the strength of these 7 captains was nearly at the quasi-true god level. As they exchanged glances, both sides marveled at each other's power. The strength Ling Feng had just released was enough to rival any captain except the 1st Division's captain, and he was still so young. The captain wearing the 4th Division uniform stepped forward and questioned, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Ling Feng replied bluntly, "Nothing much. I heard that becoming a captain in the Siriidii means living the good life, having a group of subordinates, and getting to see beautiful women, so I came to apply." Unohana Retsu couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this, as she was well aware of Ling Feng's personality. The others were stunned. A middle-aged man shouted angrily, "Kid, do you think becoming a captain is that easy?" Ling Feng feigned ignorance and asked, "Isn't it?" The man was enraged by Ling Feng's words and was about to scold him further when a tall man wearing the 1st Division uniform stepped in to stop him. The man stepped forward and said, "If you want to become a captain, you need to prove your strength first. I will fight you. If you can last 10 rounds against me, you pass." As soon as he said this, the 6 people nearby looked at him in surprise. 10 rounds? Ha! It was the first time Ling Feng had heard someone say that to him. The man drew his Zanpakuto and said coldly, "My name is Kurosaki Kazuyama. Let's begin." Ling Feng was momentarily stunned but quickly responded, "Rokudo Ling Feng." With that, he drew his divine fox and charged forward. Seeing this, Unohana Retsu immediately stepped aside. She believed Ling Feng would not lose. Kurosaki Kazuyama saw Ling Feng charging at him and swung his blade down, but it only struck an afterimage. Surprised, he began searching for Ling Feng's figure. Ling Feng quickly circled behind Kurosaki Kazuyama and slashed down. 1 round. Kurosaki Kazuyama swiftly turned and blocked the attack, feeling that Ling Feng's strength and speed were beyond his expectations. Just as he was taken aback, another Ling Feng appeared behind him and slashed horizontally. Kurosaki Kazuyama, not caring why there were 2 Ling Fengs, immediately activated his Shurikai, Shake the Earth Moon. Although the blade's appearance didn't change, his spiritual pressure surged several times over. Suddenly, spikes emerged from the ground, piercing the Ling Feng behind him, which exploded with a bang and disappeared. The crowd watched in astonishment as Ling Feng quickly retreated, thinking to himself, "This guy's Zanpakuto is really tricky." Out loud, he said, 2 rounds. In an instant, he flashed to Kurosaki Kazuyama's side, ready to strike, but rocks emerged from the ground, trapping his divine fox. Kurosaki Kazuyama said coldly, "It's over, boy. Forcing me to use my Shurikai, I'll consider you passed." Getsuga Tenso. A yellow crescent-shaped energy wave flew toward Ling Feng. Ling Feng smirked disdainfully and murmured softly, "Waves as my shield, thunder as my blade, twin fish principle." He actually reflected the Getsuga Tenso back. Kurosaki Kazuyama swung his blade to block it but was knocked back by his own reflected attack, tumbling far before coming to a stop. "Kid, is this the ability of your Zanpakuto's Shurikai?" Kurosaki Kazuyama stared at Ling Feng in shock. Earlier, although Ling Feng had murmured something inaudible, his actions made it seem like he had activated his Shurikai ability. The other captains also looked at Ling Feng as if he were a monster, as it was the first time they had seen someone make a 1st Division captain look so disheveled. Ling Feng had transformed into the twin fish principle in an instant, reflected the attack, and then quickly reverted, moving so fast that no one could see clearly. "You're pretty good too." "That's 3 rounds, Ling Feng said with a smile. Unohana Retsu watched him intently, determined to work even harder. "I can't afford to be careless against you. Come on, show me your full strength. Even if you lose, you've already passed. You have what it takes to be a captain." Kurosaki Kazuyama looked at Ling Feng with satisfaction, feeling that he was second only to himself. This would significantly boost the overall strength of the Soul Society, giving them more confidence against Hueco Mundo. "That won't do. Let's continue, there are still 7 rounds left," Ling Feng said, staring at Kurosaki Kazuyama. Seeing his persistence, Kurosaki Kazuyama didn't interrupt, wanting to gauge Ling Feng's strength and character. Even if Ling Feng lost the remaining 7 rounds, he would still recruit him into the team. Ling Feng, on the other hand, was calculating in his mind, wondering if Kurosaki Kazuyama could withstand 10 rounds of his quasi-true god-level strength. If Kurosaki Kazuyama knew this, he would probably go mad. Ling Feng wanted to test the weakest level of the Kurosaki clan's strength. After all, the Soul King had taken a group of powerful individuals to the royal realm, leaving only marginal figures in the Soul Society. If Kurosaki Kazuyama was left here, he certainly wasn't the weakest. Crescent Moon Feng. Ichigo Kurosaki unleashed an even larger yellow crescent. Ling Feng silently chanted the Shuangyu Li initial release, reflecting it back. This time, Ichigo Kurosaki dodged and said, "It seems your Zanpakuto is of the reflection type. My Crescent Moon Feng and Hado are ineffective against you." Ling Feng chuckled lightly, for rounds. He charged forward, slashing 3 times in quick succession horizontal, vertical, and diagonal. Ichigo Kurosaki barely managed to parry, his movements filled with tension. Just as Ling Feng was about to land a hit, Ichigo Kurosaki used Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro, and then shouted Heido number 73, Soren Sokatsui. 2 beams of light instantly blasted Ling Feng away, shattering the surrounding wall. The captain of the 3rd Division is terrifying, forcing the head captain to use so many techniques, the onlookers exclaimed in astonishment. 9 rounds now, it's time to end this. Ling Feng emerged from the dust and smoke, holding the Divine Fox Zanpakuto diagonally in his right hand. Adjusting his stance, he said, Head captain, brace yourself. This is my first time using this, so I'm not very skilled yet. Seeing this, Ichigo Kurosaki dared not be careless. This young man had shocked him repeatedly. He began channeling spiritual energy into his blade and shouted, Crescent Moon Feng. A massive crescent blade shot toward Ling Feng. Unwilling to back down, Ling Feng, to everyone's amazement, shouted, Crescent Moon Feng. A red crescent collided head-on with the yellow one. The red crescent forcefully shattered Ichigo Kurosaki's technique, leaving him stunned as he quickly raised his blade to block. In the end, his Zanpakuto was split in 2 by the red crescent, and Ichigo Kurosaki was sent flying a great distance. The captains present were all dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Even Retsu Unohana stared at Ling Feng in shock. Although she knew he was strong, she hadn't expected him to overpower the head captain of the Soul Society. Ling Feng lay on the ground, pretending to be unconscious after all, standing out too much could be troublesome. Retsu Unohana hurried over, only relaxing after confirming he was unharmed. Ichigo Kurosaki, disheveled, walked over and said, This kid is really strong, even capable of using Crescent Moon Feng. Carry him inside to rest, he is exhausted. Also, prepare a captain's uniform for him. You've all seen his strength. There is no point in opposing him now, it would only cause trouble. 2 chapters rewritten. 4. Regarding the female lead. Don't worry, the female lead will appear later, but not now. As for the Bleach theme, it's because there is the most Bleach content before 10 a.m. This isn't my personal preference, it's due to the setting. The second anime world will be set before 10 a.m., and the third world will open on the 25th. Please continue voting. I'll introduce the female lead at the right time, no problem. 5. The Attack on the Hollow Throne Part 1. Yesterday's discussion with the editor was frustrating. As soon as the story gained popularity, it got penalized, almost like being indirectly banned. Oh well, writing novels is about self-satisfaction, don't worry too much about popularity. 5,200 novels, I love 0 novels equals. Kid, you're really impressive, putting the head captain in such a situation, the 4th Division captain said, looking at the awakened Ling Feng. In truth, Ling Feng had been pretending to be unconscious to conceal his strength. Being too powerful would attract the attention of the Soul Society's royal family. While he wasn't afraid, it would bring unnecessary trouble. It's nothing. The head captain is stronger than I imagined. I used all my spiritual energy in that final strike, but I still couldn't defeat him, Ling Feng said, feigning frustration. Ah, you should be content. Besides, you're still young. Although you didn't force the head captain to use his Bankai, you're already very strong. With your talent, in a few decades, you might surpass the head captain. The captain of the 4th Division spoke up. Ling Feng listened without reacting, only giving a slight smile. He looked around and found that this seemed to be a room in one of the division barracks. He then asked, by the way, what's your name? Ling Feng was very interested in the state of the Soul Society over 1,000 years ago, as it was rarely mentioned in the original story. Kurosaki Ikkyu, the captain of the 4th Division, directly gave a name. That left Ling Feng both amused and speechless. On the surface, Ling Feng showed no reaction, but inside, he was overjoyed, thinking, could it be that all the other captains are also from the Kurosaki family? He continued to ask, then could you introduce the other captains as well? Kurosaki Ikkyu nodded, not taking it seriously, and, resting his chin on his hand, said, the 7th Division is Kurosaki Ichizai, the 3rd Division is Kurosaki Ichishu, then there is Chukai Lang of the 5th Division, Shihuing Yashin of the 2nd Division, and Kaioshin Mayu of the 8th Division. He added, and the newly appointed captain of the 6th Division, Kuchiki Tenku. Most of these names are made up, don't mind them. Ling Feng became a bit intrigued after hearing this, as he didn't recognize any of these people. By the way, what about Unohana Retsu? He suddenly asked. Kurosaki Ikkyu replied, that girl who was with you? She went outside to train. You're really a monster, your wounds healed too quickly. Normally, it would take 3 to 4 months for someone to even get out of bed. Oh, right, here is the captain's uniform for you. I'll go call the head captain. With that, he disappeared in a flash. Ling Feng took the captain's uniform and saw that it was for the 10th Division. Without thinking much, he found the number 10 to be quite auspicious. As soon as he put it on, he immediately felt much more composed. Kid, you've finally woken up. Now, tell me, how did you manage to use my Getsuga Tensho? Kurosaki Ichiyama asked, pausing halfway through his sentence to correct himself before continuing. Ling Feng knew he would definitely ask, as Kurosaki Ichiyama was from the Kurosaki family, and Getsuga Tensho was their technique. If word got out that someone else could use it, it would surely cause trouble. It's as simple. My Zanpakuto can reflect attack techniques and even copy them, Ling Feng said slowly. Kurosaki Ichiyama didn't doubt him. The abilities of Zanpakuto were incredibly diverse, and while Ling Feng's ability was rare, it wasn't unbelievable. I see. Then from now on, you'll be the captain of the 10th Division. You may be young, but you're mature beyond your years. I really don't know where such a prodigy like you came from. Kurosaki Ichiyama stared at Ling Feng with dissatisfaction. That earlier Getsuga Tensho had left him in a sorry state, and if it weren't for someone healing his injuries, he would probably have been bedridden for half a month. Ling Feng just smiled and didn't respond. Ling Feng decided to carefully observe these captains. Apart from Shihuan of the 2nd Division, Kochiki of the 6th Division, and Kaishin Mayu of the 8th Division, all the other captains were from the Kurosaki family. Ling Feng wanted to figure out why these people had disappeared from history. After all, Yamamoto Genryose Shigakuni, the head captain, had been in charge for over 1,000 years, and the time Ling Feng had traveled to was just over 1,000 years ago, making him particularly curious. Decades passed. This day was unusually lively. The upper echelons of the Soul Society received shocking news: the King of Hollows was leading his subordinates to attack the Soul Society. This news left all the captains stunned, even Kurosaki Ichiyama showed no surprise. Ling Feng, on the other hand, was filled with curiosity, wanting to know just how strong the King of Hollows was. After all, this time, it seemed the Soul Society wouldn't have the assistance of the Spirit King. Kurosaki Ichiyama furrowed his brows and, staring at the captains below, said, "The news of the King of Hollows invasion has been confirmed. They've already taken action and will advance toward the Soul Society in just a few days." This information was sent back by the last member of the expedition team. Everyone must remain vigilant. I've already reported to the royal family, but reinforcements will take a long time to arrive. For now, we can only rely on ourselves to hold them off. The captains had varied expressions, their hearts filled with fear. After all, the King of Hollow's strength was almost on par with the Spirit King, and ordinary captains were no match for him. Ling Feng, however, seemed deep in thought. He had been anticipating this day for a long time, guessing that the King of Hollows was probably only at the peak or mid-level of a true goddess power. Back at the squad quarters, Unohana Retsu walked over angrily and asked, "Why are you still so indifferent? The King of Hollows is coming." Ling Feng smiled and said, "If he's coming, let him come. We'll just fight him back." "What are you afraid of?" Unohana Retsu stared at him helplessly. Even the captain commander couldn't fully grasp Ling Feng's true strength. A few years ago, the captain commander had requested a sparring match with Ling Feng. The captain commander used his Bankai, but Ling Feng only used his Shurikai and ended in a draw, shocking everyone at the time. Ling Feng planned to gradually reveal his strength after all. Over time, pretending to grow stronger seemed reasonable. Because of Ling Feng, Unohana Retsu became the lieutenant of the 10th Division, and her strength was impressive. She had even mastered her Zanpakuto's Bankai. However, no matter how Ling Feng asked, Unohana Retsu kept her lips sealed, leaving him quite conflicted. As for Yamamoto, Ling Feng had met him too. Yamamoto was the direct disciple of the current captain commander. Initially, due to Ling Feng's appearance, Kurosaki Ichiyama intended to pass the captain commander position to Ling Feng. But seeing his lack of interest, he ultimately decided to give it to Yamamoto. Ling Feng and Unohana Retsu had already confirmed their relationship. When Unohana Retsu was 17, Ling Feng couldn't wait to show his enthusiasm, which made her roll her eyes at him. She knew Ling Feng had other women, but she didn't mind, as she wasn't a narrow-minded person. After dealing with the King of Hollows, let's bring Conan and the others over. Having only Unohana Retsu around does feel a bit lonely, Ling Feng thought to himself. The current Soul Society was unusually calm, but calmness often foreshadowed the arrival of a storm. The Shinigami and the Siriidii all knew the King of Hollows was about to appear, and everyone was terrified. Those who had never seen the King of Hollows couldn't comprehend his immense power. Ling Feng, however, had a plan to deliberately lose during the battle with the King of Hollows and observe from the shadows. If the situation became critical, he would step in to help, ensuring the Soul Society wouldn't be destroyed by the King of Hollows. Unohana Retsu, give me your Zanpakuto, Ling Feng said to her in the corridor of the squad quarters. Although Unohana Retsu was a bit puzzled, she didn't ask much and handed over Minazuki directly. Ling Feng immediately drew a charm on the blade, and the blade instantly disappeared. Ling Feng had studied spatial powers extensively, and his Flying Thunder God technique was nearly perfect, but he still lacked an opportunity to use it, so he temporarily relied on charms for assistance. The charms had also been upgraded, they were now invisible and traceless, making them convenient for rescue missions. Here, take it, Ling Feng handed Minazuki back to her. Unohana Retsu drew the blade to inspect it but couldn't find anything unusual, so she had no choice but to trust Ling Feng. Hell Butterfly, any news? Ling Feng extended his finger, and the Hell Butterfly landed on it, beginning to relay information. Unohana Retsu also received the message and then headed to the lieutenant's meeting room to assemble. Speaking of lieutenants, Ling Feng only knew two relatively famous ones. One was the young Yamamoto. Ling Feng thought to himself, 50-something is still considered young? The author jokes, in the world of Shinigami, that's considered youth, and the other was Kuchiki Jinrei, who had recently taken office and lacked experience. Yamamoto took good care of him, but Ling Feng knew nothing about the other lieutenants. Ling Feng leisurely made his way to the captain's meeting room. The Hell Butterfly had just notified him of an important matter requiring immediate assembly. Squeak! He finally arrived at the meeting room, stood in his position, and closed his eyes with a mischievous smile. Although the others cast resentful glances at him, they were used to his behavior and said nothing. Kurosaki Ichiyama saw that he had arrived and immediately spoke sternly, now that the 10th Division captain is here, I will announce the latest intelligence. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, and Ling Feng was also curious about the content of the news. We were never certain about the authenticity of the information, so I secretly sent people to Hueco Mundo. Although the casualties were heavy, some managed to return alive. They revealed that the attack force sent by the King of Hollows this time is unusually large, about 100 Ajuchas, dozens of Vasto Lord, and an uncountable number of Minos Grande. This time, the survival of the Soul Society is at stake. We must enter the highest state of alert. That is all. Dismissed. If you have important matters to attend to, do them quickly and leave no regrets. Kurosaki Ichiyama finished speaking and waved to announce the dismissal. Everyone left in silence, their hearts heavy. Wang Su was serious this time, bringing a powerful army. The Vasto Lord was no ordinary existence, its strength even comparable to that of the current captains. After hearing this, Ling Feng's mind was filled with countless thoughts. A few days later, a sudden rift appeared in the sky. Ling Feng immediately sensed the danger and instructed Unohana Retsu not to wander off, then swiftly disappeared. Standing in mid-air, he watched as the rift gradually opened and murmured, finally here? Kurosaki Ishin and the others also appeared one after another, nodding to each other with solemn expressions. From the rift emerged dozens of hollows and ajuchas, with Wang Su and the Vasto Lord at the forefront. Ling Feng's gaze locked onto the figure at the very front. The man's skin resembled that of a human, veins bulging, his expression cold and merciless. He had a robust build, red hair draped over his shoulders, a pitch-black katana at his waist, and a hollow hole in his chest that made him appear even more menacing. Exuding an aura of a proud king, Ling Feng concluded that this must be Wang Su himself. In comparison, the other Vasto Lords were no match for him. What shocked Ling Feng the most was that Wang Su had reached the early stage of the Divine King level. This caught him off guard, but upon reflection, he understood. Wang Su was likely using this as an opportunity to break through and intended to defeat the Spirit King. Ling Feng felt uneasy, suspecting that the royal family had long been aware of this but deliberately refrained from sending reinforcements. Otherwise, the news wouldn't have been delayed for so long. He secretly despised those in the royal family who only cared about hiding in safe places and refused to show themselves, leaving the Soul Society to bear the burden alone. If they managed to repel Wang Su, the credit would be theirs. If they failed, it would be blamed on their lack of ability. This time, Ling Feng deliberately suppressed his strength to the early stage of the true god level. If his power was too low, he might not even withstand a few moves from Wang Su. At the same time, he felt uneasy about his own strength. Since becoming a god, his power seemed to have stagnated, as if stuck at a bottleneck. Ling Feng was eager to find an opponent of equal strength to break through in battle. However, in the world of the Shinigami, there were very few opponents at the Divine Sovereign level, and he was currently only at the early stage of the Divine Sovereign level, far from reaching the true strength of a Divine Sovereign. Everyone, fight to the death and show them the might of the Shinigami. Kurosaki Ishin knew that Wang Su was stronger than before and no longer expected to leave alive. He was determined to fight to the end. As for reinforcements from the royal family, he had already anticipated their absence when he felt Wang Su's overwhelming presence. But he could not flee, not only for the survival of the Soul Society but also because the Kurosaki clan would never retreat in the face of battle. Even knowing it was certain death, they would still face it head-on. The others shared the same resolve, fully aware that they would not survive the night. Wang Su coldly stared at the captains and said mercilessly, "Vasto Lord, finish them within 10 minutes. The rest of you, slaughter all living beings in the Soul Society." As his words fell, dozens of Vasto Lord charged at the captains, while Ajuchas and other lower-level hollows scattered to kill indiscriminately. Ling Feng wasn't worried about Unohana Retsu, as she could handle non-Vasto Lord hollows with Kido, and he could assist her with Flying Thunder God in case of danger. The Vasto Lord almost all unleashed their second-stage Resurrection, which shocked Ling Feng, as he had only known Ulquiorra to use this move. The surging spiritual pressure made it hard for the captains to breathe, but they did not back down, all activating their Bankai. Kurosaki Ichiyama, Kurosaki Ikkyu, Kurosaki Ichizai, and Kurosaki Ichishu even activated their holification, and the battle instantly erupted fiercely. Wang Su remained expressionless, coldly observing the intense fight before him. Suddenly, a blade slashed at Wang Su from behind. Wang Su slightly shook his head to dodge and waved his left hand, sending a storm that blew Ling Feng away. Ling Feng looked at Wang Su and thought to himself, as expected, his reactions are not simple. For him, killing Wang Su in an instant would be easy, but that would be too boring. Sometimes, he liked to play weak and enjoy the game of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Wang Su looked at Ling Feng coldly and said disdainfully, "You're too weak." This made Ling Feng a bit annoyed, as it was the first time someone had looked down on him so much. He secretly resolved that after this was over, he would thoroughly trample on Wang Su's dignity and deal with the Spirit King as well. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected Ling Feng to actively provoke Wang Su. "Come play with me properly, Wang Su." Ling Feng stared at Wang Su and charged at him again. Wang Su disdainfully pointed his finger at Ling Feng. Ling Feng knew it was either a bala or a siro, but he wasn't afraid. Reflecting a siro was fun for him. He came up with an idea. Just as Wang Su's siro was fired, Ling Feng used his twin fish principle to reflect it back. At the same time, he secretly pressed his right hand against the tip of his blade, adding another siro to it. The fused attack rebounded at an even faster speed, hitting Wang Su hard before he could react. Bang! The end. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. There's still time to update another chapter today, phew. I was just worried that Feilu might delete the chapter, which gave me a cold sweat. Honestly, I don't ask for flowers or favorites, just clicks and recommendations. That's not too much, right? Occasionally writing 3,000 words feels pretty good. 7. The Fallen Captains. Bang! A loud explosion shook the battlefield, affecting even the lower-level hollows. A strong storm swept through, making it hard for everyone to keep their eyes open. The captains were both worried and delighted. They were worried because Wang Su's siro was so powerful, and they had only thought Ling Feng was stabilizing his blade earlier, not realizing he had fused a siro into it. They were delighted because, even if Wang Su wasn't seriously injured, he should have at least been lightly hurt. After all, even they would struggle to withstand such an attack. Wang Su was strong, but not invincible. This made everyone fight even harder. Ling Feng, on the other hand, watched with amusement because he knew that the previous attack had definitely angered Wang Su. Now it was his turn to step in, and the captains' lives were their own responsibility. Ling Feng had no intention of saving them, as he had no real connection to them. Besides, if the Soul Society were truly destroyed, how would the Shinigami from the original story even exist? Even if it was his own butterfly effect, it wasn't that outrageous. He hadn't changed much, and Ling Feng guessed that the royal family would definitely appear when Wang Su was at his weakest. But that was impossible now, as Wang Su was still alive and well. Before the Soul Society was destroyed, the Spirit King would undoubtedly appear. Once the reinforcements were wiped out, the royal family, with its limited numbers, would rely on the Soul Society for fresh blood. Without the Soul Society, the royal family would eventually wither away. Bang! A sudden red beam shot out from Wang Su's direction, hitting Ling Feng. Ling Feng recognized it as a bala, but now was the best time. He wanted to see the outcome, so he didn't resist and was blasted 100 meters away, crashing through several squad barracks and getting buried under rubble. Though trapped, it was convenient for observation. Captain Ling Feng, the other captains shouted in alarm. Unohana Retsu, though instructed not to go out, went to rescue the injured vice captains. Seeing Ling Feng being blasted away, she froze for a moment before rushing over. Shihoin Yaruchi, he said coldly, today, it seems I might die here. Let's go all out. Instant burst. He immediately activated his skill, causing his spiritual pressure, strength, and speed to increase several times over, shocking everyone. He swiftly cut down several Vastolords, and the other captains also held nothing back. Kurosaki Ishin, Ikkyu, Ichio, and Iketada exchanged glances. No need to hold back. Take down as many as we can. Kill one, and it's worth it. Kurosaki Ishin's Zanpakuto disappeared, and his spiritual pressure vanished. The other three followed suit. Ling Feng, hiding among the rubble, was astonished. The final Getsuga Tensho, huh? They've really made up their minds. Their power has reached the peak of the true god initial stage, but it's still not enough. The 8th Division's Kaishin Yuma and the 6th Division's Ten Sara also gave it their all. Wang Su appeared somewhat disheveled, having just been struck by Ling Feng's Siro. Although it wasn't a heavy hit, it was enough to make him suffer. He frowned, realizing that these captains were much stronger than he had anticipated. While he could easily kill them, he didn't want to waste his energy, knowing that the Spirit King was surely watching him from the shadows. Having been hit by Ling Feng, he understood pain but didn't dwell on it. The vice-captains and seated officers were busy fighting against Ajuchas, Jillians, and lower-level hollows. Yamamoto and Kochiki Jinrei were particularly fierce, with Yamamoto slaying dozens of Ajuchas and Kochiki Jinrei refusing to be outdone. Unohana Retsu quickly arrived at Ling Feng's side and began digging to rescue him. She had witnessed Ling Feng being hit by Wang Su's bala, and even the head captain might not survive such an attack. For the first time, she was genuinely worried, fearing that Ling Feng might die just like that. Ling Feng was focused on observing the battle with his divine sense when he suddenly felt someone digging nearby. Scanning with his divine sense, he discovered it was Unohana Retsu and felt deeply moved. He used his divine power to pull her in. Unohana Retsu was startled as she was drawn in by a force, but upon seeing it was Ling Feng, she relaxed. She carefully examined him and was surprised to find almost no injuries on his body. What's wrong? Surprised that I'm unscathed? Ling Feng had isolated the area from the outside world, making it impossible for anyone to detect her spiritual pressure. Unohana Retsu shook her head and said, if you want to tell me, you can. I trust you. Ling Feng was momentarily stunned but decided not to explain and continued observing the battle outside. However, the captain's strength would eventually be exhausted. Humph. Even if I die, I'll take you all down with me. Shihoin Yaruchi, drained of spiritual energy, glared at the 3 Vastolords in front of her and shouted. The 3 Vastolords, who had thought victory was assured, realized that Yaruchi's spiritual pressure was converging into a single point. They tried to escape but were too late. Boom! With an explosion, Shihoin Yaruchi self-destructed, taking the 3 Vastolords and dozens of Ajuchas with her. The other captains, seeing this, followed suit. The captains of the 6th and 8th divisions also self-destructed, each explosion taking down dozens of hollows. Over 7 Vastolords were killed. Kurosaki Ishin and his group were not as fortunate. After activating the final Getsuga Tensho, their spiritual energy was depleted, leaving only their physical strength. They fought desperately but ultimately fell. Wang Su's expression changed drastically as he watched his Vastolord army being nearly wiped out, leaving only scattered Ajuchas and minor hollows. The losses were devastating. Just as he was about to take action himself, a group of figures appeared in the distance, causing his pupils to contract. Leading them was a man who turned out to be his old rival. The Spirit King. Damn, turns out I was catching up on lessons, not attending school. Damn it, this means I can't unleash my creativity over the weekend. I'll have to wait until I have free time to write. As usual, no requests for flowers or favorites, just clicks and recommendations. If you have questions, leave a comment. I've noticed I'm getting lazier about proofreading. I used to check my Naruto fanfics, but now I can't be bothered. People are just like that. 8. Mutual Destruction Part 1. Regarding updates, I can only apologize. I really can't find the time, otherwise, I would have updated sooner. The Spirit King. The word Spirit King flashed through Wang Su's mind, and he burst into laughter. The surrounding Shinigami and hollows stared at him, puzzled by his laughter. Oh, Spirit King, you really are ruthless. You waited until all your subordinates were sacrificed before showing up. If those who died knew they were just cannon fodder to wear down the enemy, they'd probably die of anger all over again. Wang Su's voice carried a hint of sorrow, as if the fallen Shinigami had been his own subordinates. His voice echoed throughout the Siriitii, and everyone looked at the Spirit King in shock. Stop sowing discord here. They sacrificed themselves honorably. I must avenge them, otherwise, I would be unworthy of the battle they fought with their lives, the Spirit King said, glancing around from time to time. Ling Feng looked at the Spirit King, wanting to slap him twice. Clearly, he had used Kurosaki Ichiyama and the others to deplete the forces of the Hollow King, yet he spoke so righteously, like a complete hypocrite. Unohana Retsu listened to the Spirit King's words, a trace of disappointment flashing in her eyes. However, Ling Feng thought this was good news, as he didn't want Unohana Retsu to stop him from destroying the Soul Society in the future. You despicable man, stop talking nonsense. Let's see how much strength you have left, Spirit King, the Hollow King said disdainfully, looking at the Spirit King. The Spirit King merely smiled without responding and immediately gave orders to the dozen or so people beside him. They nodded and dispersed to attack the other Hollows. The Hollow King frowned as he watched this scene. Most of those people were captain level, far stronger than Kurosaki Ichiyama earlier. If the Spirit King held him back, his Hollows would soon be reduced to mere low-level Hollows that ordinary Shinigami could handle. Being surrounded at that point would be unbearable. But it was unrealistic to try to kill these people. He didn't believe the Spirit King hadn't prepared a way to protect them. Years of battle experience told him that the Spirit King wouldn't appear without confidence. Although his strength had increased significantly, his realm hadn't changed. If he were seriously injured, it would weaken his power, which was not something he wanted to see. The Hollow King had initially thought that the Soul Society's captains would at most lose a few members, but he hadn't expected them all to be wiped out. Now, only Ajuchas, Minos Grande, and low-level Hollows remained, completely unable to withstand the forces the Spirit King had brought. What? If you think you can't handle it, then go back to Hueco Mundo, the Spirit King said, looking at the frowning Hollow King. His tone was full of confidence, but deep down, he hoped the Hollow King would actually leave. After all, if it came to a desperate fight, mutual destruction was not something he wanted to see. Humph. The Hollow King merely snorted and disappeared instantly, though he felt some regret in his heart, thinking he had been too hasty. If he had stabilized his realm first and then come to kill the Spirit King, there would have been no pressure at all. But his arrogance from his increased strength had led to the complete annihilation of his hard-trained Vasto Lord. The Spirit King, on the other hand, calmly sensed the Hollow King's movements. When he noticed the Hollow King heading toward the Shinigami he had brought, a slight smile appeared on his lips, but he did not act. From a distance, Ling Feng used his spiritual sense to observe and saw the Spirit King's expression. He secretly speculated about the Spirit King's scheme. The Hollow King, unaware of the Spirit King's expression, merely sneered and launched a Siro toward the Shinigami. Bang! Only a few Shinigami managed to dodge. The Hollow King fired consecutive Siros, wiping out all of the Spirit King's Shinigami within seconds. The Spirit King's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't care at all. The Hollow King said coldly, "Alright, it's time to end this. Die, Spirit King." He fired a Siro directly at the Spirit King. The Spirit King stood motionless. After being hit, the smoke and dust cleared, and he had disappeared without a trace. The Hollow King frowned deeply, sensing that something was wrong. Things were going too smoothly. Just as he was about to continue wreaking havoc on the Soul Society, hundreds of light swords suddenly flew out and pierced into his body, rendering him immobile. The Spirit King suddenly appeared in front of him and said calmly, "Did you think I would come unprepared?" The Hollow King tried to exert his strength but found that his power was completely sealed within his body, leaving him utterly shocked. Ling Feng activated his Rinnegan and saw the Hollow King's power frozen within his body, startling him. It turned out that the Spirit King possessed such a sealing technique, somewhat similar to the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist. Although the Hollow King had the strength of an early-stage God King, his unstable realm left him somewhere between the peak of a true God and a God King. To be immobilized like this, Ling Feng couldn't help but grow curious about the Spirit King. The Spirit King smiled and said, "This is something I prepared specifically for you. Do you like it?" Sweat beaded on his forehead, as this technique was something he had specially developed after hearing that the Hollow King was coming. If it failed, he would have no way to deal with the Hollow King. The Hollow King frowned and remained silent. The more silent he was, the less the Spirit King dared to delay, knowing that the Hollow King must have a plan. "Sealing Squad," the Spirit King commanded, and 4 Shinigami appeared, ready to act. He strengthened the power of the light swords, firmly suppressing the Hollow King. Wang Su suddenly burst into laughter. "Do you think this can seal me? How disappointing." "Explode, Zanwang." He released his Zanpakuto, shocking the Spirit King. The power within Wang Su's body began to surge, forcing the Spirit King to increase his suppressive force. Black gas gradually emanated from Wang Su's body, causing the Spirit King's heart to tighten. He hadn't expected Wang Su to be so powerful. Even the light swords formed by the spiritual energy of dozens of captain-level individuals couldn't restrain him. The Spirit King originally thought there was enough time, but now it seemed Wang Su would break free in just a few seconds, making it impossible to seal him. With no retreat, the Spirit King could only pour all his spiritual pressure into continuing the suppression. Wang Su sneered, "You underestimate me. These tricks can't hold me back." With a roar, the light swords piercing his body shattered and dissipated instantly. The Spirit King spat blood, his expression growing increasingly grave. "Don't worry about me, keep preparing the seal. I'll hold him off," the Spirit King shouted to the sealing team. The four immediately focused all their attention, chanting incantations to hasten their preparations. Seeing the Spirit King still refusing to give up, Wang Su couldn't help but laugh. "Spirit King, you will ultimately lose to me. Once I deal with you, the entire world will turn to nothingness. Die in peace. I'll send your subordinates to join you." He brought his right fingers together, gathering a massive siro, causing the surrounding space to tremble and half the sky to turn blood red. The Spirit King frowned, drawing his Zanpakuto and shouting, "Bankai! Resonate, Mei Wang!" A rectangular wall of spiritual particles appeared before him. Although Wang Su was puzzled, he continued to charge his siro. He had never seen the Spirit King use this move before, but he didn't believe the Spirit King could block his full force attack. "Die, Spirit King, and vanish from existence." Wang Su swung his hand, sending the massive red beam crashing toward the spiritual particle wall in front of the Spirit King. Ling Feng watched the motionless Spirit King and thought to himself, Wang Su was really going all out. "Let's see what you're planning to do now." Unohana Retsu remained nestled in Ling Feng's arms, watching the situation unfold. She could feel the terrifying power of Wang Su's siro, capable of destroying the entire Soul Society. Though nervous, she felt reassured by Ling Feng's calm demeanor. She believed Ling Feng would find a way, and even if he didn't, she had no regrets dying alongside him. To Wang Su's shock, the siro did not explode upon hitting the spiritual particle wall as he had expected. Instead, it kept colliding with the wall. Unwilling to accept this, Wang Su launched another siro, but it was still blocked by the wall, unable to break through. He couldn't believe the Spirit King could withstand it. Sweat beaded on the Spirit King's forehead as his spiritual energy rapidly drained. Ling Feng frowned, realizing the Spirit King wasn't merely defending but excavating something, which was causing the energy depletion. After probing with his spiritual sense, Ling Feng suddenly understood, so the Spirit King has this move. Impressive. Unohana Retsu asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Ling Feng smiled and pointed at Wang Su, who was continuously firing siros. "I guess Wang Su is digging his own grave, hoisting a rock only to drop it on his own foot." Unohana Retsu pressed further, "What do you mean?" Ling Feng smirked mischievously, "Just keep watching. You'll understand soon. This battle will likely end in a draw." Inwardly, he held Wang Su in contempt, thinking that despite his immense power, he was making such a foolish move. Unohana Retsu continued to gaze at the sky. "Impossible. You can't withstand so many siros." Wang Su exclaimed in shock. No matter how many siros he fired, they were all blocked. Although the Spirit King was expending enormous energy, he remained unyielding, leaving Wang Su utterly stunned. The Spirit King looked at Wang Su and smiled, "To deal with you, I never thought I'd have to use this move." Wang Su regretted in hell. He raised both hands, and a spiritual particle wall suddenly appeared behind him. Although Wang Su didn't understand what the wall was, he tried to dodge, only to find his body immobilized. His gaze swept toward the four individuals behind the Spirit King, and he immediately understood. Spiritual pressure surged from the four, each holding spiritual pressure chains that firmly bound Wang Su's hands and feet, rendering him unable to move. Wang Su originally intended to use resonance shift to escape, but found his internal power sealed, leaving him terrified. Just as he was about to struggle, the Spirit King's voice echoed, "Too late, Wang Su, taste your own power." As soon as the words fell, the Spirit King waved his hand, and a massive red pillar emerged from the wall, shooting straight at Wang Su's back. Feeling the surge of power, Wang Su realized the danger, but it was already too late. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the sky, with shockwaves and dust clouds rushing forth. After the explosion, nearly half of the Siriitii had vanished, reduced to nothingness. The Spirit King fell from the sky, while the four members of the sealing team disintegrated into spirit particles and disappeared. Unohana Retsu, shocked by the scene, turned to Ling Feng, seeking an explanation. Ling Feng clarified, the spirit particle wall created by the Spirit King wasn't meant to block Wang Su's attack but to divert his attention while excavating the space behind him for a more precise strike. The Spirit King's move was brilliant. Although Wang Su isn't dead, he is gravely injured, and his power will undoubtedly diminish significantly. Unohana Retsu suddenly understood. The Spirit King smiled as he surveyed the situation. Although he had expended considerable energy, it was worth it to subdue Wang Su. Just as he was feeling triumphant, a weak yet furious roar echoed, "I will never forgive you." Wang Su's voice, frail and powerless, slowly emerged before the Spirit King. At this moment, only his upper body remained, his right hand had been blown apart, and he was covered in blood, looking like a figure drenched in crimson. Under the watchful eyes of the Spirit King and the other Shinigami, Wang Su opened a black cavity and left the Soul Society, leaving behind a parting remark, "In 1,000 years, I will return." Spirit King, just you wait. Upon hearing this, the Spirit King immediately ordered the survivors to eliminate the remaining hollows, but he himself collapsed unconscious. Seeing this, Ling Feng instructed Unohana Retsu to treat the wounded, as she still had important tasks to handle. Yamamoto, on the other hand, fought even more fiercely to kill the enemies. Suddenly realized I didn't update today, so here's a quick one. As usual, point out any mistakes in the comments. 10. Heading to the human world. Good news! No extra classes tomorrow, so there will be more than 5 updates tomorrow. Thanks for waiting. If there are any changes, I'll notify you in advance. Writing more today while I'm in the mood. Finally, I can update with peace of mind. Long live the holidays. Soul Society. A month had passed since the battle between the Spirit King and Wang Su, and the Spirit King's injuries had mostly healed. He planned to return to the royal realm, but managing the Soul Society had become a problem. While he could bring members of the royal family, their arrogance would only incite public resentment. The Spirit King decided to first gather all the survivors to see if anyone was fit for the role. If no one was suitable, he would have to send someone himself. "You, come here." The Spirit King scanned the crowd and firmly called out to Yamamoto. Yamamoto was momentarily stunned but then stepped forward. The Spirit King slowly observed Yamamoto, occasionally testing him with a few questions, and was ultimately quite satisfied with his performance. Although Yamamoto wasn't the strongest, he was a native of the Soul Society and had achieved his position without the privileges of the royal family, which was already remarkable. The Spirit King decisively declared, "Yamamoto Genryosei Shigakuni, not bad. As the disciple of Kurosaki Ichiyama, you've proven yourself. I appoint you as the captain commander of the 13 court guard squads. Manage the Soul Society well." Yamamoto was stunned. Although he had aspired to become captain commander, he had hoped to surpass Kurosaki Ichiyama in strength first. The sudden appointment left him conflicted. Seeing his hesitation, the Spirit King released his aura and sternly asked, "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" This startled everyone present. Unohana Retsu cast a disdainful glance at the Spirit King but said nothing, waiting for Yamamoto's decision. Kochiki Jinrei was also anxious. She understood Yamamoto's goals but feared angering the Spirit King. Yamamoto had no choice but to agree, "Yes, I will manage the Soul Society well." The Spirit King's mood immediately calmed, and he withdrew his aura, saying, "All right, from now on, the Soul Society is under your management. I'm returning to the royal realm." With that, he vanished. Yamamoto sighed helplessly, gave a few instructions to the Shinigami, and left in low spirits. Kochiki Jinrei slowly followed, while Unohana Retsu coldly observed before heading straight back to her barracks. The other Shinigami dispersed to attend to their own tasks. That old guy, the Spirit King, is so arrogant. His strength is almost gone, yet he's still so conceited. Why didn't Yamamoto just cut him down? It's so frustrating to watch. Ling Feng sat in the squad quarters, using his spiritual sense to recall the earlier scene, feeling indignant. Earlier, he had used his spiritual sense to probe the Spirit King and discovered that the latter's strength had plummeted, no longer at the divine level, and even a vice-captain could defeat him. Ling Feng had been looking forward to Yamamoto unleashing his anger and battling the Spirit King. Ling Feng continued analyzing, that Spirit King's attack transfer technique is indeed impressive, but it has many flaws and is easy to dodge. If it weren't for the 4 people helping to pin down Wang Su, he would have been dead already. Moreover, this technique consumes a lot of energy, weakening his own strength. Poor Spirit King, even if he recovers, he'll only be at the early true god level. What bad luck! At that moment, the door opened, and Unohana Retsu walked in, her face full of dissatisfaction and disgust. Ling Feng secretly rejoiced, knowing that Unohana Retsu must be displeased with the Spirit King, which worked in his favor. "Don't be so angry. Haven't you seen through that Spirit King guy yet?" Ling Feng said, looking at the still fuming Unohana Retsu. "Ling Feng, why didn't you kill the Spirit King back then?" Unohana Retsu retorted. Kill him? That kind of ant, I could wipe out a bunch with a wave of my hand. There's no need to go out of my way to step on one, unless it's a special kind of ant, Ling Feng replied disdainfully. Unohana Retsu was somewhat surprised. Although she didn't fully understand Ling Feng's strength, based on the fact that he was hit by Wang Su's void bullet without a scratch and could remain undetected by both the Spirit King and Wang Su, she guessed that Ling Feng's strength far surpassed theirs. Hearing him say this, treating the Spirit King as an ant not even worth the effort, she found it even harder to imagine just how powerful Ling Feng truly was. If you're so strong, why are you still staying in the Soul Society as a captain? Unohana Retsu continued to ask. To put it simply, just for some fun. Ling Feng scratched his head, pondering for a moment. Unohana Retsu was about to press further when Ling Feng interrupted her. If you stay here, Yamamoto will soon become the captain. Why? Where are you going? I'm going to the human world to have some fun. There's nothing interesting left in the Soul Society. There's a reason I'm leaving you as the captain, but I'll tell you later. In the meantime, I'll come back to check on you. Hearing this, Unohana Retsu felt a bit aggrieved but didn't say much, only lamenting, you must tell me the reason in the future, and you have to come back often, or I won't forgive you. Ling Feng nodded in agreement, gave a few instructions, and then left. Next, I'll head to the human world for some fun. There's plenty of time, no rush. But first, I need to summon Kimimaro and the others. I guess they're almost done on their end. I'll find a place to settle down in the human world first, Ling Feng said as he stood at the entrance to the passage leading to the human world. To be honest, I feel just as frustrated as you do about the slow progress. Having to catch up on classes, tight schedules, writing in between, and then having my computer occupied at night, plus being short on money. But finally, tomorrow I can write properly, yay! There will be lots of interesting things in the human world, as usual, no spoilers. 11. The Warring States Era? The air is so fresh. The human world is indeed much better than the Soul Society. Last time I came, I didn't have the chance to take a good look. This time, I'll make sure to explore thoroughly. Ling Feng emerged from the void, took a deep breath, and looked around, feeling refreshed. Ling Feng found himself in a forest and began walking forward. For him, coming to the human world was all about having fun. Since the plot hadn't started yet and there was plenty of time, he planned to wander around, find a place to set up a base, and then summon Kimimaro and the others. As he walked, he heard a commotion in the distance and headed toward the source of the noise. Before him appeared rows of tents, with several soldiers patrolling with spears and swords. Ling Feng was dumbfounded. No way, is this still the Warring States period? He muttered helplessly. I can't even figure out where Karakura town is. I was planning to buy a house and settle down there. Several soldiers rushed over, shouting, Who are you? Ling Feng sneered, and with a wave of his hand, the soldiers instantly exploded, blood splattering everywhere. He leisurely walked toward the camp, thinking that killing some enemies was quite enjoyable and could pass the time. A few soldiers raised their guns and shouted, Stop! Who are you? Ling Feng completely ignored them and walked straight in, wanting to see the layout of an ancient camp with his own eyes. A soldier rushed forward to stab him, but the spear broke upon contact with his body. The soldiers were astonished and mocked him as being harmless. Ling Feng's body was so tough that even a peak mid-stage divine emperor couldn't harm him, let alone these small soldiers. As he entered the camp, the surrounding soldiers looked at him in shock. Ling Feng felt as if he had traveled back to ancient times. Inside the camp, a warrior sat in the main seat, surrounded by a few others, seemingly celebrating a victory. In the center stood a woman, flanked by 2 soldier guards. Although it was her back view, Ling Feng immediately recognized that she was undoubtedly a beauty. As Ling Feng stepped into the tent, the warrior sitting at the top was about to scold him but paused upon noticing his peculiar attire and handsome appearance, taking a few more glances. The others also turned to look. The woman in the center turned her head to see Ling Feng and was instantly captivated by his charm and devilish aura. His strange outfit made him appear even more unrestrained, exuding a kingly demeanor. Who are you? The warrior asked sternly. Ling Feng ignored him, his gaze sweeping over the tent's furnishings. Everyone felt slighted by his disregard, except for the woman, whose presence made him pause briefly. Her features were delicate, with an oval face, long purple hair cascading to her waist, dressed in green, with a slender, fair waist exuding an enchanting aura. However, in Ling Feng's eyes, though she was beautiful, she couldn't compare to Konan or Mei Terumi's stunning allure. After a brief moment of surprise, he continued observing his surroundings. Kid, what are you looking at? The warrior shouted angrily. The others also found him arrogant and rude. The woman secretly wondered about his identity. Suddenly, a minor officer, enraged, swung a blade at Ling Feng. Everyone held their breath, while the woman showed slight concern. Confident in her beauty's ability to captivate anyone, she was surprised to see Ling Feng glance indifferently, completely unfazed. Ling Feng effortlessly blocked the blade with a single finger, leaving everyone in shock, including the speechless woman. How annoying. I came here as a favor, and you dare to be rude. Ling Feng waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept through, knocking everyone down and blowing the tent apart. Soldiers swarmed to surround him, while the warrior was too terrified to speak. Ling Feng sneered, "Mere mortals in my way must die." He unleashed his aura, instantly killing tens of thousands of soldiers. Only the main figures and the woman survived, the latter staring in disbelief at the scene before her. As Ling Feng was about to leave, a snake-like monster suddenly lunged at him from behind. With a light flick, the monster was instantly killed. Ling Feng examined it closely and said in surprise, "This is actually a demon?" The creature had a snake's body and a human head, emitting demonic energy, which shocked him. However, he didn't dwell on it and walked straight toward the remaining survivors, coldly asking, "What is this place? Speak clearly." The questioned individuals trembled in fear, stammering, "Sir, this is Asakusa." Ling Feng frowned, unfamiliar with Japanese history, as he knew more about China's. Seeing his frown, the man hurriedly begged for mercy, "Sir, spare me. I'm just here to escort people." The surrounding survivors immediately cried and pleaded for their lives. Ling Feng looked at them helplessly, thinking to himself that at critical moments, there really weren't many people willing to risk their lives to stay. He asked, "Can you tell me your name?" At this moment, an elegant voice came through. Ling Feng turned his head and found that the woman from earlier had already regained consciousness. The woman smiled and said, "Are you sure you want to know? Aren't you afraid I might be a demon too?" Ling Feng smirked and said, "Not afraid. I don't think you're a demon. Demons wouldn't have your aura. Although you don't seem to care about human lives, I can't sense any demonic energy from you." The woman revealed a talisman, and only then did Ling Feng realize she was an Onmyoji, feeling slightly surprised. The woman introduced herself, "My name is Binding Kai Chinger, an Onmyoji." Ling Feng smiled and said, "Lu Dao Ling Feng, a god." Kai Chinger was stunned, then laughed and said, "A god? That's a figure of legend." Ling Feng didn't explain further and let those begging for mercy leave, not wanting to stain his hands with blood. Kai Chinger asked Ling Feng many questions, and it wasn't until evening that he said, "All right, I should be going now." Kai Chinger asked with concern, "Where are you going?" Ling Feng replied indifferently, "Where? I don't know, just wandering around. I plan to travel across this entire country." After saying this, Ling Feng was about to leave, but Kai Chinger grabbed his arm. Ling Feng looked at her in confusion, "What are you doing?" Kai Chinger was startled herself. She realized this man had an inexplicable charm that made her irresistibly curious, which was why she kept pestering Ling Feng with questions. But Ling Feng always spoke in riddles. Although he could easily eliminate her, he couldn't bring himself to harm a beautiful woman who hadn't provoked or wronged him. In his mind, he thought it would be best to win her over if possible, and if not, he'd just leave. After all, he was self-aware and still planned to summon Kimimaro and the others. Once their strength reached that of true gods, there would be no need to waste time on such trivial matters. "Can you tell me where you live?" Kai Chinger blushed and asked cautiously. She realized she didn't actually want him to leave. The men she had encountered before were all lecherous, and she didn't know much about men. Today, while passing through here, she was captured by a military officer who fancied her beauty. She had intended to use her identity as an Onmyoji to scare them off, but unexpectedly, Ling Feng suddenly barged in. In ancient Japan, Onmyoji were highly respected. She was particularly curious about this man who had no evil intentions and felt a sense of security being around him, something she had never felt before. Hearing that Ling Feng was about to leave, she suddenly felt sad and hurriedly grabbed his arm. "Oh, a place to stay? I was just about to look for one." Ling Feng was momentarily stunned, then smiled. He realized his charm was too strong. He had only just met her, and he had already captured her heart. He could clearly see Kai Chinger's reaction. After all these years and his interactions with Mei Terumi and the others, if he still couldn't understand a woman's thoughts, he might as well reincarnate and start over. "Then come stay at my place first, okay?" Kai Chinger's eyes lit up as she immediately suggested. "All right." Ling Feng thought for a moment and agreed. After all, he had plenty of time and didn't mind spending an extra day or two. The profession of Onmyoji was quite interesting, and he wanted to learn more about it. There were Onmyoji in the Naruto world too, but they kept a low profile. He had secretly looked into some of their memories but hadn't found anything particularly special. He was curious to see if the onmyoji in the Bleach world were similar. Kai Qinger led Ling Feng toward her home, while Ling Feng used his divine sense to scan the entirety of Japan. He noticed that there were almost no hollows in the living world of the Bleach universe, at most 3 or 4 low-level, unintelligent ones. However, there were quite a few demons, which left him speechless. He couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if demons and hollows fought each other. A few days later, Ling Feng finally arrived at the home Kai Qinger had mentioned. Seeing the castle, he marveled, onmyoji are truly respected. The castle was so magnificent it left him speechless. Ling Feng was also curious to see what an onmyoji was really like. Kai Qinger walked to the castle gate, her expression suddenly turning cold, like ice. Ling Feng could tell her life must not have been easy. The gatekeeper's servants treated her with great respect, but when they saw her holding a man's hand, they froze in shock, as they had never seen her act this way with a man. Kai Qinger ignored them and pulled Ling Feng into the castle, while the servants immediately went to report. Ling Feng paid no attention to this and continued following her. Once inside the courtyard, Kai Qinger's expression relaxed, returning to her usual self. Sorry you had to see me like that. I just can't stand those people. She occasionally glanced at Ling Feng, worried he might be disgusted. But Ling Feng smiled and said, You have your own experiences, I don't mind. Your home is quite impressive. Kai Qinger let out a sigh of relief, looking at him with curiosity. At that moment, the courtyard gate was pushed open, and a few people entered, a young boy, a woman, an old man, and a middle-aged man. The woman rushed toward Kai Qinger, trying to hug her, but Kai Qinger dodged and angrily said, Don't act so affectionate. Ling Feng looked on in confusion. Kai Qinger explained, She's my stepmother. My real mother passed away long ago. She then introduced the others. The middle-aged man was her father, and the 2 elders were her and the boy's grandfathers. The boy asked coldly, Qinger, who is this man? He had always treated Kai Qinger as his own and was clearly displeased by her closeness with Ling Feng. Kai Qinger replied coldly, None of your business, you hypocrite. Her father frowned and was about to step forward to hit Ling Feng, but Ling Feng blocked him. Kai Qinger's father threatened, You'd better leave and stay away from Qinger. Ling Feng sneered, Those who threaten me never have a good ending. He refrained from killing anyone, only because of Kai Qinger, but his imposing aura was so overwhelming that no one dared to move. Get out of here. Kai Qinger is my fiancé. Leave now, or I won't let you off, the boy said arrogantly, completely oblivious to the tension around him. Ling Feng deliberately refrained from exerting his pressure, allowing the boy to remain self-assured. With a wave of his hand, Ling Feng sent the boy flying with a strong gust of wind. The boy crashed into the wall, a large hole pierced through his chest, killing him instantly. Everyone who has ever threatened me is dead, Ling Feng said with a cold smile, a smile so terrifying it resembled that of a demon. Kai Qinger watched the scene unfold, feeling little emotion. She had always disliked the boy and had seen too many deaths before. Her grandfather, terrified, asked, Who are you? Ling Feng replied calmly, A god. With a wave of his hand, a distant mountain rose into the air, and trees and flowers suddenly grew around the castle, leaving everyone stunned. The mountain then descended, and the trees stopped growing. Everyone was left in shock. Kai Qinger stood frozen, realizing that only a god could have performed such a feat. She had initially thought Ling Feng was playing with her, but now she was completely convinced. Great God, please forgive our disrespect. Everyone knelt in worship, for in their hearts, a god was omnipotent and invincible. Kai Qinger felt awkward. She had already developed feelings for Ling Feng, but his identity made her hesitant. She had once thought she was worthy of him, but now she wasn't so sure. Ling Feng looked at Kai Qinger and said, I have to leave. Someone else is waiting for me. Will you stay here or come with me? Kai Qinger's father, grandfather, and stepmother, seeing her hesitation, anxiously urged her to agree. Can I go with you? Kai Qinger asked hesitantly. She wanted to follow Ling Feng but was afraid of his identity. Don't worry. If you want to come, just say so. If not, stay here. Follow your heart. I don't care how you see my identity as a god. I was once human too, only I became a god, Ling Feng reassured her. Kai Qinger nodded with difficulty. Ling Feng wrapped his arm around her waist and flew into the sky, leaving the others behind in excitement. The following is preparation for the anime, so don't take it too seriously. In the next chapter, Kimimaro and others will appear, and the plot era is about to begin. It won't exceed 16 chapters, so stay tuned. 13. Everyone reunites. Update begins, thank you for waiting. The plot unfolds today, but don't act impulsively to avoid mistakes. Lin Feng, what are you doing here? Kai Qinger asked as she looked at Lin Feng, who was glancing around. Choosing a place to live, Lin Feng replied with a smile. This is a forest. Are you really planning to build a house here? Kai Qinger asked in confusion. Lin Feng nodded, then used wood released to quickly construct a magnificent wooden castle. Alright, let's go inside and take a look. I still need to pick someone up later, Lin Feng said, pulling Kai Qinger into the castle. Opening the grand doors, Lin Feng carefully examined the castle. He had always thought castles were cool, and now that he finally had the chance to live in one, he wanted it to be perfect. After inspecting the castle, he used wood release again to erect walls around the area. What a beautiful view. I chose the right place, Lin Feng said as he stood on the balcony, gazing at the green trees and clear lake, feeling calm and content. Kai Qinger also enjoyed the tranquility. She had experienced too much war and had seen women in her family bound by political marriages or wasting away in despair. From the moment Lin Feng took her away, she decided to follow him for the rest of her life. Alright, I'll go pick up my friends and the women. You wait over there, Lin Feng said, pointing to a corner. Although Kai Qinger was puzzled, she still walked over. Lin Feng closed his eyes to locate the coordinates of Conan and the others. Although he couldn't leave this dimension, he could still track people from other dimensions. Found them. Summoning Jutsu. His Rinnegan transformed into 3 paths, and he pressed one hand to the ground. Figures appeared amidst the smoke. Mei Terumi, Conan, Cheyenne, Haku, Durin, Samui, Kimimaro, welcome to this world, Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng, you look a bit older, don't you? Mei Terumi immediately asked upon noticing his changes. Older? A god like me doesn't age. It's just that my aura has changed from being here too long, Lin Feng retorted indignantly. By the way, why didn't Nagato come? Lin Feng asked in confusion, as he had also tried summoning Nagato but was rejected. He said he wanted to handle some matters there first and would come to help you when he had time. Since we had nothing to do, we came ahead, Conan explained. Cheyenne, Haku, Durin, and Samui surrounded Lin Feng, chatting non-stop, while Kimimaro stood silently in place. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Binding Kai Qinger. Over here are Mei Terumi, Conan, Cheyenne, Haku, Durin, Samui, and the last one is Kimimaro. Get to know each other, Lin Feng said, pointing to Kai Qinger. As introductions were made, Lin Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist and couldn't help but cry out. It turned out Mei Terumi and Conan had teamed up to pinch him. They glared at Lin Feng before joining the others to chat with Kai Qinger. Lin Feng was utterly helpless. He dreaded being pinched at the waist. It really hurt. By noon, everyone sat on the balcony, chatting while enjoying the scenery. Are there no ninjas in this world? Mei Terumi asked curiously after Lin Feng's explanation. No, this world is divided into 4 realms: the living world, where humans live; the soul society, where souls go after death; and where the Shinigami reside; Hueco Mundo, where hollows are born; and the Dongai, the intersection point, Lin Feng explained in detail. 4 realms? That's so complicated. What exactly are Shinigami and hollows? Conan asked in confusion, and everyone was eager to know. Shinigami are those who, after death, if they possess spiritual power, can enter the soul society and become Shinigami. Hollows are the natural enemies of Shinigami, specializing in devouring humans and Shinigami to evolve, Lin Feng said. Aren't hollows like monsters? Kai Qinger asked. A bit different. Hollows are invisible to anyone without spiritual sensitivity. Since none of you have spiritual sensitivity, you can't see hollows. Hollows can turn invisible and devour humans without them knowing, Lin Feng explained. Kai Qinger fell silent. So, how strong are Shinigami and hollows? Ziyuan asked, as that was the main point. Based on your strength, you're considered mid-tier at best. The hierarchy in the Soul Society is Spirit King, Captain Commander, Captain, Vice Captain, and seated officers. You're probably stronger than a Vice Captain. Even with my 9 Tails clone inside you, you might not win, because Shinigami have Zanpakuto. Hollows are categorized into Hollow Kings, Vasto Lord, Ajuchas, Jillian, and Lesser Hollows. You can handle Ajuchas, but you can't defeat Vasto Lord. The key lies in the Zanpakuto, the Hollows Resurrection, and Zero, Lin Feng explained. Didn't expect us to be so weak, Mei Terumi sighed. So, what is a Zanpakuto? Conan asked. Haven't you seen one before? Lin Feng replied. Seen one? Everyone was puzzled. Lin Feng pointed at the Divine Fox. No way, the Divine Fox is a Zanpakuto? I asked in shock. The Zanpakuto is born from the soul. You could say it is a true reflection of oneself. It possesses abilities corresponding to your nature, such as fire, water, ice, or even illusions. There are all kinds, Lin Feng explained. What about yours? Everyone asked curiously. My Zanpakuto belongs to the transformation type. It can use any technique I know, Ling Feng said, summoning Shinhu to transform into Terumi Mei's appearance. Wow! It's identical, even the aura is the same. That's amazing! Ziyuan exclaimed in awe. By the way, let me tell you, the Zanpakuto has 2 stages, Shirkai and Bankai. With each stage released, the user's power increases significantly, and the Zanpakuto's abilities are revealed. You've seen that red beam I fired, right? That's a Zero, Ling Feng added. Chapter 1. 14, Conversation. I never thought there were so many unknown things. It's far superior to ninjas, Terumi Mei marveled. That's because you've never understood other worlds. Even the Sage of 6 Paths is just a small god, Ling Feng said with a smile. Indeed, you are the greatest god, Conan said, looking at Ling Feng. Don't say that, Conan. There might be people stronger than me in other worlds. The saying, there's always a higher sky and a stronger person, is an eternal truth. Even I wouldn't dare claim to be invincible, Ling Feng said seriously. He was self-aware. Reaching his current level didn't mean there weren't higher existences. Seeing his serious expression, everyone refrained from joking further. Alright, let's rest for a few days. I'll take you to a place for training. This way, your strength can improve, and with my help, becoming gods will be much easier, Ling Feng said earnestly. Regarding becoming gods, he had thought a lot about it. Reaching that level of strength wasn't enough. The soul and body also needed to transform into a divine form. For example, Wang Su and the Spirit King were powerful but lacked divine energy, so their lifespans were still limited, just much longer than ordinary people. Looking at Terumi Mei and the others, Ling Feng decided to help them become true gods, not only meeting the strength requirements but also reaching the necessary realm. He didn't want to see their limited lifespans end in death, leaving him with nowhere to grieve. Ling Feng found that his strength had almost stagnated, unable to grow any further, which left him somewhat regretful. For him, only by becoming stronger could he better protect them. But now, with almost no possibility of improvement, he couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. However, he wasn't greedy after all. The Shinhu incident still left him with lingering fears, and he didn't want to experience another crisis. After hearing this, everyone dispersed to play. Kimimaro initially wanted to continue training but was forcibly kicked out by Ling Feng. Ling Feng slowly walked to the large lake behind the castle, sat by the lakeside, and stared at his reflection in the water. At the same time, he activated the Rinnegan and the Blue 7 Tomo Mangekyo Sharingan. It's been a long time since I used these 2 eyes, but why does the Sharingan feel strange? He muttered to himself, covering his left eye with his hand. He felt an imbalance between the 2 eyes, as if they were about to split apart. Shinhu, what exactly is going on? Ling Feng asked in confusion. It's similar to the situation when you fused powers before. Your mutated Sharingan hasn't fully evolved yet, and the Rinnegan is stronger than it, which is why there's this sense of disharmony. The mutated Sharingan actually has a special ability, but it's being suppressed by the Rinnegan. If you can evolve the mutated Sharingan into the Eternal Mangekyo or Rinnegan, it will return to normal, Shinhu explained. So that's it. My Sharingan hasn't fully evolved yet. But how can it evolve? Do I need to fuse another mutated Sharingan to evolve it into the Eternal Mangekyo? Ling Feng muttered to himself. That, I don't know. It depends on your fate. If it's meant to be yours, you'll get it sooner or later. If not, forcing it is useless, Shinhu replied. Fine, I'll go with the flow, as you said, Ling Feng said, lying down on the ground with his hands behind his head, quietly falling asleep. He didn't notice the small figure behind him, staring at him intently. Still very weak. But having another god sovereign in the universe isn't bad. Although he's not a complete god sovereign yet, he's strong enough to protect himself. Keep working hard to get stronger, and let me see if he can achieve his goal. The figure spoke faintly, then left, as if he had never appeared. At this moment, Ling Feng was asleep, completely unaware of the figure's words. Meanwhile, in the temple of the god of traversing. How is it? The god of traversing asked the person in front of him. Too weak. Are you sure he can succeed? The child asked. I'm not sure about that. It depends on his opportunities. I'm just helping him grow. How far he can go depends entirely on himself. Don't you just want to fight a strong opponent? After all, you're the strongest in the universe, and no one dares to challenge you. I understand how you feel. But don't rush after waiting so many years. Why worry now? The god of traversing said respectfully. The strongest in the universe? I'm not interested in such titles. Although I enjoy the feeling of battle, spending time with family occasionally is also nice, the child responded calmly. I haven't fought much in recent years. My body is almost rusting. After saying this, the child disappeared in a flash. Sigh, I really don't know what to do. You've been targeted, Ling Feng. You need to keep getting stronger, don't let us down. Being targeted by a master like the ancient holy god, you probably don't even know yet, the god of traversing said with some concern. A foreshadowing has been planted for future use. As for who it is, don't guess randomly. Ling Feng, completely unaware of this, was leisurely sleeping. In his dream, he saw a strange-looking man. Who are you? Ling Feng asked in confusion, as he felt he knew the man. You must work hard, don't stop moving forward. Remember, strength is everything. The man's voice echoed, shaking the heavens and earth in the dream. Ling Feng covered his ears, looking at him in shock. Although it was a dream, such power was impossible in an ordinary dream. Just as Ling Feng was about to ask a question, the man disappeared. When he woke up, he found himself still lying by the lake. Who was that? Ling Feng muttered to himself, recalling the dream. 15. 1,000 years flow like water. Time passed quietly. For some, it was a moment, for others, it was an eternity. The man in front of him was being pinched at the waist by a woman. I was wrong, Unohana Retsu, stop pinching me, it hurts. Ling Feng said in pain. Humph. You made me a captain in the Soul Society. I thought it would be for 100 or 200 years, but it dragged on for 1,000 years. How much longer do you want me to stay? Unohana Retsu said angrily. She had thought it would only be a few years, but it turned out to be 1,000 years, leaving her very upset. She had come specifically to settle the score with Ling Feng. It's almost over, just a few more years. Please stop pinching me, okay? Ling Feng said helplessly. During these 1,000 years, he had been helping Mei Terumi and others train without rest. Times changed, technology advanced, cities replaced towns, and trains, mobile phones, and airplanes appeared one after another. His ancient wooden castle was discovered by modern people, and archaeologists had visited, but Ling Feng scared them away with his techniques. This only piqued the curiosity of modern people, attracting more and more visitors, even from other countries. Ling Feng found scaring people with his techniques amusing and made it his daily entertainment. Are you telling the truth? Unohana Retsu asked seriously. Of course, it's true. Please stop pinching me, it really hurts, Ling Feng replied with a bitter smile. Ling Feng spoke earnestly. Seeing this, Unohana Retsu let go of him and said, Alright, I'll believe you this time. If you dare to lie to me, I won't let you off. She smiled, and Ling Feng broke out in a cold sweat, knowing her cunning nature. He could only nod in agreement. Unohana Retsu, you're here? Mei Terumi asked as she entered with the others. Unohana Retsu smiled and replied, Yes, I just came to ask about something. She greeted them, and everyone responded in kind. Back when Unohana Retsu descended to find Ling Feng had introduced both sides to each other. During that time, there were inevitably some disputes, but over the millennia, everyone's appearance remained unchanged. This was because Ling Feng had shared a trace of his true energy with them during their cultivation, which accelerated their progress astonishingly. Before long, they broke through their bottlenecks and reached true god level, significantly extending their lifespans. To achieve eternal youth and immortality, one must become a true god, so Ling Feng trained them even harder. Although there were complaints along the way, everyone endured. Now, their strengths were as follows: Mei Terumi and Konan were at the mid-stage of true god level, Kimimaro was at the early stage of true god level, Haku, Guren, Samui, and Cheyenne were at the peak of god level, and Kai Chinger was at the peak of mid-stage god level. Ling Feng felt their progress was too slow. If cultivators heard this, they would surely laugh at him, as advancing even a minor realm after becoming a god typically took hundreds or even thousands of years. Ling Feng had achieved this in 1,000 years, which was already impressive. However, Kai Chinger's starting point was lower, so her growth was slower than the others. Conan asked, Ling Feng, what are your plans now? Back then, Ling Feng had said that certain matters would have to wait 1,000 years. Now that the time had come, Conan wanted to know the next step. Ling Feng replied mysteriously, It's not time yet, it'll take a few more years. When the time comes, you'll all be able to go to the battlefield. There's no need to rush now. Everyone felt a bit helpless upon hearing this. Just then, a childish voice called out, Big brother Ling Feng, I'm back. I'm hungry. A little orange-haired girl ran in and hugged Ling Feng's leg. Inoue, you're back. What do you want to eat? Ling Feng patted Inoue's head and smiled, saying, That's right, this little girl is Orihime Inoue from Bleach. Decades ago, I used my divine sense to scan all of Japan just to pinpoint her birth. Her power is very special, so a few years ago, I easily found her. When she was born, I used the divine fox to transform into another baby and swap them, altering everyone's memories. When I brought Oraheim back, everyone was shocked and asked who she was, so I had to explain truthfully. Over the years, everyone has treated Oraheim like a little sister. I've also used my persuasion skills to make Oraheim very dependent on me. When Oraheim grew older, Lingfeng sent her to school but firmly refused to let her attend Kurosaki Ichigo's school, lest she be influenced by that troublemaker. He prepared an excellent school route for Oraheim. Oraheim held Mei Terumi's hand and said, "Sister Mei Terumi, can you make me some vegetables?" Her big eyes made Lingfeng want to exclaim, "Kawaii." Mei Terumi affectionately patted her head and smiled, "All right, Oraheim, wait here. Big sister will make it for you." With that, she headed to the kitchen. Everyone else also looked at Oraheim with affection, especially Kimimaro, who even smiled at her, which surprised Lingfeng and the others. Kimimaro rarely smiled, but Oraheim managed to make him smile, lightening the entire atmosphere. Unohana Retsu happily looked at Oraheim and said to Lingfeng with a smile, "Oraheim is such a wonderful child. I wonder where you found her." Lingfeng felt helpless ever since Oraheim arrived. He often felt bullied by Mei Terumi, Konan, and Unohana Retsu. "By the way, big brother Lingfeng, I met a very strange boy today," Oraheim suddenly said. "What strange boy?" Lingfeng asked with a smile. "He was talking to no one, and when I asked him what he was doing, he ran away," Oraheim said curiously. "What did he look like?" Lingfeng guessed in his mind that she might have encountered a spirit. A boy with spiritual power could see hollows and spirits, which meant it could be Yuryu Ishida or Kurosaki Ichigo. "His hair is orange, just like mine," Oraheim said innocently. "Oh, then Inoue better stay away from him, be careful not to be taken away by him, or she might not come back." Lingfeng cursed inwardly, it must be Ichigo Kurosaki. Damn it, she still ended up meeting him. Luckily, nothing was said. I have to be careful in the future, make sure they don't meet, or it'll be big trouble. Third update, heading out now, expected to return around 2 a.m., will continue updating after that. The plot is about to begin. 16. Omen. To be honest, bringing Kimimaro along was purely to have a fighter on hand. Lingfeng couldn't always be the one to take action. Why do you all keep thinking in other directions? I really don't get it. It seems you've been misled too deeply. Lingfeng, that soul reaper named Rukia Kuchiki has already arrived in the human world, Unohana Retsu informed Lingfeng through a hell butterfly. Finally. The soul reaper storyline is about to start, I can't wait. Lingfeng murmured to himself after hearing the news, then got up and headed toward Karakura town. In fact, the wooden castle where Lingfeng lived was very close to Karakura town, only a 30-minute walk. Back when Inoue first met Ichigo, Lingfeng was quite surprised, but he hadn't seen Ichigo since. Inoue had grown up and was no longer as mischievous as she was as a child, but she was still very clingy. She had inherited the power of the Shun Shun Rika, which Lingfeng had studied before but to no avail. "Lingfeng nii, the food is ready, come eat. Go out after you finish." Inoue's voice called out from the castle. Sigh, what bad timing. Lingfeng sighed helplessly. Even if he didn't eat, he wouldn't die. Although Inoue's cooking was delicious, he still wanted to relax for a while. Now that the storyline was starting, he couldn't afford to idle anymore. Konan already said, "Don't worry about him. Even if the whole world starves, he won't die," Konan said mercilessly. "By the way, Sister Konan, who exactly are you all?" Inoue asked curiously. Though innocent, she wasn't stupid. Over the years, Lingfeng and the others hadn't aged a bit. She had asked before, but they always brushed her off. Now didn't seem like the right time to explain, but Inoue kept looking for opportunities to ask. "We've told you, we're your family," Konan replied with a smile. The others gradually came out and sat at the dining table. "You always say that, but I really want to know who my parents are," Inoue said with a pout of dissatisfaction. "I don't know who your parents are. I just found you on the street and brought you back," Lingfeng said flatly as he sat down. "Really?" Inoue looked a bit sad. "Don't be sad. We're all your family, so don't dwell on the past," Lingfeng said, patting her head. Inoue perked up, "Okay." After dinner, everyone dispersed. Lingfeng called Kimimaro over alone. "Kimimaro, go to Las Noches in Hueco Mundo and find Ulquiorra. You've met him before. Tell him to have Harabella await orders, and while you're at it, bring Nell back." Lingfeng had started searching for Ulquiorra, Harabelle, and Nell 100 years ago. He quickly found Nell, but it took more effort to locate Ulquiorra and Harabelle. Before long, he managed to recruit them. Lingfeng had Ulquiorra and Harabelle stay under Aizen's command to await orders, while Nell roamed freely in Hueco Mundo. With the two of them protecting her, Nell was perfectly safe. "Understood, I'll head there now." Kimimaro nodded and immediately headed toward Hueco Mundo. Ling Feng found both Kimimaro and Ulquiorra somewhat exasperating. Both were loyal and strong, but far too rigid. When Kimimaro first met Ulquiorra, he even felt like he'd found a kindred spirit, and the two immediately formed a strong bond. "Alright, time to head out and see if anything interesting happens," Ling Feng said as he walked out. At the same time, Ichigo Kurosaki encountered Rukia as in the original story. With her help, he awakened the power of a Soul Reaper. He defeated a low-level hollow and learned more secrets. "It seems Ichigo succeeded, Urahara," a black cat said to the man wearing a hat beside it. "Is that so? Time to open the shop," Urahara replied indifferently. Ling Feng stood on the rooftop, coldly watching Urahara, thinking to himself how sly this guy was. During Ichigo Kurosaki's battle, Ling Feng had been observing from the sidelines. Later, he went to Urahara's shop to check if Urahara was the same as in the anime. He was also pondering when to end this Soul Reaper world, as he had spent several years in the Naruto world before. This time, he hadn't decided what identity to take on. That cat Yaruchi transformed into was really something. I should let Kimimaro give it a try and see just how strong that old man Yamamoto really is. Though this guy hasn't realized he's even older than Yamamoto, Ling Feng muttered to himself. Next, I'll go check out Isshin Kurosaki. I'm a bit interested. Glancing at the time, Ling Feng disappeared in a flash. So, I managed to fool him. But this is fate. Ichigo still became a Soul Reaper. Isshin Kurosaki lay on the bed and slowly got up. Isshin Kurosaki, you're really murky. Even though your Soul Reaper powers haven't recovered, you still have some strength left, Ling Feng's voice came from behind him. What are you talking about? What Soul Reaper powers? Isshin Kurosaki feigned ignorance. Stop pretending. The royal Kurosaki family, you're one of them, aren't you? Although I don't know why you fled the royal family, it's clear you used the final Getsuga Tensho, Ling Feng said, sensing his power. Who exactly are you? Isshin Kurosaki stared at Ling Feng, his brows furrowed. Almost no one knows this information, and those who did are all dead. I am a god. Isshin Kurosaki was momentarily stunned, then laughed. You won't understand. The Soul King, the Vasto Lord, I could destroy them with a flick of my finger. The reason I haven't done so is that they still have more interesting things to offer. For my own amusement, I let them be. The same goes for you. Even Ichigo Kurosaki is just a pawn on my chessboard. Ling Feng, instead of getting angry, laughed. Releasing his aura, Isshin Kurosaki was instantly terrified. Watching Ling Feng's disappearing figure, he thought in shock, what a terrifying man. His aura is too overwhelming. A few days later, at night. Brother, Renji. Rukia looked at Byakuya Kuchiki and Renji, feeling uneasy. She knew the consequences of her actions and hoped that idiot wouldn't come. Rukia. Tell me, which man did you give your Soul Reaper powers to? Renji asked angrily. He believed that Rukia wouldn't have done this if not for that man. Byakuya Kuchiki remained silent. Rukia stayed silent, which only made Renji even angrier. Kimimaro, if you were in this situation, what would you choose? Ling Feng asked Kimimaro as they hid in a tree. Kimimaro shook his head in confusion. If you were Byakuya Kuchiki, with your sister on one side and the family oath on the other, which would you choose? Ling Feng asked with a smile. My sister, Kimimaro replied calmly, his gaze firm. Ling Feng smiled. He had only asked Kimimaro to make a comparison. Even for himself, he would choose family over an oath. To Ling Feng, what was an oath worth? Family and friends were what mattered most. To protect his loved ones, an oath could be discarded. When Byakuya Kuchiki and Renji arrived in the human world, Ling Feng sensed them and followed them here, bringing Kimimaro along for extra support. Now was not the time for him to reveal himself. With Kimimaro's strength, unless the royal family or the Vasto Lord army intervened, no one could defeat him. The two continued to watch the drama unfold. Yurio Ishida made a dazzling entrance but was instantly defeated, which made Ling Feng chuckle. Soon, Ichigo Kurosaki appeared, carrying a massive sword. Ling Feng thought he resembled Naruto a bit. Using his divine sense to probe the hollow inside Ichigo, he discovered that this hollow was actually an evolved Ajuchas level being. Unlike devourers, this type of hollow evolved within its host, a capability even the hollows inside Shinji Hirako and the others didn't possess. Kurosaki Ichigo and Renji clashed, unleashing a small-scale cosmos. Renji suffered a loss and was then taken over by Byakuya Kuchiki, who defeated him gracefully. Kurosaki Ichigo lay on the ground, unwillingly watching Byakuya Kuchiki. Afterward, Byakuya and Renji took Rukia back to the Soul Society, while Kurosaki Ichigo was taken away by Urahara. So boring. Kimimaro said indifferently after watching. Ling Feng smiled and said, "Of course it's boring, Kurosaki Ichigo is so weak."
Kimimaro, let's head to the Soul Society for a bit and check on Unohana Retsu so we don't suffer another waste disaster.
Thinking of Unohana Retsu sent chills down Ling Feng's spine. Kimimaro asked, "Lord Ling Feng, can I cause some chaos?"
Ling Feng thought for a moment and agreed, "Sure, but don't kill the captains or vice captains, anyone else is up to you." Kimimaro's interest grew, but Ling Feng added, "Now's not the time yet.
Wait until Kurosaki Ichigo enters the Soul Society. There are still many things to handle these days."
After speaking, Ling Feng left, with Kimimaro following closely behind and disappearing.
A few days later, under Urahara's training, Kurosaki Ichigo's strength increased significantly, and his Shinigami powers were restored.
Chad, Ishida Yurio, and a woman were also present. That woman was the one Ling Feng had swapped the heavens and the earth with back in the day. To avoid a monotonous plot, Ling Feng had the Divine Fox transform into a continuously growing baby, granting it the Shunhua Six Shields ability, replacing Orihime Inoue from the original story.
The woman's name was Orihime Inoue.
The four were full of spirit, waiting for Urahara to open the passage.
"All right, the passage is open. Yoruchi will lead the way. Remember to come back alive," Urahara said in a low voice.
Kurosaki Ichigo responded confidently, "Don't worry, we will definitely rescue Rukia and return safely." The other three also nodded in agreement.
"Once you're ready, set off," Urahara said, opening the passage. Yoruchi led the four as they rushed in. Meanwhile, Kurosaki Ichigo's spiritual pressure has disappeared. He must have gone to the Soul Society. "Hee, Kimimaro, it's your turn to make an appearance.
Go and cause some trouble," Ling Feng said with a smile after noticing Ichigo's spiritual pressure vanish. Upon hearing this, Kimimaro immediately tore through the void and rushed in. Having not fought for a long time, he had been eagerly waiting. Ling Feng helplessly watched Kimimaro's speed and followed closely behind. "The Soul Society is still the same as ever," Ling Feng said, standing in the air and looking around. As he gazed toward the Siriitii, he suddenly noticed several tombstones. Although they were a bit far away, he could clearly see the words on them. After reading, he couldn't help but frown. Kimimaro stood beside him, curiously looking over. He noticed that one of the tombstones read, "The Soul Society's greatest genius, 10th Division's young captain, the grave of Rokuta Ling Feng."
Kimimaro found it very strange.
"This is too ridiculous.
How could there be a tombstone for me?"
"And the word young is so unnecessary," Ling Feng said discontentedly. He also saw the names of Kurosaki Ishin and others on other tombstones, which he found very odd, as these tombstones didn't exist in the original story.
This was the butterfly effect brought by Ling Feng.
The Soul King, impressed by his strength and performance against the Hollow King, had a tombstone made for him, along with Kurosaki Ishin and others. The people of the Soul Society did not oppose it, but after 1,000 years, everyone had forgotten these names, and they were rarely mentioned. "Kimimaro, let's go check out the captain's meeting room first," Ling Feng said, disappearing in a flash, with Kimimaro following closely behind.
5 updates as promised. Please send flowers, recommendations, favorites, and clicks.
Regarding unlimited updates, I will consider it, but I'm worried about the subject matter and time constraints. My life isn't long. This year might still be stable, but next year could be a turning point, and it might not be for the better.
Sigh. 18, Yamamoto vs. Kimimaro Part 1.
Nothing has changed here. That old man Yamamoto is really clinging to old traditions, Ling Feng muttered softly as he looked at the captain's meeting room, which was exactly the same as it was 1,000 years ago. Kimimaro, on the other hand, looked around expressionlessly, suppressing his inner restlessness.
He knew it wasn't time to fight yet. "Kimimaro, go find Unohana Retsu first. We'll rest here for a few days.
When Ichigo Kurosaki and his group enter the Siriitii, you can make your move, just to give them a bit of trouble," Ling Feng said with a smile, looking at the patient Kimimaro. "Understood," Kimimaro responded coldly. Ling Feng used his spiritual sense to locate Unohana Retsu, grabbed Kimimaro, and instantly teleported using Flying Thunder God.
"When did you get here? Why didn't you tell me in advance?" Unohana Retsu, deep in thought, was startled when Ling Feng and Kimimaro suddenly appeared. She glared at the two of them. "Just arrived.
It's about time to start," Ling Feng said, pulling Unohana Retsu into an embrace.
Unohana Retsu didn't resist, merely rolling her eyes at Ling Feng.
Kimimaro, on the other hand, was already numb to such scenes.
"You should tell me now, are you waiting for those travelers?" Unohana Retsu asked curiously. Ling Feng nodded. "That's right. Only when they arrive can my plan begin. They hadn't appeared before, so I didn't act. Now that they're here, I want to have some fun."
After speaking, he revealed a devilish smile, leaving Unohana Retsu somewhat puzzled.
So, what are you planning to do? Those travelers are so weak, they can't possibly defeat the vice-captains and captains, Unohana Retsu asked after regaining her composure. Don't worry, they're not as weak as you think.
This will actually help them grow stronger. Only then can they become the pawns for my entertainment, Ling Feng said with a smile.
It's hard to understand. You're actually nurturing enemies for your amusement. Aren't you afraid of being defeated? Unohana Retsu rolled her eyes at him. Afraid?
Of course. But in this world, no one is stronger than me. Even if I nurture them, I have nothing to worry about, Ling Feng said confidently. He indeed had the confidence. After all, the pinnacle of power in the world of Soul Reapers was merely the peak of the God King level, and he was not bound by such limits. Just like in the Naruto world, where the highest level was the peak of Kage level, different worlds had different power hierarchies. This was a rule.
As a transmigrator, Ling Feng was not restricted by these limitations.
I really don't know where your confidence comes from, but I believe in you, Unohana Retsu said, looking at Ling Feng's determined expression. She knew this wasn't arrogance but the confidence of a true powerhouse. Heh, Ling Feng chuckled without saying a word.
Afterward, Unohana Retsu arranged 2 vacant rooms in the 4th division for them and chatted about some matters. A few days later. Over the past few days, with the help of Shiba Kukaku, Ichigo Kurosaki and his group finally entered the Siriidii. Ichigo Kurosaki successively defeated Ikaku and Captain Kenpachi of the 11th Division, as well as Vice Captain Renji of the 6th Division. Yuryu Ishida also defeated the captain of the 12th Division, earning them great fame. Ling Feng, you were right. They're really strong. Especially Ichigo Kurosaki, he actually managed to defeat that battle maniac Kenpachi. His strength is not to be underestimated, Unohana Retsu said, leaning against Ling Feng. She had just been summoned by Old Man Yamamoto and learned of Ichigo Kurosaki and his group's achievements.
Initially, she thought they might at most defeat a vice-captain, but she hadn't expected them to take down a captain. She was shocked internally but showed no sign of it outwardly.
Of course. If I say they can do it, they can, Ling Feng said with a smile.
By the way, Ling Feng, there's something I don't quite understand.
Can you help me figure out where I went wrong? Unohana Retsu suddenly thought of something and asked. What is it?
Just tell me, Ling Feng asked curiously, looking at her. Unohana Retsu recounted the events surrounding Aizen's death, mentioning how she felt something was off when examining the body but couldn't pinpoint it. Let me take a look at your eyes, Ling Feng said softly with a smile. He knew that Aizen was actually still alive and that Unohana Retsu had merely fallen under the illusion of Kyoka Suigetsu. Activating his Rinnegan in his right eye, Ling Feng locked eyes with Unohana Retsu, instantly breaking her hypnosis.
Ling Feng, what was that just now? Unohana Retsu's eyes lit up, feeling as though her mind had suddenly cleared. You were just under hypnosis.
Now, go take another look at Aizen's body, but don't tell anyone.
Keep it to yourself.
When the time is right, reveal the truth, Ling Feng explained slowly.
Understood. Unohana Retsu nodded.
She knew Ling Feng wanted her to pretend nothing was wrong, so she didn't ask further.
Alright, in a few days, it's Rukia Kuchiki's execution day. What are you planning to do? Unohana Retsu asked.
I'll let Kimimaro handle it while I go have some fun with the King of Hollows and Aizen. Ling Feng, recalling that he hadn't taught the King of Hollows a lesson yet, decided to mess with him and, at the same time, fool Aizen a bit.
Only you would dare say that. I don't know how strong Aizen is, but the King of Hollows is extremely powerful, and you still say you're going to have some fun? Unohana Retsu gave Ling Feng a disdainful look. Ling Feng scratched his head and smiled helplessly. What can I do? I'm just that strong. One update today, as usual. 19, Yamamoto vs Kimimaro Part 2. Kimimaro, don't get too excited. Stay calm.
Even though the opponent has a Zanpakuto, they may not necessarily be your match, but you still can't be careless.
Ling Feng looked at Kimimaro and said, no problem.
Kimimaro's face was serious, his body trembling slightly. Having not fought for a long time, he felt both excited and nervous. Although the opponent wasn't as strong as him, they were still a top-tier fighter, capable of providing a challenge and some fun.
Ling Feng smiled, seriously.
Kimimaro hadn't truly fought in 1,000 years, except for occasional practice with Mei Terumi and others. After his battle with Ulquiorra 100 years ago, he hadn't fought again. Unable to hold back, Ling Feng had specifically brought him to the Soul Society for this reason.
Otherwise, Ling Feng could have come alone. Let's go. Don't worry. If anyone tries to interfere, just handle it as you see fit.
After saying this, Ling Feng left, and Kimimaro nodded, following him to Sokayako Hill.
Today was Rukia Kuchiki's execution day.
Ling Feng planned to join the commotion and take the opportunity to put pressure on Aizen. Kimimaro, on the other hand, was acting as the enforcer.
Unohana Retsu had already set off earlier and wasn't with them. Omida, so many people still haven't arrived.
The chubby Omida looked at the empty seats and said.
Soifan coldly replied, "Shut up." Omida immediately fell silent, glancing around nervously.
Captain, Kairaku, Yukitake, Hitsugaya, and Jin Ikimaro still haven't arrived, and time is running out, Aisane softly said to Unohana Retsu.
Unohana Retsu squinted and replied, "Aisane, you don't need to worry about this."
Since Ling Feng had lifted her hypnosis, she knew Aizen was still alive, so there was no need to confirm it with Central 46. During the inspection, she had discovered that Aizen's body was just a fake. Hitsugaya, as in the original story, had gone to Central 46. Old man Yamamoto stood imposingly at the forefront, staring at the bound Rukia as he announced, "The execution begins."
Byakuya Kuchiki closed his eyes, unable to look directly.
This was the most painful moment for him.
Rukia gazed desolately at Sokayako Hill, reminiscing about past memories. Sokayako transformed into a fiery phoenix, charging toward Rukia. Ichigo Kurosaki made a dazzling entrance, blocking the attack. Everyone was shocked, as Sokayaku was a powerful entity composed of a million Zanpakuto, though I doubt this is true. Kairaku and Yukitake appeared shortly after, and Yoruchi also arrived. Yamamoto squinted at the two holding the twin shields. "You too."
Those were the fake shields of the Shihoin family.
Kairaku said softly, "Sorry, old man." He inserted the shields into the ground, and Yukitake followed suit.
The twin shields shattered Sokayaku. Just as everyone was stunned, countless bone spikes suddenly emerged from the ground, forcing everyone into the air in shock.
Even Ichigo Kurosaki was taken aback. "Are you Yamamoto?" Kimimaro suddenly appeared before everyone, pointing at Yamamoto.
"Kid, I am that person," Yamamoto said, slightly surprised but maintaining a calm expression.
He coldly responded, "If that's the case, then accompany me for some fun." Kimimaro drew his bone blade, shocking everyone. Yamamoto didn't back down, quickly drawing Ryujin Jaka. "It seems you're not here with good intentions, kid."
"I'll slowly figure out who you are later," he said solemnly, removing his captain's Heiori and activating his Shurkai.
Kimimaro sneered, "Then let's see if you have what it takes."
Before his words had even faded, he had already flashed in front of Yamamoto, slashing horizontally with his bone blade.
Yamamoto blocked with Ryujin Jaka, the clash of the two blades sending sparks flying.
Everyone was shocked by Kimimaro's strength, but Ichigo was pleased, as the opponent had occupied a captain, giving him a better chance to rescue someone.
He handed Rukia over to Rinji and engaged in battle with Byakuya Kuchiki.
Kairaku, Yukitake, and Unohana observed the battle quietly, while Soifan sparred with Yoruchi, and the vice-captains were each busy with their own tasks.
Yamamoto dodged Kimimaro's strike, his expression serious.
"Kid, your strength is remarkable." He sensed that Kimimaro wasn't even using his full power, and though Yamamoto himself was only using 50% of his strength, it had been easily countered.
Kimimaro remained silent and continued his fierce assault. Gritting his teeth, Yamamoto unleashed his Bankai, blazing flame Ryujin Jaka.
With a swing of his blade, a crescent of fire surged toward Kimimaro. Kimimaro met it with his bone blade, only to be shocked as the blade began to melt. He quickly dodged, his eyes burning with fighting spirit.
Everyone was stunned, their eyes fixed on Yamamoto's Bankai and the overwhelming spiritual pressure it emitted.
Ichigo felt uneasy but was relieved that he had dared to go rescue someone. Kairaku exclaimed, "This kid is really strong, to make the old man use his Bankai." Yukitake was equally shocked.
Unohana silently prayed, thinking that if Kimimaro went all out, Yamamoto wouldn't last more than a few moves.
Kimimaro had already reached the peak of the early True God stage, while Yamamoto was only at the quasi-True God level, a full tier below in strength.
First update. Holiday makeup classes will last until September 2nd. My goodness, only then can I fully focus on writing.
Please send flowers, favorites, recommendations, clicks, and feedback. Are you okay?
20. Yamamoto vs Kimimaro Part 3. Regarding Yamamoto's Bankai, I actually haven't played the game you all mentioned, so I just made it up. My knowledge is limited, and I didn't bother looking up the correct information. A game is just a game, I don't know if there's any official explanation. If there is, I'll change it immediately. Lately, I've been getting lazier, both mentally and physically, writing hastily without much inspiration or motivation.
I plan to finish Bleach within 30 chapters, though if something unexpected happens, I might continue.
The next world will be Fairy Tail, as voted by you, and after that, One Piece. It's strange that Fairy Tail got more votes than One Piece. Are you messing with me? Oh well, I'll keep writing other things. As long as you're happy reading, I'm satisfied. Flowing fire. Yamamoto swung Ryujin Jaka, sending a burning beam of light toward Kimimaro.
Kimimaro gripped his smoking bone blade tightly and threw it at the beam, only for the blade to be instantly reduced to ashes by the flames. He wasn't surprised, as he had only wanted to test how long the bone could withstand the fire, but it hadn't even lasted a second. The fiery beam shot straight at Kimimaro, but he remained calm, pulling out a bone whip. His right hand, cloaked in the attire of a demon fox, lashed out fiercely with the whip. Yamamoto noticed the red demon fox attire on Kimimaro's right hand, his confusion deepening. This boy carried a power he had never seen before, making Yamamoto stay on high alert, silently speculating about Kimimaro's identity. Kimimaro's attacks kept Yamamoto on edge. He knew he was strong but not invincible. The bone whip dispersed the flames with a single lash, and Yamamoto narrowed his eyes at the demon fox cloaked right hand, his expression grave. As expected, Lord Lingfeng's power is unparalleled, Kimimaro silently praised. Ah, Chu! Is that guy cursing me? Lingfeng, sitting atop the Siriidii, sneezed and grumbled, continuing to watch the commotion in the twin poles. That old man Yamamoto hasn't wasted his efforts. 1,000 years ago, he was only mid-god level, and now he's quasi-true god. But he's still no match for Mei Terumi and the others, Lingfeng thought smugly, oblivious to how difficult cultivation truly was. Flame blade slash. Yamamoto suddenly appeared in front of Kimimaro, Ryujin Jaka blazing with massive flames, and slashed down fiercely. Kimimaro blocked with his bone whip, but with a loud bang, he was sent flying, crashing through some of the walls below the twin poles. Yamamoto's expression remained calm. He didn't believe the opponent would be so easily defeated. Kimimaro walked out of the dust and smoke, speaking softly, "This guy really has some skills." He had long noticed Yamamoto's shunshin technique but chose not to evade, wanting to see if the opponent was worth his effort. Although he was struck and injured, he could feel Yamamoto's extraordinary strength and decided to take the fight seriously. He discarded the broken bone whip and drew out a longer bone, resembling a spear, gripping it in his hand as he stared at Yamamoto. "Seeing how hard you're trying, I guess I should show you something too." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished instantly, reappearing behind Yamamoto in a flash. With a horizontal strike of the spear, he hit Yamamoto's waist, sending him flying straight into the buildings of the Siriidii. Everyone stared at Kimimaro in shock, with Kairaku and Yukitake especially stunned. They hadn't expected the old man Yamamoto to be so easily sent flying, their faces showing disbelief. Unohana Retsu, however, continued to smile faintly, thinking to herself, Kimimaro couldn't hold back after all. Yamamoto, what will you do next? Meanwhile, Ichigo Kurosaki and Byakuya Kochiki were locked in an intense battle. The hollow within Ichigo temporarily took over his consciousness, slightly suppressing Byakuya. The two then entered a standoff. Byakuya unleashed his ultimate move, Hakutiken, while Ichigo countered with Getsuga Tensho. The clash of their techniques drew everyone's attention. "It seems it's over," Lingfeng glanced at the two indifferently before sending a telepathic message to Kimimaro, instructing him to retreat immediately. Reluctantly, Kimimaro left. Yamamoto, Kairaku, and Yukitake emerged from the building, looking a bit dazed but ultimately not overthinking it, as they continued to focus on Ichigo and Byakuya's battle. "Alright, it's your turn next, Aizen." "Don't disappoint me," Lingfeng observed the situation, sensing the presence of Aizen, Jin Ikamaru, and Kaname Tozen, and spoke aloud. "Lord Lingfeng," Kimimaro called softly from behind Lingfeng. Lingfeng nodded, signaling him to keep watching below. Although Kimimaro didn't understand why Lingfeng was so concerned about the battles involving Ichigo and the others, he didn't ask further. "Captain Aizen, it seems there's a bit of a situation," Jin Ikamaru said with his signature fox-like smile. "Indeed. Although I don't know who that boy is, as long as the Hogyoku awakens, no one ahead of us can stand in our way," Aizen said confidently, adjusting his glasses. Kaname Tozen remained silent, while Jin continued to smile. Ignoring them, Aizen led the two toward Sokayaku Hill. The usual rule, no more words. 21. The appearance. "Aizen Sasuke, you finally arrived," Lingfeng said calmly, watching as Aizen appeared with Jin Ikamaru and Kaname Tozen. Kimimaro stared at Aizen, sensing his deep scheming nature and strength far surpassing that of other captains. Although not as powerful as Yamamoto, Aizen was by no means a simple opponent. Kimimaro was filled with curiosity about Aizen because Lingfeng only showed interest in two types of people, playthings and those he acknowledged. He wanted to know which category Aizen fell into. During his earlier battle with Yamamoto, he had already experienced the power of a Zanpakuto, which far exceeded ninjutsu.
If not for his own resilience, he would have been killed by Yamamoto. Kimimaro wanted to see Aizen's Zanpakuto abilities but noticed that Lingfeng had never revealed any information about Aizen. Lingfeng wasn't afraid of leaks, he simply found it more entertaining not to share. He also had no intention of sending Mei Terumi and the others into battle.
Apart from Bai, Guren, Samui, Cheyenne, Ulquiorra, Nell, and Harabel, no one else was worth deploying. Ichigo Kurosaki and the others would be left to the white team to fight, hoping it would help them break through their limits.
Lingfeng's journey was still long, and he couldn't shoulder everything himself. Who knew if he might be transported to a higher plane, like the Dragon Ball universe, where the manner of death was unpredictable. Therefore, he had to ensure those around him grew stronger, so they could protect themselves. Although Lingfeng could shield them, it would only make them dependent and complacent, which was not what he wanted. Even after Mei Terumi and the others became true gods, Lingfeng didn't let them slack off. Sweat was for the future soldiers or trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Everyone understood this. Lingfeng, however, was frustrated by his own stagnating strength. Even after consulting the Divine Fox, he found no answers, leaving him to die with regret. Aizen, what are you trying to do?
Byakuya Kuchiki shouted sternly, despite his injuries, as he saw Aizen walking toward Rukia.
Aizen replied indifferently, Byakuya Kuchiki, what a pitiful man. With that, he used a Kido spell to knock Rinji away from Rukia's side and, just like in the original story, took out the Hogyoku.
Rukia!
Ichigo Kurosaki exclaimed in shock. Jin Ikimaru, smiling slyly, looked at the stunned Rukia and said, So, can I free this girl now?
Aizen glanced at Jin briefly before turning and walking away.
Jin Ikimara drew his Zanpakuto, pointing it coldly at Rukia. Don't blame me. Fire, Shinso.
The Zanpakuto suddenly extended, aiming straight at Rukia.
Just as everyone thought she was about to be struck, Byakuya Kuchiki suddenly stepped in to block it.
Rukia snapped out of her daze, looking at the scene before her in astonishment.
Aizen, what exactly do you mean by this? Sajin Kamamura asked coldly.
Just as you see, Aizen responded indifferently.
You bastard. Sajin Kamamura, burning with rage, charged at Aizen.
The others silently observed, waiting to see how Aizen would react. That guy is bound to lose, Kimimaro said disdainfully, watching Sajin Kamamura charge forward. Lingfeng merely smiled faintly, having anticipated this scene.
As expected, Sajin Kamamura couldn't withstand Aizen's powerful Kido and was easily defeated.
The captains and vice-captains were all shocked, unable to believe that Aizen had taken down a captain so effortlessly. Skipping the incantation really doesn't work, the power is far below expectations, Aizen said with some dissatisfaction. Jin Ikimaru, however, smiled and said, Captain Aizen is truly formidable. At this moment, Yoruchi, Soifan, Mayuri Karatsuchi, and others appeared one after another, followed by vice-captains like Tenten and Hinamori.
Captain Aizen, why did you deal such a cruel blow to Captain Hitsugaya? Hinamori asked Aizen sorrowfully. Mayuri Karatsuchi, carrying the barely conscious Toshiro Hitsugaya, tossed him to Retsu Unohana, who immediately began healing him with Minazuki.
Why?
Hinamori, you're still too naive, Aizen said coldly, adjusting his glasses. Do you think you can still escape? Yoruchi frowned, staring at Aizen. That's none of your concern.
With the Hogyoku in hand, I have no reason to stay here, Aizen replied calmly. Humph, Aizen, Soifan was about to retort when suddenly a rift opened in the sky above the Siriidii, leaving everyone stunned. 3 beams of light shot toward Aizen, Kanen Tozen, and Jin Ikimaru, lifting them slowly into the air.
No one is born standing at the top, not you, not I, not even the gods. The vacancy on the heavenly throne ends here. From now on, I shall ascend. Aizen dramatically removed his glasses, shaking his hair with an imposing aura. Just as everyone thought Aizen was about to ascend into the rift, a voice echoed through the Siriidii. The first 3 sentences you said are correct, Aizen, but the last one is wrong, Lingfeng's voice came from the sky. Aizen and the others suddenly felt an overwhelming force suppressing them, halting their ascent. Even the hollows within the rift dared not move, their voices silenced. Everyone was paralyzed by this power, unable to even lift a finger. The scene was eerily silent. Yamamoto heard the voice and found it familiar, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Who exactly are you? Aizen suppressed the fear in his heart and asked calmly. Who am I? You're not qualified to know, Lingfeng appeared before everyone, accompanied by Kimimaro. Yamamoto widened his eyes, staring at Lingfeng in shock, unable to speak for a long time, as he finally remembered the origin of that voice.
Ling Feng said calmly to Yamamoto, "Yamamoto, there's no need to be so surprised. Aizen, I don't care about your ideals, but I hope you can make a grand spectacle of it. It's been a long time since I've seen something truly exciting." After speaking, he turned to Aizen and continued.
Only then did Aizen feel relieved.
From Ling Feng's words, he understood that the other party had no intention of killing him, merely hoping for a more spectacular performance to entertain himself. However, Aizen silently noted Ling Feng's name, determined to investigate his identity upon returning.
Yamamoto seemed to know something about Ling Feng's identity, which piqued everyone's curiosity. Then can you let me leave here now?
Aizen asked Ling Feng, who was still smirking wickedly. At this moment, Aizen had only one thought: to leave this place of trouble as quickly as possible, accelerate the awakening of the Hogyoku, break through the limits of Hollows and Shinigami, and completely destroy the royal family. He had already etched Ling Feng into his memory, someone whose strength far surpassed everyone present. Since the other party wasn't planning to kill him for now, he would leave first. Once he became stronger, there would naturally be a day to meet again. Ling Feng's appearance was both a pressure and a motivation, making Aizen crave power even more.
Having his life in someone else's hands was an unbearable feeling.
One day, Aizen vowed to make Ling Feng pay the price. On the surface, everyone remained composed, but Tozen was stunned, and Jin Ikemura wore a smile hiding his true feelings. His original plan was to use his Bankai to deal with Aizen when he let his guard down, in order to protect Ranjiko, though it was hard to understand why he cared so much about her. But now, a figure even stronger than Aizen had suddenly appeared, someone whose mere presence rendered him immobile. This made Jin waver in his resolve. The identity of this person was unknown, and it was unclear whether he was friend or foe.
He only mentioned wanting to watch a good show. How could that not raise suspicion?
Having roamed the world for years and encountered countless unpredictable people, Jin naturally felt a heavy weight in his heart.
Only then did Ling Feng realize he still had the others immobilized. He immediately released them.
Aizen and his two companions slowly rose and disappeared from sight. Yamamoto exclaimed, "Captain Ling Feng.
Who exactly are you?"
Everyone froze upon hearing the words captain, wondering when there had been an additional captain.
Unohana feigned shock before regaining her composure. After all, she, Yamamoto, and Ling Feng were from the same era. Seeing someone from 1,000 years ago still alive was naturally shocking. She had thought Ling Feng would never appear, but unexpectedly, he showed up at the last moment and displayed his power. Ling Feng, with a hint of mockery, said, "Yamamoto, you're old. You can't even see through this."
Everyone could tell he was showing off, and they were all astonished.
Yamamoto's reaction was even more surprising.
"Sai, you're right," Yamamoto sighed in response, leaving everyone shocked.
Since when did Yamamoto have this side to him? Yamamoto questioned with a tone of reproach, "Captain Ling Feng, how did you survive back then but never return to the Soul Society?" "We could have been stronger." He had always respected Ling Feng and couldn't understand his choice. Kimimaro interjected excitedly, "Survive? Ling Feng being killed by the King of Hollows?"
No, Ling Feng deliberately let the King of Hollows win, otherwise, the King of Hollows would have been gone long ago.
Ling Feng looked at him helplessly. Yamamoto was even more shocked. He knew how powerful the King of Hollows was, capable of wiping out a group of captain-level experts with a single move. Back then, the Soul King had sacrificed many elites just to end in a draw.
Yet, in Kimimaro's words, such a King of Hollows was reduced to nothing.
What did that make the rest? Gray? Yamamoto believed Kimimaro only because of the overwhelming pressure Ling Feng had just emitted and Kimimaro's immense strength. Otherwise, Yamamoto would never have believed them.
Although the others hadn't witnessed the King of Hollows' power firsthand, they all knew it represented the pinnacle of this world. Yet, in this young man's words, the King of Hollows was mentioned so casually. In the past, they might have thought he was bragging, but the pressure Ling Feng had just displayed in Kimimaro's strength made them realize this was no joke. As for whether they believed it or not, that was up to them to decide.
"In other words, you're strong."
Kenpachi provocatively carried his Zanpakuto on his shoulder, staring at Ling Feng with surging battle intent. The others remained silent. Ling Feng merely smiled faintly, not taking Kenpachi seriously at all. In his eyes, anyone without god-level peak strength was not worth mentioning. Kenpachi ignored this and charged straight at him, slashing down with his blade.
Ling Feng stopped Kimimaro, who wanted to intervene, and used just one middle finger to forcibly block Kenpachi's Zanpakuto. "Don't think the protagonist can't do it. With such a huge power gap, if he couldn't, I'd rather bang my head against a wall." Ling Feng punched Kenpachi in the chest.
Kenpachi felt as if his chest had been pierced through, spat out a mouthful of blood, and flew to Yamamoto's feet, passing out.
How is that possible? Ichigo Kurosaki jumped up in shock.
He was well aware of Kenpachi's strength back then, he had to fight desperately to win.
Yet, he couldn't believe Kenpachi was blocked with just one finger and knocked out with a single punch. This left him feeling extremely unbalanced.
Apart from Unohana Retsu and the calm Yamamoto, everyone else stared in astonishment. Kenpachi was a battle maniac with formidable strength, yet he was defeated so easily.
Who wouldn't be shocked? It seems we are destined to fight. Yamamoto frowned as he watched the scene, his voice heavy. Ling Feng's actions were tantamount to making an enemy of the Soul Society.
Ling Feng said indifferently, "Yamamoto, let me see your strength."
"Don't disappoint me." Yamamoto responded seriously, "Then let me show you my 1,000 years of cultivation."
Kimimaro quickly retreated, and the other captains also distanced themselves.
Ishida, Yuryu and others, drawn by the commotion, arrived and joined Ichigo. Ling Feng looked at Yamamoto with amusement, while Yamamoto stared at him solemnly. The battle erupted once again. The usual rules: no more words,